Chapter 1. A New Chapter of Destiny. On the rooftop of a high-rise residential building in Donghai City, Luo Sheng sat despondently on the parapet, surrounded by several empty bottles of ergo. He had never anticipated that the wind atop the building could be so fierce. His presence here was not born of despair or a desire to depart from this world. Rather, he sought solitude tonight, wishing to quietly gaze upon the nocturnal splendor of Donghai, a city that perpetually radiated a prosperity beyond the reach of ordinary souls. In his youthful exuberance, Luo Sheng had arrived in this city brimming with ambition, eager to carve out a career of his own. In the early years, through a combination of skill and a touch of fortune, he managed to amass savings exceeding 100,000 yuan. Along the way, he also met his significant other at work. Their relationship blossomed from acquaintance to romance, ultimately leading to a natural progression into marriage and parenthood. For a man born an orphan, this was a remarkable achievement. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, his life might not have been one of immense wealth, but it would certainly have been filled with happiness. However, 3 years ago, with no prior entrepreneurial experience, he rashly resigned from his job under the encouragement of a friend, embarking on a venture together. The initial phase of entrepreneurship was fraught with difficulties, yet progressed relatively smoothly, revealing to Luo Sheng the hardships inherent in establishing a business. In contemporary society, he had believed that everything would unfold in an orderly fashion, allowing him to gradually fulfill his aspirations. Yet, fate has a penchant for jest. The project collapsed, policies shifted, and a partner withdrew their investment. These calamities struck in rapid succession, leaving him bewildered. With no financial foundation to fall back on, he could neither afford to lose nor dare to risk his remaining assets, forcing him to soldier on alone. Ultimately, not only did 3 years of hard work dissipate into nothingness, but he also accrued debts exceeding 2 million yuan. Such an exorbitant cost of trial and error was beyond his capacity to bear. That day, Luo Sheng watched helplessly as his wife took their young daughter, who had just begun elementary school, and walked away. This decision had been mutually agreed upon by both of them. For even if he felt indifferent about his plight, he had to consider the well-being of his wife and daughter. They should not, and could not, suffer because of him. Regaining his thoughts, Luo Sheng lifted his gaze towards the city that had accompanied him for more than a decade. From arriving here with nothing, he now found himself still bereft of possessions, perhaps not entirely empty-handed, as he bore the weight of over 2 million yuan in debt. Ding dong, ding dong. The sharp chime of 2 text messages pierced the silence of the rooftop. With a somewhat numb expression, Luo Sheng retrieved his phone, anticipating it to be a reminder from creditors. Upon unlocking the device, he discovered that it was not. The first message was sent by his ex-wife, Han Yutong. Luo Sheng, I have transferred 50,000 yuan to your account. You do not need to repay me. Focus on resolving your own issues, and do not let yourself sink any deeper. Do not reply. Luo Sheng felt a surge of emotion. The guilt towards his ex-wife and daughter was a burden that only those who have experienced it could truly understand. The second message came from a brother named Chen Yajun. Brother Sheng, I have heard about your situation with your wife. You need not worry about the money. We will find a way together. We will surely overcome this hurdle. Chen Yajun was his good friend, perhaps the only one who had not abandoned him. In his time of despair, he was willing to lend a hand, unwilling to see him fall further into the abyss. As for the others who had once called him brother, they either distanced themselves or took the opportunity to strike. The harshness of the world, the cruelty of survival, he had felt acutely during this period. The cold wind from above sent a chill through him. Climbing down from the wall, Luo Sheng, who had been tormented mentally for days and fueled by alcohol, felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. He collapsed to the ground, leaning against the wall, and slowly drifted into slumber. A comfortable, soft sensation coursed through his body to his mind. His consciousness was still somewhat hazy, but one thing was clear. Just a moment ago, he had been on the rooftop of his own building. Having drunk too much, he had lost some memories. How was he now in a bed? Luo Sheng slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was an opulent ceiling adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier. He found himself bare and lying on a luxurious bed. Luo Sheng was bewildered. This was not his home. Where was he? He had not even taken the time to examine his surroundings carefully. It was only when he noticed movement beside him that he realized there was someone else in the bed. Cautiously, he lifted a corner of the blanket. Lying there was a young and beautiful girl, with an exquisite face, fair skin, and long, flowing black hair cascading over her alluring form. She resembled an enticing work of art. The girl seemed to sense his gaze, opening her eyes and looking towards Luo Sheng. With a slight blush, she sat up, one hand propping herself up and the other modestly covering her chest. "Sir, you are awake. Would you like to get up and freshen up now?" Her voice was soft, imbued with a tone of respect. Luo Sheng's eyes widened as he stared at her. After a few moments, he realized he was being rude and quickly regained his composure. Fortunately, the girl kept her head bowed, avoiding direct eye contact, patiently awaiting his response. Luo Sheng felt overwhelmed. He had no idea what had transpired or who this young girl was. Yet, it was certain that before he had gotten drunk, he had been alone. Judging by her tone and demeanor, she was clearly not a stranger. She seemed to know him, and her respectful attitude suggested familiarity. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Sheng spoke. You may continue resting. I will just step into the bathroom for a moment." The girl nodded gently in agreement. "All right, sir." Luo Sheng casually seized a bath towel from the bedside table and haphazardly wrapped it around himself. After surveying his surroundings and confirming the location of the bathroom, he rose from the bed in the expansive, opulent bathroom. Luo Sheng stood transfixed before the mirror at the wash basin. He vowed he had never encountered anything so absurd in his life. Reflected in the glass was a young man in his early 20s, his sharply defined features, complemented by a pair of profound eyes, exuded an extraordinary nobility. His robust and well-proportioned physique, standing at least 6 feet tall, epitomized the essence of a perfect figure. Luo Sheng was 100% certain that the person in the mirror was not himself. Just as Luo Sheng was preparing to freshen up before contemplating his next move, a sudden wave of intense dizziness washed over him. In his mind, a set of memories that did not belong to him began to crystallize. Chapter 2. Noble Birth. 2 minutes later, Luo Sheng slowly rose from the wash basin, his hands resting on the countertop. When he gazed in the mirror once more, the uncertainty that had previously clouded his eyes had vanished, replaced by a newfound confidence and determination. Though the cause of this transformation remained elusive in this moment, the memories of his original self had awakened, merging with his present consciousness. He now comprehended his circumstances. The world around him was the familiar realm he once knew, albeit 10 years in the past. The original owner of this body shared his name, Luo Sheng, and was the well-known eldest legitimate son of the illustrious Luo family of the Great Xia. The Luo family's prominence was largely attributed to their enterprise, the Luo Group, a colossal conglomerate that spanned various industries, including healthcare, pharmaceuticals, education, retail, telecommunications, construction, energy, and heavy industry. This vast network effectively encompassed nearly every aspect of an ordinary person's life, from hospitals and schools to supermarkets, electronics, housing, and transportation. Remarkably, within the borders of the Great Xia, nearly 2% of the population were employees of the subsidiaries under the Luo Group. Many young people of the new era find it difficult to comprehend how such a formidable entity could exist under the aegis of the Great Xia dynasty and its royal family. In truth, the Luo family has endured for nearly a century, predating the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty by more than 100 years. They were the original chief sponsors and privileged players of the beta test. Moreover, the current royal family remains the only external shareholder of the Luo Group, aside from the Luo family itself. To date, the group has achieved annual global revenues comparable to those of many small to medium-sized nations, with assets that defy mere monetary valuation, as numerous supply chains have formed closed loops. This essentially means that money, after circulating externally, ultimately returns to the Luo Group. As the new generation's eldest son of the Luo family and the future heir to the Luo Group, Luo Sheng was inherently positioned atop a lofty pedestal, embodying unassailable nobility. Just a few months ago, he had completed his studies and returned to the family's stronghold in Donghai City, the Chiyun Mountain Villa. He was poised to embark on a remarkable journey, only to find himself supplanted by another Luo Sheng from a decade hence. Or perhaps the Luo Sheng of 10 years ago had simply acquired the memories of an ordinary person. This conundrum eluded even his own understanding. He exhaled a sigh, turning on the faucet to wash his face repeatedly, striving to rid himself of this surreal sensation. 5 minutes passed before a knock at the bathroom door finally prompted him to temporarily accept this absurd reality. "Sir, do you require my assistance?" came the voice of the young maid outside. This maid was merely one of Luo Sheng's dedicated attendants. While her specific name eluded him, the estate boasted over 200 similarly charming maids. Such a notion should not seem far-fetched, as their duties extended beyond attending to Luo Sheng's daily needs. They also fulfilled various roles, including cleaning, massage therapy, and restaurant service, among others. Scattered throughout the Chiyun Mountain Villa, a cadre of attendants offers round-the-clock service to the esteemed residents. Whenever Luo Sheng desires, these maidens can be summoned at any moment, in any location, to fulfill his whims. He paused briefly, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. "Come in." Upon hearing his voice, the maid, with her head bowed, cautiously pushed open the bathroom door and entered. Throughout her presence, she refrained from making direct eye contact with Luo Sheng, not out of shyness, but due to the villa's strict regulations that prohibit any servant from gazing directly at their master without explicit permission. Violation of this rule would result in severe punishment and potentially expulsion from the villa, a fate no servant would willingly embrace, especially given the lucrative six-figure salary attached to such a position. Clad only in a sheer, lightweight cotton nightgown, a loosely tied sash at her waist, the maid's ample neckline offered little concealment. She approached Luo Sheng with graceful steps, gently unfastening the towel draped around him. Influenced by the memories of his former self, Luo Sheng exhibited no embarrassment as he allowed the maid to guide him deeper into the bathroom. Notably, even the bathroom connected to the bedroom spanned nearly 100 square meters. Apart from the entrance, adorned with 2 rows of double-sided sinks crafted from solid jade, the rear housed 2 spacious lavatories and a storage area replete with various high-end fragrances and cleaning supplies. Further within, separated by a marble wardrobe filled with towels and bathrobes, lay a wet area flanked on both sides by independent glass-partitioned shower rooms and a sauna. At the far end of the bathroom, a colossal oval-shaped, temperature-controlled massage bathtub awaited. This bathtub resembled a miniature swimming pool, continuously supplied with water to ensure that the master need never wait for a bathing experience. With the maid's assistance, Luo Sheng stepped into the tub, allowing himself to soak in the pleasantly warm water while gazing through the expansive one-way floor-to-ceiling windows at the picturesque estate outside. The maid knelt beside him, tenderly massaging his shoulders. As he relaxed in the tub, myriad thoughts swirled through Luo Sheng's mind. The entire experience felt incredibly surreal. He pondered whether those from his previous life still existed in this world. Half an hour later, having completed his ablutions, Luo Sheng emerged from the bathroom clad in a nightgown. After confirming that he had no further needs, the maid discreetly exited the bedroom. Once she departed, Luo Sheng surveyed the vast expanse of the room, which could only be described with a single word: opulent. It was almost inconceivable to ordinary folk that a mere bedroom could encompass such grandeur. Estimating its size, he believed it to be no less than 200 square meters. Divided into multiple open-plan areas through various decorations and screens, the space also boasted a sprawling sunlit terrace and a temperature-controlled infinity pool. The semicircular arrangement of couches added an extra area for relaxation beyond mere slumber. The morning sun streamed through the panoramic windows, casting a magnificent glow throughout the bedroom, enhancing its regal ambience. As for the ubiquitous decorative furnishings, their value is indeed remarkable, with each piece potentially worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Feeling the exquisite hand-woven carpet beneath his feet, Luo Sheng pushed open the small door on the side of the bedroom. This led to an absurdly spacious walk-in closet. The surrounding wardrobes displayed an array of garments, meticulously categorized by style and design. At the heart of the closet stood a chaise longue and a small table. Leaning back against the chaise, Luo Sheng pressed the call button on the nearby table. Moments later, a cool female voice emanated from the device. "Sir, what may I assist you with?" After a brief pause, Luo Sheng responded into the call button. "Meng Qing, please arrange for someone to come to the closet." Certainly, sir. Please hold on. This was the only name he recalled among the many female staff at the estate, as she was not merely a maid but his personal life assistant, also responsible for coordinating the attendants dedicated to him. After several seconds, a wooden door in the corner swung open. A young woman with shoulder-length hair, clad in a tailored professional outfit, entered, followed closely by 4 maids dressed in black silk uniforms. They approached Luo Sheng, bowing respectfully in unison as they greeted him. "Good morning, sir." Chapter 3. A Life of Opulence. Luo Sheng gazed at the individuals before him, offering a slight nod. Meng Qing, standing at the forefront, gestured to the several maids behind her, signaling them to bring forth the garments. In a short while, the maids returned, each carrying an ensemble they had retrieved from the wardrobe. Luo Sheng cast a cursory glance, withholding any expression of approval. Observing this, Meng Qing recognized the dissatisfaction with the attire and instructed the maids to fetch another selection. After several rounds of choices, Luo Sheng ultimately settled on a silver leisure suit. Rising from the chaise longue, he allowed the maids to assist him in dressing, exuding an air of regal authority as he refrained from lifting a finger. Yet, this was merely the surface of his extravagant lifestyle. The modestly designed dressing room alone incurred annual expenses in the hundreds of millions for clothing. Many would find such a claim incredulous. Even the reigning emperor could not possibly reach such heights. However, each piece of clothing worn by Luo Sheng was meticulously crafted by the world's premier design teams, tailored by skilled artisans using solely handcrafted techniques. Every detail, from the lining and outer fabric to the hosiery, was a unique bespoke creation, with even the minutiae, a button, a zipper, or a thread, being singularly customized. Within this dressing room, aside from accessories like glasses, watches, and brooches, every garment, regardless of whether it had been worn just once, was promptly discarded. As the firstborn son of the Luo family, garments would never be donned a second time. Once attired, the maids retrieved a tray containing a selection of wristwatches from a nearby display case. After choosing a Patek Philippe limited edition Starry Sky watch, Luo Sheng stood before a grand full-length mirror. The tailored suit was impeccably cut and crafted from exquisite materials. Meng Qing, holding a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, positioned herself opposite Luo Sheng. Standing at 172 centimeters, her height was only slightly less than his, especially in her high heels. Her refined features bore a hint of aloofness as she approached within mere inches of Luo Sheng. He gazed at her unabashedly, as if admiring a work of art. Meng Qing's expression revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation. She slowly raised her hand to place the glasses onto Luo Sheng's face. He understood that this woman harbored no ill feelings towards him. It was simply her nature to maintain an air of detachment, exuding a cool demeanor. Had he not been aware of her other persona, he might have been deceived by her frosty exterior. Inhaling the fragrance that lingered in the air, Luo Sheng playfully patted Meng Qing on the backside. Informed Shan Tai to prepare. After breakfast, I must step out. Meng Qing bowed her head slightly, her tone remaining icy as she replied, "Understood, sir." Fully attired, Luo Sheng exited the dressing room and returned to the bedroom, where he found the bed had already been meticulously arranged during his brief change of clothes. Pushing open the intricately carved double doors of the bedroom, one enters a lavish living room. This space, adorned with a variety of high-end custom furniture, showcases numerous antique calligraphy and paintings embellishing the surroundings. After indulging in a few more glances, Luo Sheng departed from the living room and descended the spiral staircase, making his way to the second-floor dining room that lingered in his memory. The building he resided in was the main residence of Chiyun Villa, comprising 4 stories in total. The third and fourth floors housed bedrooms, studies, and tea rooms, while the entire second floor was dedicated to dining, further divided into a Chinese dining room, a Western dining room, and a breakfast hall. Each dining area boasted distinct decor and purposes, yet all exuded an unparalleled opulence. Seated at the table, laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, Luo Sheng found himself presented with a bounty fit for 10, despite dining alone. In the expansive breakfast hall, aside from Luo Sheng, 2 maids stood by, attentively. After declining their offer of service, he leisurely lifted a glass of freshly squeezed juice, savoring a sip. In the memories of his past life, he had once yearned for the luxurious existence of the wealthy, surrounded by beautiful companions, indulging in lavish feasts. No longer did he have to wake each day in haste, scrambling to dress, wash up, and catch the subway to work. Often, in his desire for a few more minutes of sleep, he would forego breakfast altogether. Yet now, as he glanced at the two maids standing with bowed heads, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. In this life, he would no longer endure such a lifestyle, nor fret over the burdens of financial concerns. Perhaps in the days to come, his sole pursuit would be to embrace joy. Upon finishing his breakfast, a maid offered him a towel, gently wiping the corners of his mouth with her delicate, fair hands. Just then, Meng Qing entered the breakfast hall, bowing respectfully to Luo Sheng. "Sir, Captain Shen has brought the car to the entrance and is ready to depart at your convenience." Luo Sheng nodded, rising to leave the breakfast hall. Passing through the reception hall on the first floor and along an elegantly styled corridor, he crossed an indoor landscaped courtyard, arriving at the villa's entrance hall. Here, several maids awaited his arrival, each bowing and greeting as he entered. Luo Sheng seated himself on a bench in the foyer, where a remarkably sweet-faced maid knelt before him, lowering her head to remove his slippers and replace them with polished brown leather shoes. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Sheng observed those around him. Each person treated him with utmost humility. Every gesture and greeting resonated with profound respect. As he stepped out through the towering main door of the residence, standing atop the steps and gazing down at the Rolls-Royce Phantom convoy on the small plaza below, flanked by a dozen bodyguards in black suits who bowed and greeted him, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. Chun Tai, the captain of the bodyguards, swiftly approached and halted 2 steps away from Luo Sheng. "Sir, shall we depart now?" Luo Sheng nodded slightly, emitting a faint sound from his nasal cavity, before striding towards the vehicle. Once he settled into the car, it began to glide forward, trailed by 4 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, heading towards the gates of Chiyun Villa. En route, seated in the back, Luo Sheng gazed through the window, reveling in the picturesque landscape gardens on either side. The entire Chiyun Villa was established in the early 20th century and has since undergone 2 expansions and numerous renovations, culminating in the sprawling 640,000 square meter private estate it is today. Within the estate, there are only 9 main structures, including a nearly 3,000 square meter main villa and 8 auxiliary villas. Beyond these edifices, the estate boasts a private equestrian center, an outdoor swimming pool, a comprehensive sports complex, a helicopter landing pad, as well as artificial streams and lakes. Chapter 4. Return to the familiar grounds accompanied by a creaking sound. The imposing iron gates of Chiyun Mountain Villa, towering over 5 meters, slowly opened. Several armed guards stood on either side, watching as Luo Sheng's convoy departed. In the passenger seat, Chun Tai turned to inquire, "Sir, where do you plan to go today?" Reclining on the handcrafted leather seat in the back, Luo Sheng casually rested his arms at his sides. The primary reason for his decision to venture out so soon after adapting to his new identity was his desire to ascertain certain truths. Though the memories in his mind aligned closely with those of his previous life, the bizarre occurrence of soul transference left him pondering what else might be possible. Calculating the time, he recalled that at this juncture in his former life, he had just graduated from university and, alongside Chen Yajun, had arrived in Donghai City to commence his first official job at Jingtai Commercial, a subsidiary of Tian Luo Group. To Jingtai Central Square, he declared. Chun Tai exchanged a surprised glance with the bodyguard at the wheel. Jingtai Central Square was a commercial plaza affiliated with Jingtai Commercial. Logically, given Luo Sheng's status, even for a routine inspection, he ought to visit the subsidiary's headquarters rather than directly inspect the project site. However, adhering to an unquestionable attitude, Chun Tai paused briefly before instructing the convoy to proceed to Jingtai Central Square. He also pulled out his phone to contact the general manager of the subsidiary. Approximately 20 minutes later, Luo Sheng's convoy arrived at the entrance of Jingtai Central Square. Receiving the notification, Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jingtai Commercial, hastily gathered all senior executives and arrived on site just 5 minutes prior. The unexpected visit from the young master of the group was no trivial matter. Any semblance of negligence on his part could result in immediate dismissal. Losing his position was a minor concern compared to offending the Luo family, which would make securing another suitable job exceedingly difficult, especially at his age, with family obligations and the burden of a high-ranking position. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Chentai opened the door, and Luo Sheng stepped out of the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. After adjusting his attire, he was met by a middle-aged man approaching with a broad smile. "Mr. Luo, welcome to Jingtai Central Square. I am Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jingtai Commercial," he said, extending his right hand in greeting. Luo Sheng, with his hands tucked into his pockets, merely glanced at Zhang Sheng before walking past him with ease, making his way into the mall. As the saying goes, the elevated do not extend their hands first. It is a social etiquette among the upper echelons. Reflecting respect for those in higher positions, Zhang Sheng awkwardly retracted his hand, continuing to follow Luo Sheng with a sycophantic demeanor. The other executives, witnessing this, refrained from approaching too closely. After exchanging pleasantries with Luo Sheng, they obediently trailed behind. At that moment, Jingtai Central Square had just opened for business, and the crowd was still sparse. All the sales staff stood at their respective counters, welcoming the scattered customers. However, the appearance of Luo Sheng instantly captured the attention of all the attendants. He strode forward with a steady gait, leading a procession of numerous executives from Jingtai Commercial, numbering about a dozen. Typically, the store managers, deputy managers, and department heads, who usually held esteemed positions at Jingtai Center Plaza, trailed behind like mere subordinates. On either side of the formation were a dozen bodyguards led by Chun Tai, creating an imposing presence that certainly heightened the vigilance of the counter staff. While they did not recognize the many executives accompanying Luo Sheng, they were familiar with the store manager, the project leader. His cautious position at the end of the line hinted at the extraordinary status of the individual at the front. Once Luo Sheng and his entourage had moved on, the staff began to whisper among themselves. "Who is that young man? He seems so commanding. Even General Manager Li Jun is trailing behind him. I have no idea, but he is quite handsome. Could the striking figure at the front be a high-ranking official from the head office? Yet he appears so youthful. It must not be someone from the head office. Did you not see the man closely following him? I just recalled. He should be the general manager of the head office. The general manager is also relegated to following behind? Could that handsome fellow be from the group headquarters?" The staff exchanged glances. If he were indeed from the group headquarters, it would be remarkable. Moreover, being so young, his prospects seemed boundless. Some young female attendants, who considered themselves somewhat attractive, began contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to ask for his contact information. After all, if he were from the group, he would at least hold a directorial position or something similar. With such looks and youth, a mere romantic liaison could yield rewards equivalent to several years of labor. Naturally, Luo Sheng had no intention of indulging in their unrealistic fantasies. At that moment, he had arrived at the door of the management office. The personnel within, having been informed of this news in advance, were in a state of fervor. "Are we joking? Is today April Fool's Day? The young heir of Tian Luo Group is not only visiting the subsidiary's project, but also coming to the office?" For them, the disparity between their societal roles and his was beyond mere metaphorical comparisons. Luo Sheng strode confidently into the office. Upon crossing the threshold, an unmistakable aura emanated from him, rendering everyone within unable to meet his gaze. He stood at the entrance, surveying the familiar yet unfamiliar office before him, his eyes sweeping across the faces of each individual. He recognized them all and could name most, having worked alongside them for 3 years. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a workstation where sat a young man he did not recognize. It appeared that he had just emerged from the campus, his youthful visage still evident. Luo Sheng's brows furrowed slightly, for the seat before him had once been his own in a previous life, now occupied by a stranger. It seemed that ultimately, change had indeed transpired. "Zhang Sheng," Luo Sheng called out softly. As the general manager of Jingtai Commercial Company, Zhang Sheng immediately bent forward, displaying a demeanor of utmost humility. "Mr. Luo, please speak," he said, his tone reverent. As everyone entered the grand conference room, a palpable tension filled the air. None dared to exhale. for they were utterly unaware of the intentions behind this unexpected visit from the esteemed gentleman. Seated at the head of the table, Luo Sheng maintained an air of composure. After a minute of silence, he spoke in a calm tone. Please bring me the files of all personnel who have joined this year's project. Chapter 5. Farewell to the past. Before long, the door to the conference room swung open. A young man entered, carefully balancing a stack of folders in his hands. Luo Sheng, engrossed in his phone, lifted his gaze upon hearing the commotion. In an instant, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The young man, prompted by a nod from his superior, approached and placed the folders before Luo Sheng, speaking in a tone laced with nervousness. Mr. Luo, here are the documents you requested. This year, we have welcomed 17 new colleagues to our project, though some have already departed. All the information is contained within. After delivering his message, he stepped aside, his eyes averted from Luo Sheng's. Luo Sheng picked up the folder from the table, pretending to examine its contents with keen interest. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the young man's anxious demeanor, evoking a wave of nostalgia within him. This individual was none other than his brother from past life, Chen Yajun. In their previous existence, they had not only been childhood friends, but had also shared a deep bond. They attended the same university and, upon graduation, had made a pact to join the same company. With their modest beginnings, they cohabited for a considerable time, working together by day and indulging in video games by night, sharing the same living space. Had their orientations been different, they might have ventured even closer. Even when Luo Sheng's former life unraveled, this steadfast companion remained by his side, tirelessly assisting him in securing loans. Now, as Luo Sheng beheld this old friend once more, a poignant sense of the passage of time washed over him. The disparity in their current statuses suggested that their lives would likely diverge henceforth, devoid of further intersections. Yet, encountering him today served as a testament to his past existence. The least Luo Sheng could do was to arrange a favorable position for this former confidant, ideally one that promised ample remuneration with minimal exertion, ensuring his future comfort. After perusing the documents, Luo Sheng carelessly tossed the folder aside and, maintaining an expression of indifference, remarked, "You may leave now." With trembling hands, Chen Yajun bowed slightly to Luo Sheng before quietly exiting the conference room. Reclining in his chair, Luo Sheng surveyed the assembly before him. His presence today was merely to satiate his own curiosity, not as a supervisor inspecting the project, as speculated by those around him. After all, Tianluo Group was a colossal entity, its roots extending into nearly every corner of the realm, including overseas territories. Countless unforeseen alliances thrived under its vast canopy, where success was shared amongst all. Thus, there was no necessity for the powers that be to intervene excessively. The march of time would, like the gentle rains of spring, nurture every inch of its expanse, rendering it ever more magnificent. Moreover, even if Luo Sheng possessed the inclination to engage, his status would confine him to the headquarters or international branches of the group, never descending to the subsidiary headquarters, let alone the specifics of individual projects. To allay the concerns of the gathered crowd, he spoke softly. "I have merely come to observe. There is no need for undue tension." Upon hearing Luo Sheng's words, the atmosphere in the conference room relaxed slightly. "Starting with you, General Manager Zhang Sheng, please provide a brief overview of the project status. I shall leave once I have listened." For the next half hour, Luo Sheng feigned interest in the operational aspects of the project before swiftly concluding the impromptu meeting. He declined the invitation for a tour from Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jingtai, as well as from several senior executives of subsidiary companies. Accompanied by Chun Tai and a cadre of bodyguards, Luo Sheng re-entered his vehicle. Once the car was in motion, Chun Tai respectfully inquired, "Sir, where shall we head now?" Luo Sheng gazed out of the window at Jingtai Central Square and replied nonchalantly, "To number 118 Qianhai Road." "Are we going to see Dong Xiaolei?" Chun Tai asked. "Yes. I wish to check on the arrangement of his new premises." The individual Luo Sheng sought was Dong Xiaolei, a friend he had made during his studies in America. Regardless of how Luo Sheng perceived their relationship, in Dong Xiaolei's eyes, Luo Sheng was undoubtedly a cherished older brother. Dong Xiaolei's family background was relatively favorable. with both parents being well-educated professionals. The bond between Luo Sheng and him was primarily forged through Luo Sheng's admiration for Dong's exceptional talent in computing. In his sophomore year, Dong began to independently explore the intricacies of virtual reality technology, achieving noteworthy results. Yet, this endeavor remained a secret known only to Luo Sheng. Initially, Dong Xiaolei was unaware of Luo Sheng's true identity. He merely felt a kinship due to their similar ages and shared cultural background, as well as Luo Sheng's remarkable demeanor and his intention to connect. They swiftly became confidants. During their time at school, Luo Sheng generously supported Dong, even leveraging the resources of Tian Luo Group in America to secure Dong access to supercomputers. Their routine indulgences in leisure and entertainment became commonplace. Dong Xiaolei had once been taken aback by Luo Sheng's lavishness, but over time he grew accustomed to it, never questioning the source of Luo Sheng's wealth or his family's business. His understanding of money was nebulous. He simply desired enough to meet his needs, without aspirations for immense wealth. His singular focus was on refining his technological skills. As their friendship deepened, Luo Sheng came to realize that Dong Xiaolei resembled a protagonist from a novel endowed with extraordinary abilities. His computing prowess far exceeded Luo Sheng's prior understanding. On one occasion, brimming with excitement, Dong Xiaolei led Luo Sheng to his secret research facility and equipped him with a fully encapsulating helmet. As he commenced a series of operations, Luo Sheng's consciousness blurred, and he found himself in an empty room, unable to control his body or even sense its existence. Before he could react, Dong Xiaolei's voice resonated in the surrounding void. In that moment, Luo Sheng comprehended that he had entered an entirely new virtual realm. However, due to technological limitations, one can currently only see and hear, while other senses such as touch and smell have yet to be realized. In the midst of astonishment, Luo Sheng resolved silently that this individual must be firmly grasped in his hands. This would be a technology capable of transforming the world and humanity itself. Henceforth, Luo Sheng assumed the role of a supportive elder brother. Whatever Dong Xiaolei required, be it in research and development, daily life, or even matters of women and material wealth, Luo Sheng was always at his service. Upon returning home after graduation, Luo Sheng naturally brought him under his wing. Yet, whether internally or externally, he always interacted with others as a brother or elder brother. Luo Sheng understood, well, that with such individuals, emotional connection is paramount. Relying solely on material wealth would not sustain the relationship in the long run. Chapter 6, 118, Qianhai Road. The vehicle swiftly arrived at 118, Qianhai Road. Originally a technology park, it was later acquired by Luo Sheng for a substantial sum and gifted to Dong Xiaolei. Subsequently, Luo mobilized all available resources to provide support, stationing a private armed force of the Luo family from Donghai in the area to ensure he could focus on his research and development without concern. At the entrance of the technology park, several armed guards stood vigilantly. Only upon confirming Luo Sheng's arrival did they raise the barrier. Upon reaching the building where Dong Xiaolei resided, Luo Sheng gestured for the others to remain behind, allowing only Chun Tai to accompany him inside. Luo's arrival stirred no one within the park. He directly ascended to the 21st floor via the elevator. The entire floor, spanning over 5,000 square meters, was exclusively Dong Xiaolei's office. Apart from a small secretary by the elevator, there was no one else present. As Luo Sheng exited the elevator, he fortuitously encountered Dong Xiaolei, clad in casual athletic attire, who was instructing the secretary on some matters. Upon seeing Luo Sheng, Dong Xiaolei eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Brother Sheng, what brings you here today?" Luo Sheng surveyed the sleek, technology-laden office with a smile, responding, "I came to admire your new domain." Dong Xiaolei, slightly bashful, scratched his head and said, "What new domain?" "Brother Sheng, please come in and sit." The two settled onto a sofa in a lounge area, where the secretary served them each a cup of coffee. "Brother Sheng, are you here today to see my latest research achievements?" Dong Xiaolei asked with a grin. "I knew you couldn't wait," Luo Sheng replied, accustomed to Dong's informal manner of conversation, which contrasted with others' formalities. According to Dong Xiaolei's own words, "Brother Sheng is my elder brother, Why bother with such formality? Lifting his cup, Luo Sheng took a sip before speaking. I see you are eager to show off. So, what progress has been made since moving in? The moment the conversation shifted to his expertise, Dong Xiaolei became increasingly animated. Brother Sheng, before I returned home last time, I mentioned I had new ideas regarding body perception. After setting up the space here, I began to conduct experiments. You wouldn't believe the multitude of challenges I encountered. It took me a full 2 weeks to complete. He continued to elaborate. What was intended as a brief overview extended into an entire morning's discussion. Luo Sheng consumed 5 cups of coffee throughout, not comprehending a word, but relishing the companionship. As the conversation drew to a close, he remarked, "Indeed, it sounds quite taxing." Yet, deep within, Luo Sheng was profoundly impressed. In just 2 weeks, this young man achieved substantial technological breakthroughs, truly remarkable. Glancing at his Patek Philippe watch, Luo Sheng noted that it was already noon. Rubbing his temples, he smiled and said, "Xiaolei, it's about time. Let us go have some lunch." Dong Xiaolei paused for a moment, then checked his phone. "Brother Sheng, it is already noon. Every time I chat with you, time seems to slip away so swiftly. Come, I shall treat you to lunch." Luo Sheng was nearly amused by Dong Xiaolei's words. Where did this lad find the audacity to make such a statement? We shall discuss it further once we reach our destination. After descending the stairs and settling into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Dong Xiaolei began to glance around restlessly, his hands unsure of where to rest. "Brother Sheng, this car must be quite expensive. I have never seen you ride in one before." Luo Sheng chuckled softly. "It's acceptable. Previously, I was abroad, living rather modestly. If you fancy it, I might just gift it to you later." Dong Xiaolei shook his head. "I cannot become accustomed to such a vehicle. It is meant for someone of your stature, brother. I shall pass." The vehicle soon arrived at its destination, a restaurant named Guantinjian. Dong Xiaolei had not previously heard of this establishment, yet he could not help but notice its grandeur upon stepping out. The stately, vintage architecture exuded an air of nobility. For an average worker, it would likely take considerable courage just to enter and explore. As Luo Sheng alighted from the car, a man in a suit hurriedly approached from the restaurant's entrance. "Mr. Luo, welcome to Guantinjian. A private room has been prepared for you." The restaurant manager, clearly familiar with Luo Sheng, greeted him warmly and led the way. In Luo Sheng's memory, he occasionally dined here, thus the staff were quite accustomed to his presence. Individuals of Luo Sheng's caliber are invariably treated as the utmost VIPs wherever they go. After all, as the eldest son of the Luo family and heir to the Tianlu group, his titles signify unparalleled influence. Upon entering the restaurant, the interior was exquisitely luxurious. Notably, it lacked the usual clamor of typical dining establishments, as it featured only private rooms, ensuring both customer privacy and an undisturbed dining experience. Once seated, the restaurant manager personally attended to them, respectfully presenting the menu to Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei. Luo Sheng casually perused the selections, which included Australian lobsters, king crabs, and perhaps the finest sturgeon caviar, foie gras with black truffle, a 5 wagyu, and a soup of fish maw, abalone, and sea cucumber, all prepared with an artistry surpassing that of other establishments. "Let us proceed with the usual arrangement, perhaps with a slightly lighter flavor," Luo Sheng suggested, then inquired if Dong Xiaolei had any preferences. The latter merely gazed at him with clear eyes and shook his head. Luo Sheng smiled in response. Dong Xiaolei always deferred to him when dining out, even in ordering. He resembled a game character who has allocated all attributes to intelligence, rendering him nearly inept in all other areas, save for matters concerning women. After handing the menu back, Luo Sheng contemplated briefly before addressing the attentive restaurant manager. "Please bring us a bottle of Roman Icani, preferably from a good vintage." "Very well, Mr. Luo. I shall proceed to make the arrangements immediately. Please bear with me for a moment." After the restaurant manager departed, only Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei remained in the private room. Chun Tai and the other bodyguards had been assigned to wait outside from the outset. Seizing a moment during the serving of dishes, Luo Sheng casually inquired, "Xiaolei, have your parents settled in comfortably?" Dong Xiaolei's parents, both retired university professors, resided not in Donghai, but in Jiangshan, which is not too far away. However, Considering the necessity of having Dong Xiaolei nearby for an extended period, accommodations were arranged for his parents in Donghai. At this mention, Dong Xiaolei's expression turned grateful. He had gained first-hand experience of the housing prices and living standards in Donghai during his time here. To encapsulate it succinctly, one word suffices: exorbitant. Everything is costly, especially real estate. Were it not for the generous salary provided by Shanggu each month, he would have never contemplated staying in this city. Chapter 7. You speak of cost-effectiveness? Yet, Donghai City also possesses its own merits. The quality of life is elevated, medical facilities are superior, and the urban landscape flourishes with vibrancy. It is the utmost aspiration and pride of every child to ensure their parents enjoy a life of comfort in their twilight years. Dong Xiaolei is no exception to this sentiment. Indeed, my parents moved here from Jiangsheng a fortnight ago. Shengge, you have no idea. Upon learning that this residence was arranged by you, my parents expressed their desire for me to diligently assist you, insisting that I must not let you down. I have grown weary of their incessant reminders. Luo Sheng chuckled, acknowledging their genuine intentions. Dong Xiaolei shook his head in resignation, sighing as he said, "How could I be unaware of your kindness? Shengge, you are my brother. If I do not assist you, whom shall I help? Furthermore, I aspire to realize our shared dream of establishing a second world. Yet, I have not dared to disclose this to my parents." At this juncture, Luo Sheng regarded Dong Xiaolei with a solemn expression and stated earnestly, "Xiaolei, regarding our shared aspirations, let us refrain from voicing them in the future, understood?" Indeed, Luo Sheng intended to leverage Dong Xiaolei's expertise to construct a virtual world in the future, an entirely controlled second world by Tianluo Group, encompassing all of humanity. However, this grand vision has merely taken its first steps. Observing Luo Sheng's serious demeanor, Dong Xiaolei nodded gravely. "Shengge, I comprehend. You mentioned this to me previously." Soon, the waiter entered the private room, gradually presenting an array of exquisite dishes upon the table. Luo Sheng gestured to the beautifully arranged culinary delights and remarked, "Xiaolei, this is our first meal together since your return to the country. Let us compare the delicacies of our own daxiao with those from abroad." "Very well, Shengge." Dong Xiaolei picked up his chopsticks, poised to sample the dishes, when a faint sound of footsteps approached. Following the sound, he beheld a young maiden clad in an elegant, traditional gown, gliding into the room like a delicate butterfly. Her steps were graceful and composed. Upon reaching the space before the table, she paused, slightly bowing to both gentlemen in a formal gesture of respect. At that moment, a gentle melody, reminiscent of celestial harmonies, began to resonate, flowing like a gentle stream from the surround sound system. As the music played, the maiden parted her lips in a soft smile and began to dance, her movements akin to petals swaying in the breeze. Concurrently, two charming waitresses appeared quietly beside Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei. They crouched gracefully, akin to gentle fawns, skillfully arranging the tableware for the two. However, at that moment, Dong Xiaolei found himself utterly spellbound by the enchanting scene before him, particularly by the waitress who knelt beside him. Her beauty was breathtaking, her fair skin resembling the smoothness of mutton fat jade, and beneath her elegantly arched nose lay a pair of cherry-red lips, alluringly untouched. What is even more enchanting is the faint, elusive fragrance that emanates from her, intoxicating those around her. She delicately extends her slender fingers, carefully scooping a generous spoonful of steaming soup from the bowl. Gently, she blows on the spoon, attempting to cool the broth slightly. Subsequently, with an exquisitely tender gesture, she brings the spoon to Dong Xiaolei's lips, her eyes radiating boundless warmth. Faced with such thoughtful and attentive service, Dong Xiaolei finds his mind momentarily blank, rendered utterly speechless. He gazes at the woman before him, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. In contrast, Luo Sheng outright declines the server's offer to feed him, instead requesting her assistance in cracking the crab. He then savors a glass of freshly opened Roman economy, enjoying both the wine and the graceful dance of the ancient-style maiden. As the meal progresses, Luo Sheng feels little of note, yet Dong Xiaolei is engulfed by discomfort. It is that sensation of being entirely catered to, a feeling he had never encountered even during his dining experiences in America with Luo Sheng. The last time he experienced such treatment was before he turned 3. Nevertheless, it must be said that the cuisine at this restaurant is undeniably exquisite. The multitude of flavors and textures are unlike anything he has ever encountered before. Indeed, the culinary delights of the Great Xia cannot be compared to those abroad. Once both have finished their meal, Luo Sheng summons Chintai. "Sir," Chintai murmurs, bowing slightly. Luo Sheng casually hands him a black gold card, instructing him to settle the bill. Chintai respectfully accepts the card and exits the private room. Soon after, he returns with not only Luo Sheng's black gold card, but also a bill in hand. "Sir, here's the bill." Luo Sheng nods, acknowledging receipt. Dong Xiaolei takes the bill, his eyes widening at the staggering amount of 270,000, promptly stuffing his phone back into his pocket. To spend over 20,000 on a single meal equates to his monthly salary. Most significantly, his salary for the month has yet to be disbursed, and with merely over 100,000 in his account, he cannot even afford to treat himself. Luo Sheng rises from his seat, patting Dong Xiaolei on the shoulder. "Don't just sit there foolishly. Let's go." Once back in the car, Dong Xiaolei rolls down the window and inquires, "So, Shengge, where are we headed next?" Luo Sheng leans back in the rear seat, tilting his head back with closed eyes. "Xiaolei, you have a driving license for the Great Xia, right?" Dong Xiaolei nods affirmatively. "Yes, Shengge. I obtained it during the summer of my high school graduation." "Well, that's good. Now that you're back in the country, I'll take you to get a vehicle for convenience." With that, Luo Sheng turns to Dong Xiaolei again. "Since you mentioned you're not accustomed to a Rolls-Royce, what kind of car do you prefer?" This question leaves Dong Xiaolei at a loss. To be honest, he knows little about cars and has no interest in what is available on the market. Aside from the well-known brands like BMW, Mercedes, and Volkswagen, he is utterly unfamiliar with anything else. Even the decision to obtain a driver's license was instigated by his father, who insisted that a driver's license would become as essential as an identity card, a necessity for everyone. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Xiaolei spoke up. "Shengge, how about you arrange for me a Toyota? A Volkswagen would suffice as well." I recall seeing online that many people praise the cost-effectiveness of these two brands. "You could help me select the model." In Dong Xiaolei's view, when making a purchase, one should certainly seek value for money. If so many people endorse them, they must be reliable. However, Luo Sheng promptly dismissed his notion. "What nonsense! Only ordinary folks concern themselves with the so-called value for money. You would forego a Rolls-Royce Phantom to discuss cost-effectiveness?" "Tian Dai," Luo Sheng called out to the front passenger seat. Chintai immediately bowed his head and turned around. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "Take me to the Bentley flagship store." "Certainly, sir." Chapter 8 sees the satisfaction upon the arrival of the convoy at the Bentley flagship store. The beautiful saleswoman at the entrance immediately recognized the presence of a significant client and eagerly approached to offer her warm welcome. However, the bodyguard, who had descended from the imposing Mercedes-Benz G-Class, promptly positioned himself 5 meters away to intercept her. The saleswoman had never encountered a client accompanied by such a formidable entourage. Yet this did not diminish her enthusiasm. Even from a distance, she maintained a respectful demeanor, greeting, "Esteemed guest, welcome to the Bentley flagship store." Luo Sheng merely cast a glance in her direction before leading Dong Xiaolei into the showroom. As they entered, their group captured the attention of everyone present. It was an undeniable spectacle. Anyone would find it difficult to remain inconspicuous surrounded by a dozen bodyguards clad in black. Once inside, Luo Sheng strolled leisurely past each vehicle. Despite the store manager and sales staff making several attempts to approach him with vehicle introductions, they were met with an unwavering barrier, halted several meters away without his consent. After surveying the showroom, Luo Sheng approached the latest model of the Continental GT convertible and inquired, "What do you think of this one?" Dong Xiaolei, gazing at the sleek body of the car, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Bro, this car is absolutely stunning." However, upon seeing the price, his jaw dropped in astonishment. "Bro, this car is too expensive. Should we consider a different one?" Luo Sheng furrowed his brow. "Let us take it for a spin. If you're satisfied, we'll proceed with the purchase." At Luo Sheng's gesture, Dong Xiaolei opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. his hands caressing the steering wheel as his eyes roamed the luxurious interior. He had never imagined that at such a young age, he would find himself seated in a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Luo Sheng patted Dong Xiaolei on the shoulder, asking, "Do you like it?" Dong Xiaolei, overwhelmed with excitement, could only nod vigorously. "Communicate the details with the sales staff, and once you've finalized your decision, come find me. I will be waiting in the lounge." Their conversation was clearly audible to the store personnel. Under the guidance of the store manager, Luo Sheng, accompanied by his entourage of bodyguards, proceeded to the VIP lounge. At that moment, a charming saleswoman in black stockings approached with a cheerful demeanor. After greeting Dong Xiaolei, she effortlessly slid into the passenger seat beside him. "Hello there, handsome. My name is Millie. Do you like this car?" Feeling the warmth of her presence almost enveloping him, Dong Xiaolei became somewhat flustered. "Why you hello? This car is quite nice." Millie, recognizing his nervousness, deduced that he was inexperienced. With this realization, she felt confident that this sale was all but secured. Extending her left hand, she subtly placed it on Dong Xiaolei's thigh and began to elaborate on the vehicle-less features. This bold move sent a rush of blood to Dong Xiaolei's face, igniting feelings he had never experienced before. Sensing the change in his demeanor, Millie grew bolder, her intentions shifting from merely closing the sale to captivating the young man beside her. The reason was simple. Despite not knowing who he truly was or his standing, she was intrigued. However, the man who brought him here was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely a prominent figure. Judging by his demeanor towards him, it was evident that they shared a cordial relationship, like attracts like. Thus, having this imposing young man before him was certainly advantageous. Just as Millie continued her conversation with Dong Xiaolei, a meticulously dressed young man entered the scene. Upon catching sight of Dong Xiaolei, clad in casual sportswear and still bearing the innocence of youth, seated in the Continental GT convertible, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Yet, he quickly diverted his gaze, searching among the approaching sales personnel for something. The other sales staff clearly recognized this young man. One of them approached and exclaimed, "Young Master Wong, what brings you here today? Are you looking to view a particular model?" Young Master Wong cast a dismissive glance at the salesperson, clearly unimpressed, and commanded, "Where's Millie? Have her come to assist me." The salesperson, feeling awkward, glanced in Dong Xiaolei's direction and replied, "Young Master Wong, Millie is currently attending to another customer. Would you like me to assist you instead?" Following the salesperson's gaze, young Master Wong noticed that Millie was indeed engaged in lively conversation with the very individual he had just looked down upon. This revelation ignited a fury within young Master Wong, who sternly addressed the salesperson. "What does this mean? Am I to believe that my status is inferior to that of a mere boy?" He pointed disdainfully in Dong Xiaolei's direction. What a joke. He had long set his sights on Millie and intended to seize the opportunity today. How could she be seated in the car, laughing and chatting with someone who might not even have 1,000 yuan in his pocket? Was this not a public humiliation for him? Though young Master Wong's voice was not loud, his words reverberated throughout the previously serene showroom. Dong Xiaolei's face flushed with embarrassment, and Millie noticed the newcomer, grappling with whether to exit the vehicle. At that moment, the manager of the Bentley showroom hurried over. Upon recognizing the young man, he smiled warmly. "Ah, young Master Wong. Welcome. This young gentleman is our esteemed guest today." Young Master Wong scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. "Young, are you out of your mind? This mere boy can be considered a distinguished guest?" Just as the manager was about to clarify, Luo Sheng approached slowly, flanked by a formidable entourage of bodyguards. He glanced at the young man and remarked coolly, "My associates do not deserve to be called esteemed guests. Are you worthy of such a title?" Young Master Wong scrutinized Luo Sheng, noting his youth yet commanding presence. Though intimidated, he stubbornly retorted, "And who might you be? What pretense is this?" Yet inwardly he pondered, "Goodness, who is this young master with such an imposing aura, accompanied by so many bodyguards? While I, Wangzhe, may not be the pinnacle of the second generation in Donghai, my family's wealth is certainly in the billions. I have encountered many young masters, yet none exuded such a commanding presence, let alone with a retinue of trained bodyguards. Am I perhaps confronting someone formidable?" A cold smile curled at the corners of Luo Sheng's mouth as he turned to approach Dong Yajun, leaving behind a terse remark, "Chun Tai, take care of this." Chun Tai bowed his head in acknowledgement, responding, "Understood, sir." With a swift motion of his hand, two burly men clad in black rushed forward, spreading their arms wide as if to force Wang Zhe out. Watching Luo Sheng's retreating figure, Wang Zhe felt a surge of indignation. Was the other party truly so disdainful as to not spare him even a word? "Hey, let go. On what grounds do you think you can expel me?" Pushing aside the bodyguard's arm, Wang Zhe felt deeply humiliated. Damn it, they are exceedingly arrogant, clearing the scene at the slightest provocation. I have never acted in such a manner. He turned to the hesitant manager Yang beside him, his tone laced with hostility. Chapter 9. Seize the moment for yourself upon being called out. Yang, the shopkeeper, offered an awkward smile. He had originally wished to remain inconspicuous. The memory of the gilded business card handed to him by a man named Chun Tai in the VIP lounge lingered in his mind. The card boldly proclaimed, Minister Chun Tai of the Safety Management Department, Tian Luo Group, Global Headquarters. The card still lay in his pocket, a tangible reminder of his encounter. He refrained from inquiring about the identity of the young man he considered as a mentor, yet it was undeniable that he belonged to the upper echelons of Tian Luo Group. With this realization, even though young Master Wang was a regular patron of their store, Yang knew he must first prioritize his own safety. My apologies, young Master Wang. Perhaps you might consider leaving for today? I assure you, I shall come to apologize in person tomorrow. Although such words might still offend, Yang felt he had no alternative. The young man present today held too exalted a status to be trifled with, and Yang dared not cross him. Wang Zhe, upon hearing Yang's words, widened his eyes in disbelief. This insolent fellow, who usually treated him with utmost respect, now dared to suggest he leave? His gaze shifted towards Millie, who met his eyes from a distance, further fueling his indignation. However, the multitude surrounding him rendered any aggressive action futile. Thus, Wang Zhe spat out a threat. "You just wait, kid. If the mountain doesn't move, the water will." Just as he turned to leave, Chun Tai seized him by the nape, pinning him to the ground with the ease of restraining a chick. To speak disrespectfully before the gentleman comes with consequences. Chun Tai's cold voice resonated. Wang Zhe, in a state of panic, attempted to glance at Chun Tai, but found himself immobilized as though ensnared by iron arms. Struggling, he shouted, "Do you know who I am? My father will not let this go." Chun Tai tightened his grip, unyielding to any threats uttered in the presence of the gentleman. The atmosphere in the establishment grew tense. Silence enveloping the crowd, who dared not utter a sound. From a distance, Luo Sheng's voice cut through the stillness. "Chun Tai, do not disrupt others' business. Take it outside." "Understood, sir," Chun Tai replied succinctly, and alongside two bodyguards, they escorted Wang Zhe out of the exhibition hall without any hindrance. Disregarding such trivial matters, Luo Sheng approached Dong Xiaolei, inquiring, "How is the car looking? If all is well, we shall finalize the deal." Dong Xiaolei nodded with excitement. "Brother Sheng, everything is perfect. I truly appreciate your help." Luo Sheng patted his shoulder. No need for formality between brothers. At that moment, Millie quickly composed herself, smiling as she said, "Gentlemen, we will finalize the paperwork shortly, and we will also provide some premium automotive accessories as a gift." Luo Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Before long, Chun Tai returned with Wang Zhe, whose sleeve bore traces of blood. Luo Sheng merely cast a glance before continuing his conversation with Dong Xiaolei regarding the vehicle. Once all the paperwork was completed, Millie approached Dong Xiaolei with a bag of documents, her face aglow with a radiant smile. "Brother Dong, your paperwork is now fully processed. The blue Continental GT convertible you desire is conveniently available at the dealership, and you'll be able to drive it away shortly." Dong Xiaolei graciously accepted the documents from Millie and replied, "Thank you for your assistance. Let us proceed to collect the vehicle." As he settled into the true embodiment of his own Continental GT, it was impossible for him to deny the exhilaration coursing through him. Although he perceived the car to lack value for money, it undeniably exuded an allure. Much like how a woman, despite knowing the true worth of a diamond ring, cannot resist the temptation of its gleaming splendor, men are similarly captivated. though these luxurious vehicles costing several million may only be driven at modest speeds within the city. Akin to those worth hundreds of thousands, their striking aesthetics command attention. Donggu, let us connect on WeChat. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Millie's voice snapped Dong Xiaolei back to reality. Gazing at the enchanting figure by the car door, he found no reason to decline. He promptly retrieved his phone and added her as a friend. Upon departing from the Bentley flagship store, Dong Xiaolei opted to ride with Luo Sheng in a Rolls-Royce. Not because it was more expensive, but rather because it had been years since he last drove during his driving test. He anticipated that once he returned to the park, he would need to dedicate time to practice. Otherwise, he might find himself in need of repairs before even leaving the dealership. The newly acquired vehicle would be entrusted to a bodyguard for driving duties. Seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Dong Xiaolei reiterated his gratitude to Luo Sheng for the events that had just transpired. Shenggu, I am fortunate to have had you intervene. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Luo Sheng waved his hand dismissively, stating that such individuals were insignificant and not worth his concern. However, it is indeed time for you to refresh your wardrobe. Back in school, you favored sportswear, but now you are the head of the technology park. It is high time for a change. Dong Xiaolei shyly replied, but Shenggu, I find this outfit comfortable. Xiaolei, be my advice, this afternoon, seek out a place to purchase a few decent outfits, Luo Sheng advised earnestly. But Shenggu, I'm not adept at shopping for myself. This is something I cannot assist you with. My own wardrobe is entirely managed by Meng Qing, Luo Sheng remarked, before suddenly recalling something. He pulled out his phone and transferred 2 million directly to Dong Xiaolei. Dong Xiaolei was taken aback by this extraordinary gesture. What does this mean, Shenggu? A transfer without any discussion? Before he could voice his thoughts, Luo Sheng interjected, did you not just add that sales representative as a friend? If necessary, arrange to meet her. Let her accompany you. Additionally, I will have a Mercedes G-Class and 2 drivers arranged for you. Consider today a day off. Make the most of it. With that, he flashed Dong Xiaolei a knowing smile. Despite having followed Luo Sheng for quite some time, Dong Xiaolei remained a novice in many ways. At first, Luo Sheng believed that his lack of interest in women, or perhaps his shyness, was not something to be forced. It was only upon returning to his homeland that he realized his aversion to Western women. However, Shenggu, would it be inappropriate to invite her directly? Dong Xiaolei inquired with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Luo Sheng replied with a smile, have faith in yourself. Once you extend the invitation, the one named Millie will be even more enthusiastic than you. Ultimately, Dong Xiaolei disembarked from the vehicle, still somewhat skeptical. Yet, as he glanced at the text message notification announcing a deposit of 2 million, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Such a sum. How could he possibly spend it? It was quite the conundrum. Chapter 10. Racing the Rolls-Royce Phantom glided along the road, and inside, Chintai softly inquired, Sir, where we headed now? Luo Sheng reclined against the back seat, contemplating whether to return to Chiun Mountain Villa, when his phone vibrated with an incoming call. He glanced at the screen, which displayed a contact named Qin Jun. This individual was the eldest son of the Qin family in Donghai City and a close friend of the original owner of Luo Sheng's body. The Qin family primarily engaged in the insurance and financial sectors, standing among the few leading enterprises within the realm of Daxia. Upon answering the call, before Luo Sheng could utter a word, Qin Jun's voice resonated through the receiver. Shenggu, what are you up to? I just finished some business outside and was about to head back to the villa, Luo Sheng replied. Don't go back. Come to the Donghai International Circuit instead. I've invited a few friends over this afternoon for some fun, and we can hit the bar together later tonight. The Donghai International Circuit is one of the rare large-scale international standard racetracks in Daxia, typically open to the public only when there are no events scheduled. Local amateur racing enthusiasts from Donghai and nearby areas often seize this opportunity to bring their prized vehicles onto the track for a few exhilarating laps, while also expanding their social circles. After all, the cars that are allowed entry are seldom the modest family sedans, but rather luxury vehicles starting in the millions. I can come, but I didn't bring my own car today, Luo Sheng stated. Shenggu, what are you talking about? Once you arrive, you won't just be sitting idly beside us. I'll make arrangements. Qin Jun insisted. All right, but let us be clear. I won't be driving anything below 10 million. Xingu, as long as you come, I'll let you drive my LaFerrari. How does that sound? Wait for me. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaolei sat in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, pondering how to spend his money. He had just messaged Millie, the Bentley sales representative, hoping she would accompany him to shop for some clothes, claiming he needed her advice. To his surprise, she not only replied promptly, but also asked him to send her a location so she could take a cab to meet him right away. This truly validated Dong Xiaolei's belief in what Sheng had said. He truly was a remarkable elder brother. Thus, he chose a nearby shopping mall and sent Millie the location. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up his phone again to search for hotels near the mall. On the other side, Luo Sheng's Rolls-Royce sped towards the Donghai International Circuit. Shortly, he arrived at the venue. At the entrance of the circuit, Qin Zhen lounged atop the hood of his red LaFerrari, accompanied by a beautiful young woman. Upon spotting Luo Sheng and his entourage of bodyguards, he eagerly approached and embraced Luo Sheng. "Xingu, you finally made it." Luo Sheng smiled as he glanced at the girl behind Qin Zhen. "You've got yourself a new girlfriend again, haven't you?" For an ordinary person, such a remark would likely incite a flurry of embarrassment. Reflecting on the scene, Qin Zhen casually remarked, "Brother Sheng, this is Sasha, a renowned internet celebrity with millions of followers." He then turned to the young woman and called out, "Aren't you going to greet him?" Sasha, embodying the charm of a delicate beauty, stepped forward with a hint of shyness, her soft and sweet voice resonating. "Hello, Brother Sheng." Luo Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. Qin Zhen retrieved the car keys from his pocket, gesturing towards the striking red LaFerrari parked behind him, saying, "Brother Sheng, the car is right there. Please be gentle today." Luo Sheng accepted the keys, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the group entered the racetrack, they were met by a throng of luxury car owners and racing enthusiasts. Most recognized Qin Zhen, but were unfamiliar with Luo Sheng. However, the sight of Luo Sheng accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, coupled with Qin Zhen's warm welcome, led many to deduce that he was no ordinary guest. Qin Zhen escorted Luo Sheng to the reserved lounge area he had arranged. There, 3 individuals were seated, all friends invited by Qin Zhen. Though not intimately acquainted with Luo Sheng, they were aware of his identity. Upon realizing that Qin Zhen had indeed arranged for Luo Sheng's visit, they all stood to greet him. Qin Zhen stepped forward, saying, "Brother Sheng, I believe you remember these 3. We have dined together before." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng recalled their identities. Wang Yaozong, whose family operated outdoor sports products with exclusive stores across various provinces. Li Su, whose family ran a chain of restaurants encompassing hot pot, buffet, and cuisine. And Chun Feng, whose family was involved in venture capital, boasting the most substantial wealth among the trio. These affluent young men shared a good rapport with Qin Zhen and had dined with Luo Sheng on 2 occasions. "Young Master Qin, since young Master Luo has arrived, shall we warm up with a few laps?" Li Su suggested. "Certainly," Qin Zhen replied, moving toward the nearby yellow Lamborghini Aventador. "Brother Sheng, don't hold back. Show the brothers your skills," Qin Zhen encouraged, noticing Luo Sheng still seated in the car. Luo Sheng chuckled and opened the door of the LaFerrari, settling into the driver's seat. Once everyone was prepared, the thunderous roar of the Ferrari's engine erupted as Luo Sheng accelerated away like a bolt from the blue. Luo Sheng was no stranger to racing. In fact, he was quite familiar with it. He had been a regular at the Donghai International Circuit. With a family collection of numerous world-class supercars, it would be a shame not to take them for a spin on the racetrack. After completing a lap, the group parked their cars and engaged in casual conversation in the lounge. Qin Zhen proposed a friendly match against an amateur racing team next door, noting that he was acquainted with their captain. Luo Sheng had no objections. Otherwise, racing among themselves would lack excitement. Qin Zhen soon returned, "Brother Sheng, Li Jun from next door wishes to meet you." Luo Sheng smiled and inquired, "Li Jun? Is he from the Lin Supercar Club?" "Indeed, Sheng. Li Jun has long wished to meet you." Upon learning of your arrival, he expressed a desire to pay his respects. As Qin Zhen's words faded, another hearty voice emerged from behind. "Young Master Luo, I hope you will excuse my uninvited presence." Li Jun, clad in a stylish racing suit, entered the lounge area where Luo Sheng and his companions were gathered. Luo Sheng possessed a fair degree of familiarity with Li Jun. His father had previously engaged in real estate within the country before shifting to Southeast Asia, focusing on high-end residential projects. However, Li Jun himself was disinclined towards the real estate sector and subsequently founded the Lin Supercar Club in Daxia. "May I inquire what brings President Li here?" Luo Sheng asked nonchalantly. Li Jun approached with a smile, extending his hand to shake Luo Sheng's. "I have long admired your reputation, young Master Luo. Today, it is a rare occasion to encounter you, and I thought it prudent to introduce myself. After we complete a couple of laps together, I hope you would do me the honor of joining me for dinner this evening." Luo Sheng rose, casually patting Li Jun's shoulder. "Let us postpone the dinner discussion for another time. For now, let us take to the racetrack." Chapter 11. Next time, bring someone understanding. In the presence of individuals like Li Jun, Luo Sheng had encountered numerous similar characters. Each one yearned to establish a connection with him. However, to speak candidly, there were scarcely any peers within the vast realm of Great Xia who could engage with him as equals. Luo Sheng lacked the inclination to entertain these younger individuals. Li Jun offered an awkward smile, fully aware that this was their first encounter, and given his familial background, it was entirely reasonable for him to go unnoticed by Luo Sheng. Soon, the conversation shifted to the upcoming competition. "Although our team is amateur, we possess a modicum of skill. I hope everyone enjoys themselves today," Li Jun expressed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the race was about to commence, the drivers took their positions. At the sound of the starting signal, the vehicles surged forward. With his exceptional driving prowess, Luo Sheng swiftly took the lead, while Li Jun closely pursued him. As they approached a bend, Li Jun took a daring risk to overtake, but inadvertently scraped against the protective barrier, causing his speed to plummet. Noticing this, Luo Sheng chose not to accelerate and instead slightly reduced his speed, allowing Li Jun to catch up. On the subsequent stretch of track, Luo Sheng, utilizing the outstanding performance of his Ferrari alongside his remarkable driving skills, consistently maintained a significant advantage over Li Jun ultimately. Without a hint of suspense, Luo Sheng crossed the finish line in first place. Whether this achievement was a testament to genuine skill or merely the product of social connections remained an open question. After the race concluded, Li Jun and the others gathered around, showering Luo Sheng with compliments. Many, having learned of his identity during their earlier exchanges, sought to seize the opportunity to befriend him or exchange contact information. However, they were all thwarted by Chun Tai and a multitude of bodyguards. At that moment, Qin Zhen emerged from the luxurious vehicle. "Shengge, the time has come. Let us find a place to dine." In the evening, within a private room of an upscale Chinese restaurant, Luo Sheng, Qin Zhen, and several others sat around a round table. Apart from Luo Sheng, each individual was accompanied by a strikingly beautiful companion. Despite the stark contrast, none dared to jest about this in Luo Sheng's presence. As the esteemed heir of the Luo family, he could summon an entourage of admirers at a moment's notice. At the dining table, considering their impending drive, they replaced alcoholic beverages with refreshments. Nevertheless, the atmosphere gradually grew lively as they raised their glasses and exchanged pleasantries. Once everyone had nearly finished their meal, Qingjin finally spoke up. "Shengge, I've heard that the land in the west of the city is set for development. Can you bring your brothers along for some fun?" Luo Sheng set down his chopsticks and regarded the expectant Qingjin. "Where did you hear this? I generally do not concern myself with such matters." Qingjin chuckled. "Shengge, is there any need to keep this from the brothers? The entire circle is buzzing with this news." Luo Sheng pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. "To my knowledge, the group currently has no plans to participate. However, if you all have ideas, feel free to explore them." At this juncture, the companion beside, Li Su, playfully interjected. "Shengge, why forfeit such a splendid opportunity? Are there better projects you are keeping from us?" Rosheng squinted at her, remaining silent. Upon hearing the beautiful woman beside him speak, Li Su quickly reprimanded. "Is this a place for you to voice your opinion?" The young lady appeared somewhat aggrieved, hesitating to respond. Qin Zhen, visibly displeased, turned to Li Su and remarked, "Li Su, next time you bring a girl out, ensure she possesses some decorum." He then addressed the young lady, saying, "It's getting late. You should take a taxi home." Qin Zhen's words were devoid of any compassion, leaving the girl at a loss. She tugged at Li Su's arm, seeking solace and support from him. However, Li Su had no intention of indulging her. They had known each other for less than 2 days. If it weren't for her attractive visage and commendable figure, he would have long since lost interest. Nonetheless, Li Su was not one to take advantage of others. He withdrew his phone, transferring 2,000 yuan to her, and coldly stated, "Did you not hear what Qin Shao said? I've transferred you 2,000 yuan. Go enjoy your evening." The young lady stood momentarily stunned, her gaze meeting Li Su's unsympathetic expression before she silently picked up her bag and departed. In contrast, the female companions of the other 3 men were exceptionally perceptive. Throughout the evening, they maintained smiles while linking arms with their partners, serving them food, and occasionally picking up napkins to wipe their lips. Their demeanor exuded compliance and tranquility. Following this minor interruption, the conversation shifted away from the developments in the Western city. Minutes later, the door to the private room swung open, and a man in an exquisitely tailored suit hurried in, whispering a few words into Luo Sheng's ear while handing him a car key. Luo Sheng accepted it and waved for the man to leave. Noticing the puzzled expressions of those present, he smiled and explained, "Before our meal, I instructed my subordinates to bring the car over." As he spoke, he raised his hand to display the key emblazoned with the letters EB. Qin Jun, upon seeing the key, seemed to recall something, uncertainly asking, "Brother Sheng, did you bring that car here directly? What else would I do?" "You're familiar with the emblem," Luo Sheng replied with a smile. Qin Jun immediately sprang to his feet, excitement evident in his voice. "No way, I need to see it. Is the car parked outside?" Wang Yaozong, Li Su, and Chen Feng were left bewildered. They recognized the Bugatti emblem, a brand exceedingly rare in the Great Xia, with various models priced in the tens of millions. However, as the heir of the Luo family, it was not surprising for him to possess such a top-tier supercar. Yet, why was Qin Jun so animated? Luo Sheng motioned for calm, chuckling, "Do not rush. We have yet to finish our meal." Wang Yaozong chimed in, "Indeed, Qin Shao, the car won't drive off on its own. What's the hurry? Do you know what kind of car is parked outside?" Qin Jun's voice still held a hint of excitement. "A Bugatti," Wang Yaozong responded. Qin Jun smiled and continued, "Yes, it's indeed a Bugatti, but it is the Night Whisperer, a model limited to just one in the entire world." At this revelation, Wang Yaozong and the other 2 could no longer maintain their composure. "Not at all. Qin Shao, you jest. Was it not mentioned that this vehicle is in the possession of a foreigner?" "Indeed, I have heard it was purchased by an elderly gentleman from abroad." Qin Jun glanced at the smiling but silent Luo Sheng and explained, "All of this is merely a smokescreen. Do not concern yourselves with who officially acquired the vehicle. In any case, it currently resides with young Master Luo, parked just outside." Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozong became agitated. "Young Master Luo, shall we pause our discussion for now? We can continue at the bar later." Observing the eagerness of the group, Luo Sheng chose not to insist further. He rose and, along with the others, proceeded towards the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 12. Am I your father? At this moment, in the parking space by the entrance, a sleek black supercar, resembling a king of the night, stood quietly. 2 bodyguards clad in black stood sentinel at the front and rear of the vehicle. Upon recognizing the legendary Bugatti Chiron Nocturne, Qin Jun and his companions eagerly approached, caressing its exterior. "Have you all had enough? This is a sports car, not a beauty," Luo Sheng remarked, standing behind them with one hand in his pocket, amusement dancing in his eyes. Regaining his composure, Qin Jun stepped forward to Luo Sheng and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother Sheng, are we not brothers?" Anticipating what the other might say, Luo Sheng tossed the car keys to him with a hint of annoyance. "It's just a car. If you want to drive it, just say so. Don't keep asking if we're brothers." Ecstatic, Qin Jun caught the keys and replied, "I was merely worried you might be reluctant." Meanwhile, Wang Yaozong and the others could only watch in silence. They lacked the audacity to request the keys from Luo Sheng, as their relationship had not yet reached that level of familiarity. After deciding on their next destination, Qin Jun and his female companion settled into the Chiron, while Luo Sheng took the wheel of his red LaFerrari. Wang Yaozong and his companions drove their own luxurious vehicles, including Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, and Porsches. As for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Luo Sheng had arranged for someone to return it while they were at it. With the engines of the supercars roaring to life, They sped through the streets of Donghai City, closely followed by four Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. The opulence of their convoy turned heads among pedestrians and passing cars alike. Countless office workers, having just finished their shifts, fantasized about how exhilarating it would be to be seated within such supercars. In the most bustling area of Donghai City at night stood a high-end bar named Golden Count. Renowned locally, it attracted a plethora of luxury vehicles every evening. However, due to the prime location, parking spaces at the bar were limited. Only those of a certain status could park directly outside, while others were relegated to the underground garage beside the establishment. Unsurprisingly, the cars driven by Luo Sheng and his companions far exceeded the standard. Before their convoy even reached the entrance, the security personnel had already moved the traffic cones aside, standing respectfully to guide their parking. Groups of young men and women took notice of the approaching vehicles, quickly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Some who rarely frequented the bar gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the cars. Wow, it's a LaFerrari. So cool. And an Aston Martin and a Lamborghini. These are my dream cars. Did you see that black Bugatti behind? I think it's the Nocturne. Aren't there only a limited number of those in the world? Is that for real? I can't believe I'm seeing the only one. Is that Bugatti really that impressive? Is it more expensive than a Ferrari? Isn't that obvious? The acquisition of the luxury vehicle was approximately 30 million, while the knight's voice commanded at least over 100 million, with no market available. A single car equated to the price of a residence in Huangpu No. 1. Upon their arrival, Luo Sheng and his companions, guided by security, parked the car and disembarked, instantly provoking a chorus of astonished gasps from the surrounding young women. Not only were they driving an extraordinarily valuable supercar, but they also exuded youth and charm. Some of the younger women, had it not been for their companions restraining them, would have dashed forward eagerly. They fervently chided those beside them. Let me go. Allow me to approach. If I miss this opportunity, who knows when I will have another chance. Meanwhile, the two friends holding her back were concerned about her hefty stature, fearing she might be knocked down by the bodyguards after rushing forward. The presence of Luo Sheng and his group briefly stirred commotion at the entrance of the bar. They exchanged knowing smiles, as if accustomed to such attention, and proceeded to enter the establishment. Originally, Qin Jun proposed enjoying the main hall due to its vibrant atmosphere and the bar's signature girl group performances. However, Luo Sheng deemed it too raucous and opted for a quieter private room. Once they were all seated, the bar's marketing manager, Lu Qian, elegantly dressed in a black professional outfit and holding an iPad, entered with a cheerful demeanor. She was well aware of the identities of the patrons present that evening. Young Master Luo, young Master Qin, it has been a while since your last visit. Qin Jun took the iPad to peruse its contents, while Luo Sheng casually embraced Lu Qian, who melted into his arms, playfully letting out a soft gasp. At 25, Lu Qian was in the prime of her allure, possessing striking features and an exquisite makeup that, combined with her unique charm, captivated many customers. Under normal circumstances, Lu Qian would not easily yield to others, even longtime clients who merely exchanged flirtatious banter with her. However, Luo Sheng was no ordinary guest. He was the scion of the Luo family, among the wealthiest and most influential in the region. Women, whether single or married, often found themselves irresistibly drawn to formidable men. Nevertheless, Luo Sheng's embrace was more playful than serious. He had no genuine intentions beyond the flirtation. Gently caressing Luo Sheng's chest, Lu Qian spoke softly, "Young Master Luo, do you wish for my company tonight?" Luo Sheng reclined with one leg propped on the table, one arm around Lu Qian, the other resting on the back of the sofa. "Your imagination is quite fanciful. Keeping you here is merely for the purpose of sharing drinks." When it came to women from the nightlife scene, Luo Sheng never sought deeper connections, preferring casual interactions, hugs, drinks, and lightheartedness. The reasons were straightforward. First, his family lacked for high-quality young women. Second, he had no inclination for commitment. Lu Qian had anticipated that Luo Sheng would not be interested in women from their background, so she remained indifferent. "Mr. Luo, my alcohol tolerance is quite poor. If I happen to get drunk, will you take care of me?" "Taking care of you is your father's responsibility, not mine," Luo Sheng replied with a smirk. Lu Qian playfully swatted him. "Aren't you just like my father?" Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Qin Jin had just ordered some drinks, which were merely the usual selections found in bars, such as the so-called Ace of Spades and Louis XIII. After confirming the order with Luo Sheng, he instructed the waiter to prepare the drinks. Just as the waiter left, the door swung open, and a group of elegantly dressed beauties entered the private room in succession. Chapter 13, The Tragedy of the Little People in the private room, stood over 20 young women, each adorned in distinct styles of attire, all seemingly in their 20s. Perhaps they had received prior notice that the evening's guests were of a distinguished nature, for not a single girl wore a sullen expression. They endeavored to present themselves in the most alluring and enchanting manner possible. Qin Jin and his companions, seasoned in such affairs, unabashedly scrutinized the young ladies before them. "Shengge, why not choose two more to accompany you?" Qin Jin inquired. Luo Sheng released his arm from around LV Qian, rose from his seat, and strode forward. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he leisurely surveyed each beauty, his gaze unabashedly assessing them from head to toe. After completing his appraisal, Luo Sheng turned to LV Qian without looking back and remarked, "Your general Su must have known I was coming tonight. He has laid out all the finest delicacies." LV Qian chuckled. "Luo Shao, how would you say that? Since you honor us with your presence at our Golden Earl, we must strive to ensure your satisfaction. Had General Su not been out of town, he would undoubtedly have come to enjoy the evening with you." Returning to the sofa, Luo Sheng crossed his legs and declared, "Since General Su has shown such consideration, why choose? Let them all stay." Upon hearing this, the young women wasted no time and immediately gathered around. Among them, Luo Sheng was the most favored. It was evident to all that he was the star of the evening, a figure of significant esteem, even deserving of the attention of their boss, General Su. Before long, an array of exquisite beverages began to grace the table. LV Qian first poured a glass of Louis XIII for Luo Sheng, then filled her own glass. "Luo Shao, I toast to you," she said, downing her drink in one go. Luo Sheng accepted the glass with a smile and took a sip. Meanwhile, the other young ladies attended to him, some toasting with drinks, while others offered fruits. The atmosphere quickly reached a crescendo. Qin Jin had even taken a bottle of Ace of Spades and was playfully drenching one of the girls beside him. Just as the revelry reached its zenith, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open with great force. A man clad in a server's uniform, his countenance dark, burst in. Following closely behind were Chun Tai and two bodyguards, who swiftly subdued the intruder, pinning him to the ground. "Sir, this man is impersonating a server," Chun Tai began to explain. Luo Sheng raised his hand, signaling Chun Tai to cease his words, for he wished to ascertain the intentions of this unwelcome interloper. Wang Yaozong, who had been selecting songs, instinctively paused the music. The man on the ground struggled fiercely for a moment, only to realize his efforts were futile and subsequently surrendered. He lifted his head to glare at LV Qian, seated on the sofa, his eyes brimming with fury. "Qian, did you not say you wouldn't accompany anyone?" He spat at LV Qian. LV Qian, slightly flustered, adjusted her disheveled attire and rose with a frown. "Chunyu, what are you doing here?" The man, identified as Chunyu, was firmly restrained on the floor. Though many envied him for having such a beautiful girlfriend, he relished in that admiration. However, in his eyes, a bar is not a place where respectable women would choose to work, regardless of whether their role is in marketing. Thus, Chunyu has always opposed her decision to take up employment there. Each time, Lu Qian would counter his objections with the promise of a higher income, asserting it was for their future together, effectively silencing him. Were it not for a message from one of Lu Qian's colleagues today, he would remain oblivious to the unfolding events. As Chunyu listened to Lu Qian's accusations, he managed to force out a response. "What am I here for? If I don't come, you will end up in bed with another man." Just as Lu Qian was about to clarify, she was abruptly pulled back into the embrace of Luo Sheng behind her. "Do not forget, your primary task tonight is to drink with me," he stated indifferently, barely glancing at the man on the floor. With no choice, Lu Qian leaned against Luo Sheng, allowing him to hold her as she said, "Chunyu, you should go back. I will explain everything after work." The man on the ground attempted to voice his protest, but Luo Sheng, growing impatient, directed his words at Chun Tai. "What are you waiting for? Take him away." The two bodyguards exchanged glances and promptly seized Chenyu, dragging him off forcibly. Lu Qian, how could you betray my trust? Sob. The bodyguards swiftly silenced Chenyu, escorting him out of the private room. Chen Tai bowed respectfully to Luo Sheng before exiting as well. As for what would become of Chenyu or his subsequent actions, Luo Sheng held no interest. The scenarios portrayed in novels and films, where underdogs turn their fortunes around and eliminate their oppressors, exist only in the realm of fantasy. The reality is that once dragged away, he might find himself utterly incapacitated, compensated, and then disappear without a trace. Throughout this ordeal, Luo Sheng would not need to intervene, nor would he need to lift a finger. The unfortunate man would never even learn Luo Sheng's name. Inside the private room, silence descended following Chenyu's unexpected intrusion. Luo Sheng leisurely picked up the microphone from the table, resumed drinking, and the music continued to play, while his demeanor appeared calm. The recent events instilled a sense of fear among the women present regarding this man. In contrast, Qin Zhen and his companions acted as if nothing had transpired, continuing to embrace their companions, drinking, singing, and dancing. They had encountered similar situations before, particularly when picking up girls near certain universities where boyfriends would often confront them, leading to dramatic breakups. Yet, ultimately, the women would still climb into their sports cars to enjoy the night with them. Ironically, those same women would later attempt to forge lasting connections with them. They were all adults. Indulging in such escapades once or twice should suffice. Yet they took it seriously. Lu Qian, somewhat distracted, raised her glass and apologized to Luo Sheng. Young Master Luo, I had no idea how Chenyu managed to come here. Luo Sheng raised a finger, silencing her before she could continue. Your personal matters do not pique my interest. However, it would be prudent for you to refrain from seeing that young gentleman in the future. Otherwise, your tenure here may be rather brief. Luo Sheng's tone was exceedingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Lu Qian, perplexed, could only nod in agreement. She resolved to seek out Chenyu for a thorough explanation after finishing work that evening. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who had remained mostly silent and somewhat inconspicuous, pushed aside the beauty beside him and approached Luo Sheng, holding a glass of wine. Young Master Luo, I would like to propose a toast to you. I frequently hear my father speak of the Luo family, and I have longed for an opportunity to engage in conversation with you. Luo Sheng regarded the seemingly refined Chen Feng before accepting the wine glass from a nearby beauty and replied, if I recall correctly, your family is involved in venture capital. Chen Feng's expression brightened. He was pleasantly surprised that young Master Luo remembered the nature of his family's business. Chapter 14. A fulfilling day, he once presumed that a person of his stature would be regarded by Luo Shao as inconsequential, akin to a mere fish in a river. Hardly worthy of mention, let alone remembrance. Although Chen Feng was among the elite second-generation rich in the Donghai circle, he felt insignificant in comparison to Luo Shao. Indeed, he hoped for an opportunity to befriend Luo Shao. Luo Sheng smiled gently, remarking, we are already friends, are we not? This marks our third meal together. Chen Feng hastily responded, yes, we are indeed friends. I shall drink to that, and you may indulge as you wish. With that, he drained his glass in one swift motion. In truth, Luo Sheng had always approached friendships with a sense of nonchalance. He understood that those who sought him out generally did so because of his status. Yet he remained unfazed. Few could rival his familial background in this world. The gathering continued until past midnight, with the atmosphere in the private room evolving, prompting El Qian to leave early, accompanied by Luo Sheng. As for the female companions brought by Qin Zhen, they demonstrated commendable understanding, transforming into the most devoted support. Once the event concluded, apart from Luo Sheng, the others appeared somewhat fatigued, with over 20 still rummaging for scattered garments in the room. At the entrance of the bar, Qin Zhen, supported by his girlfriend Xia, swayed slightly under the influence as he approached Luo Sheng. Brother Sheng, shall we go for a massage? Luo Sheng observed their unsteady state, yet his own composure remained intact. You may go with Wang Yaozong and the others. We can arrange another meeting another day. Qin Zhen did not insist, acknowledging his own exhaustion. Waving his hand, he said, then, Brother Sheng, we shall take our leave. Wang Yaozong and his companions also stepped forward to bid farewell to Luo Sheng. Despite their inebriation, they exchanged contact information with him, ensuring the possibility of future meetings. As he watched them head toward the nearby foot massage center, Luo Sheng settled into the passenger seat of his Bugatti Chiron, opting to let Chuntai drive due to the alcohol. The vehicle glided along the path back to Chiyun Mountain Villa. As Luo Sheng gazed out at the retreating nightscape, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Thus, his first day after rebirth had unfolded so richly. From awakening in the manor that morning, he was attended by an array of stunningly beautiful servants, who catered to him as if he were the center of the universe, dutifully complying with his every command. Later, at the Jingtai Central Plaza, he encountered former superiors and colleagues from his past life, all bowing and scraping before him, their faces adorned with obsequiousness. He was subsequently invited by the prominent heir of the Dong Haichin family, a titan of Dacia insurance, to partake in a thrilling car race. Seated in a supercar worth millions, he experienced a speed and exhilaration unlike anything from his previous life, only to be lauded by numerous scions of affluent families after the race. In the evening, one finds oneself at a bar, where extravagant bottles of liquor are carelessly poured as if they were mere tap water, all in pursuit of fleeting moments of joy and satisfaction. This experience is both authentic and surreal, resembling a dream, one that an ordinary person could scarcely envision. Chuntai, seated in the driver's seat, seems to sense Luo Sheng's unease. After a moment's hesitation, he inquires, "Sir, is there something on your mind?" This question jolts Luo Sheng back to reality. He glances at Chuntai, then at the opulent interior of the Bugatti, and smiles nonchalantly. It's nothing, merely some intriguing thoughts. He gestures toward a nearby high-rise residential building within a commercial complex. Chuntai, what do you think the lives of those residing in those towers are like? Chuntai is taken aback by Luo Sheng's inquiry. Could it be that the gentleman wishes to experience the life of an ordinary person? It should be relatively decent. Considering this is Donghai, those who can settle in this city generally possess a certain economic foundation. And what about those who rent? After a few seconds of silence, Chuntai responds, for them, perhaps it's merely about surviving in Donghai. Indeed, merely surviving. Although Donghai is a first-tier metropolis, it embraces a wide array of inhabitants, from those earning a meager 3,000 to 4,000 monthly to billionaires. However, for the average office worker, Donghai offers nothing but overcrowded subways, endless overtime, and an abundance of takeout meals. Unlike Luo Sheng, who luxuriates in life's pleasures, the two refrain from further probing this topic. The convoy soon arrives at Yunding Avenue, leading to Chiyun Villa. At the entrance, armed guards, upon recognizing Luo Sheng's vehicle, promptly lift the barrier and respectfully salute. This 2-kilometer dual carriageway leading directly to Chiyun Villa has been exclusively paved by Tian Luo Group for the Luo family's estate. Furthermore, the armed guards at the entrance, licensed by the Great Xia royal family, are privately owned by the Luo family. Consequently, Chiyun Villa remains an enigmatic existence to the outside world, as all vehicles and individuals are strictly prohibited from passing through without prior permission. Should anyone stubbornly attempt to test this, the armed guards would not hesitate to serve them a lesson. The Bugatti glides smoothly along Yunding Avenue, entering the gates of Chiyun Villa. The estate is illuminated by a myriad of lights, creating a dazzling display, particularly the grand crystal fountain in the plaza behind the main gate, whose vibrant light effects envelop one in a sense of opulence upon entry. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle comes to a halt in front of the main villa. Meng Qing, Luo Sheng's life assistant and housekeeper, has been waiting here with 2 maids since early morning. Upon seeing her young master disembark from the car, she and the maids immediately bow and say, "Sir, welcome home." Luo Sheng nods slightly and strides into the villa. The entrance hall is brilliantly illuminated, adorned with a plethora of exquisite decorations. A row of over 10 maids stands before a grand 20-meter wide screen intricately carved from golden silk nanmu, all bowing in unison. "Welcome home, sir." Their voices are delicate and melodious. Luo Sheng settles onto the sofa, and without the need for further words, a maid promptly approaches, kneeling before him to present a pair of comfortable slippers. Beside him, Meng Qing softly inquires, "Sir, did you enjoy your day?" "It was satisfactory. I had a few drinks with Qingjin this evening," replies Luo Sheng, gazing down at the maid still kneeling before him, gently caressing her cheek as he speaks. Then, "Sir, shall I inform the spa to prepare for your arrival? You may wish to unwind shortly," Meng Qing suggests. "That sounds agreeable. I shall first have some tea," Luo Sheng responds before rising and walking further inside. He traverses the tranquil courtyard and takes a seat at the tea table in the living room. Within moments, a maid dressed in traditional attire gracefully approaches. "Good evening, sir," she greets, first bowing respectfully before kneeling at the tea table to commence brewing tea for him. Chapter 15. A telephone call. Savoring the exquisite imperial Longjing tea in his cup, Luo Sheng retrieved his phone and perused his contact list. The individuals worthy of his attention were few. Apart from family, there were only a little over 30 entries. Among them was his younger brother, Luo Shao, who was 2 years his junior. As the legitimate second son of the Luo family, Luo Zhao's destiny was forever entwined with the absence of inheritance rights. However, compared to other illegitimate offspring, his circumstances were significantly more favorable, ensuring a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Should he prove himself capable, he might even receive some commercial support. Unfortunately, this younger brother had never been favored by Luo Sheng's father, which allowed him to be somewhat free from familial expectations. Regardless, even if he were to create substantial troubles outside, the Luo family would safeguard him. Fortunately, Luo Shao maintained a respectful demeanor towards his elder brother, Luo Sheng, never daring to overstep his bounds. Otherwise, their father would not have allowed him to remain in Daxia. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Sheng dialed his brother's number. Though it was nearly 1 in the morning, he knew that his younger brother would not be resting. The phone rang for several seconds before being answered. Luo Shao, "Hello. Brother, what is it?" A gusting wind could be heard through the receiver, indicating he was outdoors. "Luo Sheng, where are you?" Luo Shao, "Brother, I'm out having fun with some friends. Are you coming?" Luo Sheng, "No, I just need you to return by noon tomorrow. Father's flight arrives in Donghai in the afternoon, and we shall go to pick him up together." Luo Shao, "Understood, brother. I will return promptly before lunch." Luo Sheng, "All right, that will be all. Goodbye." After ending the call, Luo Sheng set down his teacup and rose to head towards the leisure area on the lower level. Indulging in a sauna and a spa treatment before bed was a regular routine for him, in contrast to the bustling daytime atmosphere of Donghai City. The late-night scene resembled an unending celebration. The streets were aglow with vibrant lights, and a multitude of nightclubs and bars flourished. Numerous luxury cars, rarely seen during the day, were now commonplace. A striking red Ferrari SF90 idled at a traffic light at an intersection. Behind the wheel sat Luo Shao, his hair a striking white, adorned with silver earrings, just having concluded his phone call. Beside him was an attractive young woman. "Brother Shao, who was on the line?" she inquired, her voice sweet and melodious. "No one special, just my elder brother asking me to return tomorrow at noon," Luo Shao replied, one hand confidently gripping the Ferrari steering wheel while the other casually explored the passenger seat, indifferent to the girl's reactions. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of breathlessness, she pleaded, "Brother Shao, stop it. The light has turned green." A smirk played on Luo Zhao's lips as he pressed down on the accelerator, propelling the car forward, yet his other hand remained undeterred in its exploration. The Ferrari's acceleration prowess was remarkable, swiftly distancing them from the 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles trailing closely behind. The young woman in the car appeared somewhat apprehensive. She trembled as she spoke. "Shao Ge, could you slow down a bit? You've had quite a bit to drink tonight." Yet inebriated, Luo Shao paid no heed to her concerns. Not only did he increase the pressure of his grip, but his foot pressed down harder on the accelerator as well. The Ferrari speed soared beyond 100 miles per hour, showing no signs of deceleration. Before long, the sight of flashing red lights loomed ahead, suggesting a checkpoint set up by the traffic control team to check for drunk driving. Cursing his misfortune, Luo Shao calmly began to reduce speed. Meanwhile, the girl beside him anxiously exclaimed, Shao Ge, is it a DUI checkpoint? What are you so nervous about? Just sit tight," Luo Shao retorted, casually rummaging through his contacts on his phone. As the Ferrari approached the checkpoint, two traffic officers signaled for him to stop and readied their equipment for testing. However, as they drew near, the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafted from the vehicle. There was no need for testing. It was evident that the occupants had been drinking heavily. Turn off the engine, step out. Driver's license and vehicle registration. Despite the luxury of the multi-million-dollar Ferrari, the officers showed no leniency. Luo Sheng, phone in hand, indifferently exited the vehicle and leaned against it, casting a disdainful glance at the two officers. In response, the officers sternly commanded, "Put down the phone and present your driver's license and vehicle registration." At that moment, two Mercedes G-Class vehicles arrived on the scene. As they came to a halt, 8 men in black suits swiftly descended, positioning themselves beside Luo Sheng. Second young master. Their synchronized call left the two traffic officers momentarily bewildered. Other officers nearby hastily approached, demanding, "What are you all doing?" Luo Sheng, still on the phone, gestured for silence and said to the person on the other end, "Yes, you can speak to them yourself." He then turned to the ready officers with a mocking smile and inquired, "Which one of you is in charge?" A middle-aged officer stepped forward, asserting, "I am." "What do you want to say?" Luo Sheng didn't even glance at him. Instead, he tilted his head and handed over his phone. "Here, take this call." The middle-aged officer, seemingly realizing something, was reluctant to answer. "Just tell me what you need." "I don't need to take the call." Luo Sheng regarded the man with a smirk and arrogantly responded, "Whether you take it or not won't change the outcome. But I suggest you do." Confident in his stance, the middle-aged man accepted the phone, curious about this wealthy heir's audacity. "Hello, who is this?" he asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Luo Sheng. His expression shifted to one of conflict as he repeatedly assured the caller, "Yes, understood. Don't worry, leader." After returning the phone to Luo Sheng, he made a decision that took all the officers by surprise. "You may leave now and drive safely." Team Yong? Several traffic officers simultaneously cast inquiring glances in his direction. "Let them go first," exclaimed the middle-aged man, his voice rising an octave. Seemingly anticipating this outcome, Luo Sheng expressed his gratitude as he accepted the phone. He then entered his Ferrari, accompanied by all his bodyguards, and departed with a flourish. All the traffic officers present hoped their captain would provide a reasonable explanation. Clearly, the individual in question had issues. Why did Captain Yang, upon receiving a phone call, release him without hesitation? Was there someone influential behind this? Or had promises of benefits been made on the other end of the line? Captain Yang sighed before stating, "The call was from a municipal bureau. I shall refrain from disclosing the identity of the caller. As for that young man, he is Luo Sheng, the second son of the Luo family. Whether we take action against him or not makes no difference to him. Do you understand?" With these words, silence enveloped the group. Chapter 16. Chiyun Mountain Villa. On the way to the Intercontinental Hotel, the girl beside Luo Sheng chattered incessantly, her words infused with boundless admiration. "Shao Ge, you are truly impressive. With just one phone call, you managed to resolve everything." Luo Sheng smiled lightly, unfazed, and replied, "Shao Yu, have you forgotten? Your Shao Ge excels in more than just this." He added with a chuckle, "Wait and see what true prowess really is." The girl named Shao Yu exclaimed playfully, "Oh, Shao Ge, you are so naughty." Then she inquired, "By the way, Shao Ge, you mentioned you'll be heading back tomorrow at noon, right?" Luo Sheng nodded, "Yes. I will return to have a meal with my elder brother, and in the afternoon, I need to pick up my father from the airport." Although Luo Sheng was aware that he was not favored by his father, he usually spent little time at home to avoid discomfort for both parties. Nevertheless, he was still his father's son, and since his elder brother personally called him about this matter, he felt obligated to comply. Otherwise, it would be a source of ridicule for others. Ultimately, the primary concern was the fear that his elder brother and father might sever his financial support. Upon hearing this, Shao Yu playfully pleaded, "Shao Ge, could you take me along tomorrow?" Luo Sheng was taken aback and asked, "What would you do there?" "The Luo family is not a place you can visit casually." Shao Yu replied, "I am just curious. The internet has portrayed Chiyun Mountain Villa as so mysterious, and I simply want to see it to satisfy my curiosity. Have you heard that curiosity killed a cat?" Luo Sheng pretended to be profound. "Shao Ge, please take me back to have a look." I promise to agree to anything you want tonight. Is that okay? Luo Shao smirked. That will depend on whether your performance meets my satisfaction. The following day, shortly after 10 in the morning, Luo Zhao's Ferrari SF90 arrived at the entrance of Chiyun Mountain Villa, with Xiao Yu, who had joined in the previous night, sitting in the passenger seat. Although she had not rested well, Xiao Yu was exceptionally excited, a state that had persisted since leaving the hotel that morning. It was no wonder she was so animated. The internet had long circulated tales of armed private guards surrounding Chiyun Mountain Villa, strictly prohibiting any unrelated individuals from approaching. The villa's interior was vast, resembling an independent small city, filled with an array of exceedingly rare luxurious residences, as well as an abundance of precious and exotic flowers and towering trees. These plants have been sourced from all over the world, with many species that even the most seasoned horticulturists might struggle to name. In addition, Chiyun Mountain Villa boasted an impressive array of high-end facilities, though the specifics were subject to much speculation. Rumors suggested that within the estate were countless exquisite maids, each possessing remarkable beauty and elegant demeanor. This alone stirred the imagination of many male admirers, not to mention the antique paintings and calligraphy scattered throughout the luxurious homes. Each piece was a priceless treasure, capable of transforming an ordinary person's life and even granting financial freedom. As a small streamer who delights in sharing various aspects of luxurious daily life, Little Fish felt a surge of excitement coursing through her, tightening her legs at the thought of entering the grand estate. From the moment she traversed Yunding Avenue to the site before the imposing gates, it was evident that the Chiyun Manor was indeed guarded by armed private security. Although she was unfamiliar with the firearms held by the guards, she presumed they were authentic. Like many netizens online, Little Fish harbored the same curiosity. Wasn't private gun ownership strictly prohibited in the Great Xia? Hesitating for a moment, she gazed at the already ajar iron gates and turned to the side to inquire of Luo Shao. Brother Shao, are those guards' guns real? Why not give it a try? As he drove the car into the estate, Luo Shao chuckled. But isn't gun ownership banned in the Great Xia? Little Fish cautiously probed. Were it not for her knowledge of the Luo family Estion Luo group being a legitimate enterprise, she might have suspected they were involved in some criminal syndicate. You only need to know that this is a privilege granted to the Luo family by the royal decree. Nothing else is required of you, Luo Shao replied, disinterested in elaborating. Meanwhile, he mused internally. Banning guns? Regulations have never been intended to restrain those who establish them. As the Ferrari passed through the grand and imposing gates, the final veil shrouding this enigmatic estate was lifted. Sitting in the car, Little Fish's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. Before her lay a breathtaking tableau of opulence. The first sight to greet her was an immense crystal fountain, with translucent water columns soaring high, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun, reminiscent of resplendent rainbows. Surrounding the fountain square were exquisite sculptures meticulously adorned with gold and various rare gems. Some stood elegantly, while others danced gracefully, each figure so lifelike that they seemed imbued with vitality. Gazing further, a vast expanse of verdant grass stretched out like a soft green velvet carpet, extending to the horizon. The atmosphere of grandeur surged towards Little Fish like relentless ocean waves, crashing against her visual senses. In the past, Little Fish had the fortune of visiting a few so-called high-end restaurants, hotels, and even some villa districts. At that time, she naively believed that such environments epitomized the lifestyle of the ultra-wealthy, and she had briefly touched upon it, albeit fleetingly. Yet today, as she stepped through the gates of this estate, all her previous perceptions were completely overturned. The car glided along a tranquil tree-lined path, and all the while, Little Fish's gaze remained fixated on the picturesque landscapes that whizzed by outside the window, her heart brimming with awe and curiosity. Here, there were not only uniquely shaped rockeries, but also gently flowing crystal-clear streams, alongside ancient and elegant stone bridges arching over the waters. Scattered around these enchanting scenes were several villas, which, from a distance, exuded grandeur and showcased uniquely crafted designs, each reflecting the distinguished status of its owner. Among them, some villas are adorned with a classical European style, featuring pointed arches and magnificent stone columns that exude a profound historical richness. Others seamlessly integrate modern architectural elements, characterized by sleek lines and expansive glass facades, radiating a sense of contemporary elegance and technological sophistication. Just as Xiao Yuer was captivated by the scenery, a uniquely shaped building suddenly caught her eye. It resembled a plump droplet of water, its smooth surface reflecting the surrounding environment, rendering the entire structure dreamlike. Noticing her fascination, Luo Sheng remarked, "That is the comprehensive sports center. It hosts a variety of activities, though I seldom visit." Before Xiao Yuer could fully absorb his words, she spotted, in the distance, an expanse that could rival several standard football fields, an equestrian arena. Could this truly be a private estate? Her mind was momentarily blank, and as Luo Sheng brought the car to a halt in front of the main residence, Xiao Yuer gazed at the building before her, realizing that indeed, poverty had constrained her imagination. Chapter 17. The opulent mansion, the main residence of Qiyun Mountain Villa, sprawls over nearly 3,000 square meters. Its architectural design seamlessly merges modern and classical elements, exuding unparalleled luxury and prestige. The exaggerated ceiling height bestows upon it a grandiose aura, making it resemble a magnificent palace despite its mere 4 stories. The towering wooden door, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, not only appears substantial and elegant, but also reflects the identity and status of its owner. Although Xiao Yuer could not discern the type of wood used for the door, its uniqueness was evident at first glance. Such a luxurious abode left her awestruck even before she stepped inside. Anyone standing before such a structure would instantly feel a sense of insignificance. Luo Sheng playfully draped his arm around Xiao Yuer's shoulders and teased, "Are you mesmerized? It's just a house." Xiao Yuer silently cursed under her breath. Just a house? This was a rare estate in Donghai, where every inch is precious, a dwelling of such magnificence. It was hard to imagine even the most ambitious individuals, after a millennium of hard work, attaining something like this. Yet, she maintained her composure and replied, "It's not like I've never seen a mansion of this scale before." With that, Luo Sheng led her into the main residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious and lavish hall. A splendid crystal chandelier hung from the soaring ceiling, and every detail within the space appeared to have been meticulously crafted, leaving no room for criticism. Xiao Yuer, having steeled herself for the grandeur, was not overly surprised. However, the envy reflected in her eyes was impossible to conceal. She couldn't help but glance at Luo Sheng, contemplating that if she could become his official girlfriend, perhaps one day she might also have the opportunity to reside in such opulence. At that moment, a group of maidservants emerged from a nearby side hall, greeting Luo Sheng in unison. "Second young master, welcome home." Luo Sheng nodded and inquired, "Where's my brother?" One of the maidservants stepped forward to respond, "Second young master, the gentleman is waiting for you by the swimming pool on the lower level." With the whereabouts of his elder brother revealed, Luo Sheng settled onto a sofa and patted the seat beside him, inviting Xiao Yuer to join. Soon, the two of them, attended by the maidservants, changed into slippers. When Xiao Yuer observed the maidservants, who were equally as attractive as herself, kneeling before her to assist in changing her slippers, she felt a mix of astonishment and honor. As they strolled through the interior courtyard's corridor, Luo Sheng paused and remarked, "Are you curious as to why there are so many beautiful women here?" "Did I sought you out?" Xiao Yuer nodded, thinking to herself, what other reason could there be but that he was weary of them? Luo Sheng, unfazed by her thoughts, simply stated, "Because I cannot touch any of the maidservants in this main residence, nor in the entire estate. They belong to my elder brother and father. In other words, everything within Qiyun Mountain Villa is solely for the family patriarch and the primary heir. That is why they refer to me as second young master and call my brother sir, to distinguish between us." Little Fish gazed in astonishment at Luo Sheng before her. She never anticipated that such matters lay hidden beneath the surface. Typically, in ordinary families, siblings would share their inheritance equally. Even if the eldest received a bit more, the others would not dare to claim otherwise. Yet, in the Luo family, it seemed from the words of this second young master that nothing belonged to him. How could she possibly stay here? Observing her expression, Luo Shao teased, "You look rather disappointed, don't you?" "Indeed, the day I marry, or when my elder brother officially ascends to his position, will mark my departure from here. This is precisely why I detest residing in this place. It shall never belong to me." Little Fish was momentarily taken aback. Did this mean that her efforts would ultimately yield nothing? "Cie, why have you suddenly chosen to share this with me?" she inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply couldn't find anyone to confide in until today," Luo Shao replied. "So you need not harbor any illusions." With her facade unmasked, Little Fish quickly retorted, "Not at all. I have no such fantasies. That asks for the best," Luo Shao remarked, pausing briefly before continuing. "However, it is fortunate that I was born into the Luo family as a legitimate son. At least I need not worry about wealth in this lifetime." Little Fish, upon hearing this, offered her consolation. "Shao Ge, don't dwell on it too much. Happiness is what matters most." Luo Shao smiled and led Little Fish further along. Once they entered the living room, he instructed her to sit and advised her not to wander off. He then descended alone to the basement to find Luo Sheng. In the spacious living room, Little Fish found herself alone. With nothing to occupy her time, she settled onto the sofa and opened a video with booming sound. She noticed a flurry of private messages inquiring why she had not broadcasted the previous night. "Fish General, what were you busy with last night? I waited for you all evening and you didn't go live." "Fish General, will you be going live tonight?" "Little Fish, let me know when you start the broadcast. I'll prepare a sports car for you." "Streamer, didn't you go live last night?" She had been preoccupied with accompanying Luo Shao, reveling until after 2 in the morning, leaving no time to stream. However, Little Fish suddenly recalled that today presented a rare opportunity. She was currently at the legendary Chiyun Mountain Villa. Countless streamers and influencers yearned to explore this place. Yet they had all been halted at the entrance of Yunding Avenue. But here she was within the estate, in the main living room. Thus, Little Fish tidied her appearance, selected what she deemed a flattering angle, and initiated her live stream. Within mere minutes of commencing, several longtime fans entered, and the number of viewers swiftly surpassed 100. "Streamer, why did you choose to go live in the morning?" "Streamer, what were you occupied with last night?" "Fish General, where are you today? It looks quite upscale." "Little Fish, I'm here." "Fish General, have you changed your streaming schedule? I didn't see you mention it in the fan group." Little Fish greeted, "Good morning, everyone. Today is a rare opportunity, so I opted to stream for a bit in the morning." She added, "Just so, you know, I'm taking a risk by streaming, so I might end the broadcast at any moment." "Is this the streamer's home? It looks rather grand." The background suggests that this spacious flat exceeds 300 square meters. Has our dear fish master truly moved into such a grand abode? "Little Fish, ladies and gentlemen, this is not my home. However, I can take you on a little tour. Let us all make guesses together, and I shall reveal the details once more guests arrive." With a cheerful demeanor, Little Fish stood up, turning the camera around without hesitation for the viewers in the live stream. She first directed the lens towards the sofa and coffee table beside her, as well as the enormous embedded LCD screen ahead. As the camera swept across the room, the entire living area gradually unfolded before the audience. The decor exuded a resplendent elegance, each detail radiating an unparalleled aura of luxury. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from a nearly 10-meter-high ceiling, while sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the exquisite relief sculptures adorning the walls. All of these elements, which are not meant to be revealed, appeared before the viewers in the live stream. Chapter 18. He is merely sensationalizing. The dimensions and height of the living room are truly astonishing, best described as vast and expansive. This far exceeds the earlier speculation of 300 square meters by netizens. The floor is meticulously laid with polished slabs of natural marble. The marble's patterns flow seamlessly, with a hue as gentle as jade, resembling a magnificent and exquisite tapestry unfurling beneath one's feet. As Little Fish moves about, it feels as though she is immersed in an exceptionally luxurious palace, each step resonating with a sense of nobility and grandeur. Goodness, this is extraordinarily opulent. Host, where on earth is this place? Surely this fish hasn't wandered into a royal palace. ISNT this immense? This seems to merely be the living room. Host, quickly show us other areas. Everyone, please don't be impatient, little fish replied. I am here today as a guest at the invitation of the owner. Therefore, I mustn't overstep. We shall merely explore the living room for now. Upon hearing that she was an invited guest, the netizens began to speculate about the identity of the house's owner. Well, that's not convenient to disclose, but when I finally reveal the answer, you will all be able to deduce it, little fish teased. Enjoying the growing viewer count in her live stream. It was indeed a wise decision to broadcast today. The tips were yet to be counted, but the increase in followers would surely be significant. The audience continued to marvel at the living room's opulence when a maid, clad in a black silk uniform, approached with a fruit platter. The maid softly remarked, "Miss, the second young master has instructed that if you wish for any refreshments or snacks, you may let me know. He and the gentleman have matters to discuss and may require some time." The appearance of the maid sent the live stream chat into a frenzy. Goodness, there's even a maid here? And she's so beautiful. What kind of family is this? The house is lavish enough, but even the maid is of such caliber? I must admit, I am truly envious host. Can we get the maid's WeChat? I'll reward you with a sports car. I'm in love. If I had such a maid, I wouldn't dare let her serve tea or water. As the maid lingered, little fish acknowledged the comments in the chat. With a warm smile, she politely addressed the maid, saying, "No thank you. I can wait for him here." The maid cast a puzzled glance at the phone in little fish's hand, but refrained from saying more. Being a guest brought in by the second young master, they, as attendants, had neither the authority to inquire about the visitor's identity nor the audacity to interfere with her actions. Once the maid departed, little fish gleefully spoke to the camera. "Did you all see that? The service here is exceptionally attentive." She then continued to guide her audience through the intricate details of the living room. On one side of the room stood a tea table measuring over 3 meters in length, accompanied by several chairs. Little fish took a seat to absorb the ambience, simultaneously inviting her online companions to admire the various adornments on the tea table. Directly opposite her was an almost floor-to-ceiling embedded aquarium wall. Although the aquatic arrangement within was exquisitely designed, it contained no fish whatsoever. "Host, this aquarium wall is impressive. Just this wall must be worth over $1 million. Not just that, judging by the arrangement, it would take at least $2 to $3 million to achieve such a look." Indeed, but who knows if the red coral inside is genuine? If it is, that will be quite alarming. How could it be? Genuine red coral costs several thousand per gram. Who knows how many kilograms are in there? Wow, this aquarium wall is worth more than my entire house. I glanced at my own fish tank and wondered whether I should keep it or toss it. Curious about the value of the aquarium wall, little fish stepped closer, intending to capture a closer shot. Just as she aimed her camera at the water features, she suddenly noticed movement in the water above. Naturally, she lifted her phone and followed the lens upwards. To her astonishment, several mermaids, clad in minimal attire, gracefully descended from above. Their breathtaking beauty, porcelain-like skin, and alluring curves made them appear as authentic mermaids. In that instant, little fish realized the extraordinary scene before her and quickly lowered her phone. She was struck by the revelation. No wonder this aquarium wall housed no other fish. It contained these enchanting mermaids. The mermaids also became aware of the onlookers, smiling as they waved at little fish before leisurely swimming back above, disappearing from sight. It was only then, still trembling with astonishment, that little fish dared to lift her phone again and glance at the barrage of comments in the live chat. What did I just see? Mermaids. I saw it too. So this multi-million-dollar aquarium wall is meant for mermaids. This is mind-blowing. I can't even. Whose house is this? It's incredible. Countless viewers flooded the chat with comments, playfully urging the host to capture another glimpse. Just as little fish was about to declare that there was nothing left to see, she spotted a different message in the chat. "Host, although I do not know who invited you here or where this is, I strongly advise you to conclude the broadcast promptly. From a moment you sat at that tea table, I noticed that the entire 3-meter table and chairs are crafted from premium Wangwali wood. This is exceedingly rare in the market and cannot simply be purchased with wealth alone. Furthermore, the tea leaves you briefly glimpsed are undoubtedly the legendary Imperial Longjing. In my opinion, this household is not merely composed of top-tier tycoons. Your reckless filming without the homeowner's consent may lead to consequences you cannot bear. A certain netizen expressed a plethora of concerns, urging the host to cease the broadcast promptly. Upon reading this individual's comments, Xiao Yuer felt a twinge of guilt, yet remained unperturbed. She even perceived the remarks as alarmist. After all, it was merely a live stream showcasing the ambience of her living room. What harm could it possibly entail? Paying little heed to the individual's words, Xiao Yuer resolved to invite her audience to explore the outdoors. Earlier, she had noticed the beauty of the courtyard outside. While she was uncertain about the other floors or their accessibility, the courtyard was adorned with flowers, plants, and trees, suggesting a serene environment. Thus, she held her phone aloft and proceeded towards the indoor landscape courtyard at the front of the living room. Chapter 19. Ceased broadcasting immediately. Meanwhile, on the lower level, Luo Sheng arrived at the indoor, temperature-controlled swimming pool. There, he beheld Luo Sheng, tall and imposing, leaning against the pool's edge. Flanking him were two attendants clad in bikinis. One held a platter of fruits while the other cradled a glass of red wine. Meng Qing stood meticulously at the poolside, a maid holding a bath towel standing behind her. Upon seeing Luo Sheng approach, she greeted, "Good morning, second young master." Luo Sheng, aware of his younger brother's presence, lifted his gaze slightly. "Brother, I have arrived," Luo Sheng declared. Luo Sheng acknowledged. "Wait for me in the resting area." "All right, brother." Luo Sheng cast another glance at the attendants serving Luo Sheng before turning to head towards the adjacent resting area. Estimating that he would have to wait a while for his brother to finish, Luo Sheng began to idly scroll through trending videos. He pondered whether he could discover another alluring live streamer online, akin to the charming Xiaoyu. An ordinary little streamer, with just a few dozen events, could prompt her to rush over to him, especially with the prestige of being the second young master of the Luo family. Once they met, none could resist his allure. Having enjoyed the company of Xiaoyu for nearly a week, he felt it was time for a change. Because of his interest in Xiaoyu, the moment he opened the trending app, her live stream was immediately recommended. Luo Sheng stared in disbelief at the familiar scene within the live stream. He never imagined that Xiaoyu would dare to broadcast from the residence of the master of Qiyun Mountain without his consent. Without hesitation, he clicked on the stream, noting nearly 1,000 viewers online. Without a second thought, he sent a barrage comment. "Luxurious life. What the hell are you doing? Cease broadcasting immediately." However, his comment was promptly overshadowed by others from the audience. At that moment, Xiaoyu was engrossed in observing a tree, which the viewers claimed was worth millions, a rare Lohan pine. "Is this tree truly worth millions, as you say?" Skeptical, she reached out to touch its branches, but just then, a call came through. Seeing it was Luo Sheng calling, she initially considered hanging up but ultimately answered. "Withdraw your hand from that Lohan pine." Luo Zhao's voice, laced with suppressed anger, startled Xiaoyu. "What?" she gasped, turning her head to survey her surroundings. Luo Sheng commanded again, "Shut down that damned live stream. Stand still. I will send someone to find you." "Brother, what are you doing? You're scaring me." Xiaoyu attempted to feign innocence, but the call was abruptly terminated on his end. She pouted, reluctantly preparing to end her broadcast. "Dear viewers, something urgent has come up, and I must end the stream." "Xiaoyu, you still haven't revealed where you are." "Indeed. Host, I've been waiting for quite a while for your revelation." "Please, host, do share. I am eager to discover what this place truly is." "Mr. Yu, have you finished your broadcast so soon? I wish to see more." "Little fish, there is no choice. The broadcast must conclude. However, since everyone is so curious, I shall reveal that we are inside the main residence of Qiyun Villa in Donghai City." Just as Little Fish was about to finish her statement, her previously cheerful demeanor turned to confusion upon seeing the notification of her permanent ban from the streaming platform. "I haven't done anything against the rules. Why the sudden violation notice? Appel ban? Does this mean my account is rendered useless?" Feeling indignant, Little Fish resolved to appeal. However, before she could do so, several men in black appeared from seemingly nowhere, approaching her. What do you want?" she asked, her fear beginning to surface. One of the men replied coldly, "Miss, we have received orders, and we need you to come with us immediately. Go where? I refuse. I am waiting for young Master Luo Xiao here. Attempting to invoke fear with Luo Xiao's name, Little Fish hoped to intimidate the men in black. I'm sorry, miss, but it was the second young master who sent us. To prevent any harm coming to you, I advise you to cooperate. As he spoke, two men in black stepped closer to Little Fish's sides. She immediately recoiled. On what grounds do you take me? Don't touch me. The men in black exchanged cold smiles before advancing, seizing her from both sides and escorting her away. Although her streaming account was permanently banned, Little Fish herself vanished completely from the internet thereafter. Nevertheless, this particular broadcast had been recorded in its entirety by some viewers accustomed to capturing live streams. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Luo Xiao was inwardly cursing the foolishness of the woman. She possesses beauty, but has a mind filled with nonsense. Does she not realize that Qiyun Villa is not a place to be filmed at will? Even I would never dare to take selfies here, let alone stream live. Such audacity! Luo Xiao paced irritably in the lounge. Just then, Luo Sheng, draped in a bathrobe after a shower, entered. Seeing his brother's troubled expression, he casually took a seat on a nearby sofa. Meng Qing, following closely behind, placed her hands on his shoulders and began to gently massage him. Luo Sheng then spoke slowly. What trouble have you gotten into this time? After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xiao recounted the entire situation to Luo Sheng, realizing he could not conceal what had transpired at Qiyun Villa. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. Come here. Luo Xiao cautiously approached his brother. In the next moment, Luo Sheng stood up and slapped Luo Xiao across the face. Despite the sudden slap that left Luo Xiao feeling somewhat dazed, he stood resolutely upright. Luo Sheng gazed at his younger brother, who bowed his head in silence, and spoke in a tone that was remarkably calm. You have brought a small internet celebrity, whom you have known for less than a week, into Qiyun Mountain Villa. Pray tell, what were your thoughts on this matter? The wealthiest and most powerful individuals place immense value on their privacy. Many aspects of their lives cannot be exposed to the public eye. How is it that a mere streamer has commenced a broadcast from within the main residence of Qiyun Mountain Villa? Do you truly regard this place as just another trendy spot for influencers? Luo Xiao, unable to meet his elder brother's gaze, replied with a hint of uncertainty. Brother, I honestly didn't think too much of it at the time. It was merely a moment of curiosity. Where is she now? Luo Xiao continued. I instructed Ahu to take her to a small room for the time being. After we finish our meal, you will handle the situation yourself, Luo Sheng stated. After a pause, he assessed Luo Xiao's attire and added, Moreover, go change into something more formal. Our father's plane arrives at 3 in the afternoon. Understood, brother. Luo Xiao replied. Chapter 20. You can only blame yourself at noon. After dining together at the restaurant, Luo Xiao departed to attend to his own matters, while Luo Sheng returned to his study on the 3rd floor. Seated in the study, he dialed Dong Xiaolei's number. Upon connection, the voice on the other end was laced with excitement. Dong Xiaolei, Brother Sheng, any instructions? Luo Sheng. Xiaolei, your voice suggests you are in good spirits. Dong Xiaolei chuckled softly. After receiving the call from the Bentley salesperson, Millie, the two had embarked on a spree of extravagant shopping, revamping Dong Xiaolei from head to toe, greatly enhancing his demeanor. Following their retail adventure, they indulged in a dinner at a Michelin-starred restaurant. The remainder of their time was spent at a nearby Intercontinental Hotel, where Dong Xiaolei unleashed the pent-up desires he had harbored for over 20 years. Having never experienced such bliss, he awoke the next day feeling rejuvenated. Dong Xiaolei, Brother Sheng. Thanks to you, yesterday felt like a dream. Dong Xiaolei, you cannot imagine that Bentley salesperson named Millie is truly. Luo Sheng. That's enough. I'm not interested in the specifics. Luo Sheng. Are you on your way back to 118 Qianhai Road now? Dong Xiaolei. Not yet. I just dropped Millie off and plan to head over shortly. Luo Sheng. All right, return in the morning, tidy up, and come to Qiyun Mountain Villa to find me in the evening. Dong Xiaolei. Brother Sheng. Do you have plans for tonight? Luo Sheng. You will find out soon enough. It will fulfill one of your wishes. Dong Xiaolei had long harbored a dream to experience the allure of Macau. During his time in America, he had mentioned numerous times that upon his return to China, he would certainly visit Macau. Now that 118 Qianhai Road was nearly settled. There was no need for Dong Xiaolei to worry. His subordinates would handle the arrangements. It was the perfect opportunity to take his young friend for a tour of Macau. Dong Xiaolei refrained from asking further questions, knowing that as long as Luo Sheng made the arrangements, he would comply without hesitation. He had been thoroughly persuaded, believing that whatever Luo Sheng planned would undoubtedly be for the best. After concluding his conversation with Dong Xiaolei, Luo Sheng proceeded to make a few more calls, engaging in brief exchanges. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. The two brothers embarked in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with several black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles trailing closely behind, as they made their way towards the airport. In the back seat, Luo Sheng held a glass of Krug champagne, admiring the pale golden liquid within. This was his favorite champagne. Typically, such exquisite champagne is rarely available in the market due to its limited production, with the scant supply being monopolized by the elite, and it is even designated as the official champagne of the English royal family. For this reason, Luo Sheng had invested heavily in acquiring shares of the LVMH group, becoming one of its shareholders. In order to ensure a steady supply of Krug champagne, which belongs to the LVMH group, to the Luo family, Luo Sheng turned to his brother Luo Xiao after taking a sip and inquired, "How has that woman been dealt with?" Dressed anew in a blue suit, Luo Xiao responded confidently, "Brother, rest assured, she has been taught a lesson and sent away. Furthermore, it seems the authorities have also taken notice and have issued a permanent ban." Little fish. That woman truly did not anticipate the consequences. She merely sought to gain followers by streaming, utterly oblivious to what is permissible and what is not. Luo Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, and then admonished Luo Xiao, "Be more cautious in the future. If there's a next time, you may find yourself residing abroad." Luo Xiao's pupils constricted, and he immediately acquiesced, mentally cursing the unfortunate little fish once more. Meanwhile, on a desolate mountain outside Donghai City, a silver Alphard came to a halt alongside a winding mountain road. With a dull thud, the car door slowly swung open. Two burly men, with robust physiques, seized a woman whose head was entirely shrouded in a black hood. They roughly yanked her from the vehicle without mercy. At that moment, a fearsome-looking man descended from the front passenger seat. He strode purposefully towards the hapless woman, extending a powerful hand to unceremoniously remove the hood from her head. It was none other than the female streamer known as Little Fish. However, at this moment, she had lost all semblance of her previous alluring charm before the camera. Her once neat and flowing hair was now a disheveled mess, and her clothing was marred by ghastly crimson stains. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, tears streamed down her pale cheeks like a torrential flood. Even more dire was the fact that her mouth was tightly bound with a filthy rag, allowing her only to emit muffled, indistinct sounds, rendering her incapable of articulating even a fragment of her profound despair and pleas for mercy. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the dense, shadowy woods nearby. A towering figure clad in dark attire approached the group. He swiftly ran to the side of the menacing man, lowering his voice to say, "Brother Tiger, everything is ready." The man addressed, as Brother Tiger lifted his head slightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Once he confirmed that there were no anomalies in the vicinity, he expressionlessly nodded and coldly replied, "Then take her away and bury her." These heartless words, devoid of any emotional nuance, struck Little Fish like a thunderbolt to her core. Her body trembled violently as she felt herself plummet into an unfathomable abyss of icy despair. Driven by the instinct for survival, she began to shake her head frantically, exerting all her strength to break free from her bindings. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, shattering the tense silence. On the delicate and fair cheeks of a young girl, a striking handprint abruptly appeared. This sudden slap rendered the previously struggling and wailing child silent in an instant. With a gloomy expression, Ahu approached, mercilessly gripping her chin with force. Coldly, he remarked, "Do not blame me. You have only yourself to blame for provoking Brother Xiao." After speaking, Ahu abruptly waved his hand, ordering her to be taken away with swift efficiency. The group of men in black, receiving the command, dare not show any signs of delay. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, they returned to the roadside. Yet conspicuously absent was the young broadcaster known as Xiao Yu. "Brother Hu, it is done. No traces were left," one of the men whispered. Upon hearing this, Ahu extinguished his cigarette underfoot and replied nonchalantly, "Let us return to the villa." Chapter 21. The representative of the Melon family not long after. Luo Sheng's convoy arrived at Donghai International Airport. They entered the airport through the VIP passage. Once all the vehicles came to a halt, Chen Tai swiftly exited the car and opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. The other bodyguards positioned themselves around, maintaining vigilance. As Luo Sheng stepped out of the vehicle, he glanced at his wristwatch, a Vacheron Constantine, noting that there were still about 10 minutes until the plane's arrival. Beside him, Luo Xiao inquired, "Brother, why has father suddenly returned home? Didn't he just go to America last week?" With his hands tucked in his pockets, Luo Sheng gazed into the distance and replied slowly, "The matters over there have been settled. The Melon family is quite satisfied with the future cooperation plans between our parties." Accompanying father back this time is a representative from the Melon family, who is here to assess the market in Daxia. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao expressed his confusion. "Brother, there is something I don't understand. If it's merely a collaboration, why does father need to be present in person? The Melon family has been eager to partner with us for years. It seems all that was needed was for someone to discuss the details." Luo Sheng shook his head, a hint of perplexity in his eyes as well. The Luo family holds an unassailable position globally. Few factions do not aspire to collaborate with them. Indeed, it was unnecessary for his father to make the trip personally. I too am uncertain of his intentions. Father did not elaborate on this point, merely stating that I would understand once he returns. Soon, a plane adorned with the Tian Luo Group insignia came into view. It was a Boeing 747-8, a large passenger aircraft. As the plane came to a stop, the sound of mechanical operations filled the air, and the cabin doors slowly slid open. The first sight that greeted them was a dozen tall bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses. They emerged from the cabin in a disciplined manner, akin to trained soldiers. Upon landing, they promptly dispersed in an orderly fashion, forming a straight line along the sides of the staircase. Bowing slightly, they deepened their bows, presenting a posture of respectful welcome. Luo Sheng and the others approached, standing at attention directly opposite the cabin doors. A slender yet commanding middle-aged man appeared at the entrance. He exuded an undeniable aura of authority, as if the entire world revolved around him. This man was none other than Luo Sheng's father, Luo Zhen, the contemporary head of the Luo family in Daxia and the chairman of the vast commercial empire, Tian Luo Group. With a stern expression and eyes as sharp as an eagle's, Luo Zhen descended the staircase with measured steps, each stride exuding stability and strength. Following closely behind were several similarly attired assistants, their expressions serious. "Father, welcome home." Luo Sheng led the others in bowing to greet him. Luo Zhen approached Luo Sheng and spoke in a calm tone. "Ah Sheng, you've worked hard." "Father, this is what I ought to do," Luo Sheng replied. Luo Zhen cast a glance back at Luo Xiao, then shifted his focus, continuing, "Ah Sheng, go greet your old friend." Following his father's gaze, Luo Sheng looked towards the cabin door. A noble-looking blonde woman stood quietly there, sunlight illuminating her cheeks and accentuating the high bridge of her nose and the subtly upturned corners of her lips. Clad in a black dress that embraced her graceful figure, her perfectly proportioned waist and curvaceous hips formed an exquisite silhouette. Luo Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that the representative of the Melon family would be her. The blonde woman approached Luo Sheng with a charming smile. In her somewhat halting Daxia dialect, she said, "Sheng, it's been a long time." With that, she opened her arms, intending to embrace him. However, Luo Sheng took a step back and extended his arm for a handshake. "Miss Emily Melon, welcome to Daxia." Emily observed the man before her, his blue eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. "Sheng, do you not welcome me?" Luo Sheng chuckled softly. "How could that be? I simply did not expect the representative from the Melon family to be you. Please, get in the car. Miss Emily Melon, my father is still waiting for us." He gestured toward Luo Zhen, who had already entered the vehicle. Luo Xiao recognized the enchanting blonde as well. She was a core member of the American Melon family and one of his elder brother's fervent admirers during his studies in America. However, it seemed his brother had no intention of pursuing a foreign woman as a future partner. Given her unique status, any association would not be treated lightly. Thus, he opted to keep her at arm's length, confident that as a member of the Luo family, he would never lack for high-quality beauties in his life. On the way back, under Luo Zhen's deliberate arrangement, Luo Sheng and Emily found themselves alone in one vehicle. Noticing Luo Sheng's attempts to distance himself, Emily smiled and said, "Aren't you curious why I came all this way?" Luo Sheng toyed with the goblet in his hand, replying nonchalantly, "Whatever the reason. The moment I saw you, I knew that the so-called market research was mere folly." Emily's laughter chimed like silver bells. Intrigued, she gazed at the man beside her, gently tracing her finger across his hand. As for matters of cooperation, the Mellon family will naturally dispatch a professional team, so there is no need for me to be personally involved, just as Uncle Luo need not travel to America for collaboration. Upon hearing this, a peculiar glint flickered in Luo Sheng's eyes. Yet he maintained a facade of politeness, saying, "Then I wish Miss Emily a delightful time in Xia. Sheng, won't you accompany me?" Emily playfully pouted. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, "Miss Emily, I hope you understand one thing. I, Luo Sheng, am the legitimate heir of the Luo family in Xia, and no woman has yet earned the privilege of my company. However, in the spirit of hospitality, I shall arrange for an assistant and a bodyguard to ensure your safety during your stay in the Great Xia." Upon hearing this, Emily feigned mystery and replied, "That will depend on your father's intentions. Your words alone hold no weight." Sensing the confidence in her voice, Luo Sheng was taken aback. Just how much investment had the Mellon family made to compel his father to sell even his own son? Yet, it was evidently not the right moment to inquire about such matters. The convoy swiftly returned to Chiyun Manor. Upon entering the estate, even Emily, the illustrious daughter of America, could not help but admire its opulence. After temporarily accommodating this esteemed guest in one of the manor's other villas, Luo Sheng eagerly made his way to the main residence. Chapter 22. Reception in the tea room on the 4th floor of the main residence. Luo Sheng and his father sat facing each other, with only a maid present to brew tea for them. "Father, was this negotiation for cooperation smooth?" Luo Sheng tentatively inquired. Luo Zhen took a sip of the tea, his gaze fixed intently on his cup. "You should be able to surmise that my visit was not solely for the purpose of cooperation. Such trivial matters need not be questioned," Luo Zhen replied in a remarkably calm tone. Luo Sheng, fully aware, pondered for a moment before changing the subject. "Father, I will arrange for Miss Emily to be accompanied by Meng Qing throughout her stay in Daxia, taking full responsibility for her affairs." Luo Zhen regarded his son with a faint smile, setting down his cup. "Now that Miss Emily has arrived, surely you understand? The Meilong family seeks a form of insurance, which our Luo family can provide. However, regarding the family lineage, there must be no hybrid offspring among the direct descendants. The rest is up to you. I shall not interfere. You need not concern yourself with other matters. They only desire a form of assurance and lack the audacity to encroach upon anything further." The final statement carried an air of undeniable authority. Luo Sheng nodded, comprehending his father's intent. The other party feared that as the cooperation deepened, they might be encroached upon, wishing to leverage the relationship of kinship for additional security. Although such an approach often proves ineffective in elite circles, it remains a form of risk mitigation. Luo Sheng realized, without question, that the other party must have made significant concessions regarding the cooperation. Yet the bloodline of the Luo family in Daxia could not be sullied by outsiders. His father's thoughts were straightforward. "We can provide insurance, but should a crisis arise, its efficacy is uncertain. Furthermore, you must share a portion of the spoils with me. Otherwise, all negotiations are off." After sipping his tea, Luo Zhen continued, "Regarding your younger brother, what are your plans moving forward? I noticed he followed you today with less of his usual frivolity." Luo Sheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table and replied, "Father, let my second brother choose his own path. If he desires to pursue a career, I can provide him with financial support. Should he wish for a tranquil life, I will ensure he holds a nominal position within the group, securing his future comforts. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, approving of this approach. At that moment, the maid replenished their cups with tea. The father and son shared another cup and exchanged casual conversation. Luo Sheng glanced at the time and remarked, "You may return to your affairs. I have engagements with several friends and shall be heading out shortly." "Understood, father. I shall take my leave," Luo Sheng replied, bowing to his father. After departing the tea room on the 4th floor, Luo Sheng returned to his chamber and summoned Meng Qing. With plans to fly directly to Haojiang with Dong Xiaolei that evening, arrangements for Emily's stay needed to be meticulously organized in advance. Luo Sheng had never considered bringing the other person along. To be frank, aside from the casinos, Haojiang was teeming with stunning beauties from various countries. If one desired, arrangements could be made for enchanting women from any corner of the globe. Since this was Emily's first visit to Daxia, it was decided that Meng Qing would accompany her for a leisurely exploration. The remaining matters could be addressed upon Luo Sheng's return from Haojiang. Meng Qing swiftly arrived at Luo Sheng's chamber. "Sir, you summoned me?" Luo Sheng nodded and inquired, "Has Miss Emily's accommodation been arranged?" Meng Qing lowered her head in response. "Yes, sir. I have instructed the staff at Villa No. 2 to prepare everything. Shall I arrange a meeting for you with Miss Emily shortly?" Luo Sheng pondered for a moment. After all, she was a guest, and it would be remiss not to receive her. Yes, that would be appropriate. However, there's no need to host her in the main residence. Let Villa No. 2 prepare for it. I will join shortly. Meng Qing acknowledged. "Understood, sir. Is there any further instruction?" Luo Sheng rose from the sofa and approached the nearby bar to pour himself a glass of water. After taking a sip, he said, "I will be flying directly to Haojiang tonight and may stay for a few days. During this time, I entrust Miss Emily's care to you. Please ensure her safety and comfort as she is new to this place." Meng Qing nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, sir, I will ensure Miss Emily's satisfaction." Waving his hand, Luo Sheng dismissed her. After Meng Qing's departure, he took a moment to relax in his room. As the clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon, he appeared at the entrance of Villa No. 2. In comparison to the main residence, the other villas were somewhat lacking in scale, grandeur, and opulent decor. However, this was merely relative. If compared externally, each of these standalone villas could rival those extravagant mansions worth billions. Yet, within Chiyun Mountain Villa, they merely served as goose houses for friends and family. Within the elegantly appointed tea room, the maidens presented exquisite platters of delicacies. Emily, savoring the aromatic red tea, indulged in the pastries crafted by top pastry chefs. She gazed at Luo Sheng, who sat across from her, and smiled, saying, "Sheng, I might stay in Daxia for an extended period." Luo Sheng raised his teacup in response. "As long as Miss Emily is pleased, you may stay as long as you desire. Should you have any needs, feel free to contact Meng Qing." He also took a moment to introduce Meng Qing, who stood beside him. Emily glanced at the woman standing quietly by Luo Sheng's side. Her beauty and grace were striking, and her proportions were impeccable. Even the maid preparing tea nearby was a rare gem among women. It was no wonder that the woman had previously shown little interest in her advances. Surrounded by such captivating companions, any ordinary man would have long since grown accustomed to such company. Yet, recalling the family's admonitions before her departure, Emily's resolve strengthened significantly. They were merely a group of attendants. She was, after all, a core member of the illustrious Mellon family of America. For someone of her stature, appearance held little significance. Wealth and status were the true symbols of power. With this thought, Emily dismissed the presence of these women and continued to engage in conversation with Luo Sheng, reminiscing about past anecdotes. Had Luo Sheng possessed the ability of mind reading, he would undoubtedly scoff at Emily's perspective. Born into nobility, he stood above the masses. Wealth and influence were mere embellishments to him. Thus, when it came to choosing a partner, he needed only to follow his heart. Even Luo Sheng did not impose too many restrictions, merely insisting that she be a woman of good family from the Great Xia. Chapter 23. Ariel mentioned during a conversation with Emily, she proposed that they dine out together in the evening, hoping to experience the nocturnal allure of Donghai City and see if it truly lived up to its reputation of opulence. Leaning back in his chair, Luo Sheng glanced at his watch and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your wish tonight." Emily, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Do you have other plans this evening?" I could join you and meet your friends. Luo Sheng thought to himself how opportunistic she was. Shaking his head, he explained, I did not anticipate your presence as the representative, so the occasion I am attending is not suitable for you. Perhaps next time, upon my return, I shall personally take you around. Upon hearing that he would return, Emily immediately asked, Are you traveling to another city? Yes, I will be away for a few days. Luo Sheng confirmed. Emily's brow furrowed slightly. Her journey to Daxia was primarily to see Luo Sheng. If she were left alone, what would be the purpose of her visit? She was not genuinely here for market research. So, you arrived in Donghai this afternoon, and now you're leaving tonight? She scrutinized Luo Sheng suspiciously, not believing he had any urgent matters that required his immediate attention. Being of her social standing, she was well aware of what it meant to be the legitimate son of the Luo family in Daxia. Anything he desired could be accomplished with a mere phone call. And conversely, if he chose not to engage, nothing could compel him to abandon his plans for the night. Howdy, Emily asked. Sheng, are you deliberately avoiding me? Luo Sheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, stating, Everything has been arranged in advance. Rather than saying, I am evading you, Miss Emily, your arrival has come as quite the surprise to me. Seeing her skepticism remain, Luo Sheng opted not to elaborate further. He calmly continued, During my absence, Meng Qing will take care of everything for you. Wherever you wish to go, whatever you wish to purchase or eat, she will see to it. After a brief silence, Emily nodded with a hint of disappointment. Since you have everything arranged, what more can I say? This was quintessential Luo Sheng. If it were an ordinary person, a woman would not travel thousands of miles only to be cast aside upon arrival, while the man went off to enjoy himself for a few days before returning. The consequences would be unimaginable. The two engaged in light conversation until Dong Xiaolei called to inform them he had arrived, prompting Luo Sheng to bid farewell to Emily. After picking up Dong Xiaolei at the intersection of Yunding Avenue, the convoy headed straight for the airport. Unaware of their destination, Dong Xiaolei asked from the back seat, Brother Sheng, where are we going for dinner tonight? It's not a dinner gathering. We're heading to Haokong. We will dine once we get there, Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Dong Xiaolei's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively glanced at his newly acquired Cartier watch. Sheng, are you saying that it's 6 o'clock in the evening? We are going directly from Donghai to Haokong? Rosheng gazed at Dong Xiaolei with a placid expression. What is the matter? The journey is merely a couple of hours. We shall arrive before 9 o'clock this evening. Or are you hungry and wish to dine first? Dong Xiaolei replied, somewhat speechless, Brother Sheng. This is not merely a matter of dining or not. Are we really going to Macau on a whim? Just like that? As soon as he uttered those words, Dong Xiaolei realized the gravity of the situation. The man seated before him was none other than Rosheng. To suggest a spontaneous trip to Macau, or even to the farthest reaches of America for dinner before returning, was merely a matter of a few words. Rosheng saw no issue with it and countered, It's just a trip to Macau. We're not leaving the country. Is there really anything to prepare? Once again feeling the carefree nature of the elite, Dong Xiaolei could only manage an awkward smile. Moments later, the two arrived at the airport in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. To his astonishment, however, the vehicle did not proceed to the terminal's drop-off area, nor did it descend into the underground parking. Instead, it navigated directly through the VIP passage into the airport's interior, halting next to a colossal passenger aircraft. Noticing the Tianluo Group logo emblazoned on the fuselage, Dong Xiaolei deduced that this must be the private jet of the esteemed Rou family. Even at this juncture, he felt unfazed. After all, affluent individuals often acquire private jets. For someone of Rosheng's stature, possessing one private jet, or even 10, seemed entirely reasonable. However, as he followed Rosheng's lead and stepped into the cabin, he realized the extent of his naivety. This private jet, a Boeing 747-8, was not just any aircraft. As an intercontinental airliner, it boasted a range exceeding 14,000 kilometers, capable of reaching nearly every city across the globe. With Rosheng's permission, Dong Xiaolei, taking advantage of the jet's pre-flight stillness, accompanied a flight attendant on a whirlwind tour of the cabin. The spacious interior, complemented by a two-level design, encompassed nearly every luxury one could desire for a lavish journey. This included, but was not limited to, a fully equipped dining room, conference rooms, and lounges, alongside multiple opulent sky suites featuring walk-in closets and living areas. The lavish decor resonated with a resplendent opulence. The flight attendant elaborated that even the smallest details, from door handles and faucets to the railings flanking the staircase, were coated in a layer of 20-micron gold, imbuing them with a rich luster. All furnishings, whether the seating in the communal areas or a quaint lamp in the presidential suite, were crafted by a world-class design team, tailored specifically for this aircraft. Were it not for the view of the airport runway through the porthole, Dong Xiaolei might have doubted whether he had entered a luxurious mansion. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. It was only when he ascended the stairs to the second level that his astonishment truly deepened. Upon observing the presence of a bar, a private cinema, a spa room, and an emergency medical facility at the rear of the cabin, he nearly overwhelmed his cerebral CPU. At this moment, he truly understood. He finally grasped why affluent individuals, upon reaching a certain echelon of wealth, opt to acquire a dedicated private jet. Beyond the advantages of saving time and facilitating more efficient travel, while ensuring privacy, the most significant aspect is likely the experience itself. Sitting within such an exquisite private aircraft, regardless of the destination or the duration of the journey, one not only escapes the slightest hint of fatigue, but also elevates the comfort of the voyage to an unprecedented level. Chapter 24. A man more noble than the Lion King. As the engine roared to life, the Boeing 747-8 began its gradual acceleration down the runway, ultimately soaring into the clouds. Dong Xiaolei found himself enraptured by the opulent airborne mansion that surrounded him, every detail a marvel to his senses. Although he had flown a few times in his youth, those journeys had confined him to the cramped quarters of economy class, never once having experienced the luxury of business class. Now, however, he had transcended to a realm of unparalleled comfort. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng had settled into his exclusive suite aboard the aircraft, reclining in a custom leather seat with an air of utmost relaxation. In his hand, he held a glass of freshly poured Krug champagne, while a flight attendant knelt gracefully at his feet, gently massaging them. Through the side window of his seat, Luo Sheng gazed down at the cityscape illuminated by countless lights. Perhaps at that very moment, some weary souls emerging from their offices were looking up at the night sky, exclaiming to those beside them, "Look, there's an airplane." After more than 2 hours aloft, the aircraft gracefully reached the skies above Haokong. With a palpable aura of wealth permeated even from several thousand meters in the air, the plane touched down at Haokong International Airport, where MGM's public relations team awaited in the VIP passage, having received prior notification. Gao Xiaoyan, a senior public relations officer at MGM, was well acquainted with the guests she was to receive, having been the one to welcome Luo Sheng on his previous visits, perhaps due to the satisfactory service she provided, or perhaps because he deemed it unnecessary to change. She had continued to be his host on subsequent occasions. Accompanying Gao Xiaoyan were a few standard bodyguards and her assistant, Su Xiao, a fresh-faced young woman who radiated innocence. "Sister Xiaoyan, who exactly are we welcoming today? I noticed you dismissed General Liu and arranged so many vehicles." Su Xiao inwitted, had curiosity piqued. Gao Xiaoyan glanced at the clock, realizing the guest must have already arrived. To prevent Su Xiao from inadvertently overstepping when the time came, she said with utmost seriousness, Xiao, remember this. The person arriving is Mr. Luo, our esteemed guest. We must not show any negligence. As for the vehicles, they are necessary due to the number of his accompanying personnel. We must extend our utmost courtesy. For this airport reception, Gao Xiaoyan had arranged 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom and 8 Maybach S-Class vehicles. Furthermore, the accommodations were set at the most prestigious establishment in Haokong, the Yonghua Mansion. Such treatment was a privilege reserved for only a select few. "Sister Xiaoyan, is this Mr. Luo a holder of the Lion King card?" Su Xiao asked. The Lion King card, the pinnacle of MGM's membership, bestowed a myriad of privileges, including round-trip first-class flights, luxury car transfers, stays at the most elite establishments in Haokong, and the company of a personal butler throughout the duration of the visit. In the realm of the illustrious Macau, an array of unimaginable services awaits your beck and call. It has been whispered that in Macau, no one dares to deny the Lion King. However, such privileges often come at a steep price. For the entertainment establishments are hardly philanthropic endeavors. The more one invests, the more one can expect to be catered to. Yet, Luo Sheng stands as the sole exception. Xiao Yun chuckled and shook her head, stating, Mr. Luo is not a holder of the Lion King card, yet he is a man of even greater esteem. Paying no heed to Su Xiaoxiao's doubts, she reiterated, in due time, you shall understand. Mr. Luo will be arriving shortly, so remember my words. It is imperative that you do not display any rudeness in his presence. Do you understand? Su Xiaoxiao blinked in acknowledgement, responding, I understand, Sister Xiaoyun. Before long, a group emerged from the VIP passageway, led by none other than Luo Sheng himself. With his hands in his pockets and a resolute stride, his gaze radiated confidence and determination. 8 bodyguards clad in black flanked him, with 2 attendants and 4 additional bodyguards following behind. Xiao Yun hastened to greet him. Mr. Luo, welcome to Macau. Luo Sheng nodded, replying, Xiao Yun, it had been a while. Indeed, Mr. Luo, our last encounter was several months ago. As she spoke, she gestured with elegance. Please, step into the car. Your room has already been prepared. Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Luo Sheng sat in the rear alongside Dong Xiaolei, while Xiao Yun occupied the front passenger seat. En route to the hotel, despite his best efforts to contain his excitement, Dong Xiaolei could not help but gaze out the window with childlike wonder. Ever since his academic days, he had yearned to visit Macau, ideally to indulge in lavish spending like the tycoons he admired on television. As he beheld the resplendent architecture outside, he leaned towards Luo Sheng and quietly inquired, Brother Sheng, may I take a photograph? With a bemused glance at his younger companion, Luo Sheng replied, What is this? Do you need me to lend you my phone? Dong Xiaolei chuckled awkwardly, responding, That won't be necessary. He then retrieved his phone and began snapping photos of the scenery outside with fervor. In the front seat, Xiao Yun regarded the man in the rearview mirror with a hint of curiosity. His attire suggested he was not lacking in wealth, and yet he exhibited the demeanor of someone experiencing Macau for the very first time. With an uncertain tone, she asked, Is this your first visit to Macau, sir? Dong Xiaolei lowered his phone and turned to the enchanting woman ahead. Yes, indeed, it is my first time, and I owe it all to Brother Sheng. Xiao Yun, this is my little brother, Dong Xiaolei. I brought him along primarily to show him around. Luo Sheng interjected at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyun's tone grew respectful, realizing that this was a friend of Mr. Luo. It seemed that Director Dong was destined to enjoy himself this time. After the convoy arrived at Yonghua Mansion, Chun Tai, seated in the rear of the Maybach, along with a contingent of bodyguards, swiftly exited the vehicle. Chun Tai even beat the attendants to it, opening the door for Luo Sheng with a courteous gesture. Sir, please. The bodyguards fanned out, vigilantly guarding against any approach from strangers. Once Luo Sheng alighted, he began to survey the grandeur of Yonghua Mansion. Although this was not his first visit, one could not help but acknowledge that the hotels in Haojiang indeed spared no expense in their decor. They truly overshadowed numerous establishments in the mainland, perfectly embodying the essence of prestige and prominence. Even an ordinary individual arriving here would feel a sense of elevated superiority. Chapter 25. Playing with 200 million as he traversed the opulent corridors of the Yonghua Mansion, Luo Sheng found the lavish decor surrounding him rather mundane. Beside him, Gao Xiaoyun sensed an aura of nobility emanating from him, far more intense than that of any prominent figure she had previously encountered. This was to be expected. Throughout history, it has been said that wealth cultivates character. When fortune accumulates over time to reach a significant magnitude, it transcends mere numbers or tools for satisfying material desires. It transforms into an invisible yet formidable force, bestowing its possessor with an innate composure, enabling them to maintain an unflappable demeanor in any circumstance. They are acutely aware that their wealth is sufficient to confront most of life's challenges and tribulations. Among them, the eldest son of the Luo family stands out as a paragon of affluence. Suppressing the ripples of admiration within her, Gao Xiaoyun respectfully remarked, Mr. Luo, as the evening grows late, perhaps you would prefer to freshen up and rest after dinner. Tomorrow, I can assist with the arrangements for the following day. What do you think? Luo Sheng nodded slightly. That sounds acceptable. Also, please ensure my younger brother is well taken care of. Rest assured, Mr. Luo, I will ensure that Mr. Dong is not disappointed. I have already arranged for my assistant to attend to him personally, she assured, glancing at the two maidens trailing behind Luo Sheng. Tentatively, she inquired, Mr. Luo, shall I arrange for companions during this trip? Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly, no need. Many presume that the hallmark of Macau lies in its entertainment venues. However, this is but a partial truth. There exists a well-known clandestine industry here, characterized by ladies from around the globe who, for a price, offer around-the-clock companionship. Unlike in the mainland, these individuals are far more professional, having undergone comprehensive pre-service training and regular health checks. Each of them arrives at your door with a suitcase filled not with trivial items, but with high-end luxury apparel and accessories. During your leisure, they don these exquisite garments, embodying the role of a devoted companion. To outsiders, as long as one remains discreet, it would be inconceivable that these women have known you for less than an hour. Furthermore, as night falls and you return to your room, they provide an experience of utmost comfort, perhaps even more dedicated than a genuine girlfriend from the mainland. Their primary focus is to fulfill both emotional and physical needs to their fullest extent. However, Luo Sheng has always maintained a principle of refraining from engaging with women outside of his established circles. Thus, for this journey, he deliberately arranged for two maidens from Chiyun Mountain Villa to accompany him. After dining with Gao Xiaoyan, he retired to his quarters for rest. The following morning, having completed his morning routine, Luo Sheng was enjoying breakfast when Gao Xiaoyan approached, guided by the maidens. Good morning, Mr. Luo, she bowed respectfully. Luo Sheng set down his coffee and, after wiping the corners of his mouth with a towel, remarked, You've arrived quite early. I was just about to send you a message. Gao Xiaoyan replied with a smile, Mr. Luo, it's my duty to be here. I hope you rested well last night. Not too bad. Compared to the mainland, the facilities at Yonghua Mansion are indeed commendable. Encouraged by Luo Sheng's praise, Gao Xiaoyan continued, Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. Luo. Missy even called me last night, insisting that I ensure your comfort, worried that you might not adjust well here. After all, compared to Chiyun Villa, Yonghua Mansion does have its shortcomings. With a smile, Luo Sheng rose and took a delicately wrapped gift box from a nearby maid, presenting it to Gao Xiaoyan. You may need to work hard these next few days. Please accept this small token. Gao Xiaoyan respectfully accepted the gift box with both hands, not hurrying to open it. Knowing it was a present from Luo Sheng, she understood that its contents must be exceedingly precious, especially given the past instances where similar gifts had been items worth millions. Thank you, Mr. Luo. You are always too generous. If you were to visit more often, I might even consider an early retirement, Gao Xiaoyan jested. It seems your retirement threshold is rather high. With your current assets, I would estimate you have at least several tens of millions, if not a billion, Luo Sheng chuckled. But my expenses are substantial as well, Gao Xiaoyan replied with a playful smile, naturally linking her arm with Luo Sheng's. Shall we go? The VIP lounge has been prepared for you. The VIP lounge of the casino differs from the public hall. Not only does it have a certain threshold for entry, with only customers who meet specific consumption levels allowed inside, but it also lacks the chaotic mix of characters found in the public area. In the lounge, as Luo Sheng settled at a table, Gao Xiaoyan guided two attendants who arranged a stack of chips, each worth 1 million, neatly before him, totaling around 200. At that moment, a server wheeled in a cart, bringing a pot of tea. The maid who had been closely following Luo Sheng stepped forward to pour the tea into a cup placed before him. Sir, please enjoy, she said. Gao Xiaoyan pulled up a chair beside Luo Sheng and respectfully inquired, Mr. Luo, this is the agreed amount. Would you like to place your bet? Luo Sheng toyed with the chips in his hands, smiling as he replied, No need. I'm just here to play casually. Gambling, for Luo Sheng, held little allure. He reflected that the patrons of the casino typically fell into two categories, those who exchanged a few thousand chips for mere entertainment, and those in dire need of money seeking a quick turnaround. Luo Sheng, however, belonged to a third category, neither in need of funds nor seeking anything but leisure. For in this realm of Macau, even the highest stakes games resulted in wins or losses amounting to merely a few hundred million, just a fraction of the balance in Luo Sheng's bank account. Thus, even though Gao Xiaoyun's credit limit in the VIP lounge was not particularly high, upon learning that her client was Luo Sheng, the lounge promptly granted her an unlimited credit limit. As long as Luo Sheng wished to indulge, it was inconceivable for a mere 200 million to be a constraint. Even 2 billion would pose no issue. This made him one of Gao Xiaoyun's most favored clients, lavish in his expenditures and indifferent to wins or losses. His considerable wealth rendered her financial exposure utterly risk-free, allowing her to effortlessly earn substantial commissions. At times, she even enjoyed unexpected rewards, such as the exquisite glass pendant that Luo Sheng gifted her that morning, which commenced at a value exceeding 2 million. Chapter 26. Do you want me to play the undercover game? In this round, Luo Sheng engaged in a game of baccarat, often heralded as the fairest game within the casino. Its enduring popularity has made it a perennial favorite among players. Following the customary procedure, Luo Sheng requested the dealer to deal the cards face up, aiming to observe the progression of the game before deciding whether to place a bet. Given the uncertainty of the card sequence, being the sole patron at the table, he could prolong the dealing as long as he desired without placing any bets. As 10 minutes slipped by unnoticed, Luo Sheng observed a promising sequence displayed on the monitor and decisively halted the dealing. After a brief assessment of his chips, he confidently wagered 5 million. The sight of this bold move sent a shiver down the spine of Gao Xiaoyun, who stood nearby. Truly, he was the young master of the Luo family, beginning with a wager of 5 million as casually as if he were spending 500. As anticipated, the dealer revealed the cards, resulting in a victory for Luo Sheng. He reclaimed his winnings and placed another bet of 5 million. This rhythm continued for over 2 hours, with wins and losses at the table. Perhaps fortune favored him that day, as he had amassed nearly 100 million in winnings thus far. His private room began to attract the attention of other patrons and public relations staff, who gathered at the entrance, observing the unfolding drama. Among them were 2 young men, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the towering stack of chips, all in 1 million denominations. Brother Tian, is that person really betting so high? I see he wagers 5 million each time, remarked the long-haired youth to his shorter-haired companion. Indeed, this is what a true big shot looks like. Only by playing at this level can one hope to win substantial amounts, replied the man known as Brother Tian with a chuckle. Isn't that Xiaoyun sitting beside him? The long-haired youth inquired, pointing toward Gao Xiaoyun's silhouette. Brother Tian followed his gaze and confirmed, it appears that fortune has smiled upon her, encountering such a high-stakes client. After a moment of contemplation, Brother Tian decided to approach and greet them. However, before he could draw near, he was intercepted by Chun Tai and others, who regarded him with icy glares and warned, the gentleman is currently engaged in entertainment. Please step back to the entrance of the room. Brother Tian was momentarily taken aback by their chilling stares, hastily responding, I apologize, but I'm also a public relations staff member here and wish to speak with your boss. Unyielding, Chun Tai maintained his stance, reiterating coldly, please retreat to the entrance of the room. Meanwhile, other bodyguard within the chamber began to converge, poised to take action should the situation escalate. At that moment, Luo Sheng, who had been intending to take a break, was drawn by the commotion behind him and turned to look. Gao Xiaoyun, noticing the man speaking at the entrance, leaned in closer to Luo Sheng and whispered, Mr. Luo, that individual is a Tian, a senior public relations representative in the VIP room. He has only recently transferred from another casino, so he is not acquainted with you. Luo Sheng took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, so, does that mean you are also colleagues? He contemplated allowing Gao Xiaoyun to enter, to inquire about her intentions. However, Gao Xiaoyun retorted that Tian enjoys setting traps, coaxing certain bosses into playing risky games behind closed doors. Consequently, many end up losing everything. She recalled a client with whom she had maintained a good relationship, only to see him ensnared by Tian's schemes, leading to his ruin and subsequent disappearance within 6 months. Oh, He relishes dragging others into risky ventures. Luo Sheng observed the young man, poised to exit the room with keen interest. It is worth noting that such ventures essentially involve leveraging, for instance, 1 to 3. On the surface, one might win a sum, while beneath, they could secure 3 times that amount. Of course, the stakes are equally perilous in the event of a loss. However, in Macau, such practices are ostensibly prohibited. Yet, some individuals succumb to temptation or are in dire need of funds, leading them down this irrevocable path under the influence of unscrupulous public relations. Ordinary games failed to capture Luo Sheng's interest, but the notion of engaging in risky ventures intrigued him. He glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Let's call it a day. Shall we have lunch together? Gao Xiaoyan stole a glance at the table, noting Luo Sheng had won nearly 100 million, yet he exhibited no emotional fluctuation, as if he had merely won a sum of 10,000. All right, Mr. Luo, I shall make the arrangements, she replied. Luo Sheng stood, and a nearby attendant instinctively draped his coat over his shoulders. Observing this scene, Gao Xiaoyan found herself at a loss for words. She had seen companions accompanying others to play cards, but seeing Luo Sheng with his own attendant, 2 of them, no less, was a first, not to mention the several expressionless bodyguards surrounding him. After all, this was the MGM in Macau. Safety was assured, but was it truly necessary? As Luo Sheng approached the entrance to the VIP hall, he suddenly added, "Oh, and please call that young man from earlier. I wish to have a word with him." Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Luo Sheng. "Mr. Luo, do you intend to engage in risky ventures?" Though she was aware of Luo Sheng's significant resources, which would likely render any losses negligible, as someone who genuinely held him in high regard, she did not wish for him to partake in such activities. There was simply no need. He was not in want of money. Facing Gao Xiaoyun's skepticism, Luo Sheng calmly replied, "No, I am merely seeking a bit of amusement." Tian, who had initially held little hope, sprang to life upon learning that Luo Sheng had invited him to lunch. In the hotel restaurant, Tian cautiously sat opposite Luo Sheng, his gaze occasionally drifting to the surrounding bodyguards in black. Who exactly was this individual? To come to Macau with such a formidable entourage was astonishing. Most remarkable was the noticeable bulge at the waists of these bodyguards. Judging by their shapes, they certainly did not carry mere walkie-talkies. Did these individuals not undergo security checks upon entering the hotel? How could they have been permitted to bring these companions inside? This only deepened Tian's curiosity regarding the man before him. Accompanying him was naturally Gao Xiaoyan, yet she seemed disinclined to disclose Luo Sheng's identity. She simply introduced him as Mr. Luo, the most esteemed guest of MGM. Tian was not overly concerned about the details. After all, as long as one was affluent, that sufficed. The more powerful, the better in his eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, he raised a glass of red wine from the dining table, smilingly proclaiming, "Mr. Luo, your luck seems particularly favorable today. Might I inquire if you're interested in a game of 1 to 3? You could win a sum on the table, while beneath the table, you could secure 3 times that amount from me." Luo Sheng thought to himself that this fellow was indeed quite eager, attempting to entice him into a bottom-line play right from start. He feigned confusion and inquired, "Dear brother, Tian, are you suggesting that you wish for me to engage in a bottom-line play?" Chapter 27. Are you bold enough to play 1 against 20? Tian recognized the formidable strength of the man across from him. Such high stakes were enticing to anyone. However, individuals of this caliber often possess a notable flaw. They are not financially constrained. With an absence of urgency regarding money, Tian resolved to seize the opportunity that had presented itself. He intended to cultivate familiarity first, then subtly entice the other party with the allure of a safety net. "Mr. Luo, please do not misunderstand. I merely noticed your fortunate streak and wish for you to win even more. However, my primary intention today is to forge a friendship with you. After all, individuals as young and accomplished as yourself are truly rare." Beside him, Gao Xiaoyan listened to Tian's words with a silent smile. The audacity of wanting to befriend Mr. Luo was indeed a display of ignorance. Leaning back in his chair, Luo Sheng casually draped his arms over the shoulders of the 2 attendants beside him, He spoke with a tone of disdain. Many desire to befriend me, but not everyone is worthy of that privilege. Mr. Luo, Atian attempted to interject. Luo Sheng raised his hand to halt him, stating blandly, "Let's discuss the matter of the safety net. That piques my interest more." Atian regarded Luo Sheng with astonishment before glancing at Gao Xiaoyan, clearly conveying that if Luo Sheng declined, he would gladly take the opportunity. Yet, Gao Xiaoyan maintained an indifferent demeanor, sipping her red wine without concern. Seeing this, Atian smiled broadly. "Mr. Luo, since you are a friend of Xiaoyan, I too shall extend my goodwill." He extended 5 fingers, proposing, "How about 1 against 5? I wonder if that meets your satisfaction?" Luo Sheng shook his head, replying, "If we were to play, let us play to the fullest. 1 against 20. I wonder if you, brother Atian, dare to accept? 1 against 20. Atian's heart seized in trepidation. The other party's prowess was formidable enough to propose such a staggering bet. This implied that for every million lost on the table, 2 million would be lost beneath it. Atian hesitated before responding, despite the apparent strength of his opponent. The prospect of losing 1 or 2 billion on the surface raised doubts about the other's capability to settle the tens of billions underneath. This was no trifling sum for any significant businessman. After careful consideration, Atian finally said, "Mr. Luo, I am certainly bold enough to accept. However, as we are merely acquaintances on this first day, does 1 against 20 not seem a bit excessive?" He left his sentence unfinished. But the implication was clear. Those unfamiliar with Luo Sheng's true capabilities feared the potential repercussions of such a wager. A slight smile crept upon Luo Sheng's lips. It was the first time someone had questioned his financial prowess. Even the 2 attendants in his embrace could hardly contain their disdain, their gazes filled with contempt for Atian. Luo Sheng remained silent, simply gesturing for Gao Xiaoyan to express her stance. Upon witnessing the situation, Gao Xiaoyan ceased her pretense of silence. She delicately wiped the corner of her mouth and addressed Atian, suggesting that he might consult Brother Zhong, merely stating that Mr. Luo wished to engage him in a game of 1 against 20 to see how he would respond. Brother Zhong was the proprietor of their VIP lounge, and also their superior. Upon hearing this, and receiving Mr. Luo's tacit approval, Atian excused himself and departed. 5 minutes later, Atian returned to his seat. Yet his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. He now exuded an air of utmost politeness. This shift was prompted by Brother Zhong's respectful attitude regarding Mr. Luo during their recent phone call. He had earnestly advised Atian that should Mr. Luo wish to play, every effort should be made to accommodate him, assuring him that concerns regarding financial solvency were unwarranted. Although Atian was curious about the identity of the individual on the other end of the line, Brother Zhong cautioned him against inquiring further into matters that were not meant for his knowledge. Despite lingering doubts about Luo Sheng's status, Atian's excitement remained unabated. He had indeed hooked a substantial catch. Unbeknownst to him, Brother Zhong's deference was not merely due to Mr. Luo's wealth. "Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. If you wish to engage in a game of 1 against 20, it shall be arranged," Atian proclaimed with fervor. Had time permitted, he would have eagerly ushered Mr. Luo back to the VIP lounge immediately. Luo Sheng took a sip of his red wine, casually inquiring, "When might you be able to arrange this, Brother Atian?" "Mr. Luo, how does tomorrow sound?" Atian responded cheerfully. "Very well, tomorrow it is," Luo Sheng agreed. After a brief lunch and dismissing Atian, Gao Xiaoyan finally spoke. "Mr. Luo, how much do you require for tomorrow?" "Let us utilize the 100 million in chips won today, plus the 200 million I have at my disposal," Luo Sheng replied. "By the way, how is the young gentleman I brought along faring?" Gao Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before responding. "Mr. Luo, it seems that General Dong was not particularly fortunate this morning, losing approximately 1.5 million. Before arriving at the restaurant, I had my assistant take him to unwind. I anticipate that he will continue this evening." Luo Sheng nodded. "Yes, allow him to play. It will be accounted for on my behalf. Additionally, arrange for 2 beautiful ladies to accompany him, as he has a penchant for Japanese and Korean aesthetics." Gao Xiaoyan chuckled lightly before adding, "Mr. Luo, General Dong has already arranged for himself last night. Ah, the young man. No wonder he has been silent since entering the hotel last night. It seems he is taking good care of himself, Luo Sheng remarked, showing little concern for Dong Xiaolei, as his intention in bringing him was merely to provide an experience. Before departing the plane, Luo Sheng had anticipated that the young man might be apprehensive and had specifically advised him that upon arrival, they would part ways, and he should reach out to the public relations manager for any assistance needed. That afternoon, instead of returning to the VIP lounge, Luo Sheng, under Gao Xiaoyan's guidance, first indulged in a refreshing bath, followed by a sauna, and then enjoyed a luxurious, exotic spa treatment characteristic of the region. After a brief respite, as evening descended, I was treated to a magnificent performance. After all, Luo Sheng's visit to Macau was not merely to indulge in the idleness of the VIP lounge, for that would be rather tedious. Following the conclusion of tomorrow's game, he intended to explore other facets of Macau. He planned to charter a yacht for a nautical escapade, inviting Dong Xiaolei to partake in a maritime celebration. It was essential for him to understand that one should not appear foolish in Macau, merely seated and playing chips. Yet, this behavior was commonplace among many ordinary individuals. Upon arrival, they would promptly head to the casino and by nightfall, book a return flight, eager to leave as soon as their monetary missions were accomplished, often without even spending a single night at the hotel. Chapter 28. I'm not yet satisfied. Have you ever wondered why it said that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose? As long as neither party resorts to deceit and fairness prevails, the house will invariably triumph. This outcome is attributable not only to the well-known probabilities of the games themselves, but also to an insurmountable barrier that the average individual cannot breach: infinite wealth. According to the odds, among 100 participants, 49 will emerge victorious, while 51 will face defeat. As the number of participants increases, these probabilities will align ever more closely with the standard ratios. The casino will always possess endless resources to keep you engaged until your balance is depleted. This is the common adage in all casinos of Macau. They fear not your winnings, but rather your absence. However, should your wealth surpass that of the casino by a considerable margin, your participation in the game will disrupt the equilibrium dictated by the law of large numbers. After all, your individual fortune would equate to the cumulative wealth of those 100 players. The concept is rather straightforward. In a scenario where probabilities are equal, the player with greater capital stands a higher chance of winning. If I have $100 and you possess only 10, and we engage in a coin toss game with $5 per round, who do you think has the greater likelihood of winning in the end? Even if you claim to have extraordinary luck and win $100 from me, it matters little. A mere phone call can replenish my account with $10,000, and we shall continue our game. The following morning, Luo Sheng awakened from a deep slumber. His 2 handmaidens had risen early, completed their morning routines, and were quietly seated on the sofa in the bedroom, awaiting his arrival. Their opportunity to accompany their master to Macau had incited envy among the sisters back at the estate. Within the manor, Luo Sheng's numerous personal attendants operated on a rotating schedule, with each one assigned for a day. To serve him in such an intimate capacity as now would require a wait of at least a month. If by chance their master chose to spend a night away from home, the wait would extend further. Under the attentive care of the 2 maidens, Luo Sheng washed and dressed before enjoying a simple breakfast delivered by the hotel. Once he was fully prepared, he summoned Gao Xiaoyan, accompanied by Tian. After exchanging pleasantries, Tian eagerly presented a contract. Mr. Luo, here is the contract. Please review it, and if all is satisfactory, a signature will suffice. Luo Sheng perused a few pages, finding no issues, and subsequently affixed his signature. Tian had exerted every effort to orchestrate today's game. Aware that Luo Sheng's stake on the table amounted to 300 million, he knew he could not bear the weight alone. Thus, he had assembled over 20 prominent local magnates to share the burden. However, to Tian's surprise, Gao Xiaoyan directly declined his invitation, expressing her disinterest in participating this time. Tian did not press the matter. After all, she had brought the client, and he did not wish to appear overly insistent. If she was unwilling, then so be it. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, Luo Sheng made his entrance into the VIP lounge. The moment he appeared, He drew the attention of the group of affluent individuals in the backstage lounge. Remarkably, he was accompanied by an entourage of bodyguards. His demeanor and mannerisms clearly indicated that he was no ordinary scion of wealth. Luo Sheng seated himself comfortably in an armchair, whereupon the table before him was meticulously arranged with 300 million in chips, each bearing a denomination of 1 million. The atmosphere was undeniably imposing. Nearby, a maid presented him with a freshly brewed cup of tea. After savoring a sip, Luo Sheng, composed and unruffled, addressed the dealer opposite him, saying, "Let us begin." In the office of the VIP lounge, Brother Zhong, the proprietor, was present today. He was a middle-aged man nearing 50, of modest height, with a bald head. As he observed the images displayed on the monitor, his gaze was filled with hesitation. Standing beside him was Gao Xiaoyan, who was not accompanying Luo Sheng this time. The office contained only the two of them. "Brother Zhong, what is your perspective on today's game?" Gao Xiaoyan inquired. "What perspective? Of course I intend to watch." Brother Zhong replied tersely. "I never anticipated that brat, Tian, possessed such capabilities. Mr. Luo's presence today has stirred the entire gambling scene of Haojiang. Does he not realize that those who dare to challenge Mr. Luo in such a manner are either desperately in need of money or extraordinarily wealthy? Is Mr. Luo someone who lacks funds? Is Tian Luo Group in financial distress? Once today concludes, Tian should fade away from Haojiang." As Brother Zhong spoke, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. Gao Xiaoyun, however, murmured incredulously, "Brother Zhong, is it really that dire?" Brother Zhong let out a cynical laugh. His eyes fixed on Luo Sheng's face on the monitor, and he stated with unwavering certainty, "Regardless of the outcome today, Tian will vanish." After a brief pause, he continued, "Do you know why Mr. Luo chose Haojiang instead of Las Vegas?" Gao Xiaoyan shook her head. She was aware of Mr. Luo's identity and knew that this man was not to be trifled with, but she was oblivious to other details about him. Brother Zhong poured himself a glass of whiskey, then filled a glass for Gao Xiaoyan before slowly explaining, "It is because Las Vegas neither dares to win his money nor can afford to pay him if he wins. So they simply do not allow Mr. Luo to participate. Mrs. E is a friend of Mr. Luo, which is why he is welcomed here to play, and Mr. Luo will certainly not act recklessly." Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyan immediately asked, "Then why did you, Brother Zhong, agree to let Tian do this?" Brother Zhong raised an eyebrow. "Did I agree? Tian approached this on his own. Would I dare to spoil Mr. Luo's enjoyment?" As time passed in the VIP lounge, Gao Xiaoyan returned from the office to the main hall. The initial 300 million in chips had dwindled to less than 100 million. Luo Sheng remained calm and collected, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Gao Xiaoyan while placing his bets. Another half-hour elapsed. Observing the dwindling chips before him, Luo Sheng calmly addressed Gao Xiaoyan beside him, instructing, "Please, fetch me another 500 million in chips." Although he was likewise increasing his stake, Luo Sheng's demeanor did not resemble that of a desperate gambler seeking to reclaim his losses. Instead, he appeared akin to a connoisseur savoring a delectable delicacy, requesting the waiter to bring forth additional servings. Gao Xiaoyan, fully aware of the circumstances, expressed her concerns, saying, "Mr. Luo, is this truly necessary?" With a gentle smile, Luo Sheng tenderly caressed her cheek, reassuringly stating, "I am not yet satisfied. Be obedient, please." Flustered by his unexpected gesture, Gao Xiaoyan complied nonetheless. Before long, a mountain of 1 million denomination chips had reaccumulated before Luo Sheng. Chapter 29. Let them be a bit quieter in the VIP lounge. Over 20 bosses initially observed the dwindling chips of Luo Sheng, believing that the game was nearing its conclusion and that they would soon sit back and await their share. However, to their astonishment, the house unexpectedly granted Luo Sheng an additional 500 million in chips. In an instant, the expressions of everyone became rigid, their gazes converging on Tian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tian promptly left the lounge and rushed to the office. He needed to inquire with Brother Zhong about why more chips had been issued to Luo Sheng. Upon entering the office, he found Brother Zhong leisurely sipping his drink while monitoring the surveillance feeds. Breathlessly, Atian asked Brother Zhong, I just saw Sister Xiao Yun grant Mr. Luo another 500 million in chips, which clearly exceeds her limit. Upon seeing Atian, Brother Zhong set down his glass, stood, and approached him with a stern demeanor. What? Do you think I need your guidance in my work? Brother Zhong retorted sharply. But Brother Zhong, this is not in accordance with the rules, Atian gasped. Pressing on, if everyone acted this way, what if the clients are unable to repay? After a moment of silence, following Atian's statement, he assumed there might still be room for negotiation. He continued, Brother Zhong, I acknowledge Mr. Luo's capabilities, but shouldn't we also consider the risks? Furthermore, Atian, do you know how Mr. Luo arrived in Haojiang? Brother Zhong abruptly shifted the topic. Atian was momentarily bewildered, pondering the relevance of Mr. Luo's arrival to the current situation. Surely, it cannot be anything extraordinary. Perhaps he simply traveled first class. Before Atian could voice his thoughts, Brother Zhong interjected, Mr. Luo flew in on his private jet, directly from Donghai to Haojiang. Just the value of that jet alone is nearly 4 billion. At this revelation, Atian's eyes widened in disbelief. A private jet worth 4 billion. What does that even signify? The tycoons in the mainland typically purchase jets worth only a few hundred million at most. What sort of individual could possess a private jet valued at 4 billion? Coupled with the imposing presence of Mr. Luo's bodyguards, who could move freely in and out of the Haojiang entertainment venue, Atian stammered, Brother Zhong, please tell me the truth. Who exactly is Mr. Luo? Brother Zhong cast a glance at the surveillance feed, observing Luo Sheng's upward-turned lips, and sighed, the Luo family of Daxia. Daxia's Luo family? Atian stuttered. In all of Daxia, which Luo family could it be, if not the one you already suspect? Since the conversation had reached this point, Brother Zhong continued candidly, Mr. Luo is the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family in Daxia. After stating this, he turned to Atian and patted him on the shoulder. Tell me, do you believe I can or dare to question Mr. Luo's repayment capabilities? I also advise you to remain composed and wait for Mr. Luo to conclude his business. Everything can be addressed afterward. After all, the moment Mr. Luo disembarked from the plane, Missy promptly called me, urging that we must not neglect each other. At this moment, Atian's expression was more distasteful than if he had consumed something vile. He was utterly bewildered as to how he returned to the lounge. A group of executives quickly surrounded him upon his arrival, inquiring about the situation. Atian, still hesitant to reveal Luo Sheng's true identity, could only dully state that the other party possessed sufficient proof of assets. As long as the opponent continued, this game was likely to persist for some time. After speaking, he slumped onto the lounge sofa like a deflated balloon. The VIP room continued its activities, and during a brief intermission, Luo Sheng took a moment to rest and enjoy a simple lunch. Such is the nature of fortune. When it wanes, it is bound to return in due time. In the first half, Luo Sheng's luck was indeed poor, as he exhausted 300 million in chips within just 2 hours. However, in the latter half, only an hour had elapsed, and he had not only regained the 300 million, but also turned a profit of several tens of millions. This development had the executives at the table in a state of distress. Unlike Luo Sheng, they lacked true limitless resources. Each penny in their possession was hard-earned, and losing even a fraction was painfully felt. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the true turmoil was still to come. As time passed, Luo Sheng's fortune began to soar, reaching a victory rate exceeding 90%. The pile of 1 million chips on the table grew higher and higher. Before long, he amassed over 400 million in chips. Coupled with his original capital, Luo Sheng's total was now perilously close to 1 billion. This sight compelled Atian to rush once more to Brother Zhong's office. Brother Zhong, help me. Mr. Luo has already surpassed 400 million. If he suddenly decides to withdraw, those executives will suffer terribly. Brother Zhong glanced at Atian dismissively and replied, their suffering has nothing to do with you. Atian, in a state of panic, retorted, Brother Zhong, are you not aware of the character of those executives? They will certainly accept their losses, but will not spare me. Moreover, I have already incurred some losses myself. At this rate, I cannot bear the consequences. Brother Zhong, with seemingly heartfelt concern, remarked, Atian, I have long advised you against acting as a safety net for others. You did not heed my warning, yet now you seek my assistance? Over 10 minutes later, Ah Tian emerged from the office, crestfallen. Meanwhile, the game continued. The executives seated in the lounge grew increasingly restless. In the VIP room, not far behind Luo Sheng, a group of those executive subordinates gathered. Each person observed the unfolding events while holding phones, relaying information to the executives on the other end. Initially, they communicated via text messages, but as Luo Sheng's winnings increased and the tension escalated, the speed of texting could no longer keep pace. Someone initiated phone calls to report, and soon everyone followed suit. The atmosphere in the rear of the VIP room became increasingly chaotic. Boss, he's won again. Boss, he's already amassed nearly 800 million on the table. Understood, boss. I'm keeping a close eye on it. Boss, judging by the situation, this path is nearing its end. Indeed, he's consecutively triumphed in 11 rounds this session. Luo Sheng, in the midst of flipping his cards, furrowed his brows in displeasure. With a dismissive flick, he cast his hand aside and snapped at Chuntai beside him. Are you deaf? Silence them at once. Chuntai promptly bowed an apology to Luo Sheng, simultaneously signaling the surrounding bodyguards with a sharp glance. A group of black-suited enforcers swiftly moved to shoo away the underlings still chattering on their phones. One of the lackeys, visibly irritated, retorted, "Your boss is playing 1 against 20 today. Of course, we need to monitor the situation." Chuntai's expression remained impassive. He had no patience for idle words. Without hesitation, he drew his Glock from his waist and pressed it against the speaker's forehead. Chapter 30. A 30 billion windfall. The icy touch of metal against his forehead instantly silenced him. The others present wore expressions of sheer terror. How had this man smuggled such a weapon into the casino? Were the security guards at the entrance asleep? Chuntai's voice was glacial as he spoke. "I'll count to 3. All non-essential personnel, leave the room." No one was foolish enough to gamble on whether the weapon in his hand was real or whether he dared to use it. Thus, everyone obediently filed out before scrambling to confront the casino staff, demanding an explanation. Why was someone in the MGM VIP lounge carrying a Glock? The scene was also witnessed by the bosses in the lounge, including Ah Tian. A firearm? This is Macau. This is within Greater Xia's borders. Ah Tian. Who the hell is this guy? How'd he get a weapon in here? Exactly. Ah Tian, what kind of person did you bring in? Call the police. Whether that thing's real or not, we can't let him run wild. Chaos erupted in the lounge, already on edge from Luo Sheng's overwhelming capital and relentless winning streak. The bosses collectively snapped, turning their fury on Ah Tian. Chuntai's forceful clearing of the room brought an uneasy silence to the VIP lounge. Even the attendants looked visibly shaken. When questioned about the security breach, how someone had bypassed checks and smuggled in contraband, the casino's explanation was succinct. Mr. Luo is a distinguished guest requiring elevated security measures. All arrangements were approved by the authorities and Madame Ho. The crowd had no choice but to swallow their protests. Yet, their awe for the young man seated in the VIP lounge deepened. By late afternoon, past 4 o'clock, Luo Sheng revealed his final hand, an 8, declaring victory and concluding the day's extraordinary game. On the table lay his original 800 million, plus 1, 5 billion in winnings. Off the books, 30 billion. Even split among the 24 bosses, each owed over 1 billion. Luo Sheng left the collection to Chuntai, retreating instead to the VIP office for a meeting with Brother Zhong. Observing Zhong Sheng's pained yet obsequious smile, Luo Sheng smirked faintly. "Zhong Sheng, this must be our second meeting." Zhong Sheng nodded eagerly, pouring Luo Sheng a glass of whiskey before sitting down with restrained deference. "Indeed, Mr. Luo. The first was at Madame Ho's birthday banquet." Luo Sheng took a measured sip before producing a freshly cashed check, 5 billion, and sliding it across the table. Though he suspected Luo Sheng's intent, Zhong Sheng feigned confusion. "Mr. Luo, what is this for?" Luo Sheng spoke with a calm demeanor. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am here merely for amusement, courtesy of Ms. He." The relationship between the VIP room and the entertainment city resembles that of a shopping mall and its exclusive boutiques. The VIP room submits its fees, bears its own profits and losses, and operates under the management of the entertainment city. If Luo Sheng were to directly take away 15 billion, the entertainment city would incur no loss, yet for Zhong Sheng, it would represent a considerable expense. Most importantly, since Luo Sheng's arrival in Macau, Missy from MGM has been making various introductions on his behalf. Those in the know understand that he is Ms. He's friend, a distinguished guest, and it would be inappropriate to let a trivial sum tarnish their friendship. Zhong Sheng was taken aback by Luo Sheng's actions. Although he felt a stir of desire upon seeing that check, he nonetheless stated, "Mr. Luo, this is a sum you earned through your own merit. It rightfully belongs to you." With a resolute gaze, Zhong Sheng pushed the check back towards Luo Sheng, his esteem for him growing significantly. Truly, he is the esteemed eldest son of the Luo family, possessing a demeanor that allows him to relinquish even a rightful 15 billion. Yet, Luo Sheng had no intention of lingering on the matter. He cast a glance at the check on the table, offered a faint smile, and prepared to depart. To him, this money was akin to two friends dining together, rendering the question of who pays utterly inconsequential. Zhong Sheng watched Luo Sheng's graceful exit, then glanced at the check, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing. In the evening, within a premier Western restaurant of the entertainment city, Gao Xiaoyan raised her goblet, filled with a freshly opened Romani Conti. With a slightly dazed gaze, she looked at the man beside her and said, "Mr. Luo, congratulations on a remarkable gain of 300 billion today." Opposite her, Dong Xiaolei also lifted his glass, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother Sheng, you are simply incredible. I lost nearly 3 million these past few days. Yet you managed to turn around and win 300 billion. How many months of salary would that cover for me?" His exhilaration stemmed from Luo Sheng's success. The money itself mattered little to him, but witnessing his brother's triumph far surpassed any fictional gambling deity he had seen on screen. In contrast to Dong Xiaolei's astonishment at Luo Sheng's fortune and skill, Su Xiaoxiao, accompanying Dong Xiaolei for dinner, was purely taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the sum. Her eyes widened, struggling to comprehend what she had just heard. 300 billion. What an astonishing amount. If it were placed before her, she feared she would be unable to grasp it all at once. And the thought of receiving it sent her mind into a delightful reverie. Was this truly the man, as Sister Xiaoyan described, more esteemed than a Lion King? Yet, how could one win 300 billion and still maintain such an air of nonchalance? He bore no resemblance to the business moguls she had encountered before, who would soar into the stratosphere after winning merely tens of millions. Luo Sheng casually sipped from his glass before slowly speaking. Indeed, it can be considered an unexpected gain. He observed the nearly uncontrollable excitement of those before him. To an outsider, one might mistakenly believe they were the ones who had won such an immense fortune. "Xiaoyan, let's make plans for tomorrow morning. We shall venture out to sea," Luo Sheng remarked. Upon hearing of the task at hand, Gao Xiaoyan promptly set aside her wine glass and inquired, "May I ask how long Mr. Luo intends to indulge in this excursion, so that I may make the necessary arrangements?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng replied, "We shall depart tomorrow morning and return the day after in the afternoon. This time, feel free to invite more people. You may coordinate with those from Japan and the West." Gao Xiaoyan smiled gently and assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Luo, this outing will undoubtedly meet your expectations." Nearby, Dong Xiaolei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite having lost money over the past couple of days, he felt a sense of frustration not due to the loss itself, but rather because he wondered if his luck had taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, it must be said that the young women here were truly exceptional. In terms of beauty, physique, and service awareness, they had far exceeded his previous perceptions of this industry, elevating him to a newfound pinnacle of experience. Chapter 31. The yacht party. The following morning, Luo Sheng arrived at a dock in Macau, accompanied by others in a Rolls-Royce Phantom provided by MGM Grand. For this maritime excursion, Gao Xiaoyan had arranged a brand-new Ferretti yacht, spanning 50 meters in length. The yacht boasted 4 decks and over 800 square meters of living space, alongside more than 300 square meters of outdoor space. Such ample outdoor area rendered each deck a realm of possibilities, resulting in a series of scenic sea view terraces. At that moment, Gao Xiaoyan approached Luo Sheng as he alighted from the vehicle and inquired, "Mr. Luo, are you satisfied with the yacht?" Standing at the dock and gazing at the Ferretti yacht before him, Luo Sheng nodded in approval. "It's fine, but it ultimately depends on Xiaolei's opinion. I'm indifferent." Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaolei felt somewhat flustered and replied, "Shenggu, you flatter me. You decide." In truth, he wished to express that this was his first experience aboard a yacht in his life. Even a modest 10-meter vessel would have felt novel to him, let alone the luxurious behemoth before them. Gao Xiaoyan chuckled and gestured invitingly. Then, "Mr. Luo, please wait for the boat. The ladies will be arriving shortly." Due to the space constraints of a yacht, Luo Sheng did not bring all his bodyguards on board, opting instead to allow Chun Tai and 4 other bodyguards to accompany him, while the others followed in a separate vessel. Upon entering the interior of the Ferretti yacht, Luo Sheng settled onto a sofa, surveying the layout around him. The cabinetry and flooring were crafted from Canaletto walnut, complemented by expansive glass curtain walls, which imbued the yacht's interior with a sense of dynamism and lightness. Chun Tai and the other 4 bodyguards stood expressionless on either side, seemingly impervious to their surroundings. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaolei alternated between examining this and touching that, his face alight with curiosity and excitement at the new experience. Before long, Gao Xiaoyan arrived aboard with a dozen yacht girls, clad in revealing bikinis. Half were from Europe and America, while the other half hailed from Japan and Korea. For safety reasons, all communication devices and health reports had been submitted prior to boarding. Beyond these enchanting ladies, the yacht was staffed with an experienced captain, enthusiastic sailors, and a dedicated service crew, including a DJ. Once the yacht girls had boarded, they lined up neatly and greeted Luo Sheng and the others in unison. "Hello, boss." Luo Sheng merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Dong Xiaolei stared in awe. Gao Xiaoyan clapped her hands and cheerfully announced, "Ladies, make sure to entertain our esteemed guests well. I shall return to fetch you tomorrow afternoon." Turning to Luo Sheng, she added, "Mr. Luo, enjoy your time with Mr. Dong. I must disembark now." After Gao Xiaoyan departed, the yacht set sail, embarking into the vast expanse of the sea. As the yacht gradually departed from the dock, the music began to play, and the yacht girls came alive. Some approached Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei to offer toasts, while others swayed gracefully on the dance floor. Luo Sheng held his glass, taking a gentle sip, his gaze calmly surveying the revelers in the dance area. Dong Xiaolei, however, was already surrounded by several yacht girls, his laughter infectious and unrestrained. The Ferretti yacht was equipped with 2 jet skis. At Dong Xiaolei's suggestion, he and Luo Sheng each took a beautiful companion and hopped onto the jet skis, racing across the boundless sea. Meanwhile, the others stood at the edge of the yacht, cheering and waving flags in support. In the afternoon, a fierce water gun battle erupted on the deck, filled with laughter and shouts echoing across the surface. Gradually, the skirmish morphed into a chase, with Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei as the pursuers, naturally targeting the 10 or so yacht girls. The game continued until nightfall. Exhausted, Dong Xiaolei hastily had dinner to replenish his strength before retreating to his cabin with a beauty in tow. The remaining yacht girls also dispersed to their quarters, leaving Luo Sheng quietly seated at the bow of the yacht, fishing rod in hand. Behind him stood the meticulous Chun Tai, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves. Luo Sheng gazed up at the night sky. Days had passed since his rebirth, and he was gradually acclimating to his new identity. He had no intention of clinging to the memories of his past life. Like Qin Yajun, he was ready to move on. However, one person still lingered in his heart, a remnant of unresolved feelings, his former wife, Han Yutong. Luo Sheng knew that she was currently a junior at Donghai University. Finding her would be easy, but then what? Should he offer her a sum of money to atone for past grievances, or simply bring her back to Chiyun Mountain Villa? This dilemma remained unresolved in Luo Sheng's mind. He vaguely recalled that Han Yutong had joined Jingtai Commerce under Tian Luo Group after graduating from university, and they had met during a corporate event. For now, he decided to set those thoughts aside. As night fell and the temperature began to drop, Luo Sheng prepared to head inside for rest. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention from behind. Instinctively alert, Chun Tai turned and drew his Glock, the dark muzzle aimed directly at a girl wrapped in a blanket. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I just couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll." The girl spoke with palpable fear, having never before been threatened by a gun. Wasn't it said that firearms were prohibited in the Great Xia? How could this person possess such a weapon? Recognizing the girl as one of the yacht companions from earlier, Chuntai holstered his weapon but remained wary. Luo Sheng gestured for Chuntai to step aside and inquired, "What is your name?" The girl cautiously glanced at Chuntai before responding, "Boss, you can call me Jia. I introduced myself during the day. I seem to have forgotten." Luo Sheng replied calmly, "Upon discerning your accent, one might inquire if you hail from Korea. May I ask what your given name is?" The young woman nodded obediently, responding, "Yes, boss, my name is Park Soo-yun." Luo Sheng scrutinized her once more. She possessed an exquisite beauty, exuding an air of refined elegance. Her figure was commendable as well, standing approximately 1 meter and 65 centimeters tall, with a significant portion of her height attributed to her legs. Luo Sheng stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Park Soo-yun, displaying remarkable understanding, nestled into Luo Sheng's embrace and inquired, "Boss, do you need to rest?" Luo Sheng smiled gently, replying, "Aren't you the one suffering from insomnia? It would be perfect to engage in some exercise before resting." With that, the two of them naturally made their way into the cabin. Chapter 32. Wonderful moments on the yacht on the following morning. The soft and warm rays of dawn filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow within the room. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by a cacophony of noise emanating from outside, abruptly rousing Luo Sheng from his slumber. He rubbed his bleary eyes and turned to look beside him. There lay Pu Su-yin, quietly resting, her back as white as snow and illuminated by the morning light, exuding an enchanting allure. In this moment, she seemed still lost in dreams, her lips curling into a subtle smile, occasionally murmuring incomprehensible words. Luo Sheng chose not to disturb her peaceful repose, quietly rising from bed and donning his clothes. After a brief and refreshing wash, he left the room and made his way to the deck. There he observed a group of yacht beauties surrounding Dong Xiaolei, seemingly engaged in some sort of activity. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Xiaolei, starting the fun so early?" Upon hearing Luo Sheng's voice, Dong Xiaolei pushed aside the lovely ladies encircling him and pulled one forward towards Luo Sheng. "Brother Sheng, what do you think of my artwork?" Luo Sheng followed his gesture and was momentarily at a loss for words. The young man had taken to painting on a lady's chest at such an early hour, truly a display of audacity. However, he refrained from commenting on the artistic style. After enjoying a simple yet delicious breakfast, Luo Sheng sauntered to the bow of the ship. He reclined languidly on a comfortable beach chair, stretching his limbs as if wishing to merge his entire being with the splendid morning light. The weather was splendid, perfect for basking in the sun. With this thought, Luo Sheng gently gestured for the two lovely ladies beside him to assist him in applying sunscreen. They obediently approached, holding a bottle that emanated a delicate fragrance. One of them gently dispensed some sunscreen into her palm, then tenderly applied it to Luo Sheng's broad chest, while the other meticulously attended to his arms and shoulders, her delicate fingers gliding softly across his skin. A soft sea breeze wafted by, bringing a refreshing coolness. The warm sun generously enveloped Luo Sheng, wrapping him in a golden glow. At this moment, he indulged in an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. He slightly closed his eyes, listening to the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull, allowing the gentle caresses of the lady's fingers to massage his body. Perhaps even the most extravagant words in the world would fail to capture the ultimate relaxation and pleasure Luo Sheng was experiencing. This sensation transcended the limits of language. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaolei had successfully completed his unique artistic endeavor, leading the group of yacht beauties in playful revelry within the X after merely casting a fleeting glance. Luo Sheng chose to divert his attention, allowing Dong Xiaolei and his companions to revel in their merriment. After all, young men like Dong Xiaolei, who had been single for over 2 decades, were in the prime of their vitality. On the other hand, a group of enchanting and alluring beauties graced the scene. Such a tableau could only be described as a breathtakingly epic spectacle. Fortunately, the bodyguards accompanying Luo Sheng were all elite professionals, rigorously trained to handle any situation. Were they ordinary individuals, the tantalizing and provocative sights before them would surely induce considerable torment. Nevertheless, the bodyguards, including Chen Tai, stood stoically, their expressions unyielding as they surveyed their surroundings, ever vigilant against any potential security threats. As the afternoon progressed, the yacht began its return journey. Dong Xiaolei slumped onto the sofa in the lounge area, utterly fatigued yet wearing an expression of lingering desire. He lifted a glass of water from the table and took a sip before addressing Luo Sheng. Brother Sheng, to be honest, I really don't want to go back. Observing his state, Luo Sheng understood that this fellow had been pent up for far too long, much like a famished individual who, after 2 days of hunger, is suddenly presented with a sumptuous feast. He would be inclined to devour everything in sight. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future. You need not be so impatient. I'll have MGM issue you a Lion King card, so you can come whenever you like, Luo Sheng reassured him. Although the MGM Lion King card required various conditions to be met for possession, rules were never meant to confine their creators. Dong Xiaolei chuckled. So, are we heading back to Donghai today? Luo Sheng inquired. What? Are you reluctant to leave? I was just asking. I'll defer to your arrangements, Brother Sheng. Dong Xiaolei replied with a grin. Checking the time, Luo Sheng said, we won't return today. Let us wait until tomorrow. We'll set sail back to Donghai in the morning. After all, there's a guest from afar awaiting at my home, and it would be inappropriate to delay too long. Before long, the yacht docked. As they were uncertain of the exact return time, they could not treat it as a typical client situation. Hence, Gao Xiaoyan had been waiting on the shore with the convoy since early morning. As Luo Sheng, Dong Xiaolei, and their entourage of bodyguards disembarked, Gao Xiaoyan promptly approached them. Mr. Luo, did you enjoy your outing at sea? Luo Sheng nodded. It was quite delightful. Next time I'm in Donghai, I shall treat you to dinner. Mr. Luo, you are too kind. This is merely my duty, Gao Xiaoyan replied. This is not mere courtesy, it is commendation. Flattered, Gao Xiaoyan smiled. Thank you for acknowledging my work, Mr. Luo. If I have the opportunity to travel to the mainland, I will certainly visit you in Donghai. Subsequently, she arranged transportation for Luo Sheng and his companions to the hotel for some rest. After lunch that day, having exchanged pleasantries with Luo Sheng, Dong Xiaolei made his way back to the entertainment center once more. After several hours of intense battle, the outcome remained a deficit of 2 million. In the meantime, Luo Sheng utilized the better part of the day to explore other entertainment venues in Macau, accompanied by 2 maidservants and a bodyguard. As evening approached, he made a special trip to the duty-free shop, where he purchased a pair of exquisite handbags for each maidservant. Much to their delight, upon returning that night and learning of Dong Xiaolei's predicament, Luo Sheng summoned him to Yonghua Mansion. Observing Dong Xiaolei's disheartened demeanor, Luo Sheng calmly remarked, Xiaolei, a loss is merely a loss. Consider it a form of entertainment. Besides, it is just 2 million. Is it necessary to present yourself as if you are on the brink of financial ruin? Dong Xiaolei sighed, replying, Brother Sheng, it's not the money that troubles me. Rather, I am perplexed by my abysmal luck. In the final round, I lost 23 consecutive games, surpassing my record for the worst performance in 2 days. Luo Sheng chuckled and said, This simply indicates that you are ill-suited for such endeavors. Do not dwell on it. Indulge in a sauna. Find a lovely lady to give you a massage and rest early tonight. Dong Xiaolei nodded silently in agreement. Chapter 33. I wish to advance my salary that evening, Mr. Zhong Sheng personally visited the Yonghua Mansion to extend an invitation to Luo Sheng for dinner. Considering that the latter was due to board a private jet back to Donghai City the following day, it was uncertain when he would again have the opportunity to encounter someone of such stature. In light of Mr. Zhong's invitation, Luo Sheng gladly accepted. Accompanying them were several other esteemed patrons of the VIP lounge, who lavished praise upon Luo Sheng and earnestly requested that he extend his stay in the bustling metropolis of Macau, so they might indulge him in their hospitality. Meanwhile, at a modest restaurant on the outskirts of Donghai City, Emily Mellon held her phone, meticulously comparing the information displayed. Once she confirmed its accuracy, she strode confidently inside. Meng Qing, who accompanied her, surveyed the surroundings and the restaurant's facade, her expression one of surprise at Emily's bold entrance. 2 luxurious Alfred vehicles were parked nearby, with several bodyguards stationed by them, awaiting their charge. Upon entering the establishment, Emily instantly captured the attention of every diner and staff member present. Her striking features, golden hair and azure eyes, rendered her impossible to overlook. Noticing the arrival of a foreign guest, a staff member at the entrance immediately called out, "Yutong, come here for a moment." A youthful maiden with flowing locks and an innocent demeanor dashed out from within. "Sister Zhang, what is it?" Sister Zhang gestured discreetly towards Emily Mellon, prompting Han Yutong to smile in understanding. She approached with a fluent command of English, inquiring, "Hello, may I ask what you need?" Emily paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "I speak Mandarin. I read online that your establishment offers delightful cuisine, so I came to try it." Han Yutong led her to a suitable table in the hall. "Madam, please let me know what you would like to eat. You can scan the code to order or refer to that menu." As she spoke, Han Yutong retrieved a teapot from nearby and poured a cup of tea for her guest. "Thank you, young lady. I will take a moment to peruse the menu," Emily replied. As Han Yutong returned to the bar, Sister Zhang remarked with a smile, "Yutong, you truly are impressive. Your English flows effortlessly." "Not at all. I can only manage simple exchanges," Han Yutong modestly replied. Sister Zhang cast a glance at Emily, who was still perusing the menu, and murmured softly, "The woman who just arrived does not seem like an ordinary person. I wonder what possessed her to dine in such a humble establishment." "Sister Zhang, our restaurant is quite commendable, with delicious offerings at reasonable prices," Han Yutong defended. Sister Zhang scoffed slightly. "What do you know? People of means typically do not frequent places like ours. They dine at upscale restaurants, indulging in steaks, gourmet dishes, and fine wines." Perhaps she has grown weary of such fare, Han Yutong mused before recalling something. She continued, "Sister Zhang, did Aunt Gu mention when she would return this evening?" "No, she took Shan Shan to attend someone else's wedding. I estimate they won't return until around 9 or 10 o'clock. Sister Zhang noticed Han Yutong's anxiety and inquired, "Yutong, is there something troubling you? Perhaps you should call the proprietress." Han Yutong shook her head and replied, "It's just that an old friend of mine is facing some difficulties and urgently needs money. I was hoping to ask Aunt Gu for an advance on my salary." Upon hearing that it was a matter concerning finances, Sister Zhang promptly lost interest in the conversation. "Then you should wait for the proprietress to return. By the way, table 3 just ordered a bottle of beer. Could you take it over?" "Certainly, Sister Zhang." Han Yutong then turned back to her bustling duties. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that the proprietress, Aunt Gu, returned to the restaurant alone. By then, the establishment was nearly empty of patrons. After surveying the situation, Aunt Gu headed to the bar to check the day's earnings. At that moment, Han Yutong conveniently approached. "Aunt Gu, did Shan Shan not accompany you back?" Aunt Gu, engrossed in her computer screen, replied without looking up, "Shan Shan went home first. Yutong, you should finish your work and head back as well. You all have classes tomorrow." Han Yutong hesitated for a moment, but did not leave. Sensing something amiss, Aunt Gu looked up and asked, "Yutong, is there something else on your mind?" Aunt Gu, may I request an advance on this month's salary?" Han Yutong asked cautiously. Aunt Gu, somewhat displeased, responded, "Yutong, it's only the 24th. Why do you want to advance your salary? Is there a problem at home?" "A friend of mine is in a tough spot and urgently needs money. I don't have enough on hand." So before Han Yutong could finish, she was interrupted by Aunt Gu. "Yutong, while our business is relatively good, there are many expenses to cover. Rent, utilities." Aunt Gu enumerated a lengthy list of expenses. Ultimately, the result was that she could advance Yutong a maximum of 10 days' worth of salary, amounting to 100 yuan. Upon returning to her dormitory at Donghai University, Han Yutong transferred the advanced salary to her friend. "Yutong, here, Jiejia, this is all I can spare for now." Jiejia replied, "Thank you, Yutong. Once my father's illness is treated, I will find a way to repay you." "I'm not in a hurry, Jiejia. Just take care of yourself, and I look forward to your good news." Just as Han Yutong set her phone down, her roommate suddenly leaned over and asked, "Yutong, does a restaurant where you work at night still need help?" "What's wrong, Xiaoya? Aren't you tutoring?" Xiaoya wore a troubled expression and said, "The children these days are simply too slow. No matter how I try, they just won't learn. If this continues, I might fall ill from frustration." Han Yutong pondered for a moment before responding, "I'm not sure about that. I can ask the proprietress when I go in tomorrow night." Xiaoya jested, "Isn't Gu Shanshan your close friend? The restaurant is her family's, so why not give her a call?" Han Yutong replied, "Let's skip that for now. I will ask her when I go in tomorrow." Gu Shanshan was Han Yutong's high school classmate. They had maintained a good relationship during school and later enrolled in the same university. The two naturally evolved into close friends. Gu Shanshan's family operated a beef offal restaurant, conveniently located just a short 10-minute walk from Donghai University. She had always treated Han Yutong with kindness. Furthermore, her family circumstances were quite favorable, which meant she never hesitated to share any delightful treasures with Han Yutong. In the second semester of their sophomore year, upon learning that Han Yutong was considering taking on a part-time job, Gu Shanshan proactively invited her to assist at the family establishment. She assured her that the proximity and the familial ownership ensured safety, alleviating any fears of deception. Essentially, it was merely a role as a waitress. Chapter 34. Attending the auction above the city of Donghai, a Boeing 747-8 descended upon Donghai International Airport. Seated in the car returning to Qian Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng inquired of Meng Qing regarding how Miss Emily had spent her days. "Sir, Miss Emily has been quite occupied these past few days. She visited numerous attractions around Donghai and even took a trip to the headquarters of Tian Luo Group for a tour. However, since yesterday, she has begun to venture out on her own, exploring places recommended by some online acquaintances." Luo Sheng nodded, indicating his understanding. "And where is she now?" "Miss Emily is aware that you arrived in Donghai at noon today, so she has chosen to remain at the villa," Meng Qing reported earnestly. "This woman truly keeps a close watch on me." "Very well, I understand. Once we return to the villa, bring her to the main residence to see me." "Understood, sir." An hour later, in the reception room on the first floor of the main residence, Luo Sheng held a glass of Krug champagne as he stood before a magnificent aquarium wall. His deep-set eyes, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, admired the mermaids swimming gracefully within. "Zheng, your little pets are quite unique," came Emily's voice from behind. Luo Sheng turned, casually placing his glass on a side table. "Miss Emily, how have you been?" Emily settled herself on a nearby sofa, her arms crossed in front of her. "Not too bad. Donghai truly qualifies as an international metropolis. Especially the night scenery is quite beautiful." Luo Sheng approached her, taking a seat across from her. "I heard you visited the headquarters of Tian Luo Group." "Indeed. What's wrong with that? After all, I came here representing the Melon family. Merely a formality," Emily replied indifferently. "Was your outing successful?" Luo Sheng asked, knowing that Emily was unaware of his trip to Haokong and that she had not gleaned the answers she sought from Meng Qing. "Relatively successful, considering it is within the territory of Daxia. Everything is rather effortless for me. I wonder, Miss Emily, do you have any interest in auctions?" Luo Sheng suddenly shifted the conversation. "Auctions? I suppose so. You know I lack for nothing," Emily responded coolly. Luo Sheng habitually raised his hand to check the time. "At 3 this afternoon, there's an auction taking place right here in Donghai. Preparations for this auction began a month ago, and there is an item I particularly fancy. If Miss Emily is interested, shall we attend together this afternoon?" A month prior, Luo Sheng had received an invitation to the auction. Initially, he had no intention of attending, yet one of the items piqued his interest. He had an upcoming trip to Kyoto and could bring this gift along for someone. "That sounds fine. I have no pressing matters," Emily agreed. The two engaged in light conversation until a maid approached, bowing respectfully. "Sir, lunch is ready." Understood." Luo Sheng rose and gestured invitingly. "Please, Miss Emily." Considering that Western cuisine held little allure for Emily, the midday meal at the main residence was arranged to feature Chinese dishes. As she savored unfamiliar delicacies, Emily's palate experienced an unprecedented liberation. From her initial reserve, she gradually became less concerned about her table manners. "Sheng, do you know, my visit to Daxia is motivated by something beyond just you. It's these exquisite dishes. I adore them so much that I feel I should reside here." Luo Sheng chuckled. "You simply haven't been exposed to enough. To me, even this lavish spread of delicacies is rather ordinary. While stuffing her mouth with food, Emily shook her head. No, it's different. I discovered a fantastic restaurant last night. How about we go there together tonight? It's truly delightful. Luo Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that when it came to food, Emily transformed into a different person. You are, after all, a core member of the Mei Long family. What has happened to your decorum and poise? All right, we shall visit the restaurant you mentioned tonight. I would like to see for myself. Luo Sheng agreed. If Meng Qing were present, she would undoubtedly advise Luo Sheng to choose another venue. Such roadside eateries, no matter how delectable, were hardly fitting for someone of Luo Sheng's stature. Unfortunately, she was not there. After lunch, the two took a brief respite before setting off for the auction house. Although the Donghai Hongtu auction house was not among the world's foremost auction establishments, it ranked within the top 3 in Daxia, particularly in Donghai City. Established in the early 1990s, it boasted a diverse range of services, specializing in the auction of rare artworks, luxury watches, jewelry, automobiles, and fine wines. Today's auction was graced by invitees who were all titans of industry, each possessing assets worth billions. Among the most anticipated attendees was none other than Luo Sheng, the eldest son of the Luo family. He had already confirmed his attendance for this afternoon's auction, indicating that there were items of interest for him within the lots. Upon arriving at the auction house, Chun Tai proactively approached to present the invitation letter. The staff at the entrance, upon recognizing the content of the letter, immediately greeted Luo Sheng with utmost respect. They then escorted him to the second floor into a private VIP room. The 20-plus square meter VIP room was furnished with sofas and coffee tables, and featured 2 enormous LCD screens, one displaying the entire auction venue, and the other showcasing close-ups of the exhibits. Engaging in the auction from such a private setting completely eliminated the possibility of prying eyes, ensuring privacy while significantly reducing external distractions. Once Luo Sheng and Emily were seated, the staff served tea and snacks before discreetly exiting the room. With time still on their hands, Luo Sheng picked up a nearby tablet to review the specific lots available for today's auction. Emily began to examine the delicacies on the coffee table with her mouth. Soon, after a tedious speech from the auctioneer, the auction officially commenced. One exquisite item after another was presented on the stage, each a rare treasure seldom seen by the common eye. The audience below started to bid eagerly for the objects of their desire. Luo Sheng observed quietly, showing no intention to participate, until the staff brought forth a tray onto the stage. Resting quietly upon the tray was a platinum necklace adorned with rubies. Luo Sheng's eyes sparkled. This was the very goal of his journey. Emily also seized her indulgence in the snacks, captivated by the necklace, which appeared to be quite extraordinary. Chapter 35. The Lantern of Destiny. This exquisite necklace not only captivated Emily, but also drew the attention of everyone present, including those in other VIP rooms. The auctioneer observed the reactions of the crowd, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Allow me to present to you the necklace named Heart of the Crimson Flame. It is a necklace featuring pigeon blood rubies, originating from the Kingdom of Cambodia. Crafted entirely from platinum, it is adorned with 32 untreated rubies, each boasting a color grade that reaches the pinnacle of pigeon blood red. The sizes of these rubies range from 1.3 carats to 2.9 carats, with a total weight of 64.1 carats. As many of you may already know, natural rubies are exceedingly rare, and pigeon blood red is the finest among them. This necklace, hailing from Cambodia, not only displays a vibrant and rich color, but also possesses unparalleled brightness and purity, making it a true masterpiece. Whether you intend to present it to a cherished lady, keep it for yourself, or pass it down through generations, is indeed an exceptional choice. We shall now commence the bidding, with a starting price of 20 million, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 100,000. As the auctioneer's words faded, a mere few seconds of silence enveloped the room before bids began to pour in. 25 million, 28 million, 30 million, 62 million. Once the price soared beyond 60 million, the hall fell into silence, as everyone understood that while the necklace was undoubtedly valuable, its worth would peak around this figure. Exceeding this amount would seem rather pointless. Moreover, many present, despite their vast fortunes amounting to hundreds of millions or even billions, held assets tied up in real estate, stocks, and bonds. The liquid cash at their disposal was limited. Noticing the cessation of bids, the auctioneer casually glanced toward the VIP room where several billionaires were seated, including a certain influential figure. Logically, the quality of this necklace should have stirred interest among them. Yet to this point, there had been no sign of movement from the VIP section. Is there no higher bid? After a brief pause, the auctioneer continued, 62 million, going once. In the VIP room, Luo Sheng pressed a button beside him and spoke into the microphone with a calm demeanor, 80 million. In stark contrast to the previous increments of 2 to 3 million, Luo Sheng had raised the price by an astonishing 18 million. As his words hung in the air, the auctioneer had yet to respond when a woman's voice echoed from another VIP room. I bid 90 million. 90 million from room 5. Is there any higher offer? The auctioneer called out. 100 million. A middle-aged man's voice resonated from room 4. Immediately thereafter, rooms 2 and 3 also chimed in with their bids. The price swiftly ascended to an astonishing 350 million. At this juncture, the price had already exceeded reasonable expectations. Those who continued to bid were genuinely enamored and possessed ample wealth. It was rare to encounter those foolish enough to maliciously drive up the price merely for pride. Such a fool would not be found in the VIP lounge. Coincidentally, Luo Sheng had taken a particular liking to this necklace. He calmly uttered a figure that astonished everyone, 1 billion. He then added, if anyone else bids, regardless of the amount, I will raise it by 100 million. The moment these words were spoken, the room erupted in astonishment. Even those seated in other VIP lounges were moved. This was akin to lighting the lantern at previous auctions, where such an act signified an unwavering determination to acquire the item. No matter how high the price soared, the individual would secure the item at a premium. If someone were to maliciously raise the bid at this moment, the lantern lighter would incur substantial losses. However, such occurrences were typically rare. Once done, it would lead to enmity. For those bold enough to light the lantern were invariably individuals of considerable means. Luo Sheng's action not only lit the lantern, but also escalated the price from 350 million to 1 billion in a single stroke. After a moment of deliberation, the occupants of the other VIP lounges chose to withdraw. To muster 1 billion in cash for bidding was a prospect that even they needed to contemplate thoroughly. Given the ease with which the opponent had presented the offer, it was clear that this was no ordinary affluent individual. In their retreat, several of them discreetly dispatched aides to investigate the identity of the individual in VIP room number 1. The outcome of that inquiry was, of course, beyond question. Luo Sheng secured the pigeon blood-red platinum necklace at an overwhelmingly dominant price. With that, the auction drew to a close. The occupants of the other VIP lounges soon learned from the auction house that the individual in room number 1 represented the Tian Luo group. The specific identity was, however, not disclosed. Upon hearing that it was a representative of the Tian Luo group, the exact individual became inconsequential. A few among them were inclined to approach and forge a connection. Yet, as they arrived at the entrance of VIP room number 1, they found only a lone cleaner remaining inside. Seated in the car returning to Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng retrieved the necklace for which he had paid 1 billion from an exquisite briefcase. The necklace felt somewhat heavy in his hands, exuding a slight chill. Beside him, Emily leaned in closer, scrutinizing the piece. The rubies sparkled like stars in the night sky, captivating Emily's gaze. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Sheng, this necklace is truly beautiful. No woman could refuse such a gift. If someone were to present me with such a necklace, I would undoubtedly wear it to bed. But it is not meant for you," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Emily's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Then, to which fortunate lady do you intend to give it? My sister. Her birthday is coming up, Luo Sheng responded. Your sister? Emily pondered, somewhat perplexed. Is it truly necessary to spend a staggering 1 billion on a necklace for your sister? I understand that you possess wealth, but such extravagance seems excessive. Sheng, you are remarkably kind to your sister. I regret not having a brother like you. Luo Sheng smiled faintly, stating, No, Our sibling relationship is quite ordinary. However, her unique status warrants something more distinguished than an ordinary gift. This only deepened Emily's confusion. Given Luo Sheng's stature, even a necklace worth several $100,000 would hold significant meaning. How could it still be deemed inappropriate? What makes your sister so special? She inquired. That the esteemed eldest son of the Luo family would treat her with such seriousness? Luo Sheng met Emily's gaze calmly and replied, "Her name is Luo Yao, and she is the crown princess of the great Xia dynasty, destined to be the future empress." Chapter 36. Fairy tales translated into reality. The great Xia dynasty operates under a dual constitutional monarchy, where the monarch's authority significantly surpasses that of the parliament. All decrees require the monarch's consent and signature to attain legal validity, and he serves as the nominal and actual supreme commander of the army across land, sea, and air. Typically, the monarch does not directly engage in the governance of the state. This responsibility is entrusted to the prime minister, who acts with full authority. The monarch, however, wields the power to appoint and dismiss all officials within the dynasty, a phenomenon rooted in a unique historical context, supported by individuals with ulterior motives. The most pivotal figure in this scenario is Luo Sheng's great-grandfather, the grandfather of his grandfather. Consequently, the Luo family's status within the Great Xia has been irrevocably established, impervious to any challenge. It is said, albeit irreverently, that even the current emperor, Xia Jie, dares not confront the Luo family, as long as they refrain from rebellion. Their lineage shall endure, intertwined with the fate of the nation. As for Luo Sheng's sister, Luo Yao, her betrothal to the crown prince, Xiaoran, was a strategic move by Emperor Xia Jie to further solidify the ties between the two families. This union is deemed a splendid choice for both parties, garnering unanimous approval. Thus, last year, Luo Yao wed the crown prince, transforming into the coveted crown princess that every young woman in the Great Xia dreams of. Emily had previously shown little interest in the affairs of the Great Xia. Hence, she was unaware of this development. However, upon learning of it, her composure faltered. It is no wonder that when she expressed her desire to be with Luo Sheng, her family members offered their unwavering support. Her father even encouraged her to bear Luo Sheng's child, suggesting that they had long been privy to these matters. "I never anticipated that your sister would become the crown princess. It makes sense now why you prepared such a gift," Emily remarked, pouting. Luo Sheng retrieved the necklace and placed it back in his suitcase, explaining that it was merely the most ordinary of the gifts he had prepared for her. "You have other gifts?" Emily exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Is that surprising?" Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. "A ruby necklace worth only a few million is hardly sufficient as a gift for a crown princess." Though initially taken aback, Emily soon reconciled this revelation with their respective statuses. After returning the necklace to the estate and noticing that time was still on their side, Luo Sheng invited Emily to tour his horse farm, as he had not visited in some time. "Sheng, I heard during school that you own a thoroughbred. I can finally see it today," Emily exclaimed excitedly as they reached the entrance of the farm. "Indeed, if you're interested, you can ride a few laps later," Luo Sheng replied. "However, as a member of the Melon family, isn't a thoroughbred rather commonplace for you?" Emily shot him a playful glare before responding, "Master Luo, that is a thoroughbred, a treasure that is priceless and rare. I recall a particular auction a few years ago, where a thoroughbred horse fetched an astonishing final price of over $60 million. Such an amount equates to a decade's worth of my pocket money." Luo Sheng chuckled softly, remaining silent. The thoroughbred within the stables, without a doubt, must be the one Emily had mentioned. However, it was not acquired by Luo Sheng, but rather a gift from another. The thoroughbred, a creature even more precious than the Arabian horse, does not merely denote pure lineage. It specifically refers to a distinct breed renowned worldwide for its incredible speed over short distances. In terms of speed, high jumps, and long jumps, it holds the world records, a testament to its innate sensitivity and exceptional athleticism. This unique combination has solidified its undisputed dominance in flat racing. The racing grounds feature 5 stables, each housing a single horse. Luo Sheng's thoroughbred resides in Stable 1. Upon his unexpected arrival, The grooms in the area greeted him with utmost respect. Given Luo Sheng's stature, it was inconceivable for him to directly enter the stables. He casually pointed to one of the grooms and instructed, "Bring out my thoroughbred. Miss Emily wishes to see it." Shortly thereafter, a magnificent bay horse emerged from the stable, led by the groom. Its powerful limbs exuded an undeniable aura of strength. Emily, brimming with excitement, approached to caress the horse's neck. With hands clasped behind his back, Luo Sheng stepped forward and spoke slowly. "This horse possesses a gentle temperament, so if you fancy it, feel free to mount and give it a try." He gestured toward a nearby building, which housed an array of saddlery, some brand new, inviting her to swap her gear. Having received equestrian training since childhood, riding was a simple endeavor for Emily. Today, the rare opportunity to encounter such a thoroughbred compelled her to seize the moment. "All right, wait for me," she exclaimed, dashing off to don her equipment. Upon her return, adorned in her gear, she found Luo Sheng already mounted on a striking white steed. Clad in his own attire, his resolute features, profound gaze, and robust physique radiated an aura of formidable confidence. Dressed in a finely tailored white suit, he sat upon the extraordinary white horse, basking in the golden rays of the setting sun, smiling at himself. This scene instantly conjured images of the fairy tale prince on a white horse for Emily, as if a storybook had stepped into reality, perfectly harmonizing the two. Noticing Emily lost in thought, Luo Sheng flicked his riding crop and teased, "Are you mesmerized?" "No. I was merely curious as to why you mounted so readily without wearing any gear," Emily hurriedly deflected. Luo Sheng, with a confident tilt of his head, offered no explanation, but gently urged his steed forward, taking a few strides. "Hurry up and mount your horse. I wish to see your equestrian skills." Meanwhile, the groom guided the thoroughbred alongside Emily's side. Emily turned over and mounted her purebred steed, gently patting its neck as it began to trot slowly. She adjusted her rhythm, gradually quickening her pace, galloping across the riding arena. Luo Sheng deliberately slowed down, allowing Emily to catch up from behind. Once they were aligned side by side, Luo Sheng skillfully guided his white horse, while occasionally glancing over to admire Emily's spirited demeanor. It must be said that Emily's equestrian skills were commendable, yet, in comparison to Luo Sheng, she still had room for improvement. However, this was not a competition. They were merely reveling in the exhilaration of riding freely. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they rode alongside each other, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Chapter 37. The destiny in the shadows. After the two had galloped around the expansive racetrack for several laps, Emily, feeling somewhat fatigued, proposed that they return to freshen up and rest. They agreed to head out again in an hour to dine at the restaurant she had mentioned for lunch. Upon returning to the main residence, Luo Sheng indulged in a bath and, with the assistance of a maid, donned a new blue suit. After a brief respite, he picked up Emily from the guest villa, and they departed from Chiyun Manor together. More than half an hour later, within the bustling confines of Gu family's beef offal restaurant, Luo Sheng surveyed his surroundings with a complex expression. He turned to Emily, his gaze clearly questioning, "Is this truly the delightful restaurant you spoke of?" It resembled little more than a roadside eatery. The entire establishment was scarcely half the size of the dining area in his family's main residence. As it was peak dining time, the restaurant was filled with the clamor of patrons, making it impossible to find a seat immediately. They were left to wait, clad in a bespoke suit worth millions. Luo Sheng sat in bemusement on a red plastic stool at the entrance of the restaurant. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of hot pot spices and the cacophony of lively chatter. Despite having been part of the common folk in his previous life, the memories of his past self had transformed his perspective in this life. Confronted with the once familiar hustle and bustle of street food, he found himself feeling oddly out of place. In contrast, Emily wore an expression of eager anticipation, seemingly unfazed by her surroundings. Luo Sheng sighed inwardly. Truly, she's a foodie. The bartender, Sister Zhang, also took note of the waiting duo, especially Emily, who had made quite an impression during her previous visit. After all, this foreign beauty had dined here just the night before, and today she had brought along a man. To her, The young gentleman appeared strikingly reminiscent of a domineering CEO from a television drama. Even seated on a cheap plastic stool, he exuded an indescribable air of authority. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Han Yutong hurried over. Addressing Luo Sheng, who was engrossed in his phone, she said, "Brother, a table has become available." The familiar voice reached Luo Sheng's ears, and he looked up in disbelief, staring at the waitress. How could it possibly be her? Wasn't she attending Donghai University? What brought her here? Could it be the butterfly effect, just as he had experienced? Luo Sheng gazed dumbfounded at Han Yutong, the wife he had spent 8 years with in his previous life. She appeared unchanged, yet compared to 8 years hence, she bore a hint of youthful innocence. Her complexion more radiant. Memories of her last message lingered in his mind. Despite the dire circumstances, she had still been concerned for him. "Sheng, a table is ready. Shall we go?" Emily's voice pulled Luo Sheng from his reverie. He nodded slightly and silently moved toward the newly vacated seat. Once seated, he fixed his gaze intently on Han Yutong, who was pouring him tea. Han Yutong also sensed the unusual gaze directed at her, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, "Brother, is there something you need?" "No, I merely find you somewhat familiar." "Do you attend Donghai University?" Luo Sheng asked, his gaze fixed upon her. Han Yutong looked at Luo Sheng in surprise. "How do you know I study at Donghai University? Are you also a student there?" Upon hearing that she was indeed at Donghai University, Luo Sheng surmised that her presence here must be due to a part-time job. He recalled that Han Yutong had mentioned previously that she had taken on some part-time work during her university years, although she had not elaborated on it. "I'm not a student there. I have merely visited Donghai University before and might have seen you," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Han Yutong smiled slightly. "Oh, all right then. If you need anything, just call for me." With that, she turned to leave. Luo Sheng was taken aback. It seemed that fate had intertwined their paths. Merely accompanying Emily to a restaurant could lead to such an encounter. Could it be that destiny was at play? "Sheng, do you know the girl who just left?" Emily asked after Han Yutong had walked away. "I do not know her. She just seemed a bit familiar, so I asked," Luo Sheng replied, unable to divulge anything further about Han Yutong. Emily glanced at Luo Sheng, who was engrossed in selecting dishes, and chose not to press him further. Soon, the beef offal hot pot they ordered was served, accompanied by a selection of cooked and cold dishes. Han Yutong was carrying a plate of cold cucumber salad, intending to deliver it to Luo Sheng's table. However, as she stepped forward, her foot slipped, causing her to stumble. Though she managed to keep her balance, the plate tilted, spilling its contents all over Luo Sheng's arm. The half sleeve of his suit was instantly marred by a large patch of grease. "I'm so sorry." Han Yutong quickly apologized once she regained her footing. "What kind of service is this? You can't even carry a plate properly." Emily scolded angrily. "Are you all right? Did you twist your ankle?" Luo Sheng instinctively asked, his tone laced with tenderness and concern, a sentiment he was not even aware of himself. "I'm fine. I'm really sorry. It was unintentional." Han Yutong replied anxiously. Sister Zhang at the bar noticed the commotion and hurried over. "Yutong, what happened? How could you soil a customer's clothing like this?" Sister Zhang reprimanded her upon arrival. Emily was about to voice her grievances regarding the mishap, but a glance from Luo Sheng silenced her. Turning to Han Yutong, Luo Sheng spoke in a calm voice. "It's all right. It's just a piece of clothing. You may return to your duties." Seeing that the customer did not intend to pursue the matter, Sister Zhang, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, first apologized to Luo Sheng and then advised Han Yutong to be more careful in the future before returning to the bar. With an expression of regret, Han Yutong glanced at the grease-stained sleeve of the suit. She bit her lip and suggested, "Brother, why don't you take off your jacket? I can help you take it to the dry cleaners later. Please share your contact information, and once it's cleaned, I will return it to you." Luo Sheng initially intended to decline, yet upon noticing Han Yutong's displayed WeChat QR code, he inexplicably added her as a friend and removed his coat. Han Yutong, holding the elegant jacket, apologized once more before taking her leave. Emily cast an exasperated glance at Luo Sheng, asking, "Why did you so readily acquiesce to her? That suit is quite expensive." Luo Sheng replied in a calm tone, "It's all right. It can be cleaned. Besides, do you really expect her to compensate for it? given that she is merely a waitress? As he uttered the final words, his gaze shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure. Emily was perplexed. Why would Luo Sheng treat a mere waitress with such deference? Yet, his expression unmistakably conveyed that the matter was settled. Chapter 38. The exorbitant dry cleaning fee after dinner. The prospect of taking Emily to the Golden Earl dissipated, leaving Luo Sheng disheartened. He directly returned Emily to the estate and then proceeded to the private bar located in the basement of the main residence. Within the dimly lit confines of the bar, Luo Sheng sat alone at the counter, a freshly mixed cocktail before him, his gaze fixated on the WeChat profile picture of Han Yutong on his phone, lost in contemplation. He casually opened her moments. Fortunately, there were no restrictions set by her, allowing him to view nearly a year's worth of updates. The most recent post dated today, October 25th. Who understands? My meal card is actually out of funds accompanied by a woeful image. On October 19th, dreadful, I've developed a pimple, paired with a selfie taken in the bathroom, her face partially obscured by the phone. On October 12th, I still prefer the solitude of the library, paired with a photo of a library desk, showcasing an open book and a pink water cup. On October 7th, classes resume tomorrow, I'm so down. On October 5th, day 3 of the journey, my legs feel like they belong to someone else, sob sob. On October 4th, day 2 of the journey, sampling various delicacies. I can't possibly finish them all. On October 3rd, day 1 of the journey, capybaras are simply adorable. On September 30th, holiday begins tomorrow, so happy. Confetti, confetti. After perusing nearly a year's worth of posts, Luo Sheng finally exited moments. The familiar sensation washed over him, a sense of her that felt like home. He downed the contents of his glass and glanced at his watch. It was nearly 10 p.m. He presumed she must have returned to her dormitory as well. Just then, his phone vibrated with a message. It was from Han Yutong. Yutong, I'm sorry for today. I'll take your clothes for dry cleaning tomorrow during the day. Luo Sheng stared at the message in astonishment, not expecting Yutong to reach out. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to respond. The clothes can wait. Have you finished work? Yutong, yes, I just got back to my dorm. What year are you in at Donghai University? Yutong, I'm in my junior year. What's your major? Yutong, I'm studying language and literature, as I have a fondness for literary works. This certainly resonated with Luo Sheng. For even after years of marriage, she still cherished reading and would often write during her leisure time. You possess a profound literary aura. It suits your major well. Yutong, haha, thank you. Yutong, I'm truly grateful for your help today. Without you, I would have been at a loss. It's merely a trifling matter. No need to dwell on it. Yutong, it's getting late, so I want tea to disturb rest. I'll contact you once the clothes are cleaned. Alahite, goodbye. After a brief conversation, Luo Sheng felt that perhaps this serendipitous encounter was the heavens guiding him in making a choice. What one must face will eventually need to be confronted. With his phone tucked away, Luo Sheng rose and departed from the bar, heading toward the spa room. The following afternoon, after finishing her morning classes, Han Yutong picked up a bag containing Luo Sheng's suit jacket and made her way to a dry cleaner outside the campus. Upon entering the establishment, the owner greeted her. Are you here to have some clothes cleaned, student? Han Yutong nodded and replied, could you please let me know how much it would cost to dry clean this jacket? With that, she retrieved the suit jacket from the bag and handed it to the owner. The moment the owner's hands touched the fabric of the suit, he sensed something unusual. This texture was not ordinary. It was undoubtedly finely spun wool. Spreading the suit out on the table, the owner began to examine it closely. After a full 2 minutes, just as Han Yutong thought the stains on the sleeves would be impossible to remove, the owner finally spoke. This suit does not appear to belong to you, does it? Han Yutong nodded. Of course, it was not hers. It was clearly a men's suit, so how could it possibly belong to her? However, the owner was not implying that. With a hint of excitement, he continued, this is a suit handcrafted from pure, fine-spun wool. The tailoring and craftsmanship are of the highest caliber. Do you see these buttons adorned with the letter L? He pointed at the buttons on the suit and added, clearly, even these seemingly insignificant buttons are custom-made. The fabric covering the button's base is unfamiliar to me, likely some precious leather. Yet, The golden metal and the gemstones on the buttons are genuine gold and real jewels. Each button alone is worth a considerable sum, though I cannot specify the exact value. Therefore, student, where did you acquire this garment? Upon finishing his sentence, the owner's gaze toward Han Yutong shifted, revealing a sense of disbelief. She appeared to be an ordinary college student, far too humble to possess such a prestigious custom suit. Han Yutong was taken aback. She had suspected the suit was of high quality, perhaps costing several thousand. However, she never anticipated it would be of such an elite standard, with even a single button being custom-made. Sir, this belongs to a client for my part-time job. I accidentally stained the sleeve last night. So Han Yutong's face flushed as she refrained from further explanation. To have ruined such an exquisite piece of clothing was overwhelming. If it could not be cleaned, she would be in dire straits. After a moment of contemplation, the owner decided to take Han Yutong's words at face value. In that case, considering you are a student, I want to charge you excessively. He then raised 5 fingers for 5,000 yuan. I can restore this suit to pristine condition. Han Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. How much? 5,000. Her entire possessions amounted to barely over 300. How could she possibly afford such a sum? Boss, have you made a mistake? It's just a matter of dry cleaning a single garment. The proprietor shook his head and replied, This is merely an understatement on my part. If the owner of this piece were to arrive, I would demand no less than 10,000. You must understand that garments of this nature require meticulous attention to detail during the cleaning process. A moment's negligence could result in losses that would exceed the value of my establishment. Han Yutong felt a surge of shock within her. She never anticipated that the cost of dry cleaning one item could equate to the price of acquiring another garment that she deemed quite exquisite. Clenching her fists tightly, she gritted her teeth and said, Very well, boss, please assist me in the cleaning. How long will it take? The boss pondered for a moment, examining the stains on the sleeve, before responding, 3 days at the very least. This is the swiftest I can manage. Please return in 3 days to collect it. However, I must forewarn you, should you be unable to provide the necessary payment at that time, I will not permit you to take the garment. Chapter 39. Borrowing money for laundry upon returning to her dormitory, Han Yutong felt utterly at a loss. The sum of 5,000 yuan, while not exorbitant, posed a significant challenge for a third-year university student to procure in a short span of time, even if she were to approach her classmates for assistance. Gathering such an amount within 3 days seemed akin to chasing a mirage. Yet, requesting financial aid from her parents was equally daunting, as she could not elucidate the purpose of the funds. Her part-time job had always met with their disapproval, rooted in their belief that university should be a time solely devoted to academic pursuits. After all, her family's financial situation was not dire enough to necessitate her assistance. Nevertheless, as a young woman, Han Yutong harbored desires for beautiful handbags and the latest smartphones. Witnessing her peers flaunting such possessions ignited her yearning for them as well. The 2,000 yuan monthly allowance from her parents barely sufficed for her daily expenses, especially in Donghai, a first-tier city where the cost of living was steep. Left with no option to solicit her parents, she resolved to seek alternatives. Thus, Han Yutong picked up her phone. After much hesitation, she could not bring herself to ask Lu Jiejia to return the 100 yuan she had transferred to her the previous day. Instead, she messaged her close friend, Gu Shanshan. Yutong, Shanshan, would you be able to lend me 5,000 yuan? I will repay you once my salary comes in. After a couple of minutes, Gu Shanshan replied, Shanshan, what's wrong? Are you pregnant? Shanshan, who is the father? Upon reading her friend's messages, Han Yutong's face flushed crimson. Yutong, you must be joking. I haven't even had a boyfriend, let alone that. Shanshan, then why do you need so much money? Han Yutong briefly explained her predicament, including the exorbitant price of the suit that needed dry cleaning. Shanshan, no way. I can't believe such misfortune has befallen you. Shanshan, however, I don't have that much on hand. My allowance this month is down to just over 4,000. If you need it, I can transfer 4,000 to you. Yutong, all right, please send me that amount, and I will figure out how to manage the remaining 1,000. After receiving the 4,000 yuan from Gu Shanshan, Han Yutong borrowed several hundred more from a few roommates, finally amassing the requisite 5,000. Gazing at the balance in her account, emotions swirled within her. The individual from the previous night, despite appearing to be around her age, had a dry cleaning bill that amounted to such a staggering figure. The disparity was indeed profound. Curiosity piqued. Han Yutong opened the social media profile of the person for the first time, eager to glean more about them. However, she was met with an empty canvas, devoid of posts. The only semblance of information was the background image at the top of the page, a photograph of someone seated on a sofa in front of a grand floor-to-ceiling window. This person held a goblet filled with red wine, gazing contentedly out at the view beyond. As the individual's face was obscured, she could not ascertain if it was the same young man she had encountered the previous evening. At that moment, Han Yutong's roommate entered the dormitory. "Yutong, didn't you go out for lunch? You've returned so quickly," she inquired. "Yes, I had some matters to attend to and just got back," Han Yutong replied while exiting Luo Sheng's circle of friends and placing her phone back in her pocket. "Have you eaten yet?" her roommate asked. "Not yet." "Perfect. I just came back to grab my meal card. Let's go together." "Sure," Han Yutong responded, and together with her roommate, they left the dormitory, heading towards the cafeteria. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 short days had passed. On this particular noon, with sunlight pouring over the campus, Han Yutong, having just finished her classes, stepped out of the classroom with a light stride. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone shattered the tranquility, and she pulled out her phone to find it was a call from the dry cleaner. They informed her that her clothes were ready for pickup and urged her to come as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, upon arriving at the store, Han Yutong transferred the previously agreed sum of 5,000 yuan to the owner. After confirming the payment, the owner smiled and said, "Dear student, I must remind you that this garment is exceedingly valuable. Once you take it back, please ensure to keep it safe. It is best to return it to its rightful owner promptly." Han Yutong did not forget to inspect the condition of the clothing. The stains were completely gone, and a subtle, refreshing fragrance wafted from the fabric, instilling a sense of tranquility. Moreover, the dry cleaner's owner took the liberty of retrieving a special bag designed for suits from behind the counter. Han Yutong carefully placed the garment into the bag. "Excuse me, may I inquire how much such a piece might be worth?" For days, Han Yutong had been pondering this question. Although she was aware that the clothing was a high-end custom piece of considerable value, she remained curious about its exact worth, particularly given the hefty dry cleaning fee. The owner stroked his chin, somewhat uncertain, and replied, "This is my first encounter with such high-end custom work, so I can't say for certain. However, based on the materials and craftsmanship alone, it should be worth at least 4 to 500,000. Upon hearing that it was valued at a minimum of 4 to 500,000, Han Yutong instinctively tightened her grip on the bag. That amount could cover a down payment for a house back in her hometown of Lucheng. After leaving the dry cleaner, Han Yutong dared not delay further and immediately sent a message to Luo Sheng. "Yutong, hello, I have cleaned the clothes. Please send me your location. I will deliver them now." Luo Sheng, dining at Guantang restaurant with Emily, received Han Yutong's message. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled slightly and began typing a response. I'll come find you. Send me your location." "Yutong, all right. Yutong, WeChat location XXXXX. Seeing that Han Yutong's location was near Donghai University, approximately 10 kilometers away from him. I should be there in about 10 minutes. "Yutong, I'll wait for you here." Putting away his phone, Luo Sheng wiped his mouth with a towel and said to Emily, "I have an urgent matter to attend to and must step out. This afternoon, I will have Meng Qing accompany you." Emily, feeling somewhat disappointed, replied, "But you promised to go to the movies with me this afternoon." Luo Sheng showed no intention of pausing, donning his coat as he replied, "Miss Emily, I must remind you to choose your words carefully. I'm under no obligation to accompany anyone, nor does anyone possess the right to impose such demands upon me. Do you understand?" After saying this, Luo Sheng dialed Meng Qing's number. "Please come to Guantang Banquet this afternoon to accompany Miss Emily." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Meng Qing's response, he hung up and exited the private room, leaving Emily alone, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she stared at the table laden with dishes. Chapter 40. I did not yet have a boyfriend outside. Chun Tai and a group of bodyguards were waiting. Upon seeing Luo Sheng emerge, They all lowered their heads to greet him. "Sir, have you finished your lunch?" Chen Tai inquired with evident surprise. It was clear that the two had only entered half an hour prior, and the dishes had only begun to arrive a mere 10 minutes ago. "Yes. An urgent matter has arisen. Hand me the car keys. I shall drive myself. You take a few men and follow in another vehicle," Luo Sheng instructed. Chen Tai was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly retrieved the keys to the Rolls-Royce from his pocket and handed them to Luo Sheng with both hands. Glancing at the keys in Chen Tai's grasp, Luo Sheng gently pushed his hand aside. "Give me the keys to the Mercedes instead. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is too conspicuous. I prefer the more understated Mercedes G-Class that you are driving," he explained. "Sir, this..." Chen Tai opened his mouth, hesitating to offer a counter-argument, but ultimately holding his tongue. "Is it necessary for me to retrieve them myself?" Luo Sheng remarked coolly. "Not at all, sir. Please take them," Chen Tai replied, hastily retrieving the keys to the Mercedes from another person's pocket and bowing slightly as he presented them. After sending a message to Luo Sheng, Han Yutong stood anxiously in place, uncertain if he would be satisfied with the clothing. What if he demanded compensation? How should she respond? Despite his repeated reassurances that it was no trouble, she remained convinced of his refined character, interpreting his demeanor as one of restraint. After all, the garment was worth hundreds of thousands. Who could truly dismiss such a value? In truth, for Luo Sheng, such clothing was disposable. Often, he would change outfits before even wearing them for an entire day. Just as Han Yutong was lost in her thoughts, a sudden honk of a horn startled her. She turned to see a towering SUV parked behind her, its prominent three-pointed star emblem unmistakable. Luo Sheng stepped out of the vehicle with a smile and approached her. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Han Yutong gently shook her head, cautiously extending the bag containing the clothing. "It is of no concern. I have inconvenienced you by making you come all this way," she replied. Luo Sheng casually accepted the bag without a glance, tossing it directly into the back seat of the car. Observing this, Han Yutong instinctively wanted to caution him to be careful, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she asked, "Aren't you going to take a look?" "No need. It is merely a piece of clothing," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. "But have you had lunch yet?" Caught off guard by a sudden inquiry, Han Yutong answered, "Not yet. I was just about to head back to the school cafeteria." "What do you say to me treating you to a meal?" Luo Sheng unexpectedly proposed. "How about I treat you to a meal?" "Treat me to a meal?" Han Yutong's tone was one of surprise. Luo Sheng nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, that garment of mine is quite valuable. Now, due to you, not only did I lack a coat last night, but I also had to make this unnecessary trip. It is only fair that you treat me to a meal." Han Yutong found the other person's words quite reasonable. However, being financially constrained, she genuinely did not know where to invite him for a meal. Before she could respond, Luo Sheng suggested, "Let us dine at the cafeteria of Donghai University. I have always wanted to try it." In their past life, during their romance, Han Yutong had taken Luo Sheng back to her alma mater, where they had shared a meal at the cafeteria. This time could be considered a nostalgic return. Han Yutong was pleasantly surprised by his initiative to suggest dining at the school cafeteria. If that were the case, she could certainly afford it. "Sure then, let us go," Han Yutong replied timidly. In the car, Han Yutong sat in the passenger seat, stealing glances at Luo Sheng from the corner of her eye. He wore an impeccably tailored suit, and on his wrist was a watch whose brand remained indiscernible. With one hand on the steering wheel, his gaze was fixed ahead, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had the world at his fingertips. Such charisma was something she had never encountered in the boys at her school. As Luo Sheng drove, he too observed her through the rearview mirror. Noticing her silence, he broke the ice. "Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Sheng." "Oh, Eom Han Yutong. It's a pleasure to meet you," she replied. "Yutong, what prompted you to take a part-time job at a restaurant? Are you in need of money?" Luo Sheng inquired. Han Yutong sat stiffly, responding, "Not exactly. I mainly want to have a little more pocket money." According to Luo Sheng's understanding, Han Yutong's parents were ordinary workers, with a monthly family income of around 20,000. While this was not affluent, it should suffice for normal living expenses. "Pocket money? Don't your parents provide you with any?" Luo Sheng asked. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Han Yutong replied, "They do, but it's just not quite enough." At this point, Luo Sheng comprehended her situation. A subtle smile graced his lips. This was a common plight among many contemporary university students. Parents often believed their children needed only enough funds for food, assuming that 2,000 to 3,000 a month would be sufficient. Little did they know that university life is a microcosm of society, complete with social interactions and groups. With socializing comes additional expenses, unless one chooses to live in solitude. This scenario might be manageable in a regular city, but if one were studying in a first-tier city, or a super first-tier city like Donghai, venturing out could be a costly affair. Thus, students like Han Yutong often resorted to part-time jobs to earn extra funds, which could also serve as a valuable experience. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of Donghai University. After parking, Luo Sheng and Han Yutong walked together into the campus. Strolling along the paths of Donghai University, Han Yutong, intrigued by Luo Sheng's distinguished demeanor, asked Luo Sheng, "What do you do? You seem to be around my age, yet drive such a fine car and wear haute couture." Anticipating the inevitable inquiry, Luo Sheng smiled and replied, "My family owns a company. As for myself, I am merely an idler." "No wonder, yet you appear distinctly different from those affluent second-generation heirs online. By the way, was it your girlfriend who joined us for dinner that night?" For some inexplicable reason, when Han Yutong posed this question, a sense of unease enveloped her heart. "Not exactly. I would consider her merely a friend," Luo Sheng replied without hesitation. He then followed up with a question of his own. "What about you? Are you in need of living expenses? Has your boyfriend not offered any assistance?" Han Yutong lowered her head and gently shook it. I do not have a boyfriend." Luo Sheng secretly chuckled to himself, fully aware of her situation. Not only did she not have a boyfriend, but prior to meeting me, she had never even been in a relationship. Thus, the two continued their conversation as they walked, soon arriving at the restaurant. Chapter 41. I need to clear the scene. The campus dining hall at Donghai University surpasses many others in both ambience and variety of offerings. As a university dining facility, the prices are naturally quite reasonable. Luo Sheng and his companions opted for some light snacks, engaging in lively conversation. Whether it was due to each other's striking appearance or an inherent charm, Han Yutong found herself under the spell of a peculiar familiarity with the man before her, as if they had shared years of companionship. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, the two strolled leisurely around the campus after lunch. Along their path, they encountered numerous young couples, either embracing or holding hands, unmistakably in love. Feeling a slight awkwardness in the air, Han Yutong suggested they visit the library for a while. However, Luo Sheng promptly dismissed her proposal. "Forget the library. If you have no plans this afternoon, why not accompany me to the mall?" "The mall?" she echoed. "Yes, I happen to need to purchase a few items. Would you join me?" Instinctively, Han Yutong felt inclined to decline. After all, they had only known each other for a few days, and strictly speaking, just over an hour ago, they were still strangers. Yet, Luo Sheng's presence felt so familiar that she nearly forgot the brevity of their acquaintance. "Luo Sheng, this might not be appropriate." Luo Sheng gazed earnestly into Han Yutong's eyes and calmly stated, "Trust me, today I will offer you an experience unlike any other. Once today has passed, you may consider other matters." "Well, let us just consider this a compensation for his trip today," Han Yutong thought silently. "All right, shall we set off now?" "Let us go," he replied, striding towards the parking area. In the underground garage of Jing Tai Central Plaza, Luo Sheng expertly maneuvered the vehicle into a parking space. His choice of location was not merely to favor his own enterprise. Jing Tai Central Plaza is, in itself, a pinnacle of luxury commerce in Donghai. It boasts a congregation of esteemed global luxury brands, from fashion houses like Chanel, Givenchy, and Armani to handbag titans such as Hermes, Louis Vuitton, and Gucci, as well as watch and jewelry giants like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Bulgari, and Cartier, each with its own flagship store. Interestingly, among these luxury brands, some are also under Luo Sheng's purview. Brands like Louis Vuitton, Givenchy, Bulgari, and Dior are all part of the LVMH group. In pursuit of a stable supply of Krug champagne, Luo Sheng leveraged his financial prowess to become the second largest shareholder in LVMH, following the Arnault family. One might view this as a consumer indulgence or as a strategic investment. For Luo Sheng, all he pursued was the simple luxury of having a glass of Krug champagne handed to him whenever the desire arose. As Han Yutong strolled into Jingtai Central Plaza, her eyes swept over the dazzling array of luxury brands, and an overwhelming sense of inadequacy washed over her. Had Luo Sheng not been by her side, she might have turned and fled immediately. Though she had lived in Donghai for 3 years, this was her first time stepping foot in such a place. It wasn't that she never shopped. It was just that certain spaces carried an aura that instinctively barred ordinary people from entering. Sensing her unease, Luo Sheng gently patted her back, offering a reassuring smile that seemed to say, "Relax, I've got you." Thus, Han Yutong followed him into a flagship Hermes boutique. The sales associate, S.A., noting their refined attire, greeted them with deference. "Welcome to Hermes. How may I assist you today?" Luo Sheng bypassed the S.A., guiding Han Yutong to the seating area. Observing the handful of other customers, he turned to the attendant and remarked coolly, "I don't share my shopping space with strangers." "Sir, would you prefer to use our VIP lounge?" The S.A. inquired, assuming he was a high-profile client, though puzzled by the lack of prior notice. "No," Luo Sheng replied smoothly. "I require the store to be cleared." His intention was simple: to avoid unnecessary theatrics, petty squabbles over merchandise, for instance. The S.A. blinked in surprise. The man before her exuded an air of effortless authority, his bespoke suit alone marking him as someone beyond the ordinary. Still, she maintained her professionalism. "My apologies, sir. Every guest here is our valued customer. We hope for your understanding." Even Han Yutong tugged discreetly at Luo Sheng's sleeve. Who acted this imperiously? Clearing out a store just to shop. No amount of wealth justified such audacity. Unfazed, Luo Sheng stated, "I'm in Herm SVC. I have the right to request a private session." While Han Yutong puzzled over the term VSC. Wasn't it usually VIP? The S.A.'s demeanor transformed instantly. She bowed deeply. "Our sincerest apologies, esteemed VC. Of course, this privilege is yours. May I verify your membership details?" Politely phrased as a formality, it was in truth a background check. Once Luo Sheng provided his credentials, the S.A. excused herself to confirm. Meanwhile, another attendant approached with tea. "Sir, madam, please enjoy some refreshments." Moments later, the first S.A. returned, her gaze now lingering on Luo Sheng with unmistakable reverence. "Mr. Luo, on behalf of Hermes Jingtai Central Plaza, we are honored by your presence." This time, her greeting carried a weight of deference far beyond mere courtesy. Perceiving the anomaly, Han Yutong could not help but inquire of Luo Sheng beside her. "So, is VC a rank superior to VIP?" A subtle smile graced Luo Sheng's lips, yet he remained silent. The S.A., standing nearby, promptly elucidated, "Mr. Luo is not only a VC, but also a globally invited VC by Hermes. There are only a handful of individuals worldwide who have attained such an esteemed status. This is not merely achieved through cumulative spending. One must be recognized as a distinguished client by all high-end brands to receive such an invitation. Once invited, one becomes a VIC for all high-end brands. In other words, Mr. Luo is not only the most esteemed guest of Hermes, but also the most distinguished guest among all brands present in this hall." Han Yutong was left speechless, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Sheng. Throughout, Luo Sheng exhibited no change in expression, only speaking after the S.A. concluded, "Is the explanation finished? Then please clear the room." Chapter 42. Do you like it? Among the myriad of brands within the luxury goods sector, VC members constitute a mere 2 to 3 of the total membership, representing an exceedingly rarefied group. Yet this select few command over 50 of the annual sales for the brands. It is no exaggeration to assert that they have virtually monopolized more than half of the world's luxury goods. The elite luxury brands are acutely aware of this dynamic and regard these members as their benefactors. It is their relentless purchasing power that enables these brands to thrive amid increasingly fierce market competition. Consequently, an array of privileges is bestowed upon them. Before launching new products, luxury brands will first allow VC members to select items, whether through personal service or in exclusive VIP lounges. Ordinary VIPs or non-members are never granted access to this selection process. Once the VC members have made their choices, the remaining items are then displayed in store windows as the season's new offerings. Luo Sheng, of course, understood this. However, due to time constraints and the absence of new releases today, he could only bring Han Yutong to the store to purchase a few items. The store's sales associate swiftly cleared the premises of all unrelated personnel. As for the method employed, Luo Sheng paid it no mind. The sales associate returned to Luo Sheng, standing respectfully and stating, "Mr. Luo, the area has been cleared, and you may now begin selecting your desired items." Luo Sheng gestured toward Han Yutong, saying, "Go ahead. Help me choose a few women's bags that you like." "Me? Aren't you the one shopping?" Han Yutong asked, puzzled, pointing at herself. Luo Sheng replied with a faint smile. "Indeed, it is I who is making the purchase, but I would like you to assist me in the selection. Is there an issue with that? But I have never bought these before." Han Yutong stammered. "Simply choose according to your preference. I trust your judgment. Do not concern yourself with the price." With that, Luo Sheng casually resumed scrolling through his phone, as if nothing were amiss. Taking a deep breath, Han Yutong thought to herself, after all, he is not lacking in funds. She would consider herself an advisor. Rising to her feet, she slowly walked toward the display cabinet brimming with bags. Welcomed by the sales associate, her eyes scanned the array of exquisite handbags, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement. This was her first experience openly selecting items in a luxury store. The bags exuded an alluring sheen, each appearing to be a work of art. Any woman would find herself momentarily captivated in their presence, and Han Yutong was no exception. She gently caressed a crocodile leather Birkin bag, hesitating momentarily before picking it up. She then set her sights on a dainty Kelly bag. The sales associate smiled as she elaborated on the unique features and craftsmanship of each bag. Yet Han Yutong relied more on her instincts for her selections. After choosing 5 bags, Han Yutong returned to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng set down his phone and cast a glance, satisfaction evident in his eyes. "Very good. Your taste is exquisite." "Really? Then which one do you think I should buy? I find them all quite appealing." Observing Han Yutong's infatuated demeanor, Luo Sheng rose to his feet, retrieving a black gold card from his pocket. "Since you think they're all nice, let us have them all packaged." "You want all of them?" Han Yutong gasped. Her mouth agape. She had just glanced at the price tags, the least expensive item costing no less than 58,000. "I'm not one to deliberate much. As long as I like it and it suits me, I take it all." The sales associate, beaming with delight as she accepted the black gold card, hurriedly processed the transaction. Still in shock, Han Yutong whispered to Luo Sheng, "Isn't this a bit extravagant?" Luo Sheng shrugged. "For me, this is merely a routine expenditure." Once the purchase was finalized, the sales associate returned the black gold card to Luo Sheng. "Mr. Luo, your total expenditure today amounts to 473,000 yuan. Here is your card. Would you prefer these bags to be delivered to your residence, or would you like to take them with you now?" Luo Sheng took the card and casually remarked, "Please obtain this young lady's contact information and have her reach out to you later." With that, he stepped towards the exit. The sales associate took out her phone, smiling at Han Yutong. "Madam, shall I add you on WeChat? You can contact me directly later." "Oh, all right." Although Han Yutong was puzzled as to why Luo Sheng wanted her contact information, she complied. Meanwhile, she pondered, "Why do I feel like I've become his little assistant?" After leaving Hermes, Luo Sheng guided Han Yutong to visit brands such as Chanel, Givenchy, and Louis Vuitton. The routine remained the same, clearing the space before shopping. Each time, it was Han Yutong who stepped forward, even trying on clothes that were subsequently purchased in her size. Ultimately, it was her contact information that remained on file. Gradually, Luo Sheng ceased to request her assistance. Instead, he began to ask, "Do you enjoy wearing dresses? Or do you like high heels?" Han Yutong realized that these items couldn't possibly all be for her. Yet Luo Sheng remained taciturn, and she refrained from voicing her thoughts. However, her heart grew increasingly bewildered. In just over an hour, their purchases had already amassed nearly 3 million. If her suspicions held any truth, it would be utterly astonishing. After all, they had been strangers until now. Could it be that he harbored romantic intentions? or perhaps other motives. It was hard to believe that there existed another girl who wore the same size in clothing and shoes as her. As they exited the final store, Luo Sheng suddenly inquired whether she liked wearing watches or bracelets. Lost in contemplation regarding his intentions, Han Yutong instinctively replied, "I prefer bracelets." The moment those words escaped her lips, she realized the gravity of her response. Indeed, in the next moment, Luo Sheng abruptly halted, gesturing towards the Bulgari jewelry store ahead. "Let us step inside and take a look," he proposed. Han Yutong glanced around, pondering the coincidence. Was it mere serendipity that she had just expressed her fondness for bracelets, only to find themselves here? Or had he intended to bring her to this very place even before inquiring about her preferences? Upon entering the Bulgari boutique, the atmosphere was swiftly cleared of patrons. Reluctantly, Han Yutong approached the bracelet display, her eyes captivated by the dazzling array of jewels. One particular delicate chain, adorned with sapphires, ensnared her attention, prompting her to request the sales associate to present it for her inspection. As she adorned her wrist with the bracelet, Luo Sheng leaned in close to her profile, softly remarking, "This piece suits you splendidly." In that instant, Han Yutong felt a faint blush creep on her cheeks, her heart racing in response. Chapter 43. The man women cannot refuse. Emerging from Bulgari, Han Yutong appeared somewhat dazed. For her wrist now adorned a sapphire bracelet worth several $100,000. "I recall you mentioning at noon that you obtained your driver's license last year, correct?" Luo Sheng's voice resonated in Han Yutong's ears. She nodded slightly. "Well then, accompany me to the 4S dealership to purchase a vehicle." Han Yutong hesitated. "Am I to assist you in selecting it again?" "Naturally, your taste surpasses mine. As I mentioned, I am not accustomed to choosing things," Luo Sheng replied with a smile. As they settled into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Luo Sheng turned on the ignition. Han Yutong, brushing her fingers over the bracelet on her right wrist, spoke with a hint of evasion. "Those bags and clothes were indeed purchased for me, were they not?" A brief silence enveloped the car. This quietude only served to affirm Han Yutong's suspicions. Summoning her courage, she turned to Luo Sheng, ready to speak, only to find him gazing back at her. An inexplicable flutter ignited within her heart. Yet she endeavored to steady her breath, pondering, "We were strangers before. Why bestow such gifts upon me?" "Because I have feelings for you." Luo Sheng's unwavering gaze remained fixed on her. "You like me?" "But we have only just met," Han Yutong responded in confusion. "Since the conversation is flowing, I might as well turn off the engine," Luo Sheng said, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Is that not permissible?" "But," Han Yutong wished to elaborate, yet her attention was ensnared by a necklace that Luo Sheng produced from his pocket. It was a dazzling diamond necklace, each stone meticulously set to create a harmonious interplay of brilliance, radiating an enchanting glow. At the end of the necklace lay a jadeite cabochon of pigeon egg size, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility that rendered it irresistible. "This is what I selected for you while you were admiring the bracelet. Do you like it?" Luo Sheng held the necklace by its ends, his words weaving a spell that compelled Han Yutong to nod in agreement. With a gentle smile, he drew the necklace closer to her porcelain neck, preparing to adorn her. At that moment, Han Yutong's mind became a blank slate. As Luo Sheng leaned in, she felt the warmth of his breath against her cheek, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Allowing him to fasten the necklace around her neck, their eyes met once more. Luo Sheng gazed contentedly at the girl before him, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and thought to himself, "She is beautiful. It truly suits you. Now tell me, do you still think it is not permissible?" Han Yutong's thoughts were utterly disarrayed, torn between conflicting emotions. "Yutong, you have barely known him for a day. You don't even know who he is." "Yutong, he is so exceptional, incomparable to those boys at school. If you let this opportunity slip, you will surely regret it later." "Yutong, do not be deceived by such ostentatious exteriors. He is merely toying with your affections." "Yutong, reflect upon the bags and garments you acquired today. How many individuals toil for a lifetime only to remain unable to afford them? Do you not aspire to live such a life in the future?" "Yutong, even through your own efforts, you can lead a life of abundance. Have faith in yourself. Yutong, why not give it a try? It is merely a romantic dalliance. You are already a young woman, capable of engaging in romance. Yutong, do not acquiesce. Women can never resist the allure of shimmering objects, just as Europe can never be without its sacred city. She gently caressed the necklace around her neck, feeling its cool and tangible presence. Her gaze began to glaze over, her breath growing increasingly rapid. I, too, hesitate to concede, yet it is undeniably beautiful, is it not? Ultimately, under the fervent gaze of Luo Sheng, Han Yutong nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing her assent, a subtle smile graced Luo Sheng's lips. The trajectories of their two worlds finally converged at this moment, resolving a lingering concern in Luo Sheng's heart. He extended his palm, gently enveloping Han Yutong's small hand. She did not withdraw, but merely felt somewhat unaccustomed. After all, this was her first intimate encounter with a boy since she became aware of such matters. Do not overthink it. In the days to come, you shall not regret the decision made today. Han Yutong, regaining her composure, inquired softly, what shall we do next? Luo Sheng restarted the vehicle, saying, did I not mention? We are heading to the dealership to explore cars. You shall choose, and I shall purchase. Arriving at the Porsche dealership, upon disembarking, Han Yutong instinctively rejected the notion of selecting a vehicle. Even as a girl with little knowledge of the world, she was aware of the prestige associated with the Porsche brand. Nevertheless, Luo Sheng reiterated his stance. Choose whatever pleases you. The price is not a concern for you. His assertiveness and disregard for limitations deeply captivated Han Yutong. It is not merely she, an inexperienced young girl, who would succumb. Even married women would find themselves ensnared in such a situation. Entering the dealership, Luo Sheng personally guided Han Yutong as they surveyed their surroundings. Upon arriving at a wine-red Porsche 911, Luo Sheng gestured for her to take a seat and experience it. Step inside and feel it out. If you like it, we shall procure it for your use. His tone left no room for negotiation, which, while somewhat disconcerting for Han Yutong, was a sensation she found herself enjoying. Cautiously, Han Yutong settled into the vehicle, savoring the comfort of its leather interior. She nervously gripped the steering wheel, a thrill bubbling within her. The vehicle she had just observed bore a base price exceeding $2 million. Its design, color, and luxurious interior all met her satisfaction. Just days prior, she had been scrambling to gather funds for a mere few thousand in dry cleaning fees, and now she stood on the brink of possibly driving such an extravagant automobile. Anyone in her position would be utterly bewildered. Luo Sheng discerned the fondness reflected in Han Yutong's gaze and snapped his fingers at a nearby salesperson. The salesperson had recognized from the outset that this man possessed an extraordinary demeanor and had been treating him with utmost respect. Upon being summoned by Luo Sheng, he hurriedly approached, saying, "Brother, did you call for me?" Luo Sheng casually gestured towards Han Yutong, who was still exploring the interior of the car, and nonchalantly remarked, "This vehicle has captured the young lady's interest. Please assist her in completing the full payment procedures. The expenses will be settled with me shortly." His lavish display of wealth undoubtedly stirred the deepest desires within every woman present. However, to Luo Sheng, the question of whether a woman was materialistic held little significance. Chapter 44. The transformation of Han Yutong's mindset in the past. While watching television dramas, Han Yutong always found the actions of the domineering male leads swiping their cards to be incredibly suave. Today, she experienced this sensation firsthand. How to describe it? It was an almost surreal feeling, yet undeniably exhilarating. Sitting inside the Porsche 911, which had already been purchased, Han Yutong gazed at Luo Sheng from a distance. Her emotions tangled. Aside from knowing his name, she was entirely oblivious to his true identity and occupation. Confused and swept away by a barrage of monetary advances, she found herself accepting him. Luo Sheng approached with a bag of documents in hand, opened the car door, and settled into the passenger seat. Lost in thought, Han Yutong's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "It's nothing, just wondering if you always buy things so casually." Luo Sheng shook his head initially, then replied, "Generally, there is little that requires my personal attention for purchase. Let us take a drive and see how well you handle this. What about your car?" Han Yutong inquired, glancing back, only to have Luo Sheng gently pinch her cheek with one hand. There are others to manage that. Right now, your focus should be on driving. With a hint of shyness, Han Yutong nodded and asked, "Where are we going?" Luo Sheng glanced at the sky, now tinged with the hues of dusk, and said, "You treated me to lunch, so it's my turn for dinner. I'll suggest a place, and you could drive us there." Han Yutong hesitated, stammering, "But I have a part-time job at a restaurant tonight. What about tomorrow at noon?" This statement elicited laughter from Luo Sheng. "Is it that my intentions are not clear? Or would you find my capabilities lacking? Make a call to your workplace. For now on, you needn't continue that part-time job. But I still owe a few thousand to others," and Han Yutong felt increasingly embarrassed as she spoke. Luo Sheng smiled gently, refraining from inquiring about her financial situation, and opened WeChat to transfer her 100,000 directly. Seeing Han Yutong's astonished expression, he casually remarked, "Take this money. Tomorrow, I will have someone bring you a supplementary card of mine. From now on, you can use this card for any purchases you desire. But for now, drive. Let us go enjoy some delicious food." Han Yutong was so taken aback that she could barely close her mouth. She had never imagined that one day someone would so effortlessly provide her with such a sum of money. Not even her own parents had done so. Before long, the pair arrived at a restaurant named Baiwei Zhai. As they stepped out of the car, Han Yutong surveyed the establishment with a curious gaze. The exterior of Baiwei Zhai was exceptionally unique, unmistakably a high-end dining venue. However, its location was rather secluded, seemingly designed to avoid the bustling commercial district. Despite it being mealtime, not a soul was in sight at the entrance, save for a few luxury cars parked, creating an oddly desolate atmosphere. It seems rather empty here. Should we consider another place?" Han Yutong had always believed that if a restaurant was devoid of patrons during peak hours, it must be lacking in quality. Whether it be poor taste or subpar service, there was invariably an issue. Luo Sheng, however, smiled dismissively, suggesting that sometimes a sparse crowd might simply indicate that few could afford to dine there. Han Yutong found this perplexing. Even if the prices were steep, there would still be affluent patrons willing to indulge if the cuisine was exquisite. She followed Luo Sheng towards Baiwei Zhai. Upon reaching the entrance, a man clad in a traditional high-collared suit approached them, accompanied by a servant. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Mr. Luo, it is a tremendous honor to have you dine with us this evening." Luo Sheng ascended the steps, casting a casual glance at the man. "This young lady, Miss Han, is my guest tonight. Ensure she is not disappointed." The man promptly turned to Han Yutong, adopting the same respectful tone. "Miss Han, my apologies for the oversight. Please, do come in." Han Yutong, embodying an attitude of listening more and speaking less, responded with a warm smile. The private room at Baiwei Zhai exuded a distinctive charm, featuring a semi-open design that elegantly melded privacy with transparency, allowing for a sense of independence without complete isolation from the outside world. Upon entering the room, Han Yutong was immediately captivated by the meticulously arranged decor. From the antique calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls to the exquisite porcelain displayed on the table, every detail exuded a rich cultural essence. In this artistic ambience, Han Yutong and Luo Sheng sat opposite each other. During the interval before the dishes were served, a servant entered with a pot of fragrant tea, saying, "Mr. Luo, Miss Han, please enjoy." Luo Sheng poured a cup for Han Yutong, smiling. "The dishes will take a while longer. Let us savor some tea in the meantime. Their tea is exceptional, rarely found elsewhere." Han Yutong nodded, lifting her cup to take a delicate sip. Even as someone unversed in tea, she could discern the unique quality of the brew. At that moment, two young ladies dressed in flowing ancient-style gowns entered the room. They exhibited graceful demeanor and elegance. In response to Han Yutong's bewildered gaze, the two first bowed courteously before making their way to a corner of the room. One of them gently plucked the strings of guqin, and melodious notes cascaded through the air like a flowing stream. Simultaneously, the other twirled gracefully in the center of the room, akin to a butterfly in flight. Her fluid movements, marked by spins and leaps, resembled a celestial being descending to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Han Yutong gasped in astonishment, captivated by this enchanting display. It dawned on her that the wealthy indulged in such creative dining experiences. Was this not akin to the lavish feasts of ancient emperors? Before Han Yutong could fully absorb the spectacle, the attendant entered, presenting a series of exquisitely plated Chinese delicacies. The mere sight of the sumptuous dishes was enough to make one's mouth water. The attendant, while arranging the dishes, began to narrate the origins of each culinary creation. As Han Yutong savored the familiar ingredients, she tentatively took a few bites. The moment the flavors danced upon her palate, they ignited her taste buds in an exquisite explosion. Enveloped in the enchanting melodies of classical music, her eyes were captivated by the graceful movements of the dancers, while her taste buds reveled in the delectable delights. Coupled with the tranquil surroundings and the man before her, who sat poised, sipping tea and gazing at her, Han Yutong felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Reflecting on the day's experiences, an inexplicable sense of relaxation and superiority washed over her, a sensation she had never encountered in over 2 decades, utterly enchanting. It was as if, in the presence of this man, she could cast aside all worries and yet possess everything. Suddenly, amidst her culinary enjoyment, Han Yutong heard Luo Sheng's calm voice utter, "Stay with me tonight." Chapter 45. Yutong, we should rest. This sudden remark undoubtedly left Han Yutong, who was about to serve herself some food, momentarily stunned. She lifted her gaze towards Luo Sheng, momentarily believing she had misheard. However, upon meeting his earnest eyes, she realized her ears had not deceived her. Luo Sheng did not press her further. He merely savored his tea leisurely, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Han Yutong. After a brief internal struggle lasting several seconds, Han Yutong finally uttered, "But we have just come together." Luo Sheng reclined against his seat, one hand casually resting on the table. Opportunities only favor those who are prepared. We are all adults, wouldn't you agree? Noticing the lingering conflict in Han Yutong's expression, Luo Sheng rose from his seat. "I will visit the restroom. If you are unwilling, you may leave at this moment." To Luo Sheng, Han Yutong held a distinct significance. Yet, he was no longer the person he once was. To him, matters held no moral weight. Only the consideration of cost remained. He could not afford to embark on another lengthy romance leading to a final commitment. The time spent in the restroom was but a few fleeting minutes. Upon his return, he found Han Yutong seated silently, her head bowed. A slight smirk played on Luo Sheng's lips. Everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. After all, given the prowess he had demonstrated that day, any ordinary girl would have willingly surrendered herself to him. Han Yutong was merely unique in his eyes, yet she remained an ordinary university student. Luo Sheng raised his hand to dismiss the 2 young women in traditional attire from the private room, then took a seat beside Han Yutong. His right hand naturally rested on her shoulder. Sensing her delicate form tremble slightly, he spoke in a calm tone. "Do not be anxious. In the future, you will be grateful for the decision you make today." Han Yutong slowly lifted her head, her gaze reflecting complexity as she whispered, "But I do not even know who you truly are." Luo Sheng released her shoulder, standing to grasp a glass containing a small amount of liquor from the table, raising it before her. The legitimate eldest son of the Luo family in Daxia, Luo Sheng. His tone was gentle, as if recounting something trivial. "I believe this identity should suffice to clarify everything." Han Yutong's mind felt as though it had been struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily blank. How could this be? Why would he choose me? She stared at Luo Sheng, her expression one of disbelief. Her seemingly ordinary boyfriend was, in fact, the legitimate heir of one of Daxia's most prestigious families, the Luo clan. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. After a full 5 minutes, Han Yutong finally regained her composure. Trembling as she asked, "Is what you say true?" "Yes," Luo Sheng replied, his gaze unwavering as he regarded her, offering no further proof. After all, in Daxia, no one would dare impersonate such a lineage lightly. An hour after dinner, Han Yutong found herself standing in the bathroom of the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. In a daze, she could scarcely recall how she arrived at this place, only remembering that she had traveled to the hotel in a Rolls-Royce Phantom alongside Luo Sheng. Then, amidst a throng of admirers, she entered the room. Gazing into the mirror, she saw herself, clad only in a bath towel, entirely bare beneath. Flushing with embarrassment, Han Yutong shyly covered her face. She patted her cheeks, attempting to bolster her courage. Yutong, do not fret. It is merely the first time, something everyone must experience. After casting a resolute gaze at her reflection, she prepared to step outside. However, before she could do so, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Luo Sheng. Noticing Han Yutong's flushed visage, he approached with a gentle smile, enveloping her in his embrace. His steadfast countenance leaned close to her profile, whispering, "Yutong, it is time for us to rest." No sooner had he spoken than her bath towel fell to the tiled floor. Meanwhile, at an upscale bar in Donghai City, a Ferrari SF90 ostentatiously occupied the entrance. Luo Sheng, with his white hair and clad in a striking red suit, emerged from the vehicle. In the passenger seat, a young woman donned a baseball cap and sunglasses, cautiously alighting and linking her arm with his, as if fearful of being discovered. Luo Sheng, oblivious to her presence, tossed the car keys nonchalantly to an approaching bartender. "Make sure my car is parked properly. If it gets scratched, I'll have your hands," he declared with audacity. The bartender promptly reassured him, "Rest assured, young Master Luo." Luo Sheng, with the young woman in tow, entered the bar, followed closely by several bodyguards, including Ahu. Upon entering the designated private room, he encountered a group of young men, each with a beautiful woman, indulging in drinks and raucous revelry. "Hey, I arrive, and you've already started drinking?" Upon hearing his voice, the group halted, turning to the entrance. Upon spotting Luo Sheng with a mysterious girl by his side, they quickly stood and approached him. The girl instinctively took a step back, only to be drawn closer by Luo Sheng's arm around her shoulder. "Young Master Luo, we were merely trying to liven up the atmosphere," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, young Master Luo, we have all been awaiting your arrival. Please come in and take a seat." They warmly urged him into the room. Once seated, the enigmatic girl remained close to Luo Sheng, neither drinking nor removing her cap and sunglasses. The other men in the room, intrigued, inquired, "Young Master Luo, who might this lady be?" Luo Sheng set down his drink, turning to the girl with an irritated tone. "I brought you out to enjoy a drink, not to serve as a mere ornament. Remove your accessories." Taking a deep breath, the girl slowly removed her cap and sunglasses, revealing a sweet, charming oval face. Wang Monk. Even though the lighting in the private room was somewhat dim, everyone instantly recognized the young lady before them as the current darling of the entertainment industry. Hailing from humble beginnings, she had risen to fame through a talent show, quickly capturing the public's attention. With her striking appearance and remarkable performances in 2 blockbuster films and a popular television series, she ascended to stardom in a mere 3 years. At just 24 years of age, she had become the most sought-after goddess among the masses. However, no one expected that she would appear tonight in the intimate setting of a bar as the companion of Luo Sheng. You all must be familiar with Wang Monk from Xinghui Entertainment. She has been in Donghai filming an endorsement advertisement and has been keeping me company for the past few days. As he spoke, Luo Sheng effortlessly drew Wang Monk into his embrace, and she, resembling a delicate bird, dared not resist in the slightest. Chapter 46. I'll play along with you. Wang Monk's sudden appearance undoubtedly took everyone by surprise. No one had expected the nation's sweetheart to obediently nestle in Luo Zhao's arms. "Luo Sheng, you're truly something. Even Wang Monk couldn't resist you. Luo Sheng is legendary. Let me toast to you." Amidst the flattery from those around him, Luo Sheng basked in the admiration. "She's just an actress. Look at you all, so easily impressed," he scoffed, picking up his glass again, but not to drink himself. Instead, he handed it to Wang Monk beside him. "Drink this." Wang Monk frowned slightly at Luo Zhao's unyielding tone, but said nothing, taking the glass and downing it in one go. Luo Sheng laughed heartily. Unaccustomed to alcohol, Wang Monk covered her lips lightly after finishing the drink, discomfort evident from the burning sensation. But Luo Sheng had no intention of letting her off so easily. The glass, barely set down, was refilled and pushed back toward her. Again, Luo Sheng said coolly. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, "Drink, drink, drink." Even hostesses joined in, relishing the sight of the untouchable goddess now reduced to their level. Wang Monk cast a pleading glance at Luo Sheng, silently begging him not to humiliate her further. Luo Sheng, I don't drink well. Could you give me a moment? Luo Zhao's expression darkened. Can't drink? Fine. You're a decent singer, aren't you? Go up and perform for us then. Swallowing her pride, Wang Monk nodded, blinking back tears as she took the microphone and walked toward the karaoke screen. Soon, her voice filled the room. Luo Sheng lounged on the sofa below, arms draped around two beauties, his gaze roaming over Wang Monk's figure with undisguised appraisal. Not bad for a talent show champion. She does have some skill. The others continued, toasting Luo Sheng, praising his impeccable taste in companions. To the average person, a rising star like Wang Monk was an untouchable goddess, a distant dream, let alone standing beside her for a photo. But to Luo Sheng, she was merely a plaything, a trivial existence meant to entertain him, to serve his whims. In this world, no one in the entertainment industry dared refuse him. The consequences were far worse than being blacklisted or forced into retirement. Just as Wang Monk poured her heart into the song, the private room's doors swung open. A square-jawed, middle-aged man strode in, followed by Ahu and two bodyguards, their expressions strained. Luo Sheng, displeased, was about to demand an explanation from Ahu when the man spoke first. Second young Master Luo, my apologies for interrupting your evening. I'm Tan Feng from the Municipal Police Bureau. Here's my identification. With that, Tan Feng presented his badge. Luo Sheng, however, did not spare a glance and casually swatted something aside. Officer Tan, why are you here instead of apprehending thieves? Are you perhaps short on funds for a drink and looking to mooch off me? Those around him chuckled as they poured a generous glass and placed it on the table before Tan Feng. Luo Sheng gestured toward the glass, saying, Go ahead. This is worth over 100,000. A single glass is equivalent to several months of your salary. Tan Feng smiled at the ostentatious second son of the Luo family before leisurely pulling up a chair and sitting across from him. I apologize, but I cannot indulge in alcohol during work hours. Luo Sheng beckoned Wang Monk over, pinching her chin as he remarked, Did you hear that? Another one who can't drink. He then turned to Tan Feng. If you can't drink, what brings you to a bar? Luo Zhao's demeanor was haughty, clearly disregarding Tan Feng. Unfazed, Tan Feng chuckled. You must be acquainted with a certain female streamer named Xiao Yuer, Master Luo. Acquainted? What of it? Is it illegal to meet? Luo Sheng shot a cold glance at Tan Feng. Not all. Given your status as the second son of the Luo family, many women would be eager to know you. As he spoke, Tan Feng's gaze drifted to Wang Monk. However, this female streamer went missing a few days ago. The last time she was seen was in your company, Master Luo. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng disdainfully retorted, So, Officer Tan, are you implying that I abducted her? Are you jesting? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Sheng signaled to Ahu beside him. Understanding the cue, Ahu silently positioned a bodyguard at the door to the private room, seemingly to prevent anyone from escaping. Tan Feng, noticing this, nonchalantly retrieved several photographs from his pocket and tossed them onto the table. One captured the moment when the female streamer was exiting a vehicle during a roadside sobriety checkpoint. Another showed them entering and exiting a hotel together, and there were also screenshots from her live stream captured by netizens. Could Master Luo clarify why she was last seen at Chiyun Mountain Villa with you before her disappearance? If she were still a guest at your residence, she should have returned by now, wouldn't you agree? Luo Sheng glanced at the photographs with a sneer, suddenly lifting his glass and splashing its contents across Tan Feng's face. You presume to meddle in the Luo family's affairs? Tan Feng remained unperturbed, calmly wiping the spilled drink from his face, and remarked, If it were your elder brother, I might consider it, but you, Luo Sheng, hardly represent the Luo family. With that, Tan Feng rose, pulling a silver bracelet from his pocket. Master Luo, I must request that you accompany me. Luo Sheng cast a derisive glance at him, then stood from the sofa without a word, signaling to Ahu. As Ahu approached, Luo Sheng swiftly drew his Glock from his waist and pressed it against Tan Feng's forehead. Gulme, let me see how you intend to take me away. Unfazed, Tan Feng replied calmly. Second young Master Luo, do not blame me for not warning you. Your current actions constitute a serious crime in the Great Xia. Whether you choose to accompany me willingly or prefer to wait for 2 minutes until the outside forces burst in to escort you away, the choice is yours. Luo Sheng fixed a penetrating gaze upon Tan Feng, and the entire private room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Ultimately, Luo Sheng sheathed his Glock and strode purposefully towards the exit, while defiantly proclaiming, "I'll play along with you. If you're so formidable, then imprison me." Chapter 47. Are you in a relationship? The following morning, Luo Sheng was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Gently extricating his arm from beneath Han Yutong, he reached for the phone on the nightstand and answered, "Hello, it's me." After listening to the voice on the other end for nearly a minute, Luo Sheng furrowed his brow and replied calmly, "I understand, there's no need to rush. I'll be there shortly." "What is the matter?" Han Yutong, rubbing her sleepy eyes, inquired languidly. Luo Sheng sat up, playfully pinching her cheek. "Nothing to worry about. I need to step out for a bit. You can head back to school once you wake up." "Why the hurry?" "I wanted to have breakfast with you," she pouted. Having recently become Luo Sheng's girlfriend, Han Yutong was reluctant to part ways so soon. "Be a good girl. Later, I'll have someone bring you my spare card so you could treat yourself," Luo Sheng assured her. Reluctantly, Han Yutong nodded in compliance. An hour later, Luo Sheng arrived at the Donghai City Police Bureau accompanied by Chen Tai. In the office, he sat at the head of the table, a freshly brewed cup of tea before him. Opposite him sat an older gentleman. "Mr. Luo, I truly apologize for troubling you with such trivial matters," the man said. Luo Sheng took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "When someone goes missing, one must seek them out. If they cannot be found, must you come to apprehend my family?" The man, smiling obsequiously, responded, "It was all a misunderstanding. I assure you, I will deal with Tan Feng sternly upon his return." Luo Sheng set down his cup and approached the man, patting his shoulder. "Director Liu, today's youth can be rather impetuous. Perhaps it's best to send him to the grassroots of community policing for further training." After a moment's hesitation, Director Liu nodded in agreement. "I understand, Mr. Luo." With a slight inclination of his head, Luo Sheng turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he paused as if recalling something. "Also, Director Liu, I hope your operations will be conducted with greater diligence in the future. I'll overlook this instance, but should it occur again, it won't be as simple as sending someone for training." Director Liu hurriedly responded, Yes, Mr. Luo, your admonition is duly noted." Upon arriving in the lobby downstairs, Luo Sheng spotted his younger brother, Luo Sheng, who was being escorted out by Tan Feng, waiting by the entrance. Luo Sheng merely cast a dispassionate glance at the pair before strolling towards the parking lot with his hands in his pockets. Seeing that his older brother had little to say, Luo Sheng felt a sense of relief and turned to the expressionless Tan Feng. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Captain Tan, it seems you're not as competent as you claim." Tan Feng scoffed. Whether upon hearing the news, Luo Sheng displayed little surprise, calmly stating, "Find someone to cover for this matter in the next few days, and ensure you handle things more thoroughly from now on." "Understood, brother," Luo Sheng replied. Meanwhile, Han Yutong departed from the hotel, making her way back to Donghai University. Desiring to maintain a low profile, she opted to park her newly acquired Porsche 911 in a nearby lot and walk to campus. Upon returning to her dormitory, a group of her roommates converged around her, inquiring about her nocturnal escapades the previous evening. Naturally, Han Yutong could not divulge that she had spent the night with Luo Sheng. Thus, she concocted a plausible excuse, claiming that a close friend from out of town had visited and that they had stayed out late together. After successfully diverting her roommates, she received messages from the sales associates at the luxury boutiques she had visited the day before, indicating that her purchases needed to be delivered to a specific location. This left her in a quandary. Given the multitude of luxury items, it was impractical to have them delivered to the university. If her roommates were to see them, it would be difficult to explain. Perhaps she could rent a place nearby. Han Yutong glanced at her phone, contemplating the substantial sum of 100,000 yuan that Luo Sheng had transferred to her. Renting a place seemed feasible. After some deliberation, Han Yutong dialed Gu Shanshan's number. "Shanshan, are you free this afternoon?" she inquired. "I am. What's up?" Gu Shanshan replied. "I was hoping you could accompany me to look at some rental properties," Han Yutong said. "Wow, Yutong, have you won the lottery?" Or has some wealthy heir taken notice of you? First, you abruptly quit your job last night, and now you're looking to rent a place. Gu Shanshan exclaimed. It's not a purchase, it's a rental. I certainly don't have that kind of money, Han Yutong clarified. A rental? But you're already comfortably settled in your dormitory. What prompted you to consider renting? Gu Shanshan asked. It's just not very convenient. I want to find a place close to the school, Han Yutong explained. Come on, admit it. Are you in a relationship? Gu Shanshan teased. Let's discuss it in person, Han Yutong replied, ending the call. After some reflection, Han Yutong decided to confide in her friend about her situation with Luo Sheng. Unlike her roommates, Gu Shanshan was someone with whom she could share such matters. Though she was determined to keep Luo Sheng's identity confidential until she had his consent. Around 4 in the afternoon, Han Yutong exited the campus gates and spotted Gu Shanshan arriving in her Honda CR-V. As an ordinary university student, Han Yutong had always admired Gu Shanshan for possessing her own vehicle at such a young age. While many perceived it as merely a modest SUV worth under 200,000, the reality was that most of those who looked down on it could not even afford a basic car worth a few thousand. Seeing Han Yutong emerge from the campus, Gu Shanshan eagerly rolled down her window, greeting her warmly. Yutong, over here. Hurry and get in. Han Yutong smiled as she settled into the passenger seat. Shanshan, you arrived right on time. I thought I would have to wait for you a bit longer. Isn't it that I am eager to see you? Quickly tell me, who is that man? Is he a senior or an old classmate? Gu Shanshan exclaimed with excitement. Han Yutong shyly nudged her companion. Let's park the car first. I have an appointment with the landlord nearby. We can walk there. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Lanting apartment, located less than 500 meters east of Donghai University. Although the apartment's environment may not compare to that of a commercial complex, it was suitable for Han Yutong, who lived alone. Furthermore, the proximity to the school made attending classes convenient. Han Yutong had contacted the property management of the apartment, which was also the leasing party, so she could choose from any vacant rooms available. Prior to her arrival, she had already identified several potential options. After a careful selection process, Han Yutong chose a well-decorated one-bedroom apartment. Chapter 48. I have never had a boyfriend upon entering the apartment. The first thing that caught the eye was a charming, open-plan kitchen. The living room and bedroom were adorned with an array of stylish, neatly arranged furniture. Moreover, the quality of the furnishings and appliances was impeccable, as if they had been recently acquired. However, the only drawback was that such exquisite living conditions came with a hefty price tag. A monthly rent of 3,800 yuan, coupled with a 1-month deposit and 1-month rent payment system, would have deterred Han Yutong from considering this place in the past. Yet, after the events of yesterday, she felt a transformation within herself, as if she had begun to view this rent with a newfound indifference. After thoroughly inspecting the apartment with Gu Shanshan and confirming that everything was in order, Han Yutong felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing that this would become her warm and cozy home for the foreseeable future. She promptly signed a rental agreement and paid the rent and deposit. Holding the key in her hand, a wave of inexplicable joy washed over her. For as long as she could remember, she had yearned for a better private space. Having heard that many opted to leave the dormitory for independent living, she had entertained similar thoughts. However, the exorbitant rental costs had compelled her to suppress that desire, planning to reconsider it after securing a job post-graduation. With the rental affair settled, the two friends discussed heading to the supermarket for supplies, aiming to move in the following day. Once outside the apartment, Gu Shanshan couldn't help but tease, "Well, Yutong, you certainly have a generous hand. Did your boyfriend give you the money?" Embarrassed, Han Yutong replied, "Why would you ask that? Why else? Just a few days ago, you borrowed money from me, and today you're repaying it while renting a place, not to mention you'll be buying more things later. You spent 10,000 yuan in a single day, which hardly aligns with your usual situation." Gu Shanshan counted the expenses on her fingers, regarding Han Yutong with suspicion. "Yutong, you haven't been taken under someone else's wing, have you?" Han Yutong's face flushed crimson, stammering, "Shanshan, don't say such things." With her arms crossed and a penetrating gaze fixed on her, Gu Shanshan demanded, "Then tell me what's really going on." Biting her lip, Han Yutong walked towards the nearby supermarket, recounting the truth to Gu Shanshan. From the incident of accidentally staining each other's clothes to their shared escapade the previous night. By the time they returned to the apartment, laden with bags, Gu Shanshan exclaimed in utter astonishment, "Oh my goodness, hasn't he indeed taken you under his wing? You've known each other for merely a day. Yet he treats you to dinner, buys you things, and transfers you money. How could you just accept it?" Feeling somewhat sheepish, Han Yutong replied, but he insisted. If he insisted, then you should have refused. Are you out of your mind? Gu Shanshan harbored serious doubts about her friend's judgment, concerned that she had fallen prey to a scoundrel so easily. So tell me, how much did he transfer you? Was it 10,000 or 20,000? Han Yutong hesitated, saying, "I transferred 100,000, and he mentioned he would send me a card later." Gu Shanshan was taken aback. 100,000? Well, that doesn't seem like a loss. But what about the things he bought for you? I haven't seen them. You weren't deceived by him and the staff, were you? Gu Shanshan queried, still unconvinced. The items are still at the store, yet to be delivered, which is why I need to rent a place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anywhere to put them, and explaining it would be troublesome. As she spoke, Han Yutong suddenly pulled out a sapphire bracelet she purchased from Bulgari, along with an icy jade diamond necklace adorning her neck. Oh, these are also bought from Bulgari. I'm not sure about the value of the necklace, but I remember the bracelet I chose was priced over 14,000. Gu Shanshan stared in astonishment at the scene before her. This narrative was entirely different from what she had imagined. Logically, with her friend's circumstances, even if someone had their eye on her, they wouldn't shower her with so many gifts on the first day. This person was either a fool or a fraud. But a fraud? For seduction? Wouldn't that be a high price to pay? While Gu Shanshan remained in disbelief, Han Yutong retrieved the key to a Porsche from her pocket. He said, "I'm still a student and shouldn't drive an extravagant car. So he bought me a Porsche 911, but I still find it too ostentatious." Gu Shanshan plopped down onto the bed, staring at Han Yutong, momentarily speechless. A Porsche 911 costs at least 1 to 2 million. The bracelet and necklace together must be worth several $100,000. Moreover, she had just mentioned buying many items that were still in the store, hardly the ordinary clothes and bags worth a few thousand that she had imagined. Putting all of this together, Gu Shanshan inhaled deeply, slowly speaking. "Yutong, have you considered why he is treating you so well?" Han Yutong shook her head, looking bewildered. "Maybe he really likes me?" Gu Shanshan rolled her eyes helplessly. There is no such good fortune. Yet, upon reflection, she thought that if she were in Han Yutong's position, she might also succumb to temptation, especially upon seeing that exquisite necklace around Han Yutong's neck. It was simply too beautiful. No woman could reject such a gift. At that moment, Han Yutong's phone rang, and upon answering, a cold voice of an unfamiliar woman came through. "Hello, Ms. Han. I am Meng Qing, Mr. Luo Sheng's assistant. I contacted you this morning." Earlier, while Han Yutong was still at school, this woman, claiming to be Luo Sheng's assistant, had reached out to her, mentioning that she was processing a supplementary card for her, which would be delivered in the afternoon. "Meng assistant, are you coming to see me now?" "Yes, Miss Han. Where are you?" "I need to deliver the card to you personally." "Oh, I'm at Lanting apartment." 20 minutes later, Han Yutong held a pure black Dasha bank card emblazoned with a golden dragon, watching as Meng Qing departed the apartment, escorted by 2 bodyguards. In Gu Shanshan's ears, the words spoken by Meng Qing continued to resonate. "Ms. Han, this Dasha black gold card is a supplementary card belonging to your husband. It not only offers an unparalleled monthly spending limit of 100 million across any country in the world, but also provides privileges such as a 24-hour personal concierge, global legal team assistance, private jet travel, and personal medical team services." After a considerable pause, Gu Shanshan finally spoke softly. "Yutong, are we not good sisters?" Han Yutong, perplexed, replied, "Yes, Shanshan, rest assured, I will share the blessings with you and will not forget you." Gu Shanshan shook her head. "Yutong, that's not what I meant. I wanted to say that, in truth, I have never been in a relationship." Chapter 49. Wishes Fulfilled in the Evening. Within the comprehensive gymnasium of Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng had just finished a game of tennis with Emily. He accepted a towel handed to him by a nearby maid and casually wiped the sweat from his brow. Sitting on a bench in the lounge area, he sipped water while glancing at Emily beside him. "When do you plan to return?" he inquired. Upon hearing Luo Sheng's question, Emily set down her towel and replied, "Sheng, do you wish for me to leave sooner?" Luo Sheng narrowed his eyes as he regarded her. Emily, having just finished exercising, bore a faint blush across her skin. "Unless you prefer to marry before departing?" He teased lightly. "That wouldn't be out of the question," Emily murmured softly. Luo Sheng flicked her forehead lightly, saying, "Stop entertaining such thoughts. It is clear that marriage between us is impossible. You ought to understand that. Return as soon as possible. I will communicate with the Melon family to express my satisfaction with you." With that, he stood to head towards a shower, only to be halted by Emily grasping his wrist. Meeting her gaze filled with confusion, she took a deep breath and whispered, "But after all these days, you haven't even touched me once. How can you claim to be satisfied?" As she spoke, her voice trembled with a hint of grievance. "You were like this in college, always indifferent to me. Now that I've come to Daxia, you continue to treat me the same way. Am I truly so unattractive? Must I stand before you undraped to elicit your touch?" Listening to Emily's lament, Luo Sheng seemed unperturbed, as if he had anticipated her complaints. He gently removed her hand from his wrist and gestured for the maids to withdraw. To be frank, even from the perspective of traditional Daxia people, Emily possessed striking features. Coupled with the voluptuous curves typical of Western women, any man would find her immensely appealing. Unfortunately, she was in the company of Luo Sheng, a man who had never been lacking in beautiful women throughout his life. To him, exquisite looks and alluring figures did not serve as enhancements. Once the maids had departed, Luo Sheng finally spoke. "As long as you can accept that there will be no children in our future, I shall allow you to become my woman tonight." "Why?" Emily asked, bewildered. Being young, she naturally aspired to have children in the future. Moreover, she was well aware that the union between her and Luo Sheng held significance for both families. Without children, that bond would weaken, and years later, their connection could amount to nothing. "This is my bottom line. If you can accept it, you may come to the main residence to find me tonight." After a pause, he sighed. "Otherwise, you should return as soon as possible." Emily stood there, momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that his reluctance to touch her stemmed from such a reason. Noticing her silence, Luo Sheng gently caressed her cheek before turning to leave. In the shower, Luo Sheng tilted his head back, the pleasantly warm water cascading over his face, washing away the fatigue that clung to his body. He was still contemplating whether his words to Emily had been too direct. Suddenly, a faint sound arose behind him. Before Luo Sheng could turn to investigate, he felt a delicate and soft touch against his back. A pair of fair arms enveloped him around the chest. Before he could utter a word, Emily's unfamiliar voice in the language of the Daxia came forth. "Sheng, I think I want to wait until tonight. Have you thought it through?" Luo Sheng turned to face the exotic beauty, gently lifting her chin with his hand. In Emily's sapphire-like eyes, a myriad of complex emotions swirled: admiration, melancholy, desire, and loss. "For you, this is the best choice," he declared before leaning down to kiss her. Later, around 10 o'clock, Luo Sheng reclined on the sofa in his bedroom, a glass of freshly poured Romanicani in hand. Moonlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow on Emily, who had fallen into a deep slumber, having skipped dinner. The lingering smile at the corner of her lips seemed to signify that she had finally attained her heart's desire. Not yet feeling drowsy, Luo Sheng donned a robe and moved to the living room outside the bedroom, dialing Qingjin's number. As soon as the call connected, a cacophony of noise erupted from the other end. Qingjin shouted over the clamor, "Young Master Luo, any instructions?" Luo Sheng replied, "Find a quieter place." After several seconds, the noise subsided significantly. "Young Master Luo, is it better now?" Qingjin asked. "Were you that it's so noisy?" Luo Sheng inquired. "At the Golden Count." "Young Master Luo, are you coming? My girlfriend Sasha is bringing a friend tonight." Qingjin's voice suddenly dropped. Sasha mentioned that the girl is still a virgin, but her father is gravely ill and wants to meet some wealthy gentleman. Luo Sheng found the latter part of the statement rather uninteresting, responding with mild exasperation. "You went to a bar again? What else can I do? The night is long, and it would be dull without the bar." "Young Master Luo, are you coming? The gathering has just begun. I can introduce you to that girl. She is quite attractive." Luo Sheng glanced toward the bedroom, pondering for a moment. All right, I'll head over now. After hanging up, he summoned Meng Qing. Sir, it's quite late. Aren't you going to rest? Meng Qing respectfully inquired, standing before Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng changed into a black suit and strapped a Patek Philippe watch onto his wrist. I need to step out. Emily will be staying here tonight. If I do not return tonight, please ensure her well-being in the morning. Meng Qing would not dare to pry into Luo Sheng's whereabouts. She simply lowered her head and said, Understood, sir. Shall I arrange a convoy for you? Luo Sheng shook his head. No need. Just have Chantai take a few people to follow in one car. I will drive myself. Very well, sir. Which car would you prefer? As she spoke, Meng Qing retrieved a tray from a nearby drawer, brimming with over 20 car keys. Luo Sheng glanced at them and casually selected one adorned with a bull emblem. This was none other than the key to a Lamborghini Veneno, also known as the Poison or the King of Bulls, a limited edition supercar valued at nearly 100 million. It was one of many luxurious vehicles in Luo Sheng's private collection. Chapter 50. Be Your Pet. Luo Sheng navigated his Lamborghini Veneno, its sleek, obsidian carbon fiber body resembling a specter in the night. Shortly, he arrived at the entrance of the Golden Count Bar. The moment the extravagant silhouette of the Lamborghini graced the eyes of onlookers, a wave of gasps ensued. Just as Luo Sheng parked the car and had yet to alight, two stunning beauties, each boasting a score exceeding 90, approached cautiously with their phones, inquiring if they could add him as a friend. Luo Sheng merely responded with a smile before exiting and shutting the door. It was only after he disembarked that the surrounding women were astounded to discover that the owner was even more striking than the car itself. Unable to contain their excitement, they sought to obtain his contact information. In this era, a young man who is affluent and exceptionally handsome is nothing short of a dream come true for these girls. Unfortunately, before they could act, they were intercepted by Chantai and a group of imposing figures clad in black. Upon entering the bar's grand hall, the dazzling lights, pulsating music, and raucous ambience compelled each young patron to succumb to the exuberance of the moment. Luo Sheng initially furrowed his brow, but soon located the booth where Qin Jun was seated. Alongside Qin Jun were Wang Yaozong, Li Su, and Chen Feng, who had shared drinks with him previously. Upon seeing Luo Sheng's arrival, the trio promptly set aside the women they were with, raising their glasses and standing to greet him. Luo Shao has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Brother Sheng, good to see you again. The three enthusiastically surrounded him, ushering Luo Sheng to take his seat, leaving Qin Jun momentarily at a loss. It was only after Luo Sheng settled in that Qin Jun approached with a demure young woman in tow, dismissing Wang Yaozong, who was about to pour a drink for Luo Sheng. Go play elsewhere. Luo Shao requires your attention, he instructed, guiding the young woman to sit beside Luo Sheng. With an instructive tone, he added, Little girl, why are you dawdling? Hurry and greet him. Clearly overwhelmed by the unfamiliar situation, the young woman shyly stammered, Luo Shao. Hello. After her brief introduction, she sat in bewilderment, observing her discomfort. Qin Jun seized the opportunity while pouring a drink for Luo Sheng to speak up. Luo Shao, this is Xia Xia's high school classmate, Su Jiejia, who hails from Luqing. She just arrived in Donghai today. I was the one who picked her up from the train station. I heard her father is suffering from uremia and cannot afford treatment, so she was looking for a benefactor. Initially, I intended to take her under my wing, but since you're here, let us see if she meets your approval. With that, Qin Jun discreetly exchanged glances with Su Jiejia. Luo Shao, I am still inexperienced. Su Jiejia, with her innocent appearance, unexpectedly revealed her explosive intent. Luo Sheng swiftly interjected to halt her, turning to Qin Jun and remarking, Given your status as a prominent figure in Donghai, how have you resorted to playing the role of a matchmaker? Qin Jun raised an eyebrow, gesturing to himself. What stature do I possess? As long as Luo Shao is satisfied, I would not hesitate to assume the role of a matchmaker, or even take matters into my own hands. Luo Sheng silently observed the earnest expression on Qin Jun's face. After a few seconds, he casually remarked, Well, perhaps next time. No, brother, I was joking. Please don't take it seriously. Qin Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily interjected. To his surprise, Luo Sheng maintained his calm demeanor and replied, I took it seriously. Upon hearing this, Qin Jun's face contorted with conflict as he fixated on the glass in his hand, before suddenly downing the contents in one go. After setting the glass down, he glanced at Luo Sheng, who was expressionlessly staring back at him, and gritted his teeth fine. Luo Sheng lifted a glass from the table, clinked it against Qin Jun's, took a sip, and said, "I was joking as well. Go enjoy your time with your girlfriends. I shall converse with this young lady." Relieved, Qin Jun cast a resentful glance at Luo Sheng before turning to seek out the girls. His heart had suffered a tremendous blow and craved the comfort of their company. Luo Sheng poured a glass of wine for Su Jiejie and presented it to her. The young woman accepted the glass somewhat awkwardly, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Luo Sheng, hesitating to drink. "Your name is Su Jiejie?" Luo Sheng inquired softly. Su Jiejie nodded slightly. "Yes, Luo Xiao, I am quite obedient." Luo Sheng smiled. "Zhe Su Jia." She was a childhood friend of Han Yutong, and they had been classmates in high school. In his past life, she had attended Luo Sheng's wedding, gifting him a substantial red envelope. He had heard that she once dated a wealthy heir in Donghai, but their relationship ended due to an unexpected pregnancy and subsequent abortion. However, she had received a considerable severance fee and returned to her hometown, Lucheng, to start a small business. Luo Sheng's impression of her was limited to that, especially since by the time of his wedding, Han Yutong's relationship with her had grown distant. Upon Su Jiejie's arrival, Luo Sheng recognized her immediately, pondering the oddities of fate. Though he wished to avoid entanglements with figures from his past, it seemed destiny was playing tricks on him. Luo Sheng pointed to the glass in Su Jiejie's hand. "If you're obedient, you should drink up." Su Jiejie pressed her lips together and, summoning her courage, downed the contents of the glass in one gulp. Having never tasted alcohol before, she was instantly met with a fiery sensation that coursed through her throat and into her stomach, causing her to furrow her brows. Once she regained her composure, she spoke in her soft, endearing voice, "Luo Xiao, I've finished." Luo Sheng smiled and offered her a napkin. "Qin Jun has already briefed me on your situation. Assisting you would be a simple matter for me. However, you must tell me why I should help you." After wiping the remnants of wine from her lips, Su Jiejie clutched the napkin tightly and replied, "Luo Xiao, I could be your pet. I will be very obedient." Fortunately, the raucous atmosphere of the bar provided her the courage to voice such thoughts. What a filial child, Luo Sheng thought as he pulled Su Jiejie into an embrace. "Now, tell me, in which hospital is your father receiving treatment?" Su Jiejie tensed her body, cautiously inquiring, "Mr. Luo, have you agreed?" Luo Sheng regarded the delicate and enchanting young woman in his arms and replied with an indifferent tone, "I have stated that assisting you is quite simple for me, provided you can make me feel it is worthwhile." Su Jiejie immediately responded, "My father is at the Tongren Hospital in Lucheng, and I hope Mr. Luo can extend his assistance." "Ah, that hospital is indeed a property of the Luo family. Please provide me with your father's name, and I shall ensure that someone contacts them by tomorrow." Luo Sheng's words undoubtedly astonished Su Jiejie. Who exactly is this young heir from a wealthy family? The Tongren Hospital, one of the few prestigious hospitals in the provincial capital of Lucheng, is apparently a part of his family's assets. Does that mean he is associated with the Tian Luo group? Chapter 51. The advancing Su Jiejie this time. Su Jiejie came to Donghai City at the invitation of Sha Sha. On one hand, she sought material assistance for her father's illness. On the other hand, it was a reflection of her innermost desires. She longed for an elder brother figure who could provide her with a life of abundance, a thought she had nurtured since childhood. Throughout her life, even in romantic relationships, Su Jiejie had only ventured as far as holding hands. This was not due to an exceptional virtue, but rather her early realization that a woman's greatest asset is herself. Yet, she possessed an inherently pure beauty that led those around her to mistakenly perceive her as a good girl. However, this was her unique advantage, as a majority of men are drawn to a demure appearance. What she truly wished to convey was that if she encountered someone who met her expectations, she would be willing to devote everything she had, regardless of what it entailed. Upon her arrival in Donghai, witnessing Qin Jun and Sha Sha approach her in a Cullinan left Su Jiejie envious. That was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth millions. Previously, She could only admire such luxury online, never imagining she would sit in one herself today. Later that evening, when they arrived at the bar, listening to Qin Jun introduce his friends, each one hailing from affluent families involved in chain restaurants or venture capital, Su Jieji understood that she would never have crossed paths with such wealthy young men without Qin Jun's influence. Had it not been for the awkwardness of their first meeting and her unfamiliarity with the bar scene, she would have eagerly approached them. Upon learning that a prominent young heir was expected to arrive and that Qin Jun intended to introduce her to him, Su Jieji felt assured that her visit would not be in vain. However, she could hardly anticipate that this esteemed heir would be the scion of the Luo family from Tian Luo Group. While Su Jieji remained in a state of astonishment, the others began to indulge in drinks, each raising their glasses in camaraderie. Unlike their previous gathering in a private room, this time the atmosphere was slightly more restrained. Nevertheless, for Su Jieji, who had never experienced anything like it, it felt as though she had stepped into an entirely new realm, overwhelming her senses and leaving her in awe. The table in the booth was laden with an array of exorbitantly priced spirits, some worth tens of thousands, and others exceeding 100,000 per bottle. They were meticulously arranged, reminiscent of an opulent feast awaiting indulgence. Observing the youthful and vibrant girls of her age, who unabashedly nestled beside the wealthy young men, Su Jieji noted their alluring attire. Under the intoxicating influence of alcohol and the dim, enchanting lights, they swayed their vivacious bodies without a care for onlookers, captivating attention with their graceful movements. In that moment, Su Jieji finally experienced firsthand the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent young elite, marked by nightly revelries and a dizzying pursuit of pleasure. This life is both foreign and enticing to her, akin to a dream that feels both distant yet tantalizingly close. Within this atmosphere, Su Jieji gradually finds a rhythm. She appears to possess an innate talent, or perhaps, hidden within her, lies an undiscovered essence. Yet, she has never had the opportunity nor anyone to unearth it. She first sheds her tightly wrapped wool coat, revealing a notably loose white knit sweater beneath. Then, she takes the initiative to grasp Luo Sheng's hand, nestling obediently in his embrace. As Luo Sheng raises his glass to toast with the others, he tenderly caresses Su Jieji. Each time he finishes a drink, she proactively refills his glass and casually offers him a piece of fruit. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Jieji pours herself a glass and lifts it before Luo Sheng. "Luo Shao, I toast to you." Observing Su Jieji's increasingly dazed expression, Luo Sheng smiles and casually rests his hand on the back of the sofa. "I want to see you drink." Without a hint of hesitation, Su Jieji gently places her hand on Luo Sheng's chest and tilts her head back, finishing the entire glass. Fortunately, she is only drinking champagne, which has a low alcohol content. Otherwise, that single glass would have been enough to send her reeling. After several more sips, a slight flush appears on Su Jieji's cheeks. As the saying goes, one can never know the extent to which an ordinary person might compromise when faced with wealth. Yet Luo Sheng understands this all too well. Having witnessed and experienced much, each individual's threshold varies. Once your financial means are sufficient to surpass it, you will encounter a wholly different and authentic version of them. Or perhaps her. Luo Sheng squints at Su Jieji, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. This woman is intriguing. With his vast experience, Luo Sheng quickly discerns Su Jieji's intentions. The notion of seeking medical treatment for her father likely serves merely as a pretext. What she truly desires is an opportunity to transcend her current social stratum. A young woman who has yet to graduate from university, possessing such awareness was perhaps uncommon in the past. However, in today's society, it is a different narrative altogether. Let us explore something even more captivating. Luo Sheng leans closer to Su Jieji's ear and whispers a few words. After a bottle of Ace of Spades is emptied, Su Jieji smiles as she tidies her appearance. Luo Sheng casually remarks, "Tonight, don't return to the hotel. Come with me." After a brief moment of preparation, Su Jieji takes Luo Sheng's hand and softly affirms. The gathering continues until just past midnight. After the event concludes, Luo Sheng bids farewell to Qin Jun and others, leading Su Jieji directly to a nearby hotel, where he books the presidential suite. Chapter 52 M1NT Club. The following noon, Luo Sheng had returned to Chiyun Villa, dining with Emily in the western restaurant of the main residence. Emily refrained from inquiring about his abrupt disappearance the night before, and he chose not to mention it either. Indeed, even if she had posed the question, Luo Sheng would have simply replied, "Where I go is not something for you to concern yourself with." As for Su Jiejia, she had departed for Lucheng this morning, utilizing the private car that Luo Sheng had arranged for her. At this moment, she should be nearing her destination. During their farewell, Luo Sheng had generously transferred 200,000 as her pocket money and encouraged her to obtain a driver's license soon, promising to provide her with a vehicle for transportation thereafter. This small act of kindness had brought immense joy to Su Jiejia, who insisted on another meeting with Luo Sheng. However, considering her wild antics from the previous night, he ultimately decided against it, fearing he might not return until noon. As he savored a small piece of A5 Wagyu steak, Luo Sheng took a towel from the maid to dab at the corners of his mouth. Turning to Emily, he said, "If you have no prior commitments tonight, accompany me to a soiree." With that, he produced an invitation from his pocket and handed it to her. Emily, who had been enjoying a glass of red wine, set her glass down and accepted the invitation. "A soirée? Is it at the M1NT Club?" she inquired, her expression revealing surprise as she examined the exquisite invitation. She had heard of this club, as her father was one of its members. The M1NT Club, also known as the Billionaires Club, is a premier establishment headquartered in London, recognized as the world's first private club where members are also shareholders. It is dedicated to providing an exclusive, luxurious environment for the elite, ensuring utmost privacy. Typically, various M1NT clubs around the globe combine private lounges, bars, and top-tier restaurants. They operate publicly, distributing profits to shareholders in the form of dividends. However, when the club hosts internal gatherings, it ceases public operations, allowing only shareholders and specially invited guests entry. The criteria for becoming a shareholder member of the M1NT Club are exceedingly stringent. Applicants must pay a substantial admission fee as an investment and undergo rigorous scrutiny by the board based on their social standing, profession, and wealth. Only those who meet the criteria can successfully pass the vetting process and gain membership among the shareholders of the M1NT Club. Given Luo Sheng's status, Emily was not surprised that he was a shareholder member of the M1NT Club. However, she was taken aback to discover that there was a branch of the M1NT Club in Donghai City. Luo Sheng nonchalantly remarked, "Yes, it is a regular soiree hosted by the club. I recall your father being a shareholder member. We met at a soiree in America once." Emily nodded, acknowledging, "He mentioned it to me. So it is settled then. Prepare in advance this evening. I shall have Meng Qing come to fetch you." After departing from the restaurant, Luo Sheng dialed Han Yutong. Since last night, she had been incessantly messaging him, even sending photographs of her newly rented apartment. The phone rang for quite some time, and just as Luo Sheng was about to hang up, it was finally answered. "Luo Sheng, are you in class?" Han Yutong, "Haha, no, not at all. I have no classes today. I was just busy moving my things." Luo Sheng, "Are you so eager to move? Why not hire a moving company?" Han Yutong, "It's merely a few bags of dormitory belongings. There is no need for a moving service since I have no furniture." Han Yutong, "My friend Shan and I managed to finish it in one trip." Luo Sheng, "Then you must treat your friend to a splendid meal." Upon mentioning her friend, Luo Sheng couldn't help but think of Su Jiejia. Han Yutong, I'm exhausted. I need to rest a bit." Han Yutong, "Speaking of treating someone, Shan mentioned that you should take her out because she did the work you were supposed to do." Luo Sheng chuckled on the other end of the line. He couldn't tell if Yutong was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. Although her friend came from a reasonably well-off family, it was only in comparison to the average person. Knowing her situation, Han Yutong's friend might have already developed ulterior motives. Luo Sheng, "If you want me to treat her, it seems it will have to wait until tomorrow." Han Yutong, "Do you have plans for this evening?" Han Yutong, "I was just about to suggest that we go to that restaurant I've wanted to visit for ages." Luo Sheng, "I need to attend a reception tonight." "Which restaurant are you referring to? I can arrange it for tomorrow evening." Han Yutong, "Never mind. Let us talk about it tomorrow." Luo Sheng, "How about you come out this afternoon with your friend? I would like to express my gratitude." Han Yutong, sound good. Shall we tidy up and come find you? Luo Sheng, no need. I will come to you. After ending the call with Han Yutong, Luo Sheng prepared to depart for her apartment. Considering that her friend would be joining them shortly, he dismissed the idea of driving his supercar. He settled into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, personally driven by Chun Tai, with the customary 4 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles trailing behind. Once, Qin Jun had inquired about such an extravagant arrangement for travel. He could not fathom why, in a country as secure as Daxia, Luo Sheng required such an extensive security detail. Luo Sheng had responded that this was merely what was visible. There was much more hidden from view. As the foremost heir to one of the world's most prestigious financial families, his safety was paramount, not only for the continuation of his lineage, but also for the economic lifeblood of Daxia and the countless families dependent on their conglomerate. In no time, the convoy arrived at the base of the apartment building. As soon as they parked, the bodyguard from the Mercedes-Benz G-Class swiftly exited, taking up positions to stand guard. Passers-by could not help but pause and observe the spectacle. They were all eager to discern the identity of the individual seated in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, from beginning to end, Luo Sheng remained inside the vehicle, merely sending a message to Han Yutong, indicating his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Han Yutong emerged from the building accompanied by Gu Shanshan. Upon witnessing the fleet of luxurious cars and the multitude of bodyguards clad in black, Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing. She leaned closer to Han Yutong and whispered, "Yutong, your boyfriend is quite remarkable." Han Yutong responded with a proud smile, her own heart fluttering with exhilaration. Chun Tai, recognizing Han Yutong, approached swiftly and gestured politely, "Madam, please step inside." The bodyguard stationed by the Rolls-Royce instinctively opened the car door for her. As for Gu Shanshan, she had no choice but to take her seat in the front passenger position. Once the two women were comfortably settled, the bodyguards, as if receiving a unified command, swiftly entered the vehicle. With the roar of the engine echoing, the convoy gradually departed from the apartment complex. Chapter 53. You choose. I pay. The convoy glided smoothly towards the central square of Jingtai. In the back seat, Luo Sheng personally poured a glass of Krug champagne for Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan. Gu Shanshan, who usually had a keen eye for luxury goods, was visibly excited upon seeing the label on the champagne bottle. Before she could savor it, she exclaimed, "Hey, Sheng Gu, is this Krug's Black Diamond champagne?" Luo Sheng smiled and nodded, surprised that Miss Gu recognized it. Gu Shanshan, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course I know. This is the designated champagne for royal banquets in Great Britain, a rarity in the market. I've only seen it online, and I heard a bottle costs several tens of thousands." The several tens of thousands Gu Shanshan mentioned was not the inflated bar price, but rather the genuine market value. Luo Sheng gently swirled the pale golden liquid in his glass and remarked, "Among all the champagne brands, I favor its taste the most. I often indulge in a glass or two during my leisure time. If you like it, I can gift you 2 bottles when we leave, as I have some in the car." Gu Shanshan gratefully thanked Luo Sheng, astonished that such an expensive gift was offered so casually. Unlike some wealthy individuals she had encountered before, who were often stingy and calculating, Luo Sheng exuded a sense of generosity. After taking a sip of his champagne, Luo Sheng turned his attention to Han Yutong. "Yutong, for the time being, you should stay at the apartment. Later, use the card I gave you to purchase a place you like. I've seen your apartment. The environment is poor, and the residents are too complex. Choose a more upscale community. Consider it a gift from me." Han Yutong hurriedly shook her head. "I'm still in school. I only moved out for convenience. Otherwise, with all the things you've bought me, I wouldn't have space in my dorm." The average price per square meter in Donghai City was around 40 to 50,000, with better places starting at 70 to 80,000. Not to mention those high-end communities, where prices often exceeded 100,000 per square meter. For Han Yutong, who had never spent such an amount, this was undeniably a psychological burden. "Whether you like it or not, I will arrange for you to buy a place. In any case, you shouldn't stay in that apartment anymore," Luo Sheng insisted. Seeing that Han Yutong was still reluctant, Gu Shanshan, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Yutong, are you being foolish? Sheng Gu has his reasons for arranging this. Do Do you really expect him to visit you in that tiny apartment every time? After pondering for a moment and considering Luo Sheng's status, Han Yutong realized it was indeed inappropriate for him to frequent such a place. Reluctantly, she conceded, "All right, I'll come to look at some places in the next few days." Sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Shanshan couldn't help but criticize in her heart. Her friend was truly oblivious. The wealthy man was right beside her, and she wasn't more proactive, accepting a house as a gift, yet hesitating to receive it. This is indeed a place of immense value, where every inch is precious. If someone were to gift her a set and allow her to choose freely, she would wake from her dreams with a smile. The car swiftly arrived at the Jingtai Central Square. The trio alighted, attracting envious glances from those around them. With handsome men and beautiful women arriving in a luxury vehicle, who wouldn't steal a few extra glances? As they stepped into the first floor of the shopping mall, the sales associates of the surrounding luxury brands instantly recognized Luo Sheng and Han Yutong. After all, just a couple of days ago, Luo Sheng had visited them in the esteemed capacity of a globally invited VIP. Naturally, such distinguished guests were not easily forgotten. Consequently, as the trio passed each brand, the sales associates lined up neatly at the entrance and softly exclaimed, "Welcome, Mr. Luo and Ms. Han." This display left Gu Shanshan utterly bewildered. Watching the sales associates from brands like LV, Chanel, and Gucci, she noted the respect etched upon their faces, a stark contrast to their usual haughty demeanor. Gu Shanshan tugged at Han Yutong's sleeve and whispered, "Yutong, this treatment is rather extravagant. I find myself a bit envious." Han Yutong smiled helplessly, surprised by the turn of events. However, the sensation was undeniably delightful, as if she were revered wherever she went. She cautiously glanced at Luo Sheng beside her, only to find him unfazed, hands in his pockets, striding confidently ahead. He truly exuded charm. Han Yitong mused silently. Yet today, Luo Sheng had no intention of taking them to these luxury brands. For ordinary people, luxury goods might hold a certain allure. Carrying a Chanel bag or donning an LV outfit seemed to elevate one's entire being. But for Luo Sheng, they were merely ordinary commodities. If the mood struck him, he would indulge the girls and buy them something to bring them joy, for girls generally adored such things. If he lacked enthusiasm, he wouldn't even bother to glance at them. "Yutong, we want to be purchasing these today." He casually indicated the luxury brand around them. "If you fancy anything, let them come to you next time. Today, I'm taking you and your friends to buy things you girls adore." Han Yitong gently replied, "As long as it's a gift from you, I cherish it." Luo Sheng smiled, but remained silent, leading the two to the gold and jewelry section. This area was also home to many renowned domestic gold brands, such as Lao Feng Xiang and Zhou de Sheng, all neatly organized in one section of the mall. At a glance, the area shimmered with golden brilliance. Luo Sheng casually seated himself on a chair and gestured towards the counters before them, stating nonchalantly, "Choose whatever you like. I'll cover the expenses as long as it brings you joy." "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Han Yitong inquired. "This is gold. Go ahead and choose. I'll wait for you here." Luo Sheng spoke in a calm and unassuming manner. If there exists anything that can sway a woman more profoundly than sincerity, it must surely be these resplendent treasures. From the venerable age of 80 to the tender age of 18, substantial investments invariably yield results. This remains the simplest, most direct, and effective approach. Upon receiving Luo Sheng's reaffirmative response, Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried towards the nearest counter. Han Yutong, however, hesitated, trailing slowly behind. As she gazed at the glimmering jewelry displayed within the showcases, an inexplicable sense of unreality enveloped her. When did purchasing gold become so nonchalant? Yet, she could not resist the innate allure these items held for women, and soon found herself selecting alongside Gu Shanshan. Chapter 54. He is not an ordinary person. The staff at the jewelry store could clearly discern that the visitor was extraordinary. Without needing to elaborate, merely the commanding presence exuded by Luo Sheng as he took a seat, coupled with the imposing row of bodyguards clad in black standing behind him, made it evident to all that this man was either immensely wealthy or of significant status. Thus, wherever Han Yutong and her companion ventured within the boutique. The staff greeted them with utmost enthusiasm. While the two women were still engaged in their selections, a man accompanied by a young lady approached from a distance. Initially, he was puzzled, wondering who possessed such influence to warrant an entourage of bodyguards while merely shopping at a mall. One might assume they were there to commit a robbery. As he drew closer and recognized Luo Sheng seated in the armchair, the man immediately relaxed his furrowed brow. "Young Master Luo, what a coincidence! I was curious who held such prominence," he remarked. Luo Sheng turned to face him. The newcomer was none other than Li Jun, the president of the Donghai Lin Supercar Club, with whom he had shared a brief encounter at the Donghai International Racing Circuit. "President Li, indeed a coincidence," Luo Sheng replied. Li Jun glanced at the nearly exclusive gold and jewelry section, and at the two ladies who were engrossed in examining gold ornaments. Uncertain of the relationship among the three, he refrained from asking directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "Given your status, young Master Luo, you ought not to personally escort them. Surely, it would be more fitting for the staff to bring the items to you for consideration." Luo Sheng waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's all the same." The visit was a spontaneous decision to bring them along for a look. "Are you here to purchase gold as well, presently?" he inquired. Li Jun pointed to the young lady beside him. "My girlfriend's birthday is tomorrow. I brought her here to select a few gifts, and to browse some gold jewelry as well. Young Master Luo, since we fortuitously meet today, I would like to extend an opportunity. Allow me to cover the expenses for the two lovely ladies," he proposed. This statement was fortuitously overheard by a female staff member who had approached to offer Luo Sheng a cup of water. She was taken aback. After all, this was a purchase of gold, not an ordinary meal at a modest restaurant where one might quibble over the bill. Were it not for the evident affluence of the two individuals before her, she would have been tempted to exclaim, "What nonsense!" Luo Sheng merely smiled faintly. The notion of someone eager to pay for his purchases would elicit a sense of pride in an ordinary person, be it for gold or even a simple meal, as it would grant them a sense of honor. However, for Luo Sheng, the situation was markedly different. He did not require anyone else to foot the bill when purchasing gifts for his women. Nonetheless, he understood that Li Jun meant no harm. He was simply eager to please. During their previous racing encounter, Li Jun had offered to treat him to dinner, only to be brushed aside. Now, encountering him again in public, Li Jun naturally wished to make a favorable impression. "How about this?" Li Jun suggested. "Since your girlfriend's birthday is tomorrow, I will gift her anything she desires from the entire Jingtai Central Square." Upon uttering these words, Li Jun realized he had inadvertently overstepped. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Young Master Luo, I truly mean no offense. Please do not misunderstand." Luo Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. I appreciate your good intentions, but sometimes one should not be overly hasty." At that moment, Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan approached, having selected their preferred gold ornaments with the assistance of a shop assistant. Upon seeing Li Jun, Han Yutong's expression momentarily froze, assuming he was a friend of Luo Sheng's. Just as she was about to greet him, Luo Sheng rose and remarked, "Have you chosen so quickly?" Han Yutong knew did. Although Luo Sheng had encouraged them to choose freely, she was aware that he was not lacking in funds. Nonetheless, she maintained a sense of propriety. Ultimately, she and Gu Shanshan each selected a bracelet and a necklace, totaling just 140 grams. After handing the black gold card to the shop assistant for payment, Luo Sheng turned to Li Jun and said, "President Li, why not let your girlfriend pick a few items as well? Consider it a birthday gift for me." Li Jun hastily shook his head. "Young Master Luo, you are too kind. Your thoughtfulness alone is the greatest gift for her." Luo Sheng nodded impassively. Then, "President Li, we shall take our leave." Once Luo Sheng and his companions departed, Li Jun sighed in relief. His quiet girlfriend beside him curiously inquired, "Jungu, who was that person? You seemed quite apprehensive around him." Regardless of the circumstances, Li Jun was the president of the Donghai Lin Supercar Club, and his father was a real estate magnate in Southeast Asia. In the circles of Donghai, he was among the elite. The girl was puzzled. What kind of person could instill such deference in her Jungu? Li Jun affectionately tapped her nose. He is no ordinary individual. He possesses a presence that could cause tremors across the entire Great Xia. Should you encounter him again, You must show him the utmost respect. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng, noting the time was still early, led Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan to a CAF on the second floor of the mall for a brief respite. Considering the relatively enclosed environment of the mall, he contemplated and instructed the bodyguards to wait in the cars outside, allowing only Chantai to accompany him with the two ladies. Otherwise, their entourage would either cause others to keep their distance in wariness or stand by observing from afar. Luo Sheng was indifferent, having grown accustomed to such attention throughout his life. However, Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan clearly found it somewhat overwhelming. Once the three settled in the CAF, Han Yutong could not help but exclaim, "Brother Sheng, I think I've seen that President Li online before." Luo Sheng stirred his freshly brewed coffee and replied, "Yes, his name is Li Jun, and he is the president of the Donghai Lin Supercar Club. He is a figure frequently featured in the media, so it is quite normal for you to have seen him." Upon hearing the name of the club, Han Yutong suddenly realized, so that's who he is. No wonder he looked somewhat familiar. "Brother Sheng, does even someone like President Li show you such respect?" Luo Sheng took a delicate sip of his coffee and replied nonchalantly, "In this world, wealth and power exist within a strict hierarchy. The higher one ascends in society, the less frequently they reveal themselves, and the more obscure they become to the public. Li Jun is but a mere insignificant figure." Han Yutong nodded contemplatively, while Gu Shanshan playfully winked and remarked, "Shingo, what about you? With such wealth and accompanied by so many bodyguards, you must be a concealed magnate." Luo Sheng chuckled softly, setting down his coffee cup. He gazed at Gu Shanshan, his eyes reflecting a hint of the authority of someone in a position of power. "Miss Gu, do you understand why some individuals prefer the seclusion of private rooms in a bar rather than the more convivial atmosphere of the hall?" Gu Shanshan shook her head in confusion, unaware of how Luo Sheng had abruptly shifted the conversation. "Because some matters are not suitable for public knowledge." With that, Luo Sheng resumed sipping his coffee, while Gu Shanshan stuck out her tongue, refraining from further inquiry. Chapter 55. The lavish feast. The three continued to sip their coffee while savoring the exquisite pastries offered in the CAF. Han Yutong confided in Luo Sheng that she had initially planned to travel north with Gu Shanshan during the winter break, hoping to witness the ice sculptures and, if fortune smiled upon them, to experience skiing as well. However, Luo Sheng's unexpected presence compelled her to reconsider her intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng suggested, "If you wish to go, I could take you both to the St. Moritz ski resort in Switzerland. The scenery there is breathtaking, nestled in the heart of the Alps. Not only is it a world-class ski destination, but I could also show you the glacial valleys." Han Yutong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Abroad? But I've never traveled outside the country." "Rest assured, I will take care of all the arrangements. Your only task will be to enjoy yourself," Luo Sheng replied calmly. With her eyes filled with longing yet tinged with hesitation, Han Yutong considered the proposal. Meanwhile, Gu Shanshan burst forth with excitement. "Wow, skiing abroad would be absolutely amazing." Luo Sheng turned to Gu Shanshan with a gentle smile, acknowledging the merit of such an experience. "Indeed, it has been nearly 2 years since my last visit," he mused, then turned back to Han Yutong, his gaze tender yet resolute. "Trust me, this will be a splendid journey." Han Yutong bit her lip, nodding softly in agreement. Luo Sheng then began to recount the delightful anecdotes from his previous trip to St. Moritz 2 years prior. He spoke of the unique snowmobile excursions that allowed one to race through the snowy mountains and the charming mountaintop restaurants where one could relish gourmet cuisine while overlooking the magnificent snowy landscape. As Luo Sheng's narrative unfolded, Han Yutong's apprehensions gradually dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Finally, Luo Sheng retrieved his phone and shared some photographs he had taken during his time at St. Moritz. The breathtaking vistas captivated Han Yutong completely, and she exclaimed with a smile, "Then it's settled. We will go to St. Moritz together this winter break." Before long, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. After escorting the two women back to their apartment, Luo Sheng returned to Chiyun Villa. He needed to allocate some time for himself to prepare for the evening soiree. Tonight's gathering at the M1T Club, aptly dubbed the Radiant Gala, was scheduled for 7 o'clock. Consideration had been given to the schedules of various attendees, and hence, The invitations have been sent out a month in advance to every shareholder, member, and specially invited guest. The announcement of the Radiant Gala undoubtedly captured the attention of the elite circles in Donghai City, with countless gentlemen and ladies eagerly awaiting the event. The guest list revealed that, in addition to the shareholders of the Donghai City branch, numerous dignitaries, business magnates, and top-tier celebrities have been invited to grace the occasion. Even the fourth prince of the great Xia royal family, Xia Yao, was set to attend. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Sheng changed into a silver suit, complemented by a Cartier platinum brooch. From a tray filled with car keys, he selected a Koenigsegg as his chariot for the evening. After picking up Emily, the two set off towards the M1NT Club. Upon their arrival at the M1NT Club, the clock had already struck past 6 in the evening. The parking lot outside the entrance was an assembly of luxury vehicles. Those of lesser stature had no choice but to quietly park their cars and proceed on foot to the entrance. Luo Sheng, driving a Koenigsegg, effortlessly glided directly to the red carpet at the entrance. Two attendants, who had been waiting for some time, promptly approached to open the car doors for him and Emily. Luo Sheng alighted from the vehicle, adjusting his collar slightly, and elegantly linked arms with Emily, who was clad in a black evening gown. As they stepped onto the lengthy red carpet, their appearance immediately became the focal point of the gathering. Surrounded by flashing lights and accompanied by melodious music, the duo slowly advanced towards the entrance. As Luo Sheng and Emily reached the midpoint of the red carpet, a sudden stir erupted behind them. Prince Xia Yao entered, adorned in finery and flanked by a retinue of attendants. His formidable presence compelled those nearby to instinctively take a step back. After surveying the crowd, Xia Yao's gaze settled upon Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng paused, turning to face Xia Yao. With a gentle smile, Xia Yao approached with measured steps. "Mr. Luo, it has been a while," he extended his hand. "I trust all is well, Your Highness," Luo Sheng replied, reciprocating the handshake. Numerous media representatives present seized the moment, capturing this encounter with their cameras. Once they finished shaking hands, Xia Yao leaned closer to Luo Sheng and whispered during this visit to Donghai, "My brother and sister-in-law specifically asked me to convey their regards to you. Next month marks my sister-in-law's birthday, and my brother has expressed his anticipation for your arrival in Kyoto." Luo Sheng smiled faintly and replied in kind, "We are all family. There is no need for such formality." With that, in front of the gathered crowd, Luo Sheng extended a rare invitation towards Xia Yao. "Your Highness, please, after you." Xia Yao inclined his head slightly and walked ahead of Luo Sheng with a hand behind his back. Once inside the venue, Luo Sheng and Xia Yao parted ways. Luo Sheng, accompanied by Emily, navigated through a throng of distinguished guests who were taking advantage of the pre-event mingling. In a matter of moments, an unusual scene unfolded within the venue. On one side, Xia Yao was the center of attention, surrounded by numerous dignitaries. On the other, Luo Sheng attracted the elite of the business world. Both groups eagerly toasted to one another and exchanged pleasantries about recent happenings. This was a familiar sight for both Luo Sheng and Xia Yao. They shared a knowing smile across the distance and raised their glasses in mutual respect. Soon, the Liguang Gala commenced in earnest. A renowned host took the stage first, delivering an opening speech to warm the audience. Following this, the evening's program began. To everyone's astonishment, it kicked off with a stunning vintage lingerie show that instantly ignited the entire venue. The supermodels, akin to brilliant stars in the night sky, made their entrance adorned in exquisitely crafted, luxuriously extravagant lingerie, radiating an enchanting glow. The delicate waist, elongated legs, and subtly revealed skin tantalized the hearts of the audience, ensnaring them in a state of rapture from which they cannot extricate themselves. However, this feast transcends mere aesthetics. The resplendent aerial ribbon performance elevates the atmosphere to a crescendo. The vibrant ribbons dance gracefully through the air, unfurling like a vivid tapestry of colors. Furthermore, the organizers have thoughtfully invited numerous distinctive performance troupes from abroad. Some appear with audacious and extravagant body paint designs, while others transform into exuberant street revelers, exuberantly unleashing their passion and vitality. Even more astonishing are those who captivate the entire audience with their alluring and seductive personas, drawing the gaze of every individual present. These performers generously showcase their talents, weaving through the crowd with flamboyant and spectacular displays, engaging intimately with guests and fostering warm interactions. They invigorate the atmosphere in a unique manner, eliciting bursts of gasps and shrieks from the audience as a joyous ambience lingers in the air, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 56. The girl who blossomed from the mundane, Luo Sheng reclined on the sofa at the venue with an air of utter relaxation, a glass of champagne in hand, quietly observing the crowd. Beside him, in addition to Emily Mellon, sat an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman, the illustrious owner of MGM, known as the Queen of the Gambling Capital. Ochaokun. Of course, this was merely one of her numerous titles. Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for not being able to welcome you personally on your last visit to the gambling capital. Ho Chaochuan spoke with refined politeness, her tone respectful yet dignified. She raised her glass in a toast to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng replied with a smile, Ms. Ho, there is no need for such formality between us. I understand you were in Kyoto last time. He inquired, did you come along with His Highness the Fourth Prince this time? Ho Chaochuan nodded slightly. I learned of His Highness's visit and decided to join in the festivities, fortunate enough to arrive in Donghai aboard his private jet. Luo Sheng took a sip of his champagne, his gaze sweeping across the attendees, seemingly casual yet perceptive. His Highness must have other matters to attend to during this visit, he remarked nonchalantly. After all, as a royal prince, even the grandeur of the M1NT Club Soirée, with its myriad celebrities, remained merely a social gathering. An invitation extended to a prince would only be meaningful if he had intended to come. A flicker of surprise crossed Ho Chaochuan's eyes before she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she replied, Mr. Luo is as perceptive as ever. His Highness indeed has some private matters to address, though I am not privy to the particulars. Gently swirling his glass, Luo Sheng observed the ripples in the champagne, concluding that since it was merely a private affair of the fourth prince, he would not delve further. At that moment, the rhythm of the music shifted, prompting attendees to gravitate towards the dance floor. Emily Mellon stood up, casting an expectant glance at Luo Sheng. Sheng, shall we dance? Setting down his glass, Luo Sheng excused himself from Ho Chaochuan and, with a smile, took Emily's delicate, pale hand, leading her to the dance floor. In the center of the dance floor, couples began to take their places. Luo Sheng and Emily moved in perfect harmony, showcasing a remarkable understanding between them. Sheng, your dancing skills remain as exceptional as they were back in our school days, Emily whispered against Luo Sheng's cheek. And you are no less impressive, he replied, their eyes meeting in a shared smile that transported them back to the enchanting atmosphere of their university ball. As they danced and exchanged soft words, the fourth prince, Xia Yao, approached, leading a young lady clad in a splendid gown. Mr. Luo, would you be interested in a change of dance partners? Luo Sheng glanced at Emily, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Your Highness, I shall graciously accept your offer. He released Emily's hand, politely taking the hand of the young lady beside the prince. The girl gave a slight curtsy before seamlessly joining Luo Sheng in the dance. She was strikingly beautiful, her eyes as clear and pure as autumn waters, sparkling with an unblemished brilliance. Such a clear and pure gaze seems untouched by the tumult of the world, always retaining that innate innocence and simplicity. This piqued Luo Sheng's curiosity, prompting him to inquire softly, May I ask how to address you, miss? The young lady parted her ruby lips and replied, Mr. Luo, you may simply call me Yike. Her voice, much like her dance, was light and elegant, reminiscent of a beautiful butterfly. Do you know me? Luo Sheng initially believed she was merely a canary raised by Xia Yao, a Navi girl unfamiliar with the world. To his surprise, she indeed recognized him. Yike gently tilted her chin, stating, My brother is Li Junshun, so I naturally know Mr. Luo. Upon hearing the name Li Junshun, Luo Sheng suddenly comprehended. Li Junshun was the eldest son of the current prime minister, Li Xiang, and their family was also related to the royal lineage. The current empress was his aunt. In the capital, aside from the numerous princes, Li Junshun was regarded as the foremost young gentleman. Luo Sheng had known him for quite some time, but had never heard of such an extraordinary sister. So you're Junshin's sister. That is indeed quite unexpected. The sudden appearance of Li Junshin's sister in Donghai, accompanying Xia Yao, left Luo Sheng with lingering questions, yet the moment was not ripe for inquiries. As Luo Sheng and Li Yike danced and conversed, he discovered that this girl was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed remarkable eloquence. Mr. Luo, my brother often speaks of you in my presence. I have longed to meet you, and today my wish has finally been fulfilled. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Li Yike, Luo Sheng smiled and replied, "It is indeed my honor to meet you today." As the dance progressed, their coordination became increasingly proficient. The gazes of those around them occasionally shifted toward them, filled with admiration for Luo Sheng's charm and awe at Li Yike's beauty. As the performance concluded, Luo Sheng escorted Li Yike back to Xia Yao. Xia Yao first glanced at Emily, who had reattached herself to Luo Sheng's arm, then cast a sidelong look at the composed Li Yike. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Luo Sheng. "Mr. Luo, once the banquet concludes, may I have the honor of visiting Qiyun Villa?" Luo Sheng pondered briefly before responding, "I am indeed grateful for the fourth prince's kindness. It is an opportunity one would cherish." As the banquet neared its conclusion, after bidding farewell to the crowd alongside Emily, Luo Sheng led the fourth prince Xia Yao and Li Yike towards Qiyun Villa. Throughout the journey, Luo Sheng was filled with questions, unsure of what scheme the fourth prince had in mind. Upon arriving at the estate, Xia Yao surveyed the elegant and exquisite arrangements, exuding a luxurious aura only a royal could possess. Such is the difference of the times. Had it been in the past dynasties, no matter how influential the Luo family was, even the slightest transgression would have led to confiscation of property and exile. Upon entering the main residence, Luo Sheng instructed Meng Qing to escort the two ladies on a leisurely exploration, while he guided Xia Yao to a tranquil tea room on the third floor. The room was suffused with a fragrant aroma, and a maid, having awaited their arrival, knelt by the tea table, preparing the tea. Xia Yao lifted the teacup, took a delicate sip, and expressed his surprise. "Is this the Imperial Longjing?" Luo Sheng replied with an inscrutable demeanor. "Indeed, it is the Imperial Longjing bestowed by His Majesty." Xia Yao savored the tea further and remarked with a smile, "This is a rare delight that can only be found here with Mr. Luo. My father treasures this greatly. Aside from my elder brother, my other siblings could only dream of such a privilege." Luo Sheng chuckled softly. "Your Highness's visit to my humble abode to partake of this tea is, indeed, a blessing for the leaves." He then personally poured another cup for Xia Yao. After a brief silence, gazing at the teacup on the table, Xia Yao gently said, "Mr. Luo, the true purpose of my visit to Donghai is not merely to attend the so-called Li Guang Grand Assembly." Chapter 57. I am Luo Sheng. Upon hearing those words, Luo Sheng could not help but set down his teacup. Could it be that the fourth prince's so-called personal matter in the East Sea was related to him? Or perhaps to the Luo family? He remained silent, merely raising his hand to dismiss the nearby maid, then gazed earnestly at his interlocutor, patiently awaiting further explanation. Xia Yao, taken aback by Luo Sheng's solemn demeanor, wondered why he exhibited such a serious expression before any matter had been disclosed. "Mr. Luo, what is your opinion on the young lady who danced with you tonight?" Luo Sheng, sensing the underlying meaning, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. A broad smile gracing his face as he replied, "Is the fourth prince acting as a matchmaker for the Li family?" Xia Yao's eyes widened in surprise. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and drained the contents of his cup. After setting it down, he retorted, "Oh, it is hardly matchmaking. It is merely that Li Junshin has requested me to take this opportunity to bring his sister to the East Sea, merely to let you see her." The tone of Xia Yao's words unmistakably conveyed his aversion to such affairs. In response, Luo Sheng's smile deepened. The Li family, as imperial relatives, held significant influence, with Li Xiang serving as the current prime minister, overseeing the governance of the Great Xia. He was also the brother of the empress, enjoying great esteem as the maternal uncle. Likewise, Luo Sheng was the brother of the crown princess. Should the Luo and Li families unite through marriage, it would undoubtedly be a splendid choice, both now and in the future. Moreover, the young lady named Li Yike. Fourth prince, next time such an occasion arises, let him present himself directly. Luo Sheng chuckled. He was well aware that the Li family's intentions were merely to gauge interest. If Luo Sheng were pleased, it would be a cause for mutual celebration, leading to a natural progression. If not, it could easily be dismissed as youthful folly. However, the young lady possessed a beauty that could captivate any man. Her demeanor was elegant and gentle, surely evoking feelings of empathy in all who beheld her. What do you think? Fourth prince? Reflecting on Li Yike's graceful mannerisms, Xia Yao concurred. The Li family truly has a remarkable daughter. The topic of Li Yike was deftly concluded, and they transitioned to discussions concerning the upcoming birthday banquet for the crown princess next month. As the evening wore on, and with the hour surpassing 10, Xia Yao's attendant arrived to prompt him, signaling the end of their meeting. At parting, Xia Yao grasped Luo Sheng's hand, stating, "Mr. Luo, I shall return to the capital tomorrow. My brother and I will await your arrival in Kyoto." Luo Sheng smiled in response. "May the fourth prince travel safely. I shall certainly arrive in the capital on schedule next month." Li Yike, with a charming demeanor, added, "Mr. Luo, I shall take my leave with the fourth prince. We shall meet again in Kyoto next month." Luo Sheng nodded slightly. "Indeed, I too look forward to witnessing your grace at that time." After bidding farewell to Xia Yao and Li Yike, Luo Sheng stood at the entrance of the main residence, lingering in thought. As a distinguished daughter of privilege, like Li Yike, the situation of being presented to him was one that Luo Sheng accepted with remarkable composure. Everything seemed preordained. After all, given Luo Sheng's status, the individuals who could potentially match him were limited to a select few, with no possibility of exceeding that circle. As for those like Han Yutong, Emily, Su Jiajia, and all the women who would cross paths with Luo Sheng in the future, they could dedicate their lives to him, but could never ascend to the role of a wife. The narrative of a noble heir marrying an ordinary girl is a mere fantasy reserved for television dramas. In reality, an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Emily approached from behind, taking a coat from a nearby maid and draping it over Luo Sheng's shoulders. "Sheng, the temperature is low tonight. Why haven't you gone inside yet?" Luo Sheng turned to the foreign girl who had long held him in her thoughts, brushing her cheek with his slightly cool palm. "It's nothing, it's getting late, and you should return to rest." Just as Luo Sheng intended to ask Meng Qing to escort Emily back to her guest house, he was suddenly embraced from the side. Emily nestled her head against Luo Sheng's chest and gently inquired, "May I stay with you tonight?" Luo Sheng paused, responding with a soft from his throat. The following morning, clad in a thin cotton loungewear, Luo Sheng leaned against the massive rosewood desk in his study. Gazing out at the overcast sky, he listened to the persistent drizzle tapping against the floor-to-ceiling windows. November's climate had begun to turn decidedly chilly, and after a night of rain, the temperature outside had dropped to single digits. However, the main residence's climate control system maintained a comfortable 20 degrees indoors. Lifting a cup of coffee from the side, Luo Sheng took a sip and turned to the ever-composed Meng Qing, asking, "Has Emily's flight been arranged?" "Yes, sir. It is scheduled for this afternoon at 4. Meng Qing replied respectfully, though her voice retained a hint of chill. "Yes, it is time for her to return and provide her family with an explanation." Luo Sheng murmured to himself, "Sir, will you be personally escorting Miss Emily to her boarding?" Meng Qing inquired. Luo Sheng set his cup down and turned to her, crossing his arms as he regarded her. Meng Qing instinctively lowered her fair, aloof visage. "No need. However, please go out at noon and select a gift for Emily. Present it to her before her flight this afternoon." Meng Qing acknowledged with, "Understood, sir." "Are there any specifications for the gift?" "Choose according to your own judgment. There are no budget constraints," Luo Sheng instructed. "Additionally, what is the status of the matter regarding contacting the colleagues at Lucheng Hospital that I asked you about previously?" Without hesitation, Meng Qing reported, "After your last instruction, I immediately directed the executive office to issue the notice. The patient, Su Haidong, has now been transferred to a VIP room, receiving round-the-clock care from a dedicated medical team. Moreover, all expenses incurred by the patient have been waived, and any fees previously charged have been refunded." Luo Sheng nodded, Su Jijia had sent him a lengthy message of gratitude the previous night. He surmised that the situation had been well managed on their end, prompting his inquiry. "All right, you may leave now," Luo Sheng gestured with his hand. "Certainly, sir." Once Meng Qing had respectfully exited the study, Luo Sheng settled into an armchair, picked up his phone, and, after a moment's hesitation, dialed a landline number. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a sweet voice emanated from the other end. "Hello. This is the Secretariat of the President's Office at Tianluo Group's global headquarters. Who may I assist you with? This is Luo Sheng. Please connect me to Vice President Xiao Chengming of the group." Chapter 58. Is he just a minor employee? I am Luo Sheng. These four succinct words may seem inconsequential to many. Compared to titles such as I am a certain official from the provincial government or I am a certain individual from the central government, they appear rather pale. However, for those at the global headquarters of Tianluo Group, these four words carry a weight far surpassing that of the emperor of the Great Xia. The secretary responsible for answering the phone paused briefly before promptly responding. "Certainly, Director Luo. I will connect you to General Manager Xiao right away. Please hold." The reason for not contacting Xiao Chengming directly was that his number was not worthy of appearing in Luo Sheng's personal phone directory. Among the millions within the group, only CEO Yumin was permitted to have a direct line to Luo Sheng. Beneath Yumin were senior presidents overseeing various overseas branches, as well as presidents and vice presidents managing specific business lines. Xiao Qingming was merely one of the numerous vice presidents within the group. After a brief wait, the call was connected. "Mr. Luo, what instructions do you have?" Xiao Qingming inquired. Prior to the call being connected, the secretary had informed him that Director Luo was seeking him. This immediately aroused Xiao Chengming's full attention, despite his earlier leisurely enjoyment of morning tea in the office. Luo Sheng said, "Xiao Chengming, I have a matter that requires your assistance, but do not let a third party know it is my request." "Mr. Luo, your affairs are my affairs. Please go ahead," Xiao Chengming replied, his heart racing with excitement. Although he held the position of vice president at the global headquarters of Tianluo Group, seemingly high above the fray, before Luo Sheng, he truly felt like a mere high-ranking servant. The fact that Luo Sheng bypassed others to seek his aid was an immense honor. If he executed this task, well, today would surely be a fortuitous day for him. Luo Sheng continued, "There is a subsidiary called Jingtai Commercial within the group, and they have an individual named Chun Yajun involved in the Jingtai Central Square project. You are to arrange for this individual to be transferred to the subsidiary headquarters under your personal name, assigning him to a nominal position with an enhanced compensation package." Luo Sheng offered no explanation, simply instructing Xiao Qingming to carry out the task. Xiao Qingming hesitated for a moment on the other end of the line. Mr. Luo, may I boldly inquire what relation this Chun Yajun has to you? Do not ask what should not be asked, and keep this matter to yourself moving forward." Luo Sheng replied. Understood, Xiao Qingming said. "Go ahead and make the arrangements." "Very well, Mr. Luo." After concluding the call with Luo Sheng, Xiao Qingming exhaled deeply. He reminded himself that to maintain a stable career until retirement, he must focus on fulfilling his responsibilities. Without daring to delay, he immediately began searching the group's internal directory on his computer. Before long, he found Chun Yajun, assistant in the Human Resources Department of Jingtai Central Square. This was just a minor entry-level employee. Xiao Qingming slapped his forehead. What does it matter who he is? Do not be curious. Do not be curious. Swiftly, he located the contact information of Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jingtai Commercial. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qingming opted to call the other party using his personal mobile phone. The eventual outcome was that Chun Yajun, a recent university graduate who had only joined the company a few months prior, was directly transferred from the project to the headquarters, assuming the role of special assistant to the general manager's office. His salary surged from the previous 4,200 to an astonishing 22,000, rivaling that of a subsidiary director. This sudden shift led many colleagues to speculate whether he was the son of a certain executive within the subsidiary. However, within the vast Tianluo group, this matter barely created a ripple, causing only a minor stir within the Jingtai Commercial Management Company. Yet, no one would dare to explain or intervene. For this personnel adjustment was ordered personally by General Manager Luo Sheng. To Luo Sheng, Chen Yajun's situation was merely trivial. After contacting Xiao Qingming, he chose not to pursue the matter further. This was the only assistance he could render for his once-close brother in a past life. Anything more was beyond possibility. As in this timeline, they were nothing more than strangers emotionally, and their statuses were worlds apart. As noon approached, Meng Qing, having organized her tasks, drove her white BMW 740 to an upscale commercial street. After parking, she proceeded directly to a private dining restaurant named Uni. The server respectfully guided her to a private room, where a stylishly dressed young woman was idly scrolling through her phone. Upon noticing Meng Qing's entrance, she set down her device and greeted her with a smile. "Miss Meng, it seems you finally found time to step out today." Meng Qing placed her Chanel bag down and sat beside the young woman. "Han Lu, is it really as exaggerated as you say? Wasn't it just last month that I accompanied you on a shopping spree?" Han Lu raised a finger and replied earnestly. "To be precise, it was 45 days ago. How much does the Luo family pay you monthly to work tirelessly without a break?" Meng Qing responded, "Excluding bonuses and other benefits, it amounts to roughly 300,000 a month." 300,000, and that's without bonuses and benefits? Han Lu exclaimed, her mouth agape. "What if we include those?" "That is hard to say. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I received 50,000, and then my husband transferred an additional 200,000, saying it was for me to buy some gifts for my family since I couldn't go home for the holiday," Meng Qing replied nonchalantly. However, Han Lu was taken aback, regretting her casual inquiry, as Meng Qing had divulged such information. Although she had been curious before, she had never dared to ask, fearing it might be inconvenient for Meng Qing to share, considering she was employed by the illustrious Luo family, not just any affluent individual. Yet, now that the figures were laid bare, Han Lu felt a pang of regret, wishing she could slap herself. As a fashion model, she often spent entire days striking poses to satisfy her clients, enduring endless repetitions and adjustments. Thus, after a month, I have only earned a mere 20 to 30,000. The disparity is indeed quite significant. Meng Qing, you often mention that you're gentleman. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to you? Han Lu inquired with an inquisitive expression. Meng Qing smiled warmly at her dear friend and graciously confessed, "I am already his." "Meng Qing, you—" Han Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a sensational scoop. Yet, Meng Qing continued, "I find this quite ordinary. A man of such esteemed stature as he possesses an allure that no woman could possibly resist. So, to what stage have you progressed? Meng Qing, are you on the path to marrying into high society?" Han Lu exclaimed, her words tumbling over themselves in excitement. Meng Qing gently patted Han Lu's head and chuckled. "What are you thinking? For a gentleman, a woman is merely a delightful embellishment in life." Chapter 59. I no longer wish to strive. Han Lu gazed at Meng Qing in disbelief, scrutinizing her friend. Were it not for the familiar face before her, a visage she had known for over a decade, she might have suspected an impostor. "Meng Qing, I remember you were never like this. You were the aloof goddess of our school, with countless affluent suitors lining up from the dormitories to the school gates, all of whom you dismissed without a second thought. You once declared that all men were of the same ilk, vile and repugnant, and vowed never to let a man touch you." In Han Lu's memory, the vibrant years of their university life felt as if they were but a fleeting moment. That period was brimming with youthful vigor and innocent emotions, a time when the hormones of young men and women surged. Yet for Meng Qing back then, regardless of the devotion shown by her admirers, be they the lovesick or the charming, the wealthy heirs or the exemplary seniors, or even the gentle and attentive juniors, she maintained a resolute indifference, casting them aside as if they were mere shadows, unworthy of her attention. It was as though she had erected an impregnable fortress in her heart, a barrier that no man could hope to breach. However, time has a way of transforming sentiments. Now, Meng Qing openly confessed that she was indeed the woman of the young master of the Luo family. This revelation struck Han Lu like a thunderbolt. The once untouchable Ice Queen, who had scorned all men, now willingly submitted herself to one. Was the world in disarray? Or had Han Lu herself succumbed to a delusion, leading her memories astray? After listening quietly to Han Lu's musings, Meng Qing replied with a dismissive tone, "I still find those men unappealing. But my gentleman is different. He is of noble lineage and commands a prominent position even on a global scale. He is powerful and self-assured, with none able to thwart his will. Power, wealth, and women, those trappings that ordinary men chase throughout their lives, are mere embellishments for him. Lu, tell me, which woman could resist such a man?" Han Lu stared intently at Meng Qing, observing the rapturous expression upon her friend's face, rendered momentarily speechless. Is this truly human? Has my dear friend been brainwashed? Noticing Han Lu's incredulity, Mang King Marelis Milat Saranelli. What seems illusory to you is simply because you have yet to encounter it, to truly experience it. Before Han Lu could respond, a server entered to inquire if they were ready for their meal. "Let's dine first. Afterward, accompany me to shop. That is my primary task for today," Meng Qing declared. Upon receiving confirmation, an array of exquisite dishes was presented at their table. Each dish resembled a piece of art, emanating an enticing aroma. With elegance, Meng Qing picked up her utensils and began to savor the meal, recommending, "This truffle caviar paired with foie gras is simply divine. You must try it." Yet, Han Lu found herself absent-minded, still pondering Meng Qing's recent words. However, the allure of the delectable dishes before her proved irresistible, and she indulged in a bite, her taste buds ignited in an instant. During the meal, Meng Qing incessantly recounted the exploits of Luo Sheng. The more Han Lu listened, the more perplexed she became, ultimately unable to restrain herself from interjecting, Qing, have you considered that perhaps he is merely toying with you on a whim?" Meng Qing's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure. Setting down her utensils, she stated earnestly, Lu, I appreciate your concern, but he truly has no need to." Han Lu could only shake her head in resignation. She felt as though the Meng Qing before her had become a stranger, thoroughly enraptured in the world of the wealthy Luo family. After the meal, Meng Qing insisted on paying the bill, which amounted to just over 2,000. Having accompanied Luo Sheng for quite some time, she felt no impact from the modest sum. Upon exiting Yun's private kitchen, Han Lu glanced at the BMW 740 that Meng Qing had parked at the entrance, remarking that she now resembled a miniature affluent lady. Driving a luxury car worth over $1 million, adorned in high-end bespoke fashion, and clutching a limited-edition Chanel handbag, she exuded an air of sophistication that was simply extraordinary. More than an hour later, seated in the passenger seat, Han Lu couldn't help but steal glances at the gift bag resting on the back seat. Inside lay a set of exquisite jewelry that she and Meng Qing had just purchased, including earrings, a necklace, a bracelet, and a ring, all for Van Cleef Arpels, with a total value exceeding 700,000. According to Meng Qing, this jewelry set was intended as a gift from her employer to a certain young lady. Did wealthy families not choose such extravagant gifts themselves, fearing that their subordinates might pocket a portion of the funds? "Lu, where are you headed this afternoon?" "I'll drive you." Meng Qing's voice interrupted Han Lu's reverie. "Aren't you joining me? We haven't seen each other in ages, and you're rushing back after just one lunch?" Han Lu replied. Meng Qing nodded. "Yes, I need to escort that young lady to her flight this afternoon and personally deliver the gift that my employer prepared for her. Then please take me to the gym. I have nothing planned for the afternoon," Han Lu said, her spirits dampened. Han Lu shook her head, feeling that her friend was beyond saving. Helping to select gifts was one thing, but now she was also tasked with delivering the presents from the affluent Luo family to another woman. Nevertheless, how generous of that young master from the Luo family. Observing Meng Qing's elegant attire stirred a tumult of emotions within Han Lu. If it were her, she might very well succumb to temptation. She mused over how effortlessly the young master could bestow jewelry worth over 700,000. Although Meng Qing was ostensibly just a lifestyle assistant, she was surrounded by luxury vehicles and designer brands. How long would it take Han Lu to earn such wealth through her own toil? Each day passed in monotony, clad in clothing worth mere hundreds, residing in a rental that she would never afford to buy. If only she could have a wealthy patron by her side. Perhaps her burdens would be lifted. Han Lu also recalled the admiration and infatuation Meng Qing displayed while speaking of the young master from the Luo family. Perhaps he truly possessed a unique allure. The steadfast beliefs in love that she had always maintained seemed to wane in the face of such a profound disparity in wealth. Perhaps love itself is indeed founded upon a certain material basis. Individuals like the wealthy and powerful scion of the Luo family possess an allure that is undeniably captivating. Han Lu let out a soft sigh. She was aware that her thoughts might appear somewhat mundane, yet she found herself unable to suppress her yearning for a life of abundance. Throughout the journey, Han Lu engaged in an internal struggle. Before long, Meng Qing arrived at the gym that Han Lu frequented, driving a BMW 740. Just as they were about to exit the vehicle, Han Lu seemingly summoned her courage and grasped Meng Qing's slender right hand. Meng Qing. Meng Qing turned to Han Lu, her expression one of confusion. How about recommending me to your husband? I no longer wish to strive. Chapter 60. Bathing companion as evening approached, within the private gym of the manor's basement. Luo Sheng, clad in athletic attire, was jogging on the treadmill. Beside him, a stunning personal assistant held a white towel, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow. Sir, you may rest in about 5 minutes, she remarked. Understood, Luo Sheng replied, panting heavily. At that moment, Meng Qing entered the room. Not wanting to interrupt Luo Sheng's workout, she silently acknowledged the assistant with a nod, took the towel from her, and stood quietly to the side. After a few minutes, Luo Sheng pressed the stop button on the treadmill. Glancing at Meng Qing, he moved to a nearby bench to catch his breath. Meng Qing gently began to wipe his body. After taking a few sips from a water cup on the bench, Luo Sheng inquired, Has Emily boarded the plane? Yes, sir. Additionally, she adored the Van Cleef Arpels gift you sent her, Meng Qing replied. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, stretching his arms before heading towards the spa room, with Meng Qing closely following. In the opulent and expansive bath, Luo Sheng reclined like a majestic dragon. 2 beautiful attendants stood beside the tub. One, positioned at the edge, gently kneaded his broad shoulders with a perfect amount of pressure, gradually easing the tension in his muscles. The other cautiously stepped into the water, holding a pristine white towel, delicately wiping the perspiration from Luo Sheng's skin, each motion executed with meticulous care. Meanwhile, Meng Qing and another attendant, holding a bath towel, stood quietly to the side. With bowed heads and expressions of reverence, they patiently awaited Luo Sheng's emergence from the bath. The atmosphere in the spa room was serene, with only the faint sound of water flowing. Suddenly, Meng Qing's earpiece crackled with a call. This is Meng Qing, please speak. Understood, she replied, lifting her head to Luo Sheng, still immersed in the bath. Sir, the master has returned and wishes for you to join him for dinner tonight. With his eyes half closed, Luo Sheng tilted his head back, lazily responding, All right, got it. Before long, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, Luo Sheng's tall, muscular form rose slowly from the bath. Completely unadorned, he descended the steps of the tub. The attendant with the towel promptly approached him, skillfully drying his body with meticulous attention to detail, ensuring no spot was overlooked. Finally, she draped a loose, comfortable bathrobe over him. Stepping out of the bathroom, Luo Sheng reclined on the prepared massage bed outside. The 2 attendants who had assisted him in the bath had swiftly arranged themselves, gliding gracefully to the bedside to begin his massage. Their techniques were remarkably professional. 2 pairs of nimble fingers glided over every inch of Luo Sheng's skin, alternating between gentle caresses and firm pressure, skillfully adjusting the intensity and targeting acupoints. Occasionally, they would introduce a hint of mischief, hoping to ignite Luo Sheng's interest. However, he had long grown accustomed to their antics and tacitly accepted their behavior, although he remained largely unaffected. By the time the massage concluded, it was already 7 in the evening. As Luo Sheng departed the spa room, he passed by an area undergoing renovations. This space was originally designed to accommodate a private cinema for 20, but Luo Sheng had deemed it unnecessary and transformed it into an esports room. It seemed the renovation was now complete. Meng Qing. Luo Sheng called out to the woman behind him. Sir, do you have any instructions? How is the esports room coming along? Luo Sheng inquired, gesturing toward the renovated area. Meng Qing replied, "Sir, it is nearly finished. All the hardware is in place, though there are still some finishing touches and clutter that needs to be cleared away." Luo Sheng nodded. "Have the construction team work overtime tonight to wrap things up." With that, he proceeded directly to the elevator, intending to head to the restaurant on the second floor. Meng Qing, following closely behind, wasted no time in contacting the head of the estate's construction team. On the outskirts of Chiun Mountain Villa, there stood a cluster of modest buildings, serving as both the office and living quarters for the estate maintenance team. Inside the dormitory of the engineering department, Old Ma was engaged in conversation with his nephew. "Xiaofeng, since you just arrived today, there are many rules you may not yet understand. Be cautious and don't wander off alone. Tomorrow, I'll take you around the office area to get familiar with the layout," Old Ma advised. The young man, known as Xiaofeng, nodded earnestly. "I understand, second uncle. I just didn't expect Chiun Mountain Villa to be so vast. I could hardly believe it when I arrived this afternoon." Old Ma chuckled. "It's not just vast. The value of everything here is astonishing. Besides our area, even the most unremarkable little trees outside are worth several thousand. Not to mention the valuable items in those villas. If you were to break something, we would be ruined." Xiao Feng's eyes widened, his voice rising in disbelief. "Second uncle, is it really that exaggerated?" "Sure, keep your voice down. After all these years serving the Luo family, do you think I would deceive you?" Old Ma whispered. "However, Xiaofeng, don't blame your second uncle for not warning you. When working in the estate, be scrupulously honest. You can take what the master gives you, but never take what isn't yours. Otherwise, the consequences can be dire. It's not as simple as just packing up and leaving." Old Ma earnestly cautioned his nephew. Xiaofeng, with sincere eyes, reassured him, "Don't worry, second uncle. My mother told me to listen to you in all matters." Old Ma nodded in satisfaction. He had watched this child grow up, and he knew his character was sound. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a middle-aged man strode in. "Old Ma, I have just received notice from Steward Ming that the esports room at the main residence is to be concluded tonight." Old Ma looked puzzled. "So urgent?" The middle-aged man urged. "No need to hesitate. Don't you still have some wiring to finish? Quickly grab your tools and head over." Old Ma replied, "All right, I shall set off at once." Once the man departed, Old Ma hastily rose. "Xiaofeng, come along with me and lend a hand." "Uncle, where are we going?" "I just arrived today. I fear I might not perform well," Xiaofeng said, his face filled with anxiety. He hadn't anticipated that after reporting in the afternoon, he would be summoned to work that very evening, and it seemed quite urgent. Old Ma patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "It's nothing to worry about. It's merely some finishing touches, primarily to help you familiarize yourself with the work environment that lies ahead." Chapter 61. The Golden Wires. Old Ma swiftly gathered his tools and, accompanied by Xiaofeng, boarded the shuttle to the manor's main residence. Two others were with them. However, Old Ma deliberately selected a seat at the back, maintaining a two-row distance from the other two individuals. As they traveled on the shuttle, Old Ma quietly imparted some wisdom to Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng," he began, "you will officially commence your pre-job training tomorrow, but before that, your second uncle is here to provide you with a lesson." Xiaofeng listened attentively, eager for what his second uncle would share. "First and foremost, do not observe what you should not, especially once we enter the main residence. Refrain from looking around. Simply keep your head down and focus on your tasks. Second, do not inquire about matters that are not yours to question. Tonight, and in the future, you will encounter various scenes previously unknown to you. Do not foolishly ask questions. Once we return to the dormitory and close the door, you may ask me anything. Do you understand?" Xiaofeng nodded earnestly. "Third, do not listen to what should not be heard, and do not speak of what should remain unspoken, whether they are the master of the manor or guests. They are individuals of great stature, far beyond our reach. They may occasionally utter words you should avoid. Even if you inadvertently hear something, pretend as if you did not. Never engage in discussions about it with others." After delivering his counsel, Old Ma observed Xiaofeng, who was so anxious he could barely speak, only nodding in response. With a smile, he continued, "However, we are merely workers. Generally, we do not interact with such people or matters. I share this with you merely as a precaution against potential dangers." Xiaofeng, feeling a twinge of apprehension, cautiously glanced at the two individuals in front of them and whispered, "Second uncle, if the work here is so challenging, why did you so fervently recommend me to come? Indeed, it's merely a matter of adhering to regulations. Out of 30 days in a month, you'll find yourself playing cards in the dormitory for over 10 days. Plus 8 days off, with all meals and accommodations provided. The fixed monthly salary alone amounts to 20 to 30,000. You could search the entire nation and find no comparable opportunity. Do you have any idea how many people plead and implore for such a position, only to discover they have no way in? If I hadn't exerted considerable effort and slipped a substantial red envelope to the supervisor, you would never have a chance to step foot here." Old Ma spoke earnestly to his nephew about the intricacies of working at Qian Manor as the shuttle soon arrived at the main residence. As they disembarked, Xiao Feng was left in awe, immobilized by the grandeur before him, having never witnessed such a magnificent and imposing residence in his life. It resembled a palace rather than a mere house. Had Old Ma not pulled him along, he might have remained rooted to the spot. Their group was not permitted entry through the grand doors of the main residence. Instead, they entered through a side door and took the elevator down to the basement level. As it was a direct instruction from Luo Sheng, Meng Qing chose to remain on site. Upon seeing the engineering department had arrived, she urged them to swiftly commence their finishing work. Old Ma greeted Meng Qing with utmost respect before guiding the still downcast Xiao Feng into the esports room, where they confronted a labyrinth of complex, intertwined wires. He skillfully opened the toolbox and retrieved the testing instrument. Subsequently, he handed a small clip to Xiao Feng, instructing Xiao Feng, "Hold this and secure the wires in the order I specify. I will use the instrument to examine the circuit's condition." Xiao Feng accepted the clip, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As Leoma operated the device, he murmured, "Do not be nervous. This is merely the final inspection to prevent any oversights." Following Leoma's enumeration of the circuit sequences, Xiao Feng carefully fastened the clip in place. After a considerable amount of time, he noticed several discarded wires tangled haphazardly, creating an unsightly mess. "Second uncle, what shall we do with these excess wires?" he inquired. Leoma glanced at them and replied, "They must all be cut away. Otherwise, they may pose a risk of short-circuiting." Consequently, Xiao Feng retrieved scissors and methodically snipped away the surplus wires. However, before he could organize all the discarded wires, he stumbled upon something unusual. Holding a segment of wire, he brought the exposed wire core before Leoma. "Second uncle, this wire core doesn't appear to be copper, does it?" Xiao Feng asked uncertainly. Leoma merely cast a casual glance and chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is pure gold." "Enough with the chatter. Focus on tidying up." Xiao Feng stood in astonishment, gazing at the approximately 6 square millimeter golden wire in his hand, then at the scattered ends around him. It dawned on him that the wires used here were not copper core, but rather gold core. This revelation was utterly unprecedented. Nevertheless, he dutifully gathered all the wires into a small bundle. Before long, Leoma also completed his task. Nonchalantly, he took the wires from Xiao Feng's hands and approached Meng Qing, inquiring, "So, Miss Meng, how should we handle these wires that were necessary reserves from the previous construction?" Meng Qing glanced at the wires in Leoma's possession, fully aware of their value. However, as Luo Sheng's personal assistant, her mindset had long since diverged from that of ordinary individuals. She regarded such trifles with disdain. Not worth her while to haggle with subordinates. "You may take them back and handle them as you see fit," she replied in a flat tone. "Thank you, Miss Meng. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Leoma said, suppressing his excitement, fearful of being overheard by others in the room. Meng Qing merely acknowledged him with a curt nod and returned to her business. After Leoma and Xiao Feng departed the main residence, they boarded the shuttle back to the staff living quarters. Throughout the journey, they exchanged not a word. Yet Xiao Feng's barely contained exhilaration was a clear testament to the fervor within him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Leoma locked the door and then extracted the small bundle of golden wires from his pocket. Xiao Feng was the first to speak. "Second uncle, I noticed earlier that these 6 square wires are all gold core." With a beaming smile, Leoma replied, "I laid the wires during construction. How could I not know?" "So, The beautiful stewardess just allowed us to take them? Xiaofeng, in disbelief, remarked, these wires must measure at least 5 or 6 meters in total. They measure precisely 5 meters, and if calculated based on a 6 square millimeter gauge, they weigh approximately 300 grams. Old Ma confidently replied. 300 grams of gold. Second uncle, perhaps we should return it, Xiaofeng suggested, worried that the female steward was unaware of the situation. Old Ma calmed his nerves while carefully stowing the golden wires in the wardrobe and said, set your worries aside. All procurement of materials must go through Steward Meng. She is more aware than anyone else of what is involved here. Then why does she? Xiaofeng questioned, puzzled. Steward Meng has little regard for these items. When the time comes, you will have your share as well, Old Ma said with a smile. This is precisely what I mentioned earlier. You may only accept what is offered to you by others. Chapter 62. She has always favored circumstances akin to those of Lao Ma and his companions, which occasionally transpire within the Qiyun Mountain Villa. At times, it involves precious ingredients that have fallen short of quality standards or premium beverages and teas nearing their expiration dates. Other instances may include discarded furniture and decorative items deemed less valuable by the household. Then there are occasions like this one, where remnants of golden electrical wiring from renovations are left behind. Some may argue that such practices are absurd and unrealistic. The owners could easily gather these items for collective disposal. This situation mirrors the old garments found in many ordinary households. Even when the clothing is in good condition, it is often abandoned or gifted simply because one perceives them as outdated and unworthy of their current self. Yet, whether one opts to recycle them or sell them at a secondhand market, there exists the potential for some financial return. The majority refrain from such actions not due to a lack of value, but rather a sense of disdain. What if one's wealth were to multiply 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold? Would one still seek to convert obsolete electronics, small appliances, and bicycles into cash, or would they casually relinquish them to the household staff? Luo Sheng has never shown concern for such matters. Under his influence, Meng Qing has also transcended the mentality of an ordinary person. To her, money is not a concern, nor does she require an abundance of it, excluding her annual salary in the millions. Luo Sheng had already gifted her a lavish mansion worth tens of millions in Donghai City as a birthday present for her 24th year, which she has only visited a handful of times. Most of the time, she resides within the Qiyun Mountain Villa. Her clothing, shoes, bags, and cosmetics are all supplied free of charge by prestigious luxury brands. The rationale is simple. Luo Sheng's unbranded haute couture is crafted by dedicated teams from these brands. His annual expenditure in this realm begins at hundreds of millions, all of which enriches these brands. Meng Qing is the liaison for these matters. As for her savings, Meng Qing has long since forgotten the last time she checked her account balance, for she genuinely does not need to spend money. Even luxury cars like the BMW 740, valued at millions, have been provided to her in multiples by Luo Sheng under the pretext of needing variety for occasional business outings. When an individual is no longer burdened by concerns regarding high-quality essentials, wealth becomes merely a string of numbers. Meng Qing is still overseeing the finishing touches on the esports room. On the second floor, in the Chinese restaurant, Luo Sheng and his father, Luo Zhen, are sharing a meal. Tonight's table is devoid of extravagant delicacies, featuring only simple home-cooked fare. After finishing a bowl of soup, Luo Zhen hands a napkin, used to wipe his mouth, to a nearby maid. He glances at his eldest son, hesitating to speak. However, he promptly dismisses the attendants in the dining room and, with an expression of neutrality, states, "Ah Sheng, the day after tomorrow marks your mother's memorial. You should go in my stead to visit her." Luo Sheng initially believed that his father had specially invited him to dinner this evening to discuss some important matters. However, upon arriving, he discovered that his father not only refrained from mentioning any significant issues, but also unusually requested a spread of light dishes from the kitchen. It was only now that he realized the reason was related to his mother. Luo Sheng's biological mother had tragically passed away in a traffic accident 20 years ago. At that time, both Luo Sheng and his brother Luo Xiao were still quite young, leaving them with scant memories of her. "Father, are you not going this year?" Luo Sheng inquired. A hint of sadness flickered in Luo Zhen's piercing eyes before he swiftly regained his composure. No, I shall refrain from going to avoid being reminded of the past. You and your younger brother should go instead. After all, we have managed this way for over a decade. When my time comes, there will be ample opportunities to reunite. He added, if you happen to see your grandfather, please convey my regards. Observing his father, who had long since learned to mask his emotions, Luo Sheng gently replied, Father, I believe that over the years, Mother would have wished for you to visit her in person. Moreover, Grandfather has never shown any intention of blaming you. Luo Zhen shook his head resolutely. This is my own issue, unrelated to your grandfather. He then added, when you go, remember to bring a box of Linglong Su from Xiangyunji. Your mother always enjoyed their delicacies. I have tried for years, but still cannot adapt to their flavors. Listening to his father's heartfelt reminiscence, Luo Sheng noted a side of him that he had never witnessed before. This was a man who wielded the power over countless lives. One who was typically stern and unyielding, yet in this moment, he appeared as an ordinary person. Father, Luo Zhen waved his hand, calming his breath before quickly returning to his usual demeanor. Sheng, the plans for the day after tomorrow are set. You should retire for the night. Luo Sheng stood and bowed deeply. Father, I will take my leave now. Go on, Luo Zhen replied nonchalantly. Upon returning to his room on the third floor, Luo Sheng opened the door to the living area. A young and beautiful maid set down the book she had been reading and stood up, bowing her head respectfully. Sir, you have returned. Luo Sheng acknowledged her presence with a soft hum and proceeded to the sofa. After sitting down, he picked up the book the maid had just been reading, which was The Old Man and the Sea. Do you enjoy reading? Luo Sheng asked, directing his gaze at the maid who stood with her head bowed. Yes, sir. I believe reading brings peace to the mind, the maid replied softly. With a smile, Luo Sheng set the book down and said, lift your head. At his words, the maid gradually raised her gaze, and her spirited eyes met Luo Sheng's. To be honest, he had rarely taken the time to scrutinize the appearances of the maids over the past 2 years. Each one had undergone rigorous selection before entering Chiyun Mountain Villa, excelling in both beauty and figure. If placed in the open, she would undoubtedly be a goddess sought after by the masses. This maid, in addition to her charms, possessed a unique sense of freshness, perhaps an innate quality found in those who are fond of literature. Luo Sheng felt a subtle stir within and inquired, what is your name? The maid softly replied, Sir, my name is Xian. Luo Sheng nodded, gesturing to the seat beside him, inviting her to sit. Once Xian settled close to him, she tenderly took his left hand and placed it on her smooth, delicate thigh. Luo Sheng regarded this with indifference and simply handed her the book, saying, Tell me what insights you have gleaned from this. Xian paused for a moment before cautiously articulating her understanding and feelings regarding the book. After her narration, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Sir, it is getting late. Allow me to assist you in resting. Chapter 63. The inability to transcend class. The following day, Luo Sheng drove his Pagani Huayra to Donghai University. After parking the car by the roadside, he proceeded towards the university entrance. The two had arranged to view a property together that morning, to avoid causing unnecessary commotion for Han Yutong within the campus. Everyone except Chun Tai remained on standby. Strolling through the picturesque grounds of Donghai University, he observed the vibrant students bustling about, exuding the essence of youth. Some clutched books, preparing to attend lectures, while others gathered in small groups, discussing plans for gaming. As a gentle breeze wafted towards him, Luo Sheng took out his phone to call Han Yutong, but the call was abruptly disconnected before it could connect. Shortly thereafter, Han Yutong sent a message. I'm in class. Please wait for me at the Xingyu CAF by the school gate. I will come to you after class. Luo Sheng chuckled awkwardly. He was accustomed to being the one awaited, and this sudden reversal felt somewhat disconcerting. Choosing not to disturb Han Yutong further, he and Chun Tai made their way to the nearby Xingyu CAF. This establishment, with its artistic ambience, featured several sets of all-metal outdoor tables and chairs placed at the entrance. After ordering a latte from inside, Luo Sheng found a seat outside, patiently awaiting Han Yutong's release from class. Chun Tai, unwavering, stood close behind him, his sharp gaze vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a young man with a backpack approached, accompanied by a girl holding a mobile phone. Their trajectory indicated they were heading directly towards Luo Sheng. Chuntai immediately stepped forward, positioning himself between the duo and Luo Sheng, addressing them with a serious tone. "What do you want?" The backpack-clad youth was clearly taken aback by the unexpected confrontation. After a moment of surprise, he quickly replied, "Apologies, we are students from Donghai University and would like to conduct a street interview with that handsome gentleman behind you." With an impassive expression, Chuntai responded, "The gentleman does not wish to participate in any interviews. Please leave." Upon finishing his statement, he extended his arm in a gesture of dismissal. This unexpected turn of events left the young man astonished, as he had never encountered such a situation before. Yet, his curiosity was piqued. Tilting his head, he observed the man seated before him, who had not once glanced in their direction. Luo Sheng simply sipped his coffee while engrossed in his phone, appearing indifferent to the unfolding events. Driven by curiosity, the backpack youth summoned his courage and raised his voice, calling out to Luo Sheng a few meters away. "Excuse me, sir. We are students from Donghai University and would like to conduct a street interview with you. Would that be acceptable?" Luo Sheng set down his paper cup and addressed the situation, saying, "Chuntai, let them come over." Only then did Chuntai part the way for the two, though his eyes remained fixed on them, ready to react at the slightest hint of trouble. Should they make any sudden movements, Chuntai would swiftly draw his Glock, prepared to neutralize the threat, regardless of the bustling university environment surrounding them. In his eyes, the safety of Luo Sheng was always of paramount importance. The young man with the backpack felt a certain discomfort under the watchful gaze of the man in black beside him, sensing an inherent danger in his presence. After taking a seat opposite Luo Sheng, the backpack youth initially displayed what he believed to be an amiable smile. He then extended his hand in an attempt to shake hands with Luo Sheng, saying, "Good day, sir. I apologize for intruding upon you." However, Luo Sheng merely regarded him with indifference, showing no intention of reciprocating the gesture. It was not that he was feigning aloofness. Rather, an innate pride prevented him from easily engaging in such gestures. "Since you are a student of Donghai University, do share what you wish to discuss." Luo Sheng's tone elicited an indescribable feeling in the young man, akin to a lofty noble of ancient times surveying a kneeling subject, inquiring about their desired rewards. Suppressing his discomfort, the backpack youth awkwardly withdrew his hand. I would like to interview you, sir. What is your profession?" Luo Sheng chuckled softly, pondering if the youth was indeed so lacking in substance. To randomly approach someone on the street and inquire about their occupation, he replied coolly, "I suppose one could categorize me as a business operator." The backpack youth felt a surge of joy at Luo Sheng's willingness to engage. As long as it wasn't a refusal, he pressed forward with further inquiries. "May I ask which industry you are involved in?" This question caused Luo Sheng to furrow his brow, yet he patiently responded, "The investment sector." To Luo Sheng, every industry associated with Tian Luo Group was merely an act of investment. The backpack youth, evidently well-versed in various fields, eagerly posed several investment-related questions, to which Luo Sheng responded in kind. Eventually, the youth remarked, "Sir, at such a young age, you have achieved so much. Do you have any advice or experiences to share with today's youth? As you know, many young people feel lost after graduating from university, uncertain of their next steps." This prompted Luo Sheng to reflect, somewhat inexplicably, on another version of himself in a different timeline. 7 years of toil, 3 years of struggle, only to culminate in mere illusions. "One must be fortunate in their beginnings," Luo Sheng said nonchalantly. The backpack youth was taken aback. After conversing for so long, this was the response he received. He replied, somewhat incredulously, "But sir, in these years of rapid internet development, we have witnessed many grassroots success stories. Individuals have risen from ordinary beginnings, leveraging their talents and hard work to transcend their circumstances. Is this not a genuine example? Aside from merely being fortunate in one's birth?" Luo Sheng regarded the youth calmly, deciding it was time to conclude their conversation. "Is the era that shapes them. Furthermore, the internet merely clarifies the existing social strata. it does not enable one to transcend them. Upon uttering these words, Luo Sheng noticed Han Yutong hurrying towards him from a distance. Leaving the backpack youth in a state of astonishment, he stood and approached her. "Ah, Luo Sheng. Thank you for your patience. Let us embark," Han Yutong exclaimed, breathless. Luo Sheng smiled gently as he caressed her cheek. "Very well, let us get in the car." As the pair reached the roadside, the previously encountered backpack-wearing man hurried after them. "Sir, please hold on. What did you mean earlier by saying one cannot transcend social classes?" Luo Sheng wrapped an arm around Han Yutong, pausing momentarily to cast a glance at the man without uttering a word. Instead, he produced the key to the Pagani Huayra, unlocking the vehicle and ushering Han Yutong inside. A dozen robust bodyguards clad in black suits followed suit, boarding four Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles in unison. Amid the man's complex expression, the Pagani Huayra swiftly departed, leaving him behind. Chapter 64. The sponsorship of the opening ceremony. Most ordinary individuals find it challenging to accept concepts beyond their own understanding. Once they transcend their cognitive boundaries, they often perceive it as mere nonsense or delusion. Take, for instance, the garments worn by Luo Sheng. Each piece is custom-made and discarded after a single use. To an individual who has never encountered high-end luxury items, this notion seems absurd, akin to a fantasy about an emperor wielding a golden hoe. They might wonder how such expensive attire could be discarded after just one wear, as if money were simply blowing in the wind. However, the majority of high-end bespoke clothing is handcrafted with exquisite precision, rendering it entirely unsuitable for washing. Are you aware of what the luxury brands have to say about this? At the inception of our product designs, we never considered the aspect of laundry. Moreover, many elite billionaires, when traveling, do you envision them lugging around numerous bags like an ordinary person or accompanied by an assistant to manage their belongings? That notion is as fanciful as the emperor's golden hoe. The reality is that, apart from essential items, they travel light and return empty-handed. When it comes to spare clothing, they simply purchase new outfits locally, wearing them once before discarding them. Throughout history, clothing has been a durable commodity for the common populace. Yet, for those at the pinnacle of society, it is perceived as a disposable item. As Luo Sheng sat in the car, he reflected on his recent conversation with a backpacker. The dialogue brimmed with the idea that ordinary individuals could ride the wave of the times, soaring to new heights and transcending social strata. Perhaps a small fraction of people have amassed fortunes ranging from 10 million to a billion or even 10 billion due to the dividends of the era. However, this merely signifies an enhancement of material existence, not a true transcendence of class. Social strata embody far more than mere wealth. When one's understanding is limited, glimpsing the lives of the affluent through the internet may evoke feelings akin to a frog confined to a well. Yet, with sufficient diligence, one can surely leap beyond those constraints. As for those above him who proclaim that a broader world awaits, no matter how vividly or authentically they articulate it, if it surpasses his comprehension, he will dismiss it as mere fabrication. Nevertheless, one day, when you emerge from the well, believing you have achieved a leap, you will look up only to realize you are but a mayfly gazing at the expanse of the sky. In the passenger seat, Han Yutong noticed Luo Sheng lost in thought and curiously inquired, "Luo Sheng, what are you pondering?" Luo Sheng turned to her with a smile, replying, "Nothing much, just some interesting perspectives." Han Yutong blinked, pressing further, "What intriguing perspectives? Do share with me." Luo Sheng gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. "It concerns the relationship between social class and perception. Observe those striving to ascend from the lower tiers. They believe that amassing wealth equates to transcending class. Yet, it is somewhat laughable that they may struggle to accept anything beyond their existing understanding." Han Yutong speculated that Luo Sheng was referring to the backpacker who conducted street interviews, a format she frequently encountered in short videos. Some individuals find themselves in first class, while others opt for upscale restaurants. Is that not the case? Han Yutong inquired. Yet, she soon contemplated the Tian Luo group. The Luo family of the Great Xia dynasty has undoubtedly evolved to its current magnitude, possessing more than mere wealth. However, as an ordinary university student, she found herself unable to grasp these complexities. Luo Sheng halted the Pagani Huayra at an intersection, taking advantage of the red light to calmly express. Power is perpetually the cornerstone for transcending social strata. It is the primary element. Otherwise, you are merely a player in this game. The distinction lies in whether you are an ordinary player or a pay-to-win player. Wealth, more often than not, is merely a byproduct of power. It is of little consequence. Han Yutong was somewhat taken aback, yet Luo Sheng's words undeniably illuminated her understanding. She recalled a certain internet sensation, one of the foremost streamers online, who amassed a fortune within a mere 2 to 3 years, wealth that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to accumulate. Many admired how such grassroots individuals could rise to prominence, achieving a remarkable transformation in their social standing. However, following a series of adverse events, he vanished overnight due to an official ban, disappearing from public view entirely. Indeed, he had earned an immense sum sufficient for a life free from financial worries, living a life of enviable affluence. Yet perhaps that was the extent of it. This might be what Luo Sheng referred to as a pay-to-win player. In this game, he could surpass millions and experience a wealth of excitement. And what of the Luo family? Han Yutong inquired softly, fearing that her question might displease Luo Sheng. He merely smiled faintly, responding, "The greatest sponsor of this game is indeed the Luo family. Wouldn't you agree?" Han Yutong nodded in a daze, which reminded her of the time she had researched the Great Xia Luo family online upon discovering Luo Sheng's identity. One particular piece of information stood out. Last year, the Tian Luo Group contributed a staggering 8.4 trillion yuan in taxes to the Great Xia, an amount so outrageous that it constituted 40% of the entire fiscal revenue of the Great Xia dynasty. Media outlets had remarked that the Tian Luo Group, by itself, not only fully funded the national defense budget, but also shouldered a third of the fiscal expenditures. This was akin to bearing the operational costs necessary after the game's launch. And now, the heir of such a prestigious family sat beside her. Sharing a connection, this left Han Yutong utterly astonished. "Then, why did you seek me out? I'm just an ordinary girl." Han Yutong knew that he would not lack for female companionship, especially among beautiful women. As the traffic light turned red, Luo Sheng released the handbrake and replied, "You will come to know in due time." With that, the green light illuminated, and the Pagani Huayra shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The vehicle swiftly entered a luxurious residential complex and came to a halt. A man clad in a tailored suit, accompanied by 2 elegantly dressed women, had been awaiting their arrival. Upon sighting Luo Sheng's vehicle, he promptly approached with measured haste. The bodyguards disembarked first to open the doors for Luo Sheng and Han Yutong. Luo Sheng adjusted his collar, surveyed the surroundings, and addressed Han Yutong, saying, "This is the luxurious residential complex Huafu Junting, developed by Tian Luo Group. I have selected a residence for you, and I sincerely hope you will find it to your liking." The suited gentleman stood before Luo Sheng with utmost reverence, stating, "Mr. Luo, it is an honor to meet you. It truly is a lapse on our part that you had to come here, personally, for such a trivial matter." Luo Sheng replied in a calm tone, "Please escort Miss Han to view the property." The gentleman, unable to meet Han Yutong's gaze, bowed his head and invited, "Then, Mr. Luo, Miss Han, please follow me." The group swiftly ascended in the elevator to the residence selected by Luo Sheng, a spacious unit with a private entrance. A staff member stepped forward and entered a code into the electronic lock. With a confirming beep, the entrance door swung open. Luo Sheng took Han Yutong's hand and led her inside first. As Han Yutong beheld the magnificent surroundings, she was left utterly astonished. Chapter 65. The 369 square meter flat. As Han Yutong stepped into the entrance, her gaze fell upon the imported marble flooring, its warm texture and unique patterns exuding an air of sophistication. She nodded slightly, a satisfied expression gracing her features. The suited gentleman promptly introduced, "Miss Han. The design of this entrance is minimalist yet stylish, with ample space for your everyday items. Please, allow me to show you to the living room." With a graceful invitation, he guided Luo Sheng and Han Yutong into the living area. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a breathtaking view of the cityscape outside. Sunlight poured in unreservedly, illuminating the exquisite handcrafted sofa that adorned the room. Above, a dazzling Swarovski crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, each crystal refracting enchanting rays of light. Unable to resist, Han Yutong approached the window, gazing down at the scenery below. The suited man continued, "This living space is vast, with a lofty design that enhances your visual experience. Coupled with top-tier materials and furnishings, it undoubtedly reflects your esteemed status." He added, "While Huafu Junting is among the few prestigious properties in Donghai, it pales in comparison to Qiyun Mountain Villa." After a cautious glance at Luo Sheng, who remained impassive, he resumed, "Miss Han, please follow me to the kitchen." Upon entering, he elaborated, "In our kitchen, we have selected only the finest international brands. All necessary utensils are provided, along with a fully automated control system that caters to all your culinary needs with ease." The gentleman proceeded to introduce the dining area, study, and 2 additional bedrooms, saving the pièce d'assistance, the master bedroom, for last. Spanning nearly 40 square meters, the master suite boasted an array of luxurious furnishings, with a plush cashmere rug laid beneath the grand bed. In the en-suite bathroom, opulent fixtures gleamed with a cool luster, and the oversized bathtub stirred Han Yutong's imagination. However, it was the walk-in wardrobe that truly opened the door to a new world for her. Never before had she experienced the allure of stepping into a closet. Though this wardrobe measured less than 10 square meters, it was a revelation. After the gentleman had thoroughly detailed the layout, he escorted Han Yutong back to the living room. As they walked, he remarked, "This flat encompasses a total of 369 square meters. While it may not be the largest in Huafu Junting, it is undoubtedly the most exquisitely appointed." After the initial launch, a few units were reserved for private sale, and this one is among them. "It seems almost as if it was prepared specifically for you, Miss Han." With a sycophantic smile, he awaited Luo Sheng's next command. Seated on the sofa, Luo Sheng observed Han Yutong emerging from the rooms and smiled, asking, "So, are you satisfied?" Han Yutong nodded vigorously in response. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, she would have surely leaped forward to bestow a kiss upon him. The overall decor style of this spacious flat exudes opulence and grandeur, with all household appliances meticulously matched and fully equipped. If one were not to mention it, Han Yutong might easily assume that someone had already taken residence here. It hardly resembles a new home specially prepared for her. Rather, it gives off an impression of being ready for immediate occupancy. Most significantly, she had only ever encountered such exquisite homes in short videos, never imagining that she would one day inhabit one herself. Seeing Han Yutong's satisfaction, Luo Sheng gestured to the man in the suit. The latter promptly understood and accepted a stack of documents from the staff behind him, handing them over to Han Yutong. "Miss Han, all you need to do now is sign your name on these documents, and I will handle the rest. Within a day, this property will rightfully belong to you." As Han Yutong gazed at the property purchase contract and the authorization letter, her eyes widened at the conspicuous figure of 1 yuan per square meter, totaling 369 yuan. Although she was aware that this was merely a formality, her heart stirred nonetheless. Even as a sheltered young woman, she grasped the reality of housing prices in Donghai. Given the location and quality of Huafu Junting, the market price would undoubtedly be at least several $100,000 per square meter. With her heart aflutter, she instinctively inquired, "How do I make the payment?" This question left the suited man and his 2 accompanying female staff momentarily bewildered. "Wait, this script is all wrong. Aren't you the young master's woman? Could we have misjudged?" However, that seemed unlikely. Just as the suited man struggled to formulate a response, Luo Sheng stood up and wrapped an arm around Han Yutong's shoulders. "Come, let us go have lunch." It was only then that Han Yutong realized her faux pas, awkwardly smiling at the man in the suit, while internally chastising herself. "Luo Yutong, are you foolish? Huafu Junting belongs to Luo Sheng's family. Why would you even ask about a payment of a few hundred yuan? What embarrassment." Seated in the semi-open private room of Baiwei's High, Luo Sheng poured juice for Han Yutong and remarked, "They should contact you from Huafu Junting by tomorrow. When you find yourself in need of anything, just inform them to procure it for you. There is no need for you to handle it personally. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, they're company employees." Perhaps I should manage it myself, Han Yutong replied. While her current status hinted at a boss's role, she still felt a sense of discomfort in asking employees to tend to her personal matters. Rest assured, your needs are of utmost importance to them, even more so than their work, Luo Sheng reassured her with a smile. At that moment, a waiter wheeled in a cart. Exquisite porcelain plates held a series of Chinese delicacies, each resembling a work of art. The first dish was the finely crafted Longjing shrimp, with translucent shrimp nestled among vibrant Longjing tea leaves, emanating an enticing aroma. Try this. It's a signature dish we didn't order last time, Luo Sheng said gently. Han Yutong delicately picked up a succulent shrimp and placed it in her mouth. The tender, springy texture mingled with a subtle hint of tea, instantly awakening her taste buds and causing her eyes to sparkle. Next was the lotus leaf steamed pork, its fragrant essence seeping into the tender morsels. There was also the uniquely shaped Wensi tofu soup, with slender strands of tofu resembling fine hair floating in the crystal-clear broth. Han Yutong gently scooped a spoonful, and the delicate, silky tofu melted in her mouth. The air was filled with the enchanting strains of classical music as she admired the dancers. Their movements as graceful as startled swans and as fluid as swimming dragons. A table adorned with exquisite porcelain held an array of delectable dishes. Seated across from her was a man who was not only the heir of a prestigious family, but also her boyfriend. In that moment, Han Yutong felt like the happiest girl in the world. If this were a dream, she longed for it to last forever. Chapter 66. Han Yutong's confusion as Han Yutong and Luo Sheng dined together. They engaged in a lively conversation, recounting the events of the past few days. One particular incident piqued her curiosity: her friend Su Jiejia. A few days prior, Su Jiejia had borrowed 100 from her due to her father's grave illness and financial difficulties. Han Yutong had no intention of pressing her for repayment, and even after meeting Luo Sheng, she contemplated offering further assistance to her friend. However, to her surprise, not only did Su Jiejia refrain from mentioning the borrowed money, but she also returned the one. "Attendre to Han Yutong. Isn't it strange, Luo Sheng? She was so anxious before," Han Yutong remarked, puzzled. Upon hearing Su Jiejia's name, Luo Sheng chuckled lightly before responding. "Perhaps she has encountered a benefactor. But when I asked her, she wouldn't say anything." Han Yutong speculated suspiciously. "Do you think she might have done something inappropriate? I've heard that many girls are taking on side jobs to earn money. What if Jiejia?" Luo Sheng playfully flicka, Han Yutong esa fureyat, urging her not to overthink. Rubbing her forehead in mild discomfort, Han Yutong was about to respond when a cheerful voice called from the entrance. "Young Master Luo, what a coincidence. I didn't believe manager how when he told me you were here for lunch." Turning around, Luo Sheng saw Qin Jun entering, accompanied by a girl he had never seen before. Setting down his chopsticks, Luo Sheng stood up, asking teasingly, "So, have you switched leading ladies again?" With a nonchalant smile, Qin Jun patted the girl in his arms. "Come on, introduce yourself. This is the esteemed young Master Luo from the Luo family." Initially taken aback, the girl soon composed herself and politely greeted, "Hello, young Master Luo, I'm Xiaoro." Luo Sheng nodded slightly and gestured towards Han Yutong, introducing her to Qin Jun. "This is Han Yutong. Miss Han, a pleasure to meet you. I am Qin Jun, a friend of young Master Luo," he said, his gaze lingering on the beautiful woman before him, filled with curiosity. While Luo Sheng could jest with him, he dared not make light of the situation himself. Han Yutong graciously rose to greet Qin Jun. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Qin Jun, having only come to say hello, did not linger. Recognizing that Luo Sheng was dining with a lady, he politely remarked, "Well then, young Master Luo, please continue your meal. I must go order food myself, so I want tea intrude further." Once Qin Jun departed, Han Yutong inquired, "Who was that person just now?" Luo Sheng resumed his seat, responding, "He is an old friend of many years. His family owns Sinan Insurance, which ranks among the top 3 in Daxia, along with Huaxin Bank." Han Yutong nodded, understanding that anyone associated with Luo Sheng must possess considerable stature. While she was unfamiliar with Sinan Insurance, she had heard of it, but she was well acquainted with Huaxin Bank. as it was the institution behind her savings card. Huaxin Bank is one of the few large commercial banks in Daxia, alongside several state-owned banks. To my surprise, that seemingly carefree young gentleman turned out to be the heir of Huaxin Bank. He appeared to be quite courteous towards you. Are you not friends? Han Yutong inquired. We are indeed friends, as well as clients, Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly after sipping his tea. Some subsidiaries of Tian Luo Group have established corporate accounts at Huaxin Bank, with an annual transaction volume of approximately 40 to 50 trillion. Personally, I also possess over 10 billion in wealth management assets at Huaxin. Upon hearing this, Han Yutong immediately grasped the situation. She had often heard online that having 100 million in a bank account could lead to various privileges. Now with Luo Sheng, not only did he surpass that amount as an individual, but he also held wealth management assets, which banks favor greatly. It was no wonder that even the young heir of the bank treated him with such respect. While Han Yutong was pondering this, her phone suddenly chimed. To her astonishment, it was Su Jejia calling. After answering, she heard Su Jejia's excited voice. Yutong, I have wonderful news. My father's illness has been cured. Han Yutong immediately inquired how this came to be. Su Jejia hesitated before saying, Actually, someone gave me a substantial sum of money, but I can't disclose who it was. Now, he just needs to rest for a while before being discharged. Seeing that the other party was reluctant to share, Han Yutong chose not to press further. That is indeed something to celebrate, she replied. Indeed, I am truly grateful to that person. I plan to visit Donghai in about a week. May I come to see you then? Su Jejia asked. Jejia, what prompted you to come to Donghai? Don't you have classes? Han Yutong replied. I have some matters to attend to and one tea stay for more than 2 days. I will request leave from school, Su Jejia explained. Oh, that is fine. Please let me know when you arrive. I will treat you to a meal, Han Yutong said. After hanging up, Han Yutong informed Luo Sheng that her friend would be visiting Donghai soon. Luo Sheng casually nodded, indicating he was aware. In fact, he had received a message from Su Jejia earlier that morning while enjoying his coffee, stating that once her father's condition stabilized, she would come to Donghai to spend a couple of days with him. After enjoying lunch at Baiwei's High, Luo Sheng escorted Han Yutong back to school, as she had classes in the afternoon. Given her current circumstances, her attendance at university held little significance. Even if Luo Sheng were unable to formally marry her, he could at least ensure her future affluence. What is the purpose of an ordinary person attending university? Is it truly for the pursuit of knowledge or to serve the nation? It is rather to secure a place in society and seek an ideal job. However, Luo Sheng's intention in not pursuing this path was, to put it simply, to provide her with some purpose. After bidding farewell to Han Yutong, Luo Sheng drove back to Chiyun Villa. Upon entering the main living room, he encountered his younger brother, Luo Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa engrossed in his phone. You're back, Luo Sheng said. Luo Xiao raised his head to glance at his elder brother, a smile gracing his lips as he stood up. Brother, tomorrow marks the anniversary of her mother's passing, so naturally I must return home today. Luo Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. It seems you possess a semblance of thoughtfulness. I was just about to call you, advising you not to wander about tonight. Very well, since you are heading home, let us share a meal together this evening. A hint of hesitation flickered across Luo Xiao's face as he softly inquired, Will father be attending tomorrow? Luo Sheng's gaze sharpened momentarily. No. If you encounter grandfather tomorrow, inform him that father is unwell and recuperating elsewhere. Luo Xiao nodded in understanding, noting that his younger brother had no further matters to discuss. Luo Sheng patted his shoulder before turning to leave the living room. Chapter 67. Commemoration. The following day, a convoy comprising luxurious Maybach S-Class vehicles slowly departed from Chiyun Villa. Among them, the Rolls-Royce Phantom carrying Luo Sheng occupied the second row. Accompanying him was his brother, Luo Xiao. Their destination this morning was a vast private cemetery established by the Luo family in the western outskirts of Donghai City. In all of Daxia, aside from the royal family, the Luo family stands as a singular exception. No one else, be they eminent officials or affluent commoners, is permitted to commandeer extensive land for private burial sites. It is here that Luo Sheng's biological mother rests. Perhaps due to the somber purpose of their journey to honor their mother, the two brothers exchanged few words. Enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere, Luo Sheng gazed quietly out of the window. His memories of his mother were limited to her visage captured in photographs. Beyond that, he retained scant recollections. It was only after growing up that Luo Sheng learned from his father that his mother, named Xie Qingyan, was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xie family in the Liangwang region, renowned for her striking beauty. Tragically, she was taken from them in a traffic accident over a decade ago, when Luo Sheng was merely 7 and Luo Xiao just 5. Although the Xie family may not wield the same expansive influence as the Luo family, they hold a revered position in Liangwang. The Xie family has been engaged in commerce for generations, with their descendants and collateral branches scattered far and wide. From humble vendors to high-ranking officials, members of the Xie family can be found in various walks of life. Fortunately, the last leader of the Xie family, Luo Sheng's grandfather Xie Yunhai, extended a helping hand during the nascent stages of Daxia, donating significant wealth and resources to preserve the family as foundation. The subsequent alliance through marriage with the Luo family further fortified their legacy. To this day, while the Xie family may not command the same authority as they did a century ago, they remain an indomitable presence in Liangwang. The cemetery is situated on the gentle slopes of a hill known as Jingshan. At the foot of the mountain, the Luo family's private armed guards maintain a constant watch. Any ordinary person who dares approach is met with warnings or even detention. After a brief journey, the convoy soon arrived at the parking lot nestled halfway up Jingshan. As Luo Sheng alighted from the vehicle, he noticed another convoy and a gathering of people nearby. An elderly man, well into his 80s, yet still exuding vitality, led a group of equally imposing individuals, followed by a throng of bodyguards clad in black, as they approached Luo Sheng. The elder halted a few meters away, removed his sunglasses, and regarded Luo Sheng with a benevolent gaze. "Xiao Sheng, do you not wish to greet your grandfather?" Luo Sheng stepped forward, bowing respectfully before Xie Yunhai. "Grandfather, you remain as distinguished as ever." He then turned to a middle-aged man beside Xie Yunhai. "Uncle, I trust you are well." The middle-aged man nodded, a tinge of melancholy in his expression as he remarked, "Xiao Sheng, after a year apart, you bear an even closer resemblance to your mother." He then glanced at Luo Xiao and added, "You, on the other hand, might consider dyeing that white hair of yours. It does not suit you." The speaker is none other than Luo Sheng's maternal uncle, the elder brother of his mother, Xie Yunhai's firstborn son, Xie Zheng. Uncle Xie Zheng is known for his serious demeanor and rarely smiles. Luo Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Uncle, this is just a trend." Behind Xie Zheng followed 2 young individuals. His children, the eldest son, Xie Tao, and the younger daughter, Xie Li. They stepped forward, addressing their cousins. "It has been a long time since we last met." Due to late childbearing, they are both younger than Luo Sheng and Luo Xiao. Luo Sheng remarked, "It's truly rare to see Xiao Tao and Xiao Li here today." Xie Tao, the eldest, responded, "Although my sister and I were quite young when our aunt passed away, she is still our dear aunt, and we felt it necessary to be here today." Luo Sheng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, the elderly Xie Yunhai surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Xiao Sheng, where is your father?" Luo Sheng lowered his head and replied softly, "Grandfather, father has been unwell recently and is recuperating elsewhere." "So today," Xie Yunhai interrupted, "do not make excuses for me. It has been years. Every time, it's either an illness or a delayed flight, or he simply cannot make it. I refuse to believe he has no intention of seeing me again in this lifetime." Luo Sheng sighed. "Father, he actually feels guilty?" Xie Yunhai gazed towards the distant gravesite, his tone tinged with melancholy. "It is quite normal for a man to have several women by his side, particularly in a large family. Yin Yin was overly stubborn. That day, your mother, in a fit of anger, drove under the influence and met with misfortune. It was merely fate. I have long since come to terms with it and hold no resentment towards your father. If possible, I would like him to visit, so we can have a heart-to-heart." Luo Sheng assured, "Grandfather, I will convey your message." Xie Yunhai nodded. Noticing that everyone had exchanged greetings, he turned to Xie Zheng and said, "Have someone carry the offerings. Let us go pay our respects to your sister." Xie silently nodded, acknowledging his father. The group, led by Xie, followed by Xie, Luo Sheng, and then Luo Xiao along with siblings Xie Tao and Xie Li, proceeded with dozens of bodyguards clad in black, carrying various items for the memorial towards the gravesite of Luo Sheng's mother, Xie Qingyan. This private cemetery on Jing Mountain is the resting place of the Luo family's ancestors and their legitimate spouses. Other non-direct descendants are only permitted burial here if they have made significant contributions to the family. Though Xie Qingyan's grave is nestled among this cluster, it is surrounded by meticulously pruned evergreen trees, creating an aura of seclusion from the world, as if it exists in its own realm. A pathway paved with polished white Han marble slabs leads directly to the gravestone. Each slab underfoot displays distinct patterns, shimmering softly in the sunlight. Flanking the path are exquisitely crafted marble sculptures, artfully arranged, appearing as if they vigilantly guard this sacred ground. At the end of the path stands a towering gravestone of white Han marble, rising over 2 meters high. The inscription on the gravestone reads, "In loving memory of my beloved wife, Xie Qingyan," accompanied by the specific dates. Surrounding the tombstone are intricately carved patterns, each detail showcasing the artisan's exceptional craftsmanship. As the only 2 offspring of Xie Qingyan, Luo Sheng, accompanied by Luo Xiao, gently wiped the dust from the gravestone with a towel. Simultaneously, Luo Sheng received several delicate boxes of pastries from his subordinates and arranged them neatly on the stone platform before the tombstone. "Mother, these are from Father, who hopes that after all these years, you will still find them to your liking." Chapter 68. The 2 siblings of the Xie family, the process of commemorating was executed seamlessly. After the paper money was burned, the attendees approached one by one to pay their respects. However, at the moment of parting, Xie Yanhai knelt before the gravestone of Xie Qingyan, gently caressing the photo embedded upon it, remaining silent for an extended period. Ultimately, it was only with the support of Xie Zheng that the elderly gentleman slowly rose to his feet. Luo Sheng understood that although the old man claimed to have come to terms with it, as a parent, regardless of how time may pass, how could one truly reconcile the sorrow of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one? He simply did not wish for his father to be ensnared in this emotional turmoil for life, especially considering it was the daughter of someone he had cherished deeply. After departing from the gravesite and arriving at the parking lot, Luo Sheng contemplated inviting his grandfather's family to dinner, given that they had traveled from afar. Even with a private jet, the journey necessitated a considerable amount of time. Xie Yanhai gently patted Luo Sheng's shoulder, saying, "Little Sheng, your grandfather and Uncle Wan Ti be joining for dinner. Let Xiao Tao and Xiao Li stay behind. You young people have much to discuss. Unlike me, an old relic, who shares little in common with you." With that, Xie Yanhai entered the vehicle. Xie Zheng looked at Luo Sheng and remarked, "Little Sheng, since the old man has spoken, let Xiao Tao and Xiao Li remain in Donghai for a couple of days. As their older brother, you must take good care of them." Luo Sheng smiled and reassured, "Uncle, rest assured. I'll ensure they enjoy their time in Donghai. We'll arrange for a private jet to send them back to Guangxi in a couple of days." Xie Zheng nodded, then leaned closer to Luo Sheng and whispered, "The old man hasn't been well this past year. Have your father make some time to visit him. We wouldn't want him to depart with regrets." Luo Sheng's heart sank in surprise. The old man had appeared relatively robust earlier. How could he be unwell? He cast a puzzled glance at his uncle. Xie Zheng, not intending to conceal the matter, quietly divulged, "It's Alzheimer's disease. He is now entirely reliant on medication to sustain him." Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng remained composed, simply nodding in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the situation. Alzheimer's is an irreversible ailment, untreatable, and the only recourse is to slow its progression or temporarily manage its symptoms. Yet, inevitably, what is destined to occur will come to pass. With a heart weighed down by this revelation, Luo Sheng bid farewell to his uncle and, along with Xie Tao and Xie Li, entered his convoy. The siblings were visibly elated at the prospect of staying in Donghai for a few days. They were acutely aware of their cousin's status, an affluent young man of considerable means. Donghai, renowned as a vibrant international metropolis of the Great Xia, pulsated with life and indulgence. enticing all who beheld it. Although they were born into the Xie family, Xie Zheng was notoriously strict with the two siblings, even allotting them a meager monthly allowance of merely 20 to 30,000, hardly sufficient for their desires. Seizing the opportunity presented by their visit to commemorate their aunt, the siblings had meticulously strategized, beginning their persuasive efforts on Xie Yunhai a month in advance. The old gentleman ultimately capitulated to their sweet-talking charm, allowing them to remain and enjoy themselves for a few days. With their wishes finally granted, the siblings were naturally overjoyed. As they boarded the vehicle, Xie Tao and Xie Li proactively expressed their desire to share a ride with Luo Sheng. Without a second thought, Luo Sheng acquiesced, considering them his cousins, whom he seldom encountered throughout the year. It was only natural for them to wish to foster a closer bond with him during their occasional meetings. So he allowed Luo Shao to take another car while he welcomed the siblings into his own. On the return journey to Qiyun Villa, Xie Tao occupied the passenger seat, while Xie Li settled in the rear. During their conversation, Luo Sheng learned that Xie Tao was still in school, currently a junior, while Xie Li had just commenced her freshman year. However, as direct descendants of the Xie family, their education primarily served as a mere formality, aimed more at broadening their social circles and acquiring an impressive diploma to enhance their reputation. Thus, their trip to Donghai posed little concern regarding academic commitments. Seated in the back, Xie Li exuded an air of grace and sophistication, resembling a young lady of high standing. In the front, Xie Tao presented a striking figure, embodying the essence of a well-bred young master. "Cousin, are we headed to Qiyun Villa?" Xie Li inquired softly. "Yes, I will first take you back to settle in, and then we can enjoy a meal together," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. "Wow, Qiyun Villa. I've heard my father speak of it. It's said to be exceptionally luxurious," Xie Tao exclaimed, turning his head in excitement. Luo Sheng smiled. "Once we arrive, you may explore the surroundings." "Cousin, will you take us to a bar tonight?" Xie Li asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "To a bar?" "The bars in Donghai are likely quite similar to those in Liangguang, with no significant difference," Luo Sheng mused, puzzled by why these siblings, having traveled such a distance, were eager to visit a bar. Surely, their outings back home were sufficient. Xie Tao, seated in the passenger seat, wore a wry smile. "Cousin, you may not know, but at home, my father is quite strict with my sister and me. Our allowances are not particularly generous, especially with my younger sister. The moment she fancies a handbag, all my funds for the month are swiftly depleted." Xie Li protested. "It's not that exaggerated. I merely borrowed a few tens of thousands from you. That's borrowing. It's not as if I want to be repaid," Xie Tao retorted immediately. "Then tell me, when will you repay the total of 540,000 you borrowed from me?" Xie Tao shot back. "Bao Tingi Mokanje," Xie Li responded. "Are you still my brother? Just for borrowing a little money, you become so flustered, lacking any grace." Luo Sheng now understood. Their uncle must have been overly cautious about their spending habits, leading to such stringent control over their allowances, which explained the peculiar glances they had exchanged upon entering the vehicle. "Well, since you've come to Donghai, as your cousin, I shall not treat you poorly. We shall discuss everything further once we return," Luo Sheng said with a smile. The two siblings bore little semblance to the esteemed scions of the Xie family. Fortunately, it was Chun Tai driving, alleviating any concerns Luo Sheng had about rumors spreading. Upon arriving at Qiyun Villa, Xie Li was immediately captivated by the breathtaking scenery before her. The exquisite landscape design and the opulent architecture were truly enchanting. Meng Qing had long been awaiting at the entrance of the main residence. Upon seeing Xie Tao and Xie Li, she respectfully greeted them, saying, "Welcome, young Master Xie and Miss Xie, to Qiyun Mountain Villa. I am Mr. Luo's assistant, Meng Qing. The guest rooms have been prepared for you. Please follow me." Luo Sheng gestured towards Meng Qing and instructed, "Xiao Tao, please accompany Meng Qing and freshen up in your rooms. We shall gather for a meal shortly." "Certainly, cousin," the siblings replied in unison. By noon, after refreshing themselves and changing into new attire, the brother and sister arrived at the western dining hall of the main residence. Guided by Meng Qing, "Young Master Xie, Miss Xie, Mr. Luo will join you shortly. Please take a seat and wait a moment," Meng Qing announced. No sooner had she finished speaking than Luo Sheng's voice resonated from the entrance. No need to wait. Please be seated. Close behind him was Luo Shao. Once the four were seated, Luo Sheng seized the opportunity while the maid poured wine for everyone and remarked, "Today's lunch features Western cuisine. After the meal, I will take you on a tour of the estate, as it is your first visit." Xie Tao and Xie exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in the other's eyes. Chapter 69. The visit. A few individuals were partaking in their midday meal when suddenly, a buzzing vibration emanated from Luo Sheng's mobile phone. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Sheng answered the call. "Who is this?" he inquired. "It's me, Akuin. This is my number in Daxia. Make sure to save it." A rugged voice resonated from the receiver. Rising from his seat, Luo Sheng gestured for Luo Shao to continue dining with the Xie siblings while he retreated to the sofa outside the dining area. "Akuin, you've arrived in Daxia," Luo Sheng remarked. Akuin, whose real name was Duan Kuan, was a Cambodian national with half Daxia heritage. "Yes, I just landed in Xinjiang this morning. I got a new SIM card as soon as I disembarked and called you right away," Duan Kuan explained. "What brings you to Daxia? Aren't you supposed to be enjoying your princely life back in Cambodia?" Luo Sheng inquired. "My father has invested in a project here in Xinjiang, so I thought I'd kind of take a look and enjoy a bit of sightseeing," Duan Kuan replied. "Are you free this evening? It'd be great to catch up. It's been over half a year since we last met." Luo Sheng pondered for a moment. He was in Donghai, and it was over 700 kilometers to Xinjiang. The distance was manageable, and he could arrive in about 2 hours. "However, I have guests today," he said. "Bring them along. I'm hosting a gathering in my newly purchased villa," Duan Kuan urged. "By the way, who are you with?" "They are from the Xie family in Liangwang. My cousins," Luo Sheng responded. "The Xie family? No problem at all. Leave everything to me," Duan Kuan assured. "Just keep it low-key. They are all quite young," Luo Sheng cautioned. "Don't worry, I know how to handle it," Duan Kuan replied before ending the call. Luo Sheng returned to the dining area, where he noticed that everyone had nearly finished their meal. He then announced, "Xiao Tao, this evening I'll take you all to Xinjiang. A friend is organizing a gathering there." Luo Shao expressed his discontent. "Brother, but I'm not included." "You're welcome to join. I'm sure Akuin would be delighted to see you," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing that the gathering was organized by Duan Kuan, Luo Shao's demeanor diminished. "Akuin's gathering? I think I'll pass." Luo Shao and Duan Kuan had never gotten along well, but out of respect for Luo Sheng, neither had ever voiced their grievances. However, convincing them to share the same space willingly would undoubtedly prove challenging. Xie Tao, perplexed, asked, "So, cousin, are we leaving soon?" Luo Sheng looked at Xie Tao and said, "There's still time. We'll explore the estate for a while this afternoon." "But cousin, Xinjiang is over 700 kilometers from Donghai. Shouldn't we leave a bit earlier?" Xie Tao countered, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was nearly 1 o'clock. After dining, if they rested for a while, they would arrive close to evening. Luo Sheng smiled faintly and beckoned Meng Qing, who was standing by the door. "Sir, may I assist you with something?" Meng Qing approached Luo Sheng respectfully. "Please arrange for a few helicopters around for this afternoon. I need to make a trip to Xinjiang," he instructed. "Understood, sir," Meng Qing replied. Taking a helicopter from Donghai to Xinjiang would take approximately 2 hours, which elucidates why Luo Sheng was not in haste to depart. Xie Tao suddenly comprehended. "Cousin, so you intended for US to travel by helicopter?" "Indeed, it is more convenient," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. After lunch, Luo Shao took his leave, mentioning he had plans to play cards with friends in the afternoon. Luo Sheng paid little attention to what he was truly up to. As long as he caused no trouble, everything was permissible. Accompanied by the Xie siblings, they boarded a shuttle that traversed the winding paths of the estate. Surrounding them were picturesque gardens, adorned with a myriad of exotic flowers and unique stones. The passing attendants paused to bow and greet the three within the shuttle. Upon arriving at the racetrack, the expansive grounds stretched infinitely before them, with lush green grass resembling a soft velvet carpet. Several fine horses sauntered leisurely within the enclosure, their graceful forms and flowing manes dancing in the gentle breeze. Meng Qing, who was also present, quietly introduced, "This is the Masters racetrack, covering over 20,000 square meters, with all the horses possessing top-tier lineage. Notably, One thoroughbred was gifted to the master after being purchased for over $60 million. The CS siblings' eyes sparkled with astonishment. $60 million. That equates to over 400 million in Daxia currency. To buy a horse for such a sum, and as a gift no less. One extravagant display of wealth. Luo Sheng remarked calmly, "Time is limited today. I will take you for a few laps inside tomorrow." "All right, cousin," they replied eagerly. Next, they proceeded to the comprehensive sports complex. Gazing at the facility before him, Xie Tao marveled to have a nearly 100-acre sports complex built on one's own property. One could only witness such grandeur here at Qian Mountain Villa. Upon entering the arena, they were met with an array of advanced sporting equipment. The spacious, well-lit area featured a professional boxing ring, complemented by neatly arranged gloves and protective gear. On another side, the basketball court gleamed like a mirror with brand-new, sturdy hoops. At the heart of the complex lay a soccer field that met international standards. 2 staff members were nearby, attending to the green expanse to ensure it was always ready for the owner's use. As they walked, Luo Sheng explained, "This sports complex is mostly unoccupied. I occasionally come here to play ball. Sometimes, when the mood strikes, I invite professional clubs for friendly matches. However, since I always participate, it is no surprise that my team emerges victorious." Luo Sheng was indifferent to this. At least the camaraderie of these matches was exhilarating, and he found joy in them. After leaving the sports complex, they were driven to the estate's largest private garden. Though labeled as a private garden, its scale rivaled that of public parks. And it was even more exquisite. The entrance featured a lush green lawn, resembling a vast emerald carpet spread across the earth. Not far away lay a shimmering artificial lake, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. As one ventures further, a uniquely shaped artificial mountain stands abruptly in the landscape. The mountain is adorned with rugged rocks, each displaying a myriad of forms. At its base, a meandering brook flows gently, its waters sparkling in the light. Ascending the stone bridge that arches gracefully over the stream, one is met with intricately carved patterns adorning the bridge, lending an air of antiquity and elegance to the scene. Beneath the bridge, the water is crystal clear, revealing fish that swim freely, frolicking in their aquatic domain, occasionally leaping from the surface to create a cascade of glistening droplets. Surrounding this serene setting, the only sound to be heard is the melodic chirping of birds, rendering the atmosphere remarkably tranquil. Immersed in such a private garden, one feels as though detached from the world, evoking a profound sense of joy and contentment. Chapter 70. The big shot. The clock swiftly approached 4 in the afternoon. Meng Qing leaned closer to Luo Sheng, informing him that the helicopter was primed for departure. Luo Sheng nodded and, accompanied by the still reluctant CS siblings, made their way to the helipad within the estate. 4 sizable helicopters ascended from Qian Mountain Villa, soaring towards the direction of Qingyang City. 2 hours later, the helicopters reached the skies above the outskirts of Qingyang City. Luo Sheng opened his eyes and inquired of Chen Tai, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Sir, we are approximately 5 minutes away from the location provided by young Master Duan," Chen Tai replied. Luo Sheng nodded, gazing out the window at the sprawling urban landscape below. The roads were teeming with vehicles, as it was the evening rush hour, with pedestrians and cars flowing incessantly. A Bentley sped along the congested main road. Sun Xiaolong lounged in the back seat, his rebellious gaze surveying the surrounding traffic, occasionally checking notifications on his phone. "Xiao Zhao, how much longer?" Sun Xiaolong's voice carried a hint of impatience. "Mr. Sun, we have 5 kilometers to go, but traffic ahead is quite heavy. We're unable to move," the driver, Xiao Zhao, responded. "Damn it, a 10-minute journey has taken 20 minutes, and we still have 5 kilometers? Sun Xiaolong frowned, his tone decidedly displeased. The driver dared not retort, merely offering repeated apologies. Sun Xiaolong peered at the messages on his phone, muttering to himself, "What audacity for someone unknown to encroach upon my territory. Tianjin construction, is it? I'll ensure you return once you came." With that thought in mind, Sun Xiaolong opened his contacts, locating a person noted as Lao Cheng, and dialed the number. "Hello, Lao Cheng, it's me, Sun Xiaolong," he stated. "Oh, Mr. Sun, what a surprise to receive a call from you," Lao Cheng replied. "Could you do me a favor?" Sun Xiaolong asked. "Mr. Sun, You needn't be so formal. Just tell me what you need, and I shall see to it, Luo Sheng assured him. There's a Tianqing construction in Qingyang, headed by Duan Kun. I need you to ensure he vacates Qingyang within a month. There was a brief pause on the line as Luo Sheng processed the request. Mr. Sun, have they crossed you? Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just remember, within a month. Sun Xiaolong concluded, hanging up before Luo Sheng could respond. His demeanor suggested that he was merely issuing orders to a subordinate. Meanwhile, in a high-end standalone villa in Qingyang City, Cheng Yuan, upon hearing the busy signal from the call, turned awkwardly to the young man beside him. Mr. Duan, is there some misunderstanding between you and Mr. Sun? The young man waved away the attendant, turning to face Cheng Yuan. He was indeed Duan Kun, the very individual mentioned by Sun Xiaolong. He raised a glass of red wine, savoring it methodically before responding. Mr. Sun? You mean Sun Xiaolong? I've never even laid eyes on him. How could there be a misunderstanding? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, could it be because I snatched a few projects from him? But in the business world, such things are quite common. Cheng Yuan listened to Duan Kun's words, clearly showing no regard for the other party. This feeling of being caught in the middle and torn between two sides soured Cheng Yuan's previously cheerful mood. Even the two young women in his arms no longer held his interest. After hesitating for a moment, Cheng Yuan sighed and said, President Duan, I've known your father for a long time and understand that he is an unyielding figure in Cambodia. But this is Daxia. Sun Xiaolong is no insignificant man either. Duan Kun sneered, grabbing the hair of the woman beneath him and roughly pulling her aside before standing up, revealing the crimson dragon tattoo covering his body. Come on, Uncle Cheng, tell me, what kind of big shot is this Sun Xiaolong that even someone of your standing in Qingyang is so nervous about him? Cheng Yuan swallowed hard, his expression hesitant. Speak freely. If Sun Xiaolong truly is some untouchable figure, I want to make things difficult for you, Uncle Cheng. I'll leave Daxia within 3 days and return to Cambodia. Duan Kun's words were undoubtedly a reassurance to Cheng Yuan. Slowly, he began. Sun Xiaolong's father is Sun Yecheng, a man from the imperial court in the capital. The specifics. I'm afraid I can't say more. Cheng Yuan had expected this revelation to make Duan Kun back down. Instead, after whispering a few words to one of his subordinates, Duan Kun casually draped a bathrobe over himself and said indifferently, All right, my friend should be arriving soon. Uncle Cheng, wait here for a moment, I'll go greet him. Cheng Yuan opened his mouth, but said nothing more. Amid the roaring whirl of helicopter blades, Luo Sheng's aircraft landed smoothly in the villa's courtyard. The moment he stepped off, Duan Kun's hearty laughter greeted him. Brother Sheng, I knew you'd come by helicopter. Ha ha. Luo Sheng observed Duan Kun approaching from the villa, wearing blue-patterned shorts, a loosely tied white bathrobe. The crimson dragon tattoo on his chest flickering in and out of view. Despite the outdoor temperature being barely above 10 degrees, he showed no sign of discomfort. Duan Kun spread his arms and embraced Luo Sheng warmly. Luo Sheng smiled as he studied Duan Kun. Kun, it's been half a year. You've clearly been hitting the gym. Duan Kun lodly. Just messing around. Come, let's head inside. The CS siblings, clearly encountering someone like Duan Kun for the first time, were overwhelmed by his commanding presence and could only follow silently behind Luo Sheng. Upon entering, Luo Sheng noticed another man inside, one significantly older than the rest. Cheng Yuan had been curious about who Duan Kun had insisted on gathering tonight. Now, seeing Luo Sheng's unmistakable aura of nobility, he realized this must be the man in question. Yet the fact that he was a young man around Duan Kun's age puzzled Cheng Yuan. Given Duan Kun's temperament, what kind of peer could possibly earn his respect? After everyone was seated, Duan Kun finally spoke. Let us first enjoy our meal, and only after we have finished will the true spectacle commence. Brother Cheng, allow me to introduce you to my father's longtime friend, the esteemed leader of Qingyang, Uncle Cheng Yuan. Upon hearing Duan Kun's introduction, Cheng Yuan was about to rise and extend his hand to greet the young man before him. Despite being a prominent figure in Qingyang, he felt it necessary to show respect to Duan Kun's friend. However, his outstretched right hand lingered awkwardly in the air. The young man across from him remained impassive, seated with an unwavering demeanor, and upon learning of Cheng Yuan's identity, merely nodded slightly. Chapter 71. The Khmer Duan Kuan Chung Yuan discreetly retracted his right hand. Except for his superiors, no one had ever dared to make such a spectacle in front of him. Just as his expression was about to sour, Duan Kuan continued, Uncle Chung, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my only good brother in the daxia, the legitimate heir of the Luo family, Luo Sheng. I presume you have heard of him, so I shall not elaborate further. Chung Yuan's expression was quite remarkable, oscillating between an impending outburst and a forced restraint. What a jest! The individual before him was actually the firstborn of the Luo family. How could such a revered figure be present here, and moreover, as Duan Kuan's brother? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, donning a fade of utmost courtesy as he approached Luo Sheng, bowing slightly. "Ah, Mr. Luo, what a pleasure to meet you." In such circumstances, Luo Sheng, being a man of stature, neither sought to create difficulties nor overly concerned himself with local officials. He merely turned to Duan Kuan and remarked, "Didn't we agree this gathering was merely for us brothers?" It was evident he wished to avoid forming any close ties with local dignitaries. "Mr. Luo, I came this afternoon to discuss matters with General Manager Duan, intending to leave, but General Manager Duan insisted on introducing me to you." Sheng Yuan explained, casting discreet glances at Duan Kuan. "General Manager Duan, since Mr. Luo has arrived, I shall not intrude on your brotherly reunion." With that, Chung Yuan prepared to take his leave. Duan Kuan grasped Chung Yuan's arm, smiling as he snapped his fingers. An attendant promptly approached, bearing a gift box. Without reservation, Duan Kuan presented it to Chung Yuan. "Uncle Chung, I shall not keep you for dinner. Please accept these local delicacies from Khmer." Chung Yuan instinctively glanced towards Luo Sheng, who remained quietly sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Only then did Chung Yuan breathe a sigh of relief, hastily accepting the gift bag. "Thank you, General Manager Duan," he said before departing in haste. Xieli leaned closer to Luo Sheng, her curiosity piqued. "Cousin, what's in that mysterious bag?" Luo Sheng gently tapped her on the head. "Little one, some things are best left alone." Duan Kuan chuckled. "These two must be the young master and Miss Xie from the Xie family. There's nothing particularly special inside. Just some tea leaves, albeit a rare variety from Khmer, which Uncle Chung enjoys." "Is that so?" Xieli eyed the direction in which Chung Yuan had left with skepticism. Meanwhile, after exiting the villa, Chung Yuan entered his car. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, before carefully extracting the contents of the gift bag. Indeed, it contained 2 packets of high-end tea, valued at several thousand yuan, which was inconspicuous enough. However, at the very bottom of the gift bag lay an envelope. It was thin, and upon opening it, Chung Yuan pulled out a check. In the financial column, the astonishing figure of 10 million yuan was boldly inscribed. Within the villa's dining room, Duan Kuan welcomed everyone to take their seats. Soon, attendants began to present dish after exquisite dish upon the dining table. Seated at the head of the table, Luo Sheng introduced the Xie siblings. "Xiao Tao, Xiao Li, this is Duan Kuan. You may call him Brother Kuan." The siblings complied, addressing him as Brother Kuan. Duan Kuan waved his hands in modesty, asserting that they were all friends. Regardless of whether they hailed from the Xie family or were ordinary folk, as long as they were associated with Shanggu, they were friends of his. After a round of pleasantries, Luo Sheng continued, "Brother Kuan is from Cambodia. His father is Prince Duan Yi. If you ever wish to visit Cambodia, you can reach out to Brother Kuan directly." Duan Kuan, eschewing any further formalities, stated, "I cannot speak for other places, but in Cambodia, as long as you come, I will ensure you experience what is akin to paradise on earth." "Brother Kuan, I have heard that Cambodia can be rather chaotic," remarked Xie Tao. Duan Kuan dismissed this notion with a scoff. "Chaotic? That is a concern for ordinary people. As long as you come to Cambodia, I, Duan Kuan, guarantee that you will walk freely. No one would dare lay a finger on you." Cambodia, a nation rife with warlords, is a breeding ground for countless illicit activities and is filled with scenes unimaginable to the common person. Men chained, women confined within cages. If northern Myanmar is a hell for the impoverished, then Cambodia is akin to the deepest depths of hell. There, the lives of the destitute are trampled upon as if they were mere weeds. The Duan family stands as the paramount warlord of Cambodia, without rivals. It can be said that in Cambodia, aside from his father, Duan Kuan's word is akin to a decree from the heavens. Though Sietao could not fully grasp the weight of the name Duan Kuan in Cambodia, he believed his words. After all, he was the brother of his cousin and would not deceive him. After addressing Sietao, Duan Kuan shifted his gaze to Sieli. However, young ladies should refrain from visiting Cambodia. It is not a suitable place for you. If Siet Gongzi decides to go, I would welcome him with open arms. Sieli, still perplexed as a freshman in college, questioned, "Why is it that you welcome my brother, but not me?" Duan Kuan chuckled and turned to Luo Sheng, who replied coolly, "Because you are a girl, and there is nothing in Cambodia that would appeal to young women." Sieli was about to voice her thoughts when Duan Kuan interrupted. "Let us not linger on this. The dishes will grow cold. Come, everyone, let us raise a toast." Luo Sheng led the way, and the others followed suit, lifting their glasses. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, the Siet siblings, feeling the effects of a drink, entered a state of mild inebriation. "Feng Yi, shall we call it a night for drinking?" Duan Kuan inquired of Luo Sheng beside him. Luo Sheng glanced at the Siet siblings and replied, "Very well. The next arrangements are up to you." Duan Kuan smiled and said, "Sheng, everything has been arranged prior to your arrival." He then called out to someone outside the dining room. Xiaoya, a young assistant, adorned with glasses, entered the restaurant and approached Duan Kuan. "Mr. Duan, what do you require?" Duan Kuan gestured towards the slightly flushed Sieli and instructed, "Please escort Miss Xie to the spa room and ensure she is well taken care of." Xiaoya nodded slightly, understanding his command. She then approached Sieli with deference, saying, "Miss Xie, if you please." Sieli had already surmised that her cousins were likely to engage in activities from which she would be excluded, so she rose promptly. Before departing, she cast a suggestive glance at her older brother, unmistakably conveying the message. "Enjoy yourselves, big brother." Once Sieli had left, Duan Kuan spoke up now. "It appears we are left with just the three gentlemen, so let us not hold back." He clapped his hands and declared, "Ladies, it is time to serve the dishes." The sliding door on the side of the restaurant was slowly opened, revealing a spacious indoor swimming pool that captivated Luo Sheng and Sietao's attention. Surrounding the pool were more than 20 stunning young women clad in an array of bikinis. Chapter 72. The main course under the night, the young maidens. Each possessing a graceful figure and fair complexion, were engaged in merriment. Some frolicking in the water, while others reclined by the shore, their delicate, translucent feet splashing playfully. A few lay languidly on poolside loungers, quietly sipping juice. When the sliding door was opened, over 20 young women paused in unison, turning their heads towards the dining area, anticipation radiating from their youthful and alluring faces. Their natural, unpretentious smiles might lead an onlooker to believe that the forthcoming guests were their beloved suitors. Yet, the protagonists of this evening were but three. Duan Kuan rose and approached the sliding door, gesturing an invitation. "Brother Sheng, young Master Xie, the changing room is just next door, and your attire awaits you. Please do proceed." Luo Sheng smiled indifferently and made his way towards the changing room. Although Sietao was accustomed to a rather strict upbringing, he found himself surrounded by countless admirers eager to curry favor with him. He had attended similar pool parties on numerous occasions and found them rather unremarkable. However, engaging in playful games with beautiful women was an experience that never ceased to excite a normal man. Emerging from the changing room clad in fresh attire, Duan Kuan had already discarded his bathrobe, diving into the pool amidst the throng of young women, playfully pursuing one another. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter intermingled with the splashes of water. Luo Sheng settled into a nearby lounge chair, his gaze casually sweeping over the maidens in the pool, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Duan Kuan plunged into the water, as if to declare his triumph, letting out a jubilant shout before tossing a piece of fabric far into the distance. Disregarding the seemingly startled maiden, Duan Kuan swam to the pool's edge and called out to Luo Sheng, "Brother Sheng, come down and join us for some relaxation." Luo Sheng chuckled softly, showing no inclination to join the water festivities. Instead, he gestured for an attendant to bring forth a dozen plastic rings. nonchalantly addressing the young women in the pool. He proposed, "Let us play a game. Whoever catches one of these rings will receive a reward of 100,000. The rules are simple. Hands off. And if you fall into the water, it counts as void." He then turned to Duan Kun with a mischievous grin, adding afterward, "I'll have you, General Duan. Transfer the funds." Though Luo Sheng's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in every ear present. Instantly, the eyes of all the maidens sparkled with excitement, and those who had previously refrained from entering the water eagerly leaped in, ready to compete. Duan Kun leaned casually against the pool's edge, arms draped over the side. Laughing heartily, "Brother Sheng, your calculations are quite impressive. Feel free to take full advantage. It's all on me." Upon witnessing the scene, Duan Kun also shouted to the attendant nearby, "Hey you, give me one of those too." With Duan Kun joining in, the situation grew even more chaotic. Time slipped away minute by minute. The enchanting maidens in the water, initially dodging the jets from the water guns, missed the rings Luo Sheng tossed. But as time passed, more and more of them ceased their evasions, allowing the water to strike them freely, all for the sake of being perfectly ensnared by Luo Sheng's rings. As night deepened, the poolside lights shimmered upon the glistening water, weaving an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere. In such a setting, unless one were battle-hardened, anyone would find themselves momentarily dazed by the sight. This post-dinner amusement was perhaps the very fantasy every ordinary man in the world yearned for. And perhaps not just men. Replace these beauties with dashing gentlemen, and see which woman could resist. After the ring-tossing game had gone on for quite some time, most of the maidens had claimed their prizes, some even wearing 2 or 3 around their necks. Luo Sheng, too, prepared to call an end to the revelry. At that moment, Xie Tao, seemingly unsatisfied with long-range attacks, discarded his water gun and plunged into the pool from the edge, sending a great splash into the air, like a ravenous wolf charging into a flock of lambs. He began seizing the unresisting maidens with abandon. Screams of excitement filled the air as the girls dodged, their faces alight with thrill. Seeing this, Duan Kun also cast aside his water gun and joined the fray. Seconds later, Xie Tao swam beneath one maiden and, with a playful yelp from her, lifted her right out of the water. Amid the poolside merriment, one bold maiden, seizing an unguarded moment, swam up to Luo Sheng. Delicate fingers brushed against the back of his foot as she tilted her face upward, damp tendrils framing her flushed cheeks. Her doe-like eyes, brimming with silent inquiry, met his. "Sir, won't you join us?" Her voice was as clear and melodious as a mountain spring. With an amused smirk, Luo Sheng leaped into the pool. The next morning, Luo Sheng awoke alone in bed. The previous night, he had not indulged in the company of those unknown maidens. Play was play, jest was jest, but sharing a night of passion required nothing less than a medical report in hand. As his eyes opened, the first sight that greeted him was a row of maids from Chiyun Manor at the foot of his bed, along with Meng Qing standing quietly to the side. Having learned that Luo Sheng would stay the night, Meng Qing had risen before dawn, gathered the manoress attendants, and boarded a helicopter with his fresh attire and accessories to arrive here promptly. Such occurrences were hardly rare in the past. Unless he was in some distant land, Meng Qing would always ensure Luo Sheng's dignity as the eldest son of the Luo family was impeccably maintained. For in her heart, the young master's noble stature brooked not the slightest neglect. Upon awakening each dawn, no fewer than one handmaiden must attend to my morning ablutions, regardless of my whereabouts. Whenever I venture forth, I must be impeccably attired, never donning garments worn the previous day. Luo Sheng particularly admires Meng Qing for this quality. Without requiring explicit instruction, she orchestrates these matters with flawless precision. As Luo Sheng stirred from slumber, Meng Qing and her retinue of attendants bowed their heads in unison, murmuring softly, "Good morning, sir." Chapter 73. The futility of Sun Xiaolong's efforts after completing his morning ablutions and dressing. Luo Sheng, guided by the villa's attendants, made his way to the breakfast hall. Behind him trailed Meng Qing and a bevy of maids, creating the impression that he was at home. Upon arriving at the dining area, he found Xie Li and Duan Kun already seated and enjoying their meal. The moment Duan Kun spotted Luo Sheng accompanied by a group of maids, his eyes sparkled with delight. These maids, in terms of appearance, physique, and demeanor, surpassed the girls he had arranged the previous evening by a considerable margin. Truly, my brother Sheng attracts such exquisite company wherever he goes. With a sense of admiration, Duan Kun mused about whether he should elevate the caliber of those around him upon his return to Cambodia. Luo Sheng chuckled softly and casually chose a spot to sit. Just as he approached the chair, a maid swiftly stepped forward to pull it out for him and graciously invited him to take a seat. Once settled, Luo Sheng accepted a cup of freshly brewed premium coffee from the maid's hands. After savoring the beverage, he spoke, "It is their dedication that I have grown accustomed to." He then turned to Xieli and inquired, "Xiaoli, how did you rest last night? We shall be returning to Donghai shortly." Xieli nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Quite well, actually. I never expected the private technician here, Kuan Gu, to possess such exceptional skills, far superior to the ones at my home." After a brief pause, she added, "They're also much more attentive." Duan Kun, beaming with pride, responded, "Miss Xia, you flatter me." The private technicians under his command had been personally brought from Cambodia, and their skills were nothing short of impeccable. He would tolerate no negligence. Any who dared to take advantage of the situation had long since been dismissed. "By the way, where's my brother? Why is it that all the cousins are here, yet he has not arrived?" Xieli asked, puzzled. Luo Sheng and Duan Kun exchanged knowing smiles. "Let's not concern ourselves with your brother for now. We shall summon him before we depart," Luo Sheng replied. "Last night, that fellow indulged himself excessively, taking advantage of his youth and going all out. He likely has yet to awaken." After the three finished their breakfast, they moved to the tea room to enjoy some tea. During their leisurely conversation, Duan Kun subtly revealed details about his relationship with Sun Xiaolong, as well as the fact that his father was Sun Yecheng. Luo Sheng, perceiving the underlying intentions, understood clearly. The previous evening's Chung Yuan had been a deliberate arrangement by Duan Kun, aimed at leveraging Luo Sheng's influence to establish the Duan family's foothold in Qingyang. "Kun, how do you intend to repay this favor?" Luo Sheng queried with a playful smile directed at Duan Kun, who appeared taken aback. Meanwhile, Xieli was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't they just been discussing matters regarding Kuan Ji's company? How had the conversation shifted to personal debts? Was Kuan Gu implying a desire for collaboration with Tian Luo Group? Duan Kun, his smile fading, regarded Luo Sheng earnestly, stating, "Brother Sheng, you know that whatever the Duan family possesses." Luo Sheng raised his teacup to clink with Duan Kun's across the table, replying, "Then when I visit Cambodia next time, treat me to a special culinary delight." "Brother Sheng, you." Duan Kun was left speechless, staring at Luo Sheng. In light of Qingyang being the provincial capital, if the Duan family could firmly establish themselves here, avoiding the direct industries of the Tian Luo Group could yield a substantial profit amounting to at least several billion over the course of a year. In the face of such immense profits, it is entirely conceivable that kin could turn against one another and brothers could betray each other. Duan Kun had also mentally prepared himself for significant sacrifices. Little did he expect that the ultimate cost would merely be a meal. Luo Sheng feigned checking the time, rose to adjust his attire, and declared, "It's nearly time. We should return to Donghai." He patted Duan Kun's shoulder, who was still in a daze, and added, "I'll give you a call. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues here, reach out to him." Duan Kun regarded Luo Sheng with a solemn gaze and nodded in silence. Half an hour later, Luo Sheng, accompanied by Xieli and the yawning Xietao, boarded the helicopter. As they prepared to depart, Duan Kun received a gift box adorned with gold and diamonds from one of his subordinates and handed it to Luo Sheng. "Brother, this is a small gesture of appreciation. Please accept it." Upon opening it, Luo Sheng discovered a platinum necklace embellished with 9 exquisite jadeite cabochons. In his discerning eyes, the necklace's market value must exceed 100 million. After closing the box and passing it to Meng Qing, who sat beside him, he smiled and said, "Kun, I have received your kind gesture. I am off now." As he watched Luo Sheng's aircraft depart, Duan Kun murmured to himself, inaudible to others, "Brother Sheng, I have received your sentiment as well." Within the villa of Sun Xiaolong in Qingyang, he had just risen in the morning, still suffering from a headache due to excessive drinking the previous night. He noticed a message from Cheng Yuan sent via his personal phone late last night. Stripping away the pleasantries, the essence of the message conveyed that Cheng Yuan felt his capabilities were limited concerning Tianqin construction and could not manage it. This revelation incensed Sun Xiaolong. Who was Cheng Yuan? He was the head of Qingyang. To claim such limitations on his own turf was utterly unacceptable. Just yesterday evening, during their phone conversation, he had been deferential and compliant, and now, only a few hours later, he had changed his stance. In a fit of rage, Sun Xiaolong hurled the ashtray from the coffee table to the ground, creating a loud crash that summoned his assistant to rush into the room. Noticing the shattered remnants of the ashtray strewn across the floor, she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Sun, what has happened?" Sun Xiaolong cast a disdainful glance at the assistant and, in a low tone, remarked that useless Cheng Yuan cannot even manage a fledgling Tianqin construction. His position should be reconsidered. The assistant dare not respond, hesitantly presenting a stack of documents to him. "What is this?" Sun Xiaolong asked impatiently. Taking a deep breath, the assistant replied, "Mr. Sun, this is regarding the urban redevelopment project in Xinjiang that you emphasized should be closely monitored 2 months ago, although there have been no confirmations until now. It was finalized this morning and has been entrusted entirely to Tianqin Construction. This includes the internal notification and their proposed quotations, which, I regret to inform you, exceed ours by 5 percentage points." Upon uttering this, the assistant stepped back, trembling with trepidation. The room fell into a profound silence. Sun Xiaolong, with an expressionless visage, perused the documents in his hand, his piercing gaze sweeping across every line of text. He was acutely aware of the project's profitability. Throughout Xinjiang, numerous factions had attempted to seize it, employing either coercive tactics or leveraging relationships to suppress and intimidate him. Ultimately, he dealt with each of them one by one. What appeared to be a foregone conclusion was unexpectedly snatched away by the emerging Tianqin construction. The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became. He had already expended millions in preliminary investments for this venture. How dare they conspire with Cheng Yuan against me? Casting the documents aside, Sun Xiaolong lit a cigarette and reclined on the sofa. After taking a few deep puffs, he pointed towards his assistant without turning his head. "Regardless of whether you choose to spend money or resort to intimidation, within 3 days, I demand that you uncover the background of that Duan Kuan from Tianqin Construction. In Xinjiang, such an audacious individual cannot be permitted to exist." Chapter 74. Virtual reality. Upon returning to Donghai, after a brief respite, Luo Sheng had lunch with the CS siblings and subsequently arranged for several bodyguards for them, each receiving a sum of 200,000 for their leisure. After all, he was merely a cousin, not a caretaker. It was impractical for him to accompany them around the clock during these 2 days. Upon exiting Chiyun Villa, Luo Sheng hopped into a Rolls-Royce Phantom and made his way directly to the technology park located at number 118 Qianhai Road. Earlier that morning, as he was returning to Donghai, Dong Xiaolei had sent him a message, inviting him to visit if he had the time, mentioning a recent breakthrough. Although Luo Sheng lacked expertise in virtual reality technology, he found Dong Xiaolei's rapid progress truly perplexing and astonishing. It had only been a short while since their separation after the trip to Haojiang, yet there was now a development significant enough to warrant a special visit. With a sense of anticipation, Luo Sheng arrived at the technology park and entered Dong Xiaolei's workspace. There, he found him engrossed in a vast array of complex data displayed on a massive screen. So absorbed was he in his task that he remained oblivious to Luo Sheng's presence even as he approached from behind. Luo Sheng had no intention of disturbing him, but noticing Dong Xiaolei's disheveled hair and the faintly peculiar odor emanating from him, he couldn't help but inquire, "Xiaolei, have you not bathed in days?" At the sound of his voice, Dong Xiaolei turned, his eyes bloodshot yet brimming with excitement. "Brother Sheng, you're here. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll be right with you." With that, he returned his attention to the screen, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Luo Sheng glanced around, observing the scattered papers filled with intricate calculations and design schematics. He managed to find a spot barely large enough to sit, clearing a space on a chair covered with blueprints before settling down. At that moment, A young secretary approached, presenting a cup of coffee with utmost respect. How long has President Dong been in this state? Luo Sheng asked the secretary as he accepted the coffee. The secretary pondered for a moment before responding. Mr. Luo, he has been like this since his return. Aside from brief restroom breaks and less than 5 hours of sleep each day, President Dong has either been here or with the engineering team downstairs, even eating in front of this array of equipment. Nodding in understanding, Luo Sheng continued. What is the current status of the deployment at the technology park, including the supercomputing center? Please hold on a moment, the secretary replied, hastening to her office. After some time, she returned with a stack of documents. Currently, the entire technology park comprises 18 buildings. Apart from 2 designated as staff dormitories, 12 of the remaining 16 buildings are allocated for the current and future deployment of the supercomputing center. One of the remaining 4 buildings serves as the main office of the park, which is this one. The other 2 are designated as office spaces for President Dong and various engineering teams. The final building has been repurposed for the research, manufacturing, and testing of various terminal devices. At present, the progress across various sectors. After more than 20 minutes, the secretary, parched and weary, finally completed her report on the hardware deployment status of the technology park. Subsequently, she picked up another document and continued, Mr. Luo, regarding the supercomputing center. It has been officially named by President Dong as the Superdimensional Supercomputer Cluster, thanks to President Dong's unique insights. Our supercomputing center has been designed from the outset for rapid deployment and large-scale scalability. According to President Dong's earlier calculations, we anticipate achieving the first phase of deployment within the next year. At that time, the superdimensional will far surpass the combined capabilities of the current top 3 supercomputers in the world. Just as the secretary was elaborating on the advancements of the supercomputing center, Dong Xiaolei suddenly exclaimed, "We did it." Luo Sheng looked up to see the data on the screen rapidly scrolling before materializing into a dazzling 3-dimensional image. Dong Xiaolei turned around with excitement, his deep-set eyes radiating an unusual brilliance. With fervor, he declared to Luo Sheng, Brother Sheng, we have successfully created an entirely new mode of virtual reality interaction. It not only allows people to see and hear as before, but now it enables movement and even speech. Although there remain significant technological barriers regarding taste and smell, I believe that soon we will enable users to scarcely perceive the boundary between the virtual and the real. Luo Sheng slowly rose, first gazing at the large screen, then turning his attention to the almost frenzied Dong Xiaolei. Just as he was about to speak, Dong Xiaolei grasped his arm and insisted, "Come on, Brother Sheng. Let me take you to experience the terminal prototype." However, Luo Sheng pressed down on Dong Xiaolei's hand and, meeting his puzzled gaze, calmly replied, "The most important thing for you right now is to return and rest immediately. Brother Sheng, we can discuss resting later. Let me show you this first. It won't take long." Yet, Luo Sheng showed no signs of yielding. What a joke. In your current state, I fear you might collapse at any moment. Tian Dai, who had been stationed at the door, approached quickly. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Call 2 people to take Xiaolei to his dormitory to rest." "Understood, sir." Dong Xiaolei was about to argue, but perhaps due to the prolonged tension in his nerves, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him, causing his legs to weaken. Luo Sheng swiftly supported him and shouted to Chen Tai, "Quickly arrange for someone to take Xiaolei to rest." After Dong Xiaolei was forcibly carried away by the bodyguards Chen Tai had arranged, Luo Sheng surveyed the chaotic office area and inquired of the still-present secretary. "Aside from President Dong, is there anyone else who can operate the terminal prototype?" The secretary nodded, "Yes, Mr. Su, who is responsible for leading the development and maintenance of the prototype, can also operate it." "Where is he?" Luo Sheng asked. "Mr. Luo, I will now lead you to the building where the terminal prototype resides," said Su. Luo Sheng nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us proceed." As Luo Sheng escorted Chen Tai to the room housing the terminal prototype, he immediately beheld the uniquely designed machine standing prominently in the center of the space. Setting aside the numerous debugging devices surrounding it, the main body of the machine resembled an enormous capsule leaning at an angle. Su explained, "Mr. Luo, the exterior of this prototype is still in its most primitive stage. according to the vision that Director Dong and I have. Its final form will be considerably more streamlined than it appears now. Luo Sheng nodded slightly and stepped forward cautiously. With Su's assistance, he entered what is truly the world's first virtual warehouse, donning the equipment. Moments later, accompanied by a familiar sensation of dizziness, Luo Sheng briefly lost consciousness. Chapter 75. The boundary between virtuality and reality. When Luo Sheng regained consciousness, he found himself within a humble wooden cabin. The sensation was akin to that of a person who has been squatting for an extended period, suddenly rising, resulting in a brief spell of dizziness. The duration was fleeting, perhaps merely a moment. As he surveyed the interior of the cabin, he noticed that aside from a wooden bed adorned with a simple mattress, there stood a table and 2 chairs. The table was cluttered with various odds and ends, accompanied by a steaming cup of tea. Directly opposite the bed was a small door, seemingly leading to the outside world. Despite the absence of windows or candles, the cabin radiated an unexpected brightness. Luo Sheng tentatively lifted his hands. This time, unlike before, he could perceive the existence of his body, albeit the sensation remained peculiar. There was a disconcerting feeling of something not entirely part of himself, yet he could manipulate it. Lowering his gaze to examine his raised hands and this unfamiliar form, he noted the slightly darkened palms, clothed in coarse linen garments, with patches adorning the cuffs. Upon closer inspection, the astonishing realism of the textures and hues was almost unbelievable. With a look of astonishment, Luo Sheng touched the wooden bed and the chairs, even taking a seat to scrutinize the assorted items on the table. Glancing at the teacup, he hesitated not a moment before lifting it to taste. As the warm liquid filled his stomach, the feedback from this body sent a shock wave through him. In the next instant, he rose and approached the small door, pulling on the handle with all his might. Yet the wooden door refused to budge. Mr. Luo, the current development progress of this world is limited to this room. Su Gong's voice echoed from the surrounding space. Luo Sheng released the door handle, acknowledging I understand. His gaze swept across every corner of the room. Did Dong Xiaolei possess any awareness of what this all represented? The world he had created, though still coarse in various textures, lacked the development of other senses such as smell and taste. Yet, this was already enough to astonish the entire globe. Even Luo Sheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The boundary between virtuality and reality began to blur at that moment. Just as Luo Sheng exited the virtual realm, Su Gong rushed forward. He struggled to contain his excitement, his face adorned with a broad smile as he inquired, Mr. Luo, may I ask if you are satisfied with this outcome? As the lead developer of the virtual chamber, he had been the first to enter the virtual world the previous day. The lifelike scenes, reminiscent of reality, had left him utterly astounded, as if struck by lightning, resulting in an entire sleepless night. His mind had been awash with exhilaration, reveling in the privilege of witnessing this groundbreaking moment. Now that the true master had arrived, he naturally sought to bask in the glow of his accomplishments. Luo Sheng smiled warmly at him. You have done remarkably well. In due time, I shall issue a directive. Henceforth, all salaries shall be doubled, and an additional 3 months' wages shall be disbursed as a bonus. The smile on Su Gong's face radiated even more brightly. The prospect of receiving extra income naturally brought joy. However, what delighted him even further was the recognition of his accomplishments as a technician by the esteemed proprietor. After departing from the equipment building, Luo Sheng made his way to Dong Xiaolei's office. This fellow, who had previously insisted that he did not require rest, had succumbed to slumber in a mere moment. Choosing not to disturb him, Luo Sheng returned to the car with Chen Tai. Upon entering the vehicle, the once beaming Luo Sheng immediately concealed his smile. With an undeniable authority, he addressed Chen Tai, who occupied the driver's seat. Upon our return, elevate the security level of the technology park to its utmost. No one, including Dong Xiaolei, is permitted to communicate with the outside world without authorization. Furthermore, all leave is hereby revoked. No one may venture out without my express permission. The moment Chen Tai started the engine, his expression noticeably faltered, having accompanied Luo Sheng for so long. This was the first instance he had witnessed him addressing a matter with such gravity. "Understood, sir," Chun Tai replied with utmost seriousness. "If anyone has objections." At this juncture, a hint of coldness flickered in Luo Sheng's gaze, then let them remain utterly silent. Such formidable virtual reality technology must not be exposed to any possibility of leakage before its official unveiling. As they journeyed back, Luo Sheng continued to ponder matters concerning the technology park when suddenly, a call from Han Yutong interrupted his thoughts. As soon as the call connected, her melodious voice resonated on the line. "Darling, what are you up to?" she inquired. "I have just concluded some affairs and am now preparing to return to the estate," Luo Sheng replied. "Do you have any plans for this evening?" She glanced at the clock, noting it was past 4 in the afternoon. "I have no engagements tonight." "Why? Do you miss me?" "Indeed, I do," she confessed. "Is that so wrong? The new house feels so vast, and I am all alone. I couldn't sleep a wink last night." "What of Gu Shanshan? Did you not invite her to keep you company?" "She claims that I am attempting to lure her into a scenario of 2 women serving 1 man. I cannot fathom what is going through her mind. Even if she were willing, I certainly would not be," Han Yutong huffed. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng responded, "Very well. I shall come and visit you later. Let us have a thorough discussion this evening." A peal of laughter akin to silver bells emanated from Han Yutong's end. "Then I shall procure some ingredients on my way back. Tonight, I shall personally prepare a meal for you." Feigning surprise, Luo Sheng remarked, "You can cook?" In truth, during the years of their marriage in his previous life, Luo Sheng had savored her culinary creations daily. Having spent quite some time in this new realm, he found himself reminiscing. "I learned to cook in high school, and I assure you, my dishes are exquisite," Han Yutong asserted. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng nearly instinctively replied, "Indeed, I am aware." Luo Sheng, "Well, then I shall savor your culinary skills." After hanging up the phone, Luo Sheng leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Upon returning to the estate, he retrieved the gift box that Duan Kuan had presented earlier that morning and switched to another Koenigsegg. Half an hour later, he drove into the Huafu Junting, arriving at the base of the building where Han Yutong resided. He signaled for everyone to remain on standby while he ascended the stairs alone, holding the gift box. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the sight of Han Yutong joyfully rushing to welcome him. Stepping inside, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and the dining table was adorned with an array of fresh ingredients. This scene felt oddly reminiscent. "This is for you," Luo Sheng said, presenting the gift box to Han Yutong. "Wow, you prepared a gift for me as well," she exclaimed, taking it without haste, merely placing it in the bedroom. She then emerged, saying, "I just arrived home too. Please take a seat in the living room and rest for a while. Dinner will be ready shortly." With that, Han Yutong tied on an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Observing this strangely familiar tableau, Luo Sheng smiled faintly. Chapter 76. You are beautiful seated upon the sofa in the living room. Han Yutong was engrossed in scrolling through short videos on her phone. In that moment, she embodied the essence of a devoted wife. As her husband returned home from work, she busied herself with the meticulous preparation of dinner. The nonstick pan on the stove sizzled with the addition of various ingredients, infusing the air with a delightful warmth that enveloped the home. Before long, the kitchen was filled with tantalizing aromas. "An Newton amarja, karing alaven li arranja dishes on exquisita platas." Gently glancing towards Luo Sheng in the living room, she cheerfully called out, "Dinner's ready. Come and savor my culinary skills." Luo Sheng responded and took a seat at the dining table. As he beheld the visually enticing and fragrant dishes before him, he picked up a piece to taste. The flavors burst forth in his mouth instantaneously. "How is it?" Han Yutong inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Aware that the Luo family had their own private culinary team, she worried that her pride in her cooking might not meet his standards. To her surprise, Luo Sheng nodded in approval, declaring the taste delightful, comparable to that of the professional chefs at his home. Han Yutong suspected he was merely flattering her, but the compliment still brought her immense satisfaction. She eagerly pulled out a chair beside him and joined him at the table. "Try this one. It's my specialty," she said, lifting a piece of sweet and sour pork with her chopsticks and offering it to him. Under the warm glow of the dining room lights, The two reveled in their splendid dinner together. After more than 3 hours had passed, the moonlight of the night poured through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the bedroom, casting a serene ambience within. Luo Sheng reclined on the sofa by the window, cradling a glass of red wine that Han Yutong had thoughtfully prepared for him. Though it was not an extravagant brand, the sentiment behind it was more than sufficient. He gazed out at the bustling nightscape unique to Donghai City, where the dazzling neon lights created a mesmerizing spectacle. It echoed the enchanting scene that had unfolded in the room half an hour earlier, drawing one into its captivating allure. In a state of dual relaxation, both physical and mental, Luo Sheng's thoughts drifted far away. In another realm, an undefined moment in time, he had once envisioned this very instant. By day, he fought tirelessly for his career. By night, he drove a luxury car worth millions, returning to his lavish penthouse under the envious gazes of others. After shedding all constraints and facades, he dreamt of indulging in a passionate escapade with the one he loved. Afterwards, he could relax just as he did now, reclining by the panoramic windows, sipping a glass of wine or brewing a pot of tea, accompanied by his favorite music, while surveying the sprawling city below. In that moment, perhaps he would feel as though the entire world belonged to him. Yet, ordinary people forever harbor beautiful fantasies about what they cannot possess. For those born into privilege, however, such luxuries are as natural as breathing. Like the present-day Luo Sheng, his heart was devoid of any turbulence. In this dimension, his innate prominence afforded him everything from the very beginning. Within the confines of the bathroom, the once rushing sound of water came to an abrupt halt. Han Yutong, with her slightly damp hair being gently dried, wrapped in a towel, emerged gracefully, her delicate feet resembling exquisitely carved jade. She approached Luo Sheng, settling beside him, resting her head against his chest. "What are you watching?" she inquired softly. Luo Sheng opened his arms and embraced Han Yutong, replying with a gentle smile. "I'm observing the city." Following his gaze, Han Yutong beheld the enchanting nightscape of Donghai City. Never before had she the opportunity to overlook the entire city from such a vantage point. And she was not alone. Countless dreamers who journeyed to Donghai might spend their lives, with the only chance to witness such beauty occurring during late-night work hours. "My dear, do you think this is the life of the elite?" Han Yutong pondered alud. Luo Sheng tenderly caressed her smooth and delicate shoulder, inquiring, "Why do you ask?" With a contented smile, Han Yutong replied softly, "It's just, since meeting you, my entire perspective has shifted. I often feel an illusion of being above it all." As she inhaled the faint scent emanating from his embrace, her gaze fell upon her flushed cheeks. Luo Sheng set down his glass, suggesting, "Let us not dwell on the elite just yet. Let us discuss matters of the less fortunate." Moments later, standing beside the sofa, Luo Sheng smirked mischievously. "Get up and show me the necklace I gifted you today." Han Yutong, breathless, turned to him with a gaze filled with feigned reproach. Slowly, she rose and retrieved the luxurious gift box from her vanity, opening it to reveal a platinum necklace adorned with 9 jadeite cabochons, glimmering beautifully under the bedroom lights. Captivating her attention completely, Luo Sheng stepped closer, retrieving the necklace from the box, and with Han Yutong's watchful eyes upon him, he personally fastened it around her neck. Han Yutong turned to face the vanity mirror, her hands instinctively caressing the necklace, her eyes brimming with gratitude and joy. "Thank you, my dear. It's truly beautiful." Luo Sheng stood behind her, resting his head on her shoulder, his gaze intensely fixed on the reflection, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Yutong, you are beautiful as well." Han Yutong, feeling a rush of shyness, lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, her voice barely a whisper. "Could you please not look at me like that?" With a firm yet gentle motion, Luo Sheng turned her to face him, captivated by her endearing demeanor, reminiscent of a young girl wronged and filled with grievances. Without uttering a word, he lifted her effortlessly and carried her toward the bed. Chapter 77. Call out your boyfriend early the next morning. While Luo Sheng remained in a deep slumber, Han Yutong had already risen quietly from her bed. With classes awaiting her at school, she needed to make haste. However, the moment she opened the door to leave her home, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Meng Qing stood outside the main entrance, accompanied by a line of neatly arranged maids. Upon spotting Han Yutong, she immediately bowed and greeted, "Good morning, Miss Han." Han Yutong recognized Meng Qing from their previous encounter when she had delivered a card to her. As for the line of maids behind her, although she had long surmised that Luo Sheng had help at home, the reality of the situation still struck her profoundly. In her imagination, the maids would be middle-aged women, perhaps in their 40s or 50s, or at least plain-looking girls devoid of any charm or presence. Yet, the truth was that each of them possessed a beauty that even Han Yutong, as a woman, found captivating. Their elegance was refined and unpretentious, accentuated by their perfectly proportioned figures that invited a second glance. "Hello, Assistant Meng," Han Yutong replied, slightly flustered. With a benevolent smile, Meng Qing coolly inquired, "Are you heading out, Miss Han?" "Yes, I have classes at school this morning, so I need to head over," Han Yutong responded. Meng Qing respectfully offered, "Shall I arrange a vehicle for your departure, Miss Han?" Han Yutong waved her hand dismissively. No, I will drive myself." After a brief pause, she added, "By the way, what brings you here?" Meng Qing stepped aside, revealing the bags held by the maids behind her. "I am here to attend to the needs of the master. These are his clothes for today." Han Yutong was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Meng Qing, as Luo Sheng's assistant, would be responsible for such matters, let alone bring others along for the task. Did this mean that a group of stunningly beautiful maids had been attending to Luo Sheng each morning? Although a sense of discomfort washed over her, Han Yutong still said, "Please come in. However, Luo Sheng is still asleep. You may wait for him in the living room." Meng Qing once again bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your support, Miss Han. We will await the master in the living room." Descending to the exclusive parking area, Han Yutong prepared to drive her Porsche 911. Yet, as she reached the ground floor, she noticed a car she had never seen before parked along the roadside, accompanied by a row of imposing Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. A dozen men dressed in black suits and sunglasses stood impeccably beside the cars. At the forefront, Chantai approached with a steady gait as he spotted Han Yutong. Greeting her, "Good morning, Miss Han." Recognizing them as Luo Sheng's bodyguards, Han Yutong wondered if they had been stationed there since Luo Sheng's arrival the previous night. "Have you been here since last night?" she asked. Chantai's voice, devoid of any emotion, replied, "Yes, Miss Han. However, it is now mid-November. Weren't you cold last night?" Han Yutong inquired while glancing at the group of individuals standing behind Chantai. Each of them stood erect, their expressions solemn, exuding an aura that deterred any approach. They hardly resembled individuals who had endured an entire frigid night. Chantai replied with unwavering resolve, "The protection of our esteemed sir is our mission. Under any circumstances, his safety remains our foremost priority. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern, Miss Han. My comrades took turns on duty last night." Han Yutong felt inexplicably moved by his words. A flicker of respect crossed her eyes as she nodded in acknowledgement before hastily entering her car and driving away. On her journey to Donghai University, she reflected on the morning's events. It was astonishing that there were so many individuals dedicated to the care and protection of Luo Sheng. Each one seemed genuinely centered around him, especially the maidens. She wondered if they performed tasks akin to ancient handmaidens, such as warming their master's bed. At that moment, Luo Sheng awoke, emerging from his chamber, and was not surprised to find Meng Qing and others in the living room. Meng Qing bowed in greeting and gestured for the maid behind her to assist him with his morning routine. Luo Sheng raised his hand, his gaze landing on the slippers worn by Han Yutong at the entrance. "How long has Miss Han been gone?" he inquired. Meng Qing respectfully responded, "She left not long ago. I heard Miss Han mention that she had classes at school this morning." Luo Sheng was taken aback. This young lady had studied late into the night, yet still managed to rise early for school. Truly a diligent student. It seemed prudent to consider offering her additional lessons this evening to reinforce the knowledge acquired last night. Meanwhile, Han Yutong parked her car in a roadside space and hurried to the school. Just 10 minutes before class was set to begin, she finally arrived at the classroom. As she settled into her seat, barely catching her breath, a handsome young man approached her, extending a concert ticket. "Yutong, next week Wang Monk has a concert at the Donghai Sports Arena. Would you like to join me?" he proposed confidently. Han Yutong lifted her gaze to meet his. Her eyes filled with disdain. This individual was Fong Su, a fellow student from her department, who had pursued her since their sophomore year. However, she had learned from her dorm mates that he was nothing short of scoundrel, boasting about his affluent background as a local heir. His family not only owned multiple properties, but also had considerable savings. Since the second semester of his freshman year, he had been known to juggle several romantic entanglements, with numerous girls having faced heartbreak after their brief encounters with him. Han Yutong had always maintained her distance from such a character. "No, thank you," she replied curtly. Unfazed by the outright rejection, Fong Su continued, "Isn't Wang Monk your idol? This ticket is for one of the front rows. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Han Yutong, maintaining her indifferent tone, replied, "No, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from contacting me in the future. I have a boyfriend." Fong Su scrutinized Han Yutong from head to toe and let out a chuckle. He had long discerned her background, a young girl from an ordinary family in Luo, who had never experienced romantic relationships. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but the most significant aspect was that she was still untouched. In this day and age, those with even a modicum of attractiveness often have a history of entanglements. Even he, despite his hurried escapades, had indulged in numerous encounters. Truly unblemished individuals were a rare find. Otherwise, he would not have fixated on her since his sophomore year. "Yutong, you need not fabricate a boyfriend merely to reject me. If he truly exists, summon him forth. I am curious to see what he looks like," Fong Su remarked with a flippant tone. Chapter 78. A slap on Yutong would never summon Luo Sheng merely to deal with such trivial matters. To her, such actions would irrevocably diminish her partner's stature. She glanced at the time, her impatience evident as she remarked, "You are not worthy of meeting him. Class is about to commence. Please return to your seat." Today, Fong Su appeared more obstinate than usual. Unlike his customary indifference, he fixated on a slender boy with glasses seated next to Han Yutong, declaring, "Get lost. I'm sitting here today." The bespectacled boy, lowering his head to glance at Han Yutong, inhaled deeply before raising his gaze to Fong Su, managing to utter two words, "No way." Fong Su's brow furrowed, and he delivered a sharp slap to the boy's head, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Get out immediately, do you hear me?" The boy's expression contorted in struggle, yet he remained silent. Han Yutong cast a cold glance at Fong Su and spoke gently to the bespectacled boy. "Zhang Wei, it's all right, please change your seat." Zhang Wei also hailed from Luo Sheng and was a former high school classmate of Han Yutong. He was diligent in his studies, but quite reserved, rarely initiating conversation. Han Yutong often shared a seat with him, discussing academic matters. She did not wish to burden him because of her predicament. No sooner had Han Yutong spoken than Fong Su seized Zhang Wei by the collar, dragging him aside while cursing, "What are you doing here, obstructing my business?" Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson, but he refrained from retorting. He cast a lingering glance at Han Yutong, gathered his belongings, and departed silently. Fong Su disdainfully observed Zhang Wei's retreating figure before turning to Han Yutong, saying, "Yutong, your boyfriend must be as worthless as this fool, which is why you are too embarrassed to introduce him." Han Yutong ignored his taunts, preoccupied with organizing her textbooks. Disinterested, Fong Su ceased his mockery but soon took note of Han Yutong's attire, an exquisite Chanel striped wool ensemble. With a smile, he remarked, "Yutong, it's been a few days, and I see your fashion sense has significantly improved. This high-quality imitation Chanel, I spotted the authentic version at the Jingtai Center just last week. I believe it costs around 50 or 60,000. If you like it, how about joining me for dinner tonight? I could consider gifting you a set. What do you say?" In his heart, Fong Su reveled in the notion. College truly transforms a girl for the better. The once unassuming Han Yutong now appeared to be succumbing to materialism, donning replicas. If she had such intentions, it would be easy to win her over. After all, he had employed this tactic to charm countless girls in the past. There was even a time he organized a karaoke gathering at a KTV, where he encountered a stunning girl who had come with her boyfriend. Fearing he might never have another chance, he prepared 100,000 in cash and discreetly placed it on the table in an adjacent room during a trip to the restroom. Under the pretext of assisting her in selecting items at the supermarket, he lured the girl away. Ultimately, In a neighboring room, he took advantage of her. Subsequently, it was rumored that the girl might be pregnant, although her boyfriend had always employed protective measures. Fong Su initially believed he had secured his victory this time. However, upon hearing Fong Su's words, Han Yutong could not suppress her laughter, though her smile was far more enchanting than her usual serious demeanor. Fong Su couldn't shake the feeling that her laughter was laced with mockery. Suppressing his rising anger, he spoke in a low voice. "What are you laughing at?" Han Yutong turned away, her gaze icy as she regarded him. "Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly realized that, being a boy myself, the disparity between you and him is truly vast. Not only is he someone you cannot compare to, but you aren't even worthy of knowing his name." Fong Su clenched his fists in frustration, yet with class in session, he refrained from exploding. Throughout the lesson, his mind wandered, consumed by Han Yutong's scornful smile and her stinging words that pierced his pride. In his primary and middle school years, he had often been ridiculed and looked down upon by classmates from the same locality. However, after his family underwent 2 relocations within 3 short years, he felt a renewed sense of self-worth. Since then, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. After class, Fong Su intercepted Han Yutong as she prepared to leave, disregarding the crowd around them as he shouted, "Han Yutong, do you think you found a truly remarkable boyfriend? He might just be a pretty boy. Am I not worthy? Let me ask you once more, will you accompany me tonight?" Han Yutong replied with a cold smirk. "Not interested. Furthermore, my affairs are none of your concern." After exiting the classroom, she paid him little mind, having grown accustomed to Fong Su's persistent advances over the past year. In the evening, as Han Yutong was about to leave the school, she received a call from Luo Sheng. "Yutong, your classes must be over now." "Yes, I just finished and was about to head out," she replied. "All right, wait for me at the school gate. I'll come pick you up." "Great. Are we going back to my place tonight?" "No, I'm taking you somewhere else this evening." "Where could that be? So shrouded in mystery." "You'll find out soon enough. I'm on my way now." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate." Hanging up the phone with a heart full of joy, Han Yutong gathered her belongings and made her way to the school entrance. However, when she arrived at the gate of Donghai University over 10 minutes later, her smile abruptly faded. For there stood Fong Su, leaning against the door of a BMW X5, a bouquet of flowers in hand. This time of day was the peak for students exiting classes, and the school gate was bustling with Donghai University students. Han Yutong deliberately pretended not to see him, attempting to bypass him. Yet Fong Su was clearly determined to thwart her efforts, swiftly stepping in front of her. He presented the flowers in his hand with an air of self-satisfaction and remarked, "Yutong, hasn't that pretty boy of yours come to pick you up? Why not join me in my car? I shall take you to witness the wonders of the world tonight." With that, Fong Su attempted to grasp Han Yutong's arm. "Fong Su, remove your filthy hands. My boyfriend will be here shortly," she retorted. Yet Fong Su remained unmoved, his expression reflecting a near-manic obsession. At this point, a crowd began to gather, with some individuals even pulling out their phones to record the unfolding drama. As the onlookers multiplied, Han Yutong realized that her own strength was insufficient to break free from Fong Su's grip. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hand and struck him across the face. The sound of the slap echoed, causing Fong Su's head to tilt sideways. However, in the next instant, he retaliated with a slap of his own, bringing tears to her eyes. Yet she fought against the urge to let them flow. Fong Su shouted in a boastful tone, "What are you pretending for? I've pursued you for a year. Do you think I'm unaware of your relationship status? I am here today to see what kind of man your boyfriend truly is." Chapter 79. "I will make you pay until you are bankrupt." Fong Su's voice resonated powerfully, cutting through the cacophony of the outdoor crowd, ensuring that those nearby could hear him clearly. A few acquaintances murmured in hushed tones on the periphery. "Fong Su is utterly audacious, making such a scene in public. Hasn't he always been like this? That girl probably wants nothing to do with him and is deliberately deceiving him. Damn it, he's relying on his family's wealth. When faced with a formidable character, he immediately backs down. There aren't that many tough characters around. This isn't a television drama where a hero swoops in to save the damsel. Poor girl, so beautiful, yet publicly slapped by Fong Su. Sigh, it's bad enough that Fong Su is a scoundrel. Now he's resorting to violence against women. What a disgrace." Despite the numerous voices of discontent, no one stepped forward to intervene. As the crowd awaited the unfolding drama, a series of powerful footsteps approached from the distance. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a pathway. Suddenly, a group of tall, imposing figures clad in black surged into the throng, their demeanor serious. They moved in unison, swiftly positioning themselves on either side, resembling a pair of loyal sentinels, clearing a space in the center. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Even Fong Su, who had been shouting moments before, was momentarily stunned, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Only Han Yutong's face lit up with joy, for she recognized that he had arrived. In the next moment, Luo Sheng, dressed in a light blue suit, appeared steadily in the crowd's gaze. His elegance and luxurious aura sparkled like the stars in the night sky, instantly captivating everyone's attention. With each step he took, he exuded an intangible pressure, as if standing on a cloud, surveying the world below, making the surrounding air feel heavy with tension. Behind his exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes, deep as the ocean and seemingly capable of seeing through all, revealed an icy intensity. Fong Su felt a surge of panic. Why did it seem as though the newcomer was heading straight for him? Could it be that this girl truly had such an impressive boyfriend? This should not be happening. Amidst his shock, Fong Su involuntarily released his grip on Han Yutong's hand. Upon feeling her arm freed, Han Yutong immediately dashed towards Luo Sheng, not looking back. The moment she felt his warmth, her suppressed grievances erupted. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the fabric of Luo Sheng's shirt. Luo Sheng, she called softly, her voice tinged with sobs. Luo Sheng remained silent, simply lifting Han Yutong gently and caressing her slightly reddened cheek, which bore the distinct marks of 5 fingers. Looking into her tear-filled eyes, he saw a blend of sorrow and joy. Luo Sheng exhaled a breath of heated frustration. Regardless of past lives, or this one, even he himself couldn't bear to lay a finger on this woman. Yet today some worthless scum had the audacity to slap her in public. His gaze fell upon Han Yutong, silently blaming himself for not having arranged things properly. Then, in an icy tone, he uttered, "Chen Tai." Chen Tai, standing nearby, nodded in understanding and raised his hand with a swift gesture. Immediately, 2 bodyguards rushed forward, pointing at Fong Su, who was trembling uncontrollably and leaning weakly against a BMW X5. He commanded, "Bring him here." The 2 bodyguards strode forward, dragging the ashen-faced Fong Su over. When they stopped a meter away from Luo Sheng, Fong Su still struggled to stand on his own, forcing his legs to steady. Chen Tai took a sudden step forward and delivered a sharp, low kick to Fong Su's shin. With a heavy thud, Fong Su's knees crashed on the ground. Even then, he tried to push himself up with his hands, only to be restrained by the bodyguards, who twisted his wrists and pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Agony twisted Fong Su's expression, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to let out a sound. Instead, he lifted his head and glared defiantly at Luo Sheng. Though shock and fear churned within him, he was convinced that with so many witnesses around, Luo Sheng wouldn't dare do anything too extreme. At most, a beating and some harsh words. After this, he could still go about his life, as usual, indulging in whatever pleasures he desired. Luo Sheng surveyed the surroundings. Hundreds had gathered, and the crowd was still growing. Not only were most of the onlookers university students, but even seasoned individuals from society would rarely witness such a spectacle. Who is that man? His presence is overwhelming. You're asking me? I just got here myself. So that beauty really has a boyfriend, and such an impressive one. That guy is something else, bringing so many bodyguards. Fong Su really kicked a steel plate this time. That man is electrifying. If I could be his woman, I'd gladly take 10 slaps. Stop pushing from the back. Any more, and I'll be kneeling too. Ignoring the clamor, Luo Sheng first guided Han Yutong aside, asking her to wait for him. Then he approached Fong Su, looking down at him with the disdain one would reserve for an insect. Now that I'm here, tell me, what kind of trash am I? Normally, Luo Sheng wouldn't waste a single word on someone so beneath him. Allowing such a person to even glimpse his face would already be the greatest honor of their pathetic existence. But the tear stains still visible on Han Yutong's chest made him decide to make an exception today. Fong Su stiffened his neck, attempting to sound tough despite his lack of conviction. Whoever you are, at most I'll apologize to your girlfriend in public. But if you dare lay another hand on me, I'll sue you until you're bankrupt. It was that Fong Su was truly fearless. It was just that with so many people watching, he couldn't afford to appear cowardly. Later, he could always claim he had been outnumbered and bullied. Luo Sheng let out a cold laugh, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. At that moment, on the other side of the crowd, several patrolling officers made their way through the throng. Leading them was Tan Feng, who had previously sought to apprehend Luo Sheng. Ever since the last incident, he had been inexplicably reassigned to this district security post, now serving as the captain of patrol team. It was quite a significant demotion, as Tan Feng and his 3 subordinates finally managed to squeeze into the scene. He was about to raise his voice and demand an explanation for the commotion. However, upon catching sight of Luo Sheng's icy demeanor, he was instantly compelled to retreat back to the patrol car. What a stroke of misfortune. He realized that during the last incident, he had indeed acted with reckless haste. Furthermore, the target was none other than the second son of the Luo family, and he had dared to assert his authority. But this time, he truly lacked the courage. Otherwise, he might find himself out of a job, even in guarding the reservoir, Chapter 80. Take him away. Luo Sheng's gaze naturally fell upon Tan Feng. Upon sensing Luo Sheng's scrutiny, Tan Feng's heart tightened, yet he steeled himself and approached Luo Sheng. As he passed by Fong Su, who was kneeling on the ground, Tan Feng did not even cast a glance, as if the man were non-existent. He inhaled deeply, striving to render his tone as gentle as possible, before slowly addressing Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, greetings. I did not expect to see you here. Luo Sheng regarded Tan Feng with an impassive expression, finding the other man somewhat familiar. After a brief moment, he casually inquired, "Oh, do you know me?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Tan Feng's face, quickly replaced by composure. He smiled and replied, "Of course. I had the privilege of meeting you once before. It has been a while, Mr. Luo. You remain as impressive as ever." At that moment, Tan Feng silently rejoiced, for since Luo Sheng did not recognize him, he was unlikely to mention that he had previously been the one to take his brother to the police station. Just as Tan Feng was about to inquire about the situation unfolding before him and whether he should offer assistance, Luo Sheng merely responded with a dismissive and turned his attention away. This sudden cold shoulder caused the words Tan Feng had prepared to die on his lips. The team members behind him sensed their captain's unease and approached, whispering, "Captain, should we secure the individual?" They casually glanced at Fong Su, still kneeling, along with the 2 bodyguards controlling him. Tan Feng dared not look in that direction. With so many eyes upon him, he wondered if he should intervene or not. "Step aside and disperse the onlookers," Tan Feng commanded unequivocally. Although the 3 team members were puzzled by their captain's approach, they nonetheless fanned out to clear the surrounding students. However, the outcome was meager. The crowd merely stepped back a few paces, expanding their circle of observation outward. Fong Su noticed the presence of law enforcement nearby and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He mused to himself, "Perhaps I can avoid a beating this time." With that thought, a faint smile crept onto his lips, as if he envisioned himself departing this tumultuous scene unscathed. Yet, what he could never have anticipated was that just as he believed he was out of danger and on the verge of freedom, Luo Sheng, who had been standing before him, suddenly moved without warning. With an expressionless face, Luo Sheng slowly raised his right hand and then swung it forcefully. Like a tempest, the slap struck Fong Su's left cheek with tremendous force. The sudden impact was deafening. With a sharp crack, Fong Su's head was violently turned to the side, nearly rendering him unconscious. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his cheek began to swell at a visible rate, presenting a gruesome sight. Seeing this, Chuntai immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Sir, there's no need for you to dirty your hands with such trivial matters. Leave it to me." Yet Luo Sheng remained unmoved. With a swift flick of his wrist, he delivered another resounding slap, landing precisely on Fong Su's right cheek once more. 2 consecutive strikes left Fong Su dizzy, his vision swimming with stars. The world seemed to spin around him as a deafening buzz filled his skull. Saliva and blood mingled uncontrollably, trickling down the corners of his mouth in a pitiful display. The nearby patrol officers widened their eyes in disbelief. How dare this man strike someone right before their eyes? A young officer moved to intervene, but Tanfeng stopped him with a subtle shake of his head. The young man hesitated, speechless, glancing at the surrounding university students, many of whom were recording the scene on their phones. Tanfeng realized their presence was no longer appropriate. With a deep frown, he muttered under his breath, "Let's go. This is beyond our jurisdiction." Then, without another word, he led his team away, heads bowed low. After Luo Sheng had finished delivering those two brutal slaps, he spoke in a voice so low only those nearby could hear. "Foolish wretch. Someone like you, so far beneath me, could be crushed without me lifting a finger. But today, I'll make an exception, just so you'll remember this in your next life." His tone was dark, laced with menace, a fleeting murderous glint flashing in his eyes before he turned to Chintai, who had been standing silently behind him. "Chintai, take him away." "Understood, sir." Tiantai responded promptly. Truth be told, dealing with insignificant ants like Fong Su held no interest for Luo Sheng. His public display of force was merely a statement, a warning to all who dared cross him, and, of course, a means to vent his simmering fury. When Luo Sheng returned to Han Yutong's side, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and guided her toward the waiting Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside. "You didn't have to do that," Han Yutong murmured. "So many people were watching, and he wasn't worth your effort. I wanted them all to see." Luo Sheng replied, his voice quiet yet unshakable, brimming with authority. "I wanted them to understand the consequences of touching what's mine." The air grew thick with tension, heavy enough to drown in. Every witness had seen it all unfold, had heard those chilling words, including Fong Su, who remained on his knees, utterly humiliated. Moments ago, he had clung to the hope that the officers would intervene when that first brutal slap struck his face. Yet, to his horror, they had chosen silence, had turned and walked away without hesitation. And now, as he recalled the deference that Captain had shown Han Yutong's boyfriend, a terrifying realization dawned upon him. The man wielded such immense power that even the police officers dared not provoke him lightly. Having finally regained his composure from the shock, Fong Su's face now resembled that of a ghost, his countenance etched with terror and despair. Ignoring the searing pain on his face, he hastily pleaded, "Please, kind sir, it is all my fault, 1,000 faults all mine. I implore you, show mercy and spare me this once." However, Luo Sheng disregarded Fong Su's desperate entreaties and entered the car with Han Yutong. Meanwhile, Chuntai ordered the two bodyguards to forcibly drag Fong Su towards another vehicle. Fong Su struggled vehemently, shouting in vain, but all his efforts were destined to be futile. The students who had been curiously observing the scene were now pale with fear, instinctively retreating to avoid attracting trouble. Inside the car, Han Yutong leaned against Luo Sheng's shoulder, aware that today's incident would likely stir considerable gossip. Luo Sheng chuckled indifferently, thinking it of little consequence, as long as no one dared to challenge her again in the future. Moments later, Chun Tai returned to the vehicle, reporting, "Sir, the individual is now in the car." Luo Sheng nodded, directing their return to Chiyun Mountain Villa. Chapter 81. You have no future left as the convoy traversed Yunding Avenue. Han Yutong, seated in the rear of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, gazed at the checkpoint ahead, flanked by armed guards. She instinctively assumed it to be a military-restricted zone. However, she observed the convoy passing through the checkpoint effortlessly, without encountering any obstruction or being asked to present identification. All the guards turned to salute the vehicle beneath them. It was then that she realized this place must be the much-rumored Chiyun Manor. Previously, she had come across a live stream by a minor influencer who claimed to be at Chiyun Manor. Unfortunately, she had joined the stream late and missed the entirety of the broadcast. She only recalled the host discussing the value of various plants in a garden before abruptly ending the stream. Later, she heard that the live stream had been recorded. However, when she sought it out, she found that both the original recording and any reposts had vanished without a trace. There was not a single clip to be found on any platform. Viewers speculated that the influencer had captured something inappropriate, resulting in a permanent ban of their account and the forced removal of all related videos by the authorities. The swift action taken by officials had suppressed the matter before it could gain traction. Some bloggers could only recount the tale in written form, accompanied by dubious screenshots, narrating the events of that livestream. Han Yutong read some of these accounts, detailing extravagant items such as a water wall valued in the millions, a restricted mermaid, imperial-grade Longjing tea, and a 3-meter-long exquisite Wang Wali wood tea table, among others. The bloggers described the opulence in exaggerated terms. They also claimed that the manor's owner kept numerous exquisite maids, each one a goddess in her own right. Unsurprisingly, uninformed netizens adhered to the adage that no image means no truth, dismissing the bloggers as fabricators of tales as if they had visited the place themselves. Exquisite maids? Han Yutong unconsciously lifted her gaze towards the serene figure of Luo Sheng beside her. The maids she had seen earlier that morning were none other than the servants of Qiyun Manor, seemingly Luo Sheng's personal attendants. From this perspective, the bloggers' accounts could not be entirely dismissed as fabrications. As the grand iron gate of the manor creaked open, Han Yutong beheld true magnificence for the first time. What lay before her was merely the front courtyard, yet it left her utterly astounded. Was this truly a residence for people? Darling, Luo Sheng, is this Qiyun Manor? Han Yutong could not help but tug at Luo Sheng's arm, her voice quivering with curiosity. Luo Sheng opened his eyes, smiling as he nodded. Yes, indeed. You need not be anxious. You will come here often in the future. Today, I merely brought you to familiarize yourself with the place. As they continued along the winding tree-lined path, Han Yutong marveled at the surroundings, filled with an unparalleled luxury. Whether it be the crystalline fountain gracing the front plaza, the vast expanse of verdant lawn in the distance, the gently rippling lake, or the elegantly scattered villas, she found it difficult to fathom how all of this could be contained within a single estate. Yet, at the very least, Han Yutong considered herself fortunate. For no matter how astonished or incredulous she felt, she had arrived here today as the esteemed woman of Luo Sheng. Everyone would regard her with reverence, treating her as the most honored guest. In stark contrast, within the back of the convoy's imposing Mercedes G-Class, Fang Su's demeanor had completely unraveled. Although he was unaware of the precise location, it had become irrelevant. Throughout the journey, like Han Yutong, he had witnessed it all through the car window. To possess such an opulent residence in Donghai, an international metropolis, complete with armed guards at the entrance, was unfathomable. Regardless of where this might be or who the owner was, it represented an immense calamity for him, no matter how hard he strained his mind. He could not comprehend how an ordinary person like Han Yutong could have such a boyfriend. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear, helplessness, and regret. Excuse me, gentlemen, once we arrive, may I please use the restroom? I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Fang Su stammered towards the two intimidating figures clad in black beside him. However, they remained unresponsive, their gaze firmly fixed ahead. After a few seconds of silence, he cautiously ventured again. Could you perhaps divulge what your employer intends to do with me? Upon uttering this, Fang Su, with swollen cheeks, turned his hopeful gaze towards the imposing men flanking him. Yet, 10 seconds drifted by, and the vehicle was enveloped in an oppressive silence, save for the faint hum of the engine. He opened his mouth to speak once more, only to be met with a chilling metallic sensation against his forehead. The bodyguard in the front passenger seat, brandishing a Glock, turned to him with a frosty glare and ordered, "Be quiet." Fang Su, pale as a ghost, sealed his lips. At this juncture, he could only endure his pressing need, fervently wishing that he would return home for dinner that night. He vowed that, after today, he would conduct himself with utmost propriety and refrain from such endeavors again. The convoy soon arrived at the clearing before the main residence. Meng Qing, accompanied by several maidens, descended the steps, standing respectfully to the side. As Luo Sheng emerged from the vehicle, gently holding Han Yutong's delicate hand, the maidens and the recently disembarked bodyguards bowed and announced, "Welcome home, sir, and greetings to Miss Han for gracing Qiyun Manor with her presence." Observing Han Yutong's slightly overwhelmed expression, Luo Sheng remarked with a subtle smile, "Are you startled?" Han Yutong nodded absent-mindedly a bit. This is the first time I have experienced something like this in such a lavish place. As she spoke, she gazed up at the main residence. With a composed smile, Luo Sheng, hands casually tucked into his pockets, led Han Yutong up the grand steps of the manor. As soon as the two of them entered the main residence and vanished from the crowd's sight, Fong Su was dragged from the back of the car to Chen Tai. Captain Chun, how should we deal with this individual? Chen Tai cast a glance at the figure slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. A flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. The sir did not provide instructions, but since he has been brought back, let us confine him to the dark room for now. Having coldly issued this command, Chen Tai turned to leave. However, Fong Su clutched at Chen Tai's pant leg as if grasping a lifeline. Brother, you cannot do this. It is illegal detention. I implore you to let me go back. I acknowledge my mistakes. I will never dare to do it again. I will bow to you, yes. Bow. Saying this, Fong Su hastily knelt down and began to bang his head against the ground repeatedly. Chen Tai crouched down and seized Fong Su by the hair, stating, "You no longer have a future." Chapter 82. Let us discuss supplementary lessons as night descends. The bustling city of Donghai is engulfed in the evening rush hour. Countless diligent souls, weary from a day's labor, begin their journey home. Among these industrious individuals, Han Lu has just concluded her filming duties for the day. Dragging her fatigued body from the elevator of an office building, she prepares to make her way to the nearby subway station. Since parting ways with her dear friend Meng Qing, her mind has been preoccupied with the words exchanged between them. She yearns for the day when she too can lead a life of opulence, rather than toiling for meager earnings as a nondescript petite model. Just as she arrives at the subway entrance, a familiar photographer, with whom she has collaborated several times, calls her. Assuming he has a job opportunity for her, she steps aside to answer the call. Regardless of life's disappointments, sustenance remains a necessity. Han Lu. Hello, Brother Pan. Do you have some work for me? Brother Pan, Xiaolu. You've guessed correctly. Han Lu. What product are we shooting this time, Brother Pan? Brother Pan. This time is different. We'll be traveling abroad with the team. Han Lu. Abroad? Which country? Historically, Han Lu's assignments have predominantly been within Donghai, a city thriving in commerce and demand. The prospect of a job overseas is both surprising and exhilarating. Nevertheless, the customer is king. If the price is right, a journey abroad is well worth it. After all, earning money is the ultimate goal. Brother Pan, we're heading to Siam with a plan for 3 days and 2 nights. All expenses, including airfare and accommodation, are covered, with a remuneration of 12,000. Han Lu, such a generous compensation? It can't be too demanding, right? You know there's certain things I want to shoot. Brother Pan, what are you thinking? It's a legitimate commercial modeling gig, albeit a longer duration and more strenuous. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't offer such a rate. Brother Pan, this job is a private contract I secured. The boss and I have a good relationship, so there won't be any odd requests. Noticing a subtle change in Brother Pan's tone, Han Lu quickly apologizes. Han Lu, Brother Pan, I apologize. Rest assured, once it's over, I'll take only 10,000. The remaining 2,000 shall be your reward for the trouble. Brother Pan, all right then, we'll tentatively schedule for next week, and I'll reach out to you beforehand. After concluding the call with Brother Pan, Han Lu exhales deeply. Although there are inherent safety concerns with international travel, the fact that the boss is an acquaintance of Brother Pan alleviates her worries. Furthermore, the compensation is significantly higher than usual. She can consider it a chance to explore Siam as well. Meanwhile, within the Chiyun Mountain Villa, Han Yutong sits in the Western-style dining room of the main residence. This dining area, akin to a European aristocratic palace, boasts exquisite natural marble flooring with intricate patterns, reflecting enchanting hues under the glow of splendid crystal chandeliers. Surrounding her, walls adorned with classical oil paintings, framed in delicately carved golden frames, showcase art she does not recognize. The gleaming silver cutlery, shining with a metallic luster, and the crystal-clear wine glasses are meticulously arranged upon the dining table. In a corner, a stunning pianist clad in a black high-slit gown is performing a gentle melody. Several strikingly beautiful maids, adorned in black silk, gracefully serve exquisitely plated dishes, presenting them with both hands before Luo Sheng and her. After each service, they bow in deference, expressing their respect and reverence for the two. This meticulous display of honor and subservience has been a common sight since Han Yutong entered the main residence. Once all the dishes have been served, the maids orderly position themselves along the edges of the dining hall, each with hands crossed and resting before them, poised to await their master's commands. In such an ambience, anyone seated here would exude an air of sophistication and elegance. Thus, even though Han Yutong is acutely aware that she is not a princess, at this moment, she feels as though she surpasses one. A dinner that appears utterly ordinary to Luo Sheng renders Han Yutong anxious, fearful of losing her composure. After the meal, Luo Sheng leads Han Yutong to tour his bedroom. Gazing at the room, which is even more spacious than her own home in Lucheng, she feels almost numb. Sitting on the sofa, near the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, Han Yutong suddenly recalls what she observed on the first floor earlier. The familiar interior landscape of the courtyard, along with the colossal aquarium wall that occupies an entire side of the room. Yet, surrounded by a group of people at that moment, she hesitated to inquire. Now, with only Luo Sheng remaining in the room, she hesitates for a moment before voicing her curiosity. "Dear, I previously saw a female streamer online who seemed to be broadcasting from the first floor. Her concern does not lie in the streamer S-band. For the main residence of the Luo family, being a private estate would naturally prevent outsiders from intruding. It is reasonable to assume that measures would be taken against the streamer. What piques her curiosity is how the individual managed to enter this place for a broadcast. Even if she were an ordinary person, well, it appears she can no longer consider herself ordinary. Nonetheless, even other common folk should not be permitted to conduct a live stream, aimlessly guiding viewers through her home." Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng chuckles and replies, "It was brought in by my younger brother. She has been reprimanded, and I trust she will not repeat such an error." Han Yutong nods in agreement. She is astonished that there are such thoughtless individuals in the world who would not only peek around but also broadcast live. Were it her, she wouldn't even dare to take a photograph, fearing it might create discontent in Luo Sheng. I saw online that her account was permanently banned at that time, and all videos circulating on the internet were forcibly removed by the platform within a day. However, it seems that the Baoyan platform is not a part of the Tianluo Group's holdings. Luo Sheng approached Han Yutong, gently caressing her cheek, and tenderly remarked, "This is quite normal, for within the global headquarters of Tianluo Group lies a department known as the Strategic Investment Division. Each year, with ample financial resources at its disposal, this division casts its gaze upon every corner of the globe, enabling Tianluo Group to remain at the forefront, advancing in tandem with the times." Han Yutong, somevat bewildert, nodded in understanding. So, Tianluo Group has also invested in the Baoyan platform? Is it one of the shareholders? Luo Sheng refrained from answering this inquiry, instead playfully pinching Han Yutong's chin with his fingers, softly stating, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us discuss the tutoring I shall provide you." "Tutoring? What will we be studying?" Han Yutong exclaimed, her large eyes wide with confusion. In the next moment, as Luo Sheng's hand descended, she shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "You are quite the rascal." Chapter 83. This watch is yours throughout the night. The two experienced countless moments together. In any case, Han Yutong was now utterly exhausted, unable to move a single finger, longing only for a peaceful slumber until the dawn. Even with Luo Sheng's robust physique, he too felt a hint of fatigue. Stretching his body, he instructed Meng Qing to arrange for the disheveled room to be tidied up. Then, he bent down and lifted Han Yutong, heading towards a circular bathtub spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 individuals. The following day, after breakfast, Luo Sheng arranged for Han Yutong to be sent back to school. On the way back to the main residence, he made a brief detour to the guest house to check on the CS siblings. In the tea room of the guest house, Luo Sheng sat opposite the two. "Xiao Shaoli, how have you been these past few days?" he asked, taking a sip of the tea offered by a maid. "I've heard from my staff that you had quite a fruitful trip." Xiao spoke up first. "Cousin, don't even mention it. Shaoli nearly bought out the entire East Sea." Luo Sheng chuckled softly. After allowing the siblings to roam freely, he had initially transferred only 200,000 to each of them. However, That very afternoon, he received a call from Xie Tao in dire need of assistance. Thus, he arranged for an assistant for the two, covering all their expenses. After all, such occasions were rare, and he considered it a gift for his younger siblings. Xie pouted. It wasn't that extravagant. I merely purchased a few bags and clothes, totaling less than 3 million. To you, cousin, this amount is hardly significant. Luo Sheng smiled gently. No matter, as long as you like it. He then turned to Xie Tao. And you, Xiao Tao? Xie Tao proudly raised his wrist to reveal a blue Vacheron Constantine watch. Cousin, what do you think of this watch? Following Xie Tao's gesture, Luo Sheng smiled faintly. The Vacheron Constantine Heritage Series. Is this your style, Xiao Tao? Xie Tao nodded enthusiastically. I love it, but my father has always restricted my spending in this area. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, gesturing for Meng Qing, who stood behind him, to fetch a watch from the main residence. In no time, Meng Qing returned, carrying an additional watch box. Luo Sheng opened it, confirming its contents before taking out a Vacheron Constantine watch and handing it to Xie Tao. This is the 80172 watch from the Heritage Series. I rarely wear it anymore. Consider it a gift. Xie Tao accepted the watch, his joy unmistakable. He was aware that this particular watch had a market price exceeding 5 million in the country, albeit the transaction price was less than half of that. Cousin, are you really giving me this watch? Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Yes, it's yours now. I used to wear it during my school days, and it has been quite some time since I last used it. Nowadays, I generally wear something different. As he spoke, Luo Sheng also revealed his wrist adorned with a Patek Philippe. Xie Tao widened his eyes and, after a careful observation, uncertainly inquired, is this the Patek Philippe Grand Complications 6002G? Having long been attentive to timepieces, Xie Tao instantly recognized the watch. However, he was astonished that his cousin had acquired such an extravagant timepiece valued in the millions. The official price of this watch in the domestic market is 15 million, and the latest transaction price, if he recalled correctly, should be in the range of over 30 million. It's merely a watch. Once you graduate smoothly from university, your cousin will gift you this timepiece, Luo Sheng remarked. Beside them, Xie quickly chimed in, Cousin, what about me? Luo Sheng regarded his petite cousin with a smile and said, Do tell, what kind of graduation gift do you desire? Your cousin will prepare it in advance. After pondering for a moment, Xie found herself at a loss for what she truly wanted. A bag or clothing felt too mundane. If she wished for such things, she could easily persuade her father to purchase them. Their home lacked neither opulence nor luxury cars. She even had a dedicated pink, diamond-studded Conglomerate to escort her when she ventured out. After some deliberation, she decided to leave this dilemma to Luo Sheng. As for what it is, it will depend on your sincerity. Dear cousin, I am open to anything. Goodness, having no standard requirement is the highest standard of demand. Luo Sheng mused. Fortunately, he possessed ample capability and was confident he could satisfy his little cousin's desires. Certainly, I shall not disappoint you, Luo Sheng replied with assurance. Noticing that Xie Tao had already donned the watch intended for him, Luo Sheng continued, You will be leaving tomorrow, and since I have no other engagements today, let me take you both out for a stroll. Sound great, the Xie siblings replied in unison. An hour later, Luo Sheng, accompanied by his two young companions, arrived at the Donghai Tushan International Golf Club. This prestigious venue, having hosted numerous top-tier tournaments, boasts vast grounds adorned with lush greenery, covering over 2,000 acres. Nestled against verdant mountains and facing flowing waters, this golf course ranks among the finest in the entirety of Donghai City. Having received prior notice, the club manager, Xiao Qinyang, personally awaited their arrival at the entrance, eager to extend his greetings. Upon seeing Luo Sheng approaching with his entourage, Xiao Qinyang immediately adopted a humble demeanor, stepping forward to welcome him. Mr. Luo, greetings. We are honored to have you at our club today. Having hosted Luo Sheng on numerous occasions, Xiao Qinyang understood that he was not worthy of a handshake. So after his initial greeting, he respectfully stood aside, gesturing for the guests to enter the club. Luo Sheng nodded slightly and stepped inside. Xiao Qinyang followed closely behind, carefully guiding the way while softly introducing the day's events at the course. As they entered the hall, all the staff seemed to have been informed in advance. Upon spotting Luo Sheng, they uniformly bowed and respectfully exclaimed, Welcome, Mr. Luo. The group proceeded to the VIP room that had been prepared well in advance. Xiao Qinyang hastily took a few steps forward, eagerly pulling out the chair. He did not forget to gently brush off the seat with his hand, wearing a beaming smile as he said, "Mr. Luo, please take a seat." Once Luo Sheng was seated, he hurriedly accepted a meticulously crafted drink from a nearby attendant, presenting it before Luo Sheng with both hands, his eyes filled with reverence. The CS siblings curiously surveyed their surroundings. Although they hailed from affluent families themselves, the extreme deference displayed here left them inwardly astonished. Luo Sheng, however, remained unfazed. He took a gentle sip of the drink and casually remarked, "Let us clear out venue 1 today. I would like to play a few rounds with my brother and sister." Xiao Qinyang promptly nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Luo, everything has been arranged perfectly." Chapter 84 Greetings, I am Luo Sheng. Within the confines of the VIP lounge, Luo Sheng inquired whether the CS siblings had ever played golf before. The response revealed that they had frequented the course on numerous occasions, primarily accompanying their father, Xie Zheng, for social engagements, and had scarcely swung a club. Luo Sheng chuckled, reassuring them, "No worries, shortly, the caddy will guide you both in practice." Before long, the group boarded several shuttle carts, arriving at the first tee. Luo Sheng accepted a golf club from the caddy and effortlessly performed a few warm-up exercises. Xie Tao appeared eager, yet noticeably amateurish in his movements. Luo Sheng remarked with a smile, "Xiao Tao, golf requires finesse and technique, quite different from your usual playful antics." Xie, standing nearby, teased, "Brother, do ensure you don't embarrass yourself in front of our cousin." Xie Tao huffed in defiance. The charming caddy beside him, adorned with a smile, offered, "Sir, allow me to assist you." With that, she approached, gently grasping his hands from behind, patiently guiding him on the proper grip technique. Feeling the soft touch behind him, Xie Tao's face lit up with a grin. His previous outings with his father had never brought him such an experience. It was indeed delightful. Xie Li, leaning on her club, regarded her brother with a bemused expression and remarked, "Brother, your smile seems rather lewd." Xie Tao, shaking off the caddy's hold, retorted, "Is it appropriate to speak of your own brother that way? And you, who have chosen a handsome caddy for yourself?" He gestured towards the caddy, standing beside Xie Li, who stood at least 185 centimeters tall. The caddy could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Realizing her secret was exposed, Xie Li turned her head aside, muttering, "Mind your own business. Focus on your practice." Throughout this exchange, Xiao Qinyang, who accompanied them, cautiously remarked, "Mr. Luo, your younger siblings are quite charming." Luo Sheng nodded, choosing not to respond to the comment. He then positioned himself, legs slightly apart, eyes focused and resolute on the distance. Moments later, with a graceful swing of his arm, the club traced a perfect arc through the air. The small white ball soared high, gliding towards the horizon, ultimately landing precisely near the green. Gasps of admiration arose from those around. The caddy nearby expressed her admiration. "Mr. Luo, your skills are truly remarkable." Luo Sheng smiled faintly, preparing for his next swing. However, he noticed in the distance a young girl clad in a fitted white coat, her long hair flowing gracefully. She strolled along, her head bowed as she traversed the verdant expanse of the course. Each step she took was light and elegant, akin to a graceful swan. Due to the distance, her features remained obscured, yet she radiated an extraordinary aura, as if she were an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. Despite having encountered many women, her elusive charm stirred something within Luo Sheng. Sensing an unfamiliar gaze, the girl turned her head. For an instant, their eyes met, and an unspoken current seemed to pass between them. Luo Sheng, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and decided to approach her. She, too, recognized his intent and stood still, awaiting his approach. As he approached and beheld the maiden's visage, Luo Sheng finally grasped why he felt an extraordinary aura about her. She was strikingly beautiful. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her eyes sparkled like the stars, clear and radiant. Below her high nose bridge lay a pair of slightly parted crimson lips, tender and vibrant, evoking an irresistible desire for a kiss. Such exquisite features were indeed rare in this world. Coupled with her tall stature and an ethereal grace that seemed untouched by the mundane. One could imagine that even standing beside her, an ordinary person might feel utterly inferior. If Han Yutong's beauty rated a score of 92, then Meng Qing's was a commendable 95, while Emily Mellon and Su Jia hovered around 90. The maids at home, admired by countless netizens, scored approximately 85. As for Li Yike, whom he had encountered at the M1NT Club Soir, she could be rated at a solid 96. This evaluation was based solely on his personal standards, having discarded all external factors such as family background. However, before him stood a girl whom he would readily bestow a score of 99. The 1 point deducted represented his last bastion of belief, for he firmly held that true perfection in appearance could not exist in this world. The girl's clear, innocent eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment as they met Luo Sheng's gaze. With a smile, he extended a hand, saying, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Luo Sheng. Hello, I am Su Qian. Are you here to play?" Her melodious voice rang out, although she found his sudden approach somewhat abrupt. Her upbringing compelled her to respond with courtesy. Luo Sheng lifted the cue stick in his hand, indicating the obvious purpose of his presence. Yet he replied, "No, I am here to meet someone." Noticing their apparent age similarity, Su Qian spoke with a tone of shared understanding. "Were you also brought here by your elders to meet clients?" Luo Sheng paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "I am here to meet someone I have never encountered before." Su Qian tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her features. "Have you met that person?" "I hadn't met them before, but I have now," Luo Sheng replied, his gaze resolute and his tone earnest, as if stating a fact, exuding a calm demeanor. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qian's eyes. Having been sheltered by her parents throughout her life, she had never experienced such an approach from a young man. Just as Luo Sheng was about to continue their conversation, a middle-aged man's voice interrupted their initial encounter. "Qian, come over here. Your Uncle Wang and the others have arrived." With hurried steps, the middle-aged man approached them. He cast a wary glance at the young man before turning to Su Qian and inquiring, "Who is this?" Before Su Qian could respond, Luo Sheng interjected coolly, "I have just met this young lady." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man ceased his inquiries and averted his gaze from Luo Sheng, attempting to pull Su Qian away. However, Luo Sheng, with one hand in his pocket and the other gripping the man's arm, halted him. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the young individual before him, who had audaciously taken action. He released Su Qian and turned to scrutinize Luo Sheng. It was at that moment he realized that, despite the youth's apparent age, he emanated an aura of authority and nobility that could only be possessed by one who has long resided in positions of power. This sensation was reminiscent of his encounters with Cheng Yuan, the foremost figure in Qingyang. Yet in comparison to this young man, it was as trivial as a drop in the ocean. The young man was likely not an ordinary individual. Consequently, he felt compelled to retract his earlier disdain and stated earnestly, "I am Su Yuwei, chairman of the Su Group in Qingyang. May I inquire how to address you?" "Esteemed sir?" Luo Sheng met Su Yuwei's gaze with calmness and replied, "My surname is Luo. I hope to make the acquaintance of Miss Su Qian." Chapter 85. Father, are you reckless? The calm and emotionless tone of the other party left Su Yuwei feeling exceedingly uneasy. Particularly disconcerting was the gaze directed at him, which emanated a steady confidence laced with a hint of aloof superiority, as if nothing before him was worthy of his attention, save for the daughter standing behind him. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a young person confronted with such circumstances, at least not among the youth he was accustomed to. "Mr. Luo, do you not think it somewhat inappropriate to express such sentiments in the presence of father?" "Mr. Su, considering you are the father of Miss Su Qian, I have no desire to exert pressure today. Perhaps it would be wise for you to step aside and take a moment to rest," Luo Sheng replied, his tone remaining composed and authoritative. Yet his aggressively penetrating gaze had long since bypassed Su Yuwei, fixating instead on Su Qian, who stood behind him. Such an extraordinary beauty, rare in this world, was a prize Luo Sheng was determined to claim. Su Qian was also observing him, her eyes reflecting curiosity, confusion, a hint of shyness, and perhaps even a trace of admiration. Luo Sheng was unaware that since Su Qian could remember, Many young men had harbored intentions of approaching her, some even taking action. However, each had been swiftly deterred by her father's imposing presence. On their initial encounters with her father, they either appeared obsequious or sought to flatter him, with some even apologizing and vowing never to disturb Su Qian again. Never had anyone, like the individual before her, exhibited such nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by her father's status as the chairman of a corporate group. Even now, as he faced her father's mildly oppressive inquiry, he maintained unwavering eye contact with her. Su Qian conceded that she felt a desire to understand this young man better. Just as Su Yuwei was about to lead his daughter away, a hearty laugh echoed from behind them. "Old Su, had it not been for the caddy informing me you were over here, I would have nearly missed you." A man clad in a traditional Tang suit approached, accompanied by a young man who was preoccupied with his phone. "Old Wang, I was caught up with some matters here. I sincerely apologize for the delay," Su Yuwei responded politely. The man, known as Wang Jianhai, operated a chain of outdoor sports stores across the Great Xia region, his business flourishing with branches in nearly every province. He and Su Yuwei had been friends for many years. Wang Jianhai patted the young man beside him, adopting a tone of disappointment. "Yaozong, greet him. This is your Uncle Su." "Wait, let me send a message," Wang Yaozong retorted irritably. However, it was Su Qian who, without needing her father's prompting, initiated the conversation. "Hello, Uncle Wang." Wang Jianhai gazed at Su Qian, his satisfaction unmistakable. "Ah, Qian, you are becoming more and more beautiful. If Yaozong were to marry you in the future, that would truly be a blessing he earned in his past life." Wang Jianhai, speaking in a gentle tone, turned to the side where Luo Sheng stood and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Old Su, who is this distinguished individual?" Su Yuwei replied with a hint of annoyance. "He is merely someone who wishes to become acquainted with my daughter, Qian." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianhai raised an eyebrow and promptly struck the engrossed Wang Yaozong, who was busy messaging. "Are you oblivious? Someone is practically stealing your wife right before your eyes, and you're still engrossed in your trivial messages." The sudden impact nearly sent Wang Yaozong's phone flying from his hands. With a mixture of resentment, he lifted his head and exclaimed, "Dad, what are you doing? Shengge, what brings you here?" As Wang Yaozong looked up, ready to voice his complaints, he was met with the sight of Luo Sheng smiling warmly at him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he here to meet Su Yuwei? Why was Shengge also present? In the midst of Wang Jianhai and Su Yuwei's astonished gazes, Wang Yaozong hurriedly approached Luo Sheng, his face alight with excitement. His demeanor suggested that one might mistake him for a loyal younger brother joyfully reuniting with a long-lost elder brother. Luo Sheng remained silent, observing the four individuals before him. At that moment, Xiao Qinyang, accompanied by Luo Sheng's caddy, approached the gathering. He lowered his head slightly and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Luo, have you encountered friends?" Wang Jianhai stared in astonishment at Xiao Qinyang, whom he recognized as the general manager of Tushan International Golf Club. "Mr. Xiao, what a pleasure," Wang Jianhai greeted. Xiao Qinyang lifted his gaze, acknowledging, "Ah, Mr. Wang, good to see you." Just as Wang Jianhai was about to probe into Luo Sheng's identity, Luo Sheng interjected, "Enough of the pleasantries. Save your reminiscing for private conversations." He then took a couple of steps forward, approaching Su Qian. With one hand resting behind his back, he extended the other an invitation. "Miss Su, would you care to take a stroll with me?" Su Qian met Luo Sheng's gaze and, almost as if possessed, nodded in acceptance of his invitation. Su Yuwei and Wang Jianhai instinctively prepared to intervene, but Wang Yaozong valiantly obstructed them. "Dad, Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you out of your minds?" Wang Yaozong gazed at them in sheer horror. Observing Luo Sheng departing with a breathtaking beauty, Xiao Qinyang smiled knowingly, exchanged a few words with Wang Jianhai, and then turned to leave. The matters concerning Mr. Luo were beyond the purview of someone like him. Wang Yaozong managed to calm his previously heightened excitement. Thankfully, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, it might have culminated in disaster. "Ah, how astute I am," he mused. Su Yuwei, still clinging to Wang Yaozong, could only watch helplessly as Luo Sheng led his daughter away. Wang Jianhai, pointing at Wang Yaozong, was nearly rendered speechless with rage. You young rascal, had better provide your Uncle Su and me with an explanation. Are you unaware that Uncle Su intends to marry Qianqian into our Wang family? Wang Yaozong nodded, acknowledging, of course I know. I came here for our families to meet. Wang Jinhai's forehead twitched with anger. Then why are you still? Dad, don't you recognize Shengge? Wang Yaozong interjected, cutting off his father's reprimand. What a jest! Observing Sheng Ji's demeanor just moments ago, it was evident that he harbored intentions to contend with Luo Sheng over a woman he has never even met. Wang Yaozong lacks such audacity. What about Shengge? Are you referring to that young? Sure. Wang Yaozong hurriedly silenced his father. Meanwhile, Su Yue had also regained his composure, gazing at Wang Yaozong, who was still clinging to him tightly. Just a moment ago, he had been pondering how this young scion of the Wang family could exhibit such behavior. Yet, in the next instant, he retracted that thought. Father, please lower your voice. Wang Yaozong urged anxiously. Shengge is none other than the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family in our great Xia, Luo Sheng. I was just wondering how Shengge could possibly be here, thinking you might know him. Su Yue and Wang Jinhai exchanged glances, each witnessing shock reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 86. The first encounter. Luo Sheng and Su Qian strolled side by side. A gentle breeze sweeping across the verdant grass of the court, creating ripples in its wake. The soft and radiant morning sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of nearby trees, casting a warm glow upon them. Apart from the occasional chirping of birds, the surroundings were enveloped in a serene stillness. Su Qian lowered her head, a strand of hair cascading over her forehead, appearing ethereal in the sunlight's embrace. She kept her hands tucked in the pockets of her white, cinched coat, walking quietly. Luo Sheng broke the silence first, softly saying, Miss Su, my earlier approach may have seemed abrupt. I hope I did not startle you. Su Qian shook her head, lifting her gaze to meet his. Indeed, she was somewhat taken aback, but not frightened. She simply found him to be rather extraordinary. Luo Sheng's lips curled upward. What, in your opinion, constitutes extraordinary? Su Qian tilted her head, pondering for a moment. I am unsure. It is merely a feeling. You are distinctly different from them. Them? Yes. The boys from before who sought to know me. You are more assertive and self-assured than they are. I find strength and confidence in a man quite comforting. Su Qian's candidness caught Luo Sheng off guard. He halted, intrigued, and remarked, It seems you possess a uniqueness of your own, Miss Su. To be frank, I find myself quite interested in you. Su Qian's heart raced unexpectedly. And why do you wish to know me? Is it merely my appearance? Luo Sheng gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Initially, I was indeed captivated by your beauty, but it is your distinct aura of tranquility that truly enchants me. In truth, his attraction was uncomplicated, rooted in her striking visage. To Luo Sheng, the essence of who Su Qian was mattered little. Her rare beauty alone warranted her inclusion in his collection. Su Yan's cheeks flushed. But we have only just met. Are you not concerned that I may not align with your expectations? Luo Sheng smiled. Then allow me to discover the true you. As Su Qian felt the intensity of his gaze, a peculiar emotion stirred within her. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and took out her phone. Let us connect on WeChat. Once they exchanged contact details, Su Qian raised her eyes to Luo Sheng, inexplicably anticipating his words. After changing her contact name to Su Qian, he slowly began. From a distance, it seemed you had something weighing on your mind. Su Qian offered a wry smile before biting her lip. The Su group is facing some challenges, so, she trailed off. My father never truly understands me or values my feelings. I refuse to be a mere casualty. She cast Luo Sheng a penetrating glance. But I believe, one day in some corner of the world, I will encounter someone who comprehends me. A faint smile graced Luo Sheng's lips. Perhaps destiny has already laid its plans. Su Qian gazed at him with a complex expression, a flicker of hope stirring within her. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, tousling the strands of hair by her ear, as if it were also altering the trajectory of her once certain fate. Moments later, Luo Sheng returned with Su Qian. Wang Jinhai had already departed with Wang Yaozong, leaving only Su Yue seated in the lounge, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing his daughter return with the young master of the Luo family, He approached them with a complicated demeanor. By now, Su Yue had retracted his earlier demeanor, donning a peaceful smile once more. Mr. Luo, I was unaware it was you earlier. I sincerely apologize for any offense and hope for your understanding, he said. Luo Sheng glanced at him indifferently and replied, You're Su Qian's father, Su Yue? Indeed, indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Yue, managing a few companies in Xinjiang. It is truly an honor to meet you, Mr. Luo, he responded, lowering his stance considerably, to the astonishment of Su Qian, who had never witnessed her father so humble in public. Luo Sheng acknowledged him with a slight nod and stated, Su Qian has informed me of the difficulties faced by the Su group. Sun Xiaolong's Li Xin group is on the verge of dissolution, but you need not worry about that any longer. Su Qian is a good girl. She should visit Donghai more often if possible. At this juncture, Su Yue comprehended Luo Sheng's intent and promptly nodded in agreement. However, he was curious about the circumstances surrounding Sun Xiaolong, but held his tongue, realizing that as an ordinary private enterprise owner, it was prudent to remain uninformed about the affairs of such significant figures. After all, if Luo Sheng had spoken so reassuringly, the Su group should be able to weather this storm. After bidding farewell to the father and daughter, Luo Sheng made his way to Venue 1. He was not in a hurry regarding Su Qian. After all, it was merely their first meeting. A fine treasure deserves to be savored slowly. Moreover, with her father present, it was certain that Luo Sheng would maintain his defenses. Once Luo Sheng had departed, Su Yue pulled Su Qian aside and quietly inquired, Did Mr. Luo say anything to you just now? Su Qian replied coolly, We were just making small talk. Did Mr. Luo mention anything regarding his family? Su Yue asked tentatively. Do you think everyone is like you, discussing family background upon first meeting? We were merely chatting casually, making a friend, Su Qian retorted with some indignation. Since childhood, she had been the cherished jewel of her family, living a life that many envied as a wealthy young lady. Yet no one knew that her parents had only prepared her for various aspects of business management and the etiquette of the elite. Even her interests and experiences had to unfold under their constraints. Not a single day had she been allowed to explore the world on her own, let alone engage in unsupervised interactions with the opposite sex. That was absolutely forbidden. To Su Qian, her home was merely a gilded cage that confined her, rendering her ignorant of the world beyond her parents' delineated boundaries for over 20 years. And Luo Sheng was the first male to boldly breach that circle. He was like the first ray of sunlight piercing through the dawn, even without knowing the identity of the other party. Su Qian remained indifferent and had no intention of inquiring through her father. Upon returning to court number 1, Luo Sheng found the Xie siblings diligently practicing their serves with the assistance of their caddies. Noticing Luo Sheng's arrival, Xie Tao handed his club to a nearby caddy and approached him. Cousin, did you just see someone familiar? Why did you leave so suddenly? Luo Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Perhaps, how is your practice going? Xie Tao refrained from probing further. It was not unusual for someone of his cousin's stature to encounter acquaintances. Hearing the question directed at him, Xie Tao smiled mysteriously. Cousin, let me show you what true talent looks like. With that, he picked up his club, ready to demonstrate his skills. As the day turned to night, Su Qian returned to her villa in Qingyang City, lying on her bed while the image of Luo Sheng lingered in her mind. She held her phone, her fingers unconsciously gliding across the screen, pausing momentarily on Luo Sheng's WeChat profile picture. Subsequently, she began to compose a message. Are you there? Chapter 87. Do you find it appealing? Within the confines of Qiyun Mountain Villa, after partaking in dinner, Luo Sheng reclined in his study. He held in his hands a financial report for the third quarter of the year, recently handed to him by Meng Qi. Earlier that afternoon, Luo Sheng had conversed with his father, Luo Zhen, who expressed his desire for Luo Sheng to officially attend the year-end summary meeting of Tian Luo Group as the next heir, rather than merely as a nominal executive director. To this end, Luo Sheng understood the necessity of preparing in advance. The only sounds resonating within the study were the occasional rustle of turning pages. Once he had finally perused the intricate financial report, his phone on the desk emitted a notification chime. Upon picking it up, he saw a message from Su Qian, whom he had added earlier that morning. Having spent the entire day with the Xie siblings, Luo Sheng had not attended to her, as they were set to depart Donghai by private jet the following morning. He felt compelled to assume his responsibilities as an older brother. After leaving the golf course, he took them to his favored restaurant, Guantinjian, for lunch. And then they visited several renowned spots in Donghai to capture memories. It was only after returning to his study that he could finally breathe. Su Qian, are you there? A slight smile played at the corners of Luo Sheng's lips. Typically, unless there was a specific purpose, a message of this nature from one person to another of the opposite sex merely signaled that the sender was thinking of them. He flicked his phone screen down on the table and addressed Meng Qing, who had been massaging his shoulders. You may leave for now. I have some matters to attend to. Meng Qing nodded silently and discreetly stepped aside, saying, Very well, sir. I shall take my leave. Luo Sheng acknowledged her with a brief sound before picking up his phone to respond. Luo Sheng, I am engaged with some work matters. I just finished. Su Qian replied with remarkable speed, as if she had been waiting on the other side of the screen. Su Qian, are you still working so late? Luo Sheng, yes, there are some things that require prior preparation. Have you returned to Qingyang? Su Qian, I returned to Qingyang this afternoon. I'm lying in bed now, but I can't fall asleep. Luo Sheng, still pondering the marriage contract? Su Qian, not that. At dinner, my father mentioned that the Wang family would not only assist us, but also would no longer bring up the marriage contract. Su Qian, by the way, may I call you Luo Sheng directly? I prefer not to address you as Mr. Luo like my father does. Luo Sheng, of course. How you choose to address me is entirely your prerogative. Su Qian, Luo Sheng. My father also shared some rather peculiar remarks with me this evening. Luo Sheng, what did he say? Su Qian, he suggested that when I have free time, I shouldn't isolate myself at home and should come to Donghai to visit you. To chat. Su Qian, he has always been dismissive of any male acquaintances around me. Upon reading Su Qian's words, Luo Sheng immediately realized that Su Yue had likely not disclosed his true identity to his daughter. He prepared to test the young lady of the Su family. Luo Sheng asked, Aren't you curious why your father suddenly changed his attitude towards me so dramatically? Su Qian replied, I am curious, but I do not wish to inquire. Luo Sheng pressed, Why not? Su Qian explained, I do not want my feelings for you to be influenced by your identity. She continued, Your status is of no consequence to me. Even if you were merely an ordinary person, I could support you for a lifetime. This was nothing short of astonishing. It was the first time someone had expressed such sentiments to Luo Sheng, especially a woman. Luo Sheng was certain that Su Qian was unaware of her own identity. When he had taken her away earlier that day, Wang Yaozong had been present, and he would undoubtedly reveal Luo Sheng's identity to Su Yue and the others. Thus, Su Yue must have been aware of his identity, which explained the drastic shift in attitude later on. However, neither party had chosen to disclose this to Su Qian, who seemed disinclined to pursue the matter further. This made the situation rather intriguing. As for whether Su Qian was feigning ignorance of his identity, she was but a young girl. Even her father, Su Yue, would not dare to engage in such jesting, no matter how bold he might be. Luo Sheng inquired, Is this a direct confession? Su Qian replied, I am unsure. I merely feel that you are different from others. Does that signify affection? Luo Sheng asked, What do you consider liking someone to be? Su Qian responded, Want to sleep with him? Luo Sheng questioned, Are you certain? Su Qian explained, I read online that to love someone means to give one's self to them. Is that incorrect? Luo Sheng felt compelled to reassess the character of this young lady, Su Qian. Subsequently, the two of them continued their conversation via WeChat for over an hour. As their dialogue deepened, she seemed to discover a cathartic outlet for her soul, sharing in detail the events of her life over the past few years. She spoke of her parents' strict prohibition against her interacting with other boys, the constraints on her social circle, and how she felt as if she were perpetually trapped in a gilded cage. She was the canary within that cage, though appearing resplendent. She could never touch the outside world. Luo Sheng's presence was akin to someone forcefully opening the cage, and he was the only male to intrude upon her world in such a direct manner. At that moment, Luo Sheng began to comprehend Su Qian's remark. Aren't you afraid that upon understanding, you might find I am not as you imagine? Being confined in such a reclusive environment for an extended period, even a life of luxury, could lead to psychological issues. During their exchange, Luo Sheng also discerned a significant concern. While Su Qian was undeniably polite and well-mannered, her understanding was limited to her own experiences, matters beyond her comprehension, particularly those concerning relationships between men and women, left her as pure and unblemished as a blank canvas. Just moments ago, Su Qian had sent a final message containing a selfie. The photograph reveals a pair of elongated, straight, and fair legs, reminiscent of polished ivory. From the image, it appears that the individual behind the camera is clad in little more than undergarments. Even the well-versed Luo Sheng finds himself bemused by this unexpected display. Their conversation had been flowing smoothly, so how did it abruptly take such a turn? Luo Sheng sent a question mark in response. Su Qian, I just did a quick search online. Isn't it said that men love to gaze at legs? I thought I'd share this with you. Su Qian, or would you prefer to see something else? I can take another photo for you. Luo Sheng feels as though he has inadvertently stumbled upon something extraordinarily precious. Beneath that angelic and flawless visage lies a seemingly contrasting spirit. Luo Sheng, you must be cautious. Such displays can easily attract unscrupulous individuals. Su Qian, but you're not a bad person. I trust you. Luo Sheng. Su Qian, by the way. Luo Sheng, you still haven't told me. Do you find it appealing? Chapter 88. Master, I have arrived. If Luo Sheng were an ordinary man, he would undoubtedly be captivated by the sight before him. However, as a man of extensive experience, his gaze upon the photograph was one of mere appreciation for beauty. Ah, the proportions and lines are simply exquisite, he mused. Luo Sheng, do you have a penchant for purple? Su Qian, not exclusively. I also possess pink, white, and black lace. Today, it just happens to be its turn. Su Qian, would you like to see? Just a moment. This incessant desire to perform is insufferable. What man could endure such a display? Luo Sheng refrained from interrupting, narrowing his eyes as he quietly scrutinized the screen. After several minutes, the tranquility of his study was shattered by 3 consecutive notification chimes. Su Qian, pink. JPG, white. JPG, black lace. JPG. Su Qian, see? I do have other colors. In contrast to the previous image, which had merely teased the eye, these latest 3 were all close-ups. With the clarity of high definition, every detail was laid bare. Coupled with the vision of Su Qian's flawless beauty, the photographs inspired a cascade of imagination. Luo Sheng, you seem quite fond of sharing these. Su Qian, not really. This is my first time taking such photos, and it feels a bit strange. Su Qian, but if it's for you, then I can. Luo Sheng, what compels you? Do you merely find me special? Su Qian, it's more than that. You're the only male my father permits me to interact with, and I don't wish to lose that. Su Qian, so do you enjoy looking? Luo Sheng, I prefer to appreciate beauty in person. That feels far more authentic. Su Qian, then I shall book a flight for tomorrow to Donghai to see you, since my father has granted permission. Tomorrow? This girl is even more proactive than he is. However, he would be unable to accommodate her visit due to another talented individual, Yutong's friend Su Jiajia, arriving in Donghai the following day. He had received her message earlier that evening. Luo Sheng did not wish to transform a delightful situation into one of urgency, as it would evoke a sense of being compelled to perform. Luo Sheng, let us postpone it for a few days. I have some matters to attend to and may not have time to host you. Su Qian, oh, all right then. At that moment, a knock echoed through the study. Enter, Luo Sheng stated, placing his phone down. A maid clad in a black and white uniform, her legs adorned in black stockings, entered the study with grace and approached Luo Sheng respectfully. With her head bowed, she said, Sir, it is getting late. Shall we retire for the evening? Luo Sheng glanced at the clock. It was already midnight. He nodded slightly. You may head to the bedroom. I have a few matters to resolve. With an expression of blossoming anticipation, the maid softly replied, Very well, sir. I shall take my leave. Once the maid departed, Luo Sheng sent Su Qian a message. It is midnight. Are you not retiring? Su Qian, I'm a bit tired, but for some reason, I do not wish to set my phone down. Luo Sheng, you should sleep. I too require rest. Luo Sheng, you're not sleeping alone tonight. Are you? What kind of question is that? Which respectable young lady, in the dead of night, would inquire about a man she has only just met. Yet, he harbored no reservations and thus chose to be forthright. Luo Sheng, no. Su Qian, is it your girlfriend? Luo Sheng, not exactly. But she's not a woman from outside either. Su Qian, then you can. Shy expression, Luo Sheng. Just say what you want to know. Su Qian, though it sounds rather strange, I still don't want to put down my phone. The chat box intermittently displayed that the other was typing, only to disappear moments later. This continued for a minute. Finally, a message arrived. Su Qian, so, can you video call me? As if fearing rejection. The other quickly sent another message. Su Qian, don't worry, I won't disturb you. What a ridiculous claim of not disturbing. Luo Sheng, want to see? When you come to Donghai, I'll give you a VIP seat. Luo Sheng, now, I'm going to sleep. Su Qian, but I've already shown you. Ultimately, Su Qian received no reply from Luo Sheng. Lying on the expansive bed, she gazed at the ceiling, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind filled with thoughts of Luo Sheng. What would he be doing now? The next day, Su Jia arrived punctually in Donghai City, clad in fashionable attire. Her eyes sparkled with vivacity and cunning. Watching the throngs of people flowing from the train station, she endeavored to locate something amidst the crowd. At last, she spotted a man in a black suit holding a sign that read, "Welcome, Miss Su Jia." Su Jia hurriedly approached and greeted the man. The man in black asked in a confirming tone, "Are you Miss Su Jia from Luchen?" Su Jia nodded, affirming, "That's me. Did Sheng Gu send you pick me up?" "Miss Su, welcome to Donghai. The gentleman has some matters to attend to this morning, so I was sent to escort you to the hotel." Su Jia settled into the back seat of the Cullinan, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out at the towering skyscrapers beyond the window. This was her second visit to Donghai, yet her emotions were entirely different. Although she had arrived previously in the same luxurious vehicle, driven by the esteemed Qin Jun, she had been in a vastly different state of mind then. With her father gravely ill, she was merely a beautiful yet ordinary university student, armed with only a few hundred yuan, venturing into this unfamiliar metropolis in hopes of receiving aid through her friend Shasha's introduction, while also yearning to escape her family's dire circumstances. To be frank, her feelings at that time were quite dismal. There was an overwhelming sense of uncertainty and discomfort from being treated as a mere commodity. However, this time, not only had her father received the most professional and comprehensive treatment at no cost, but she had also emerged from her plight, poised to embark on a new chapter in life, especially as she donned a coat worth several thousand yuan, held in her hand the newly acquired iPhone from just 2 days prior, and possessed tens of thousands of yuan in cash within her bank account. While these possessions might seem trivial to many affluent individuals, at this moment, they inexplicably provided her with a profound sense of security. Chapter 89. Father. Something has happened in the chairman's office of Leeson Group, located in Qingyang City. Sun Xiaolong sat solemnly in an opulent executive chair. His expression was dark as he scrutinized the report in his hands, while Lin Dongji, the nominal chairman, stood nervously by, resembling a schoolboy who had committed a grave error. Sun Xiaolong could scarcely fathom that Tianqin Construction, a company he had deemed insignificant a mere 6 months prior, had now maneuvered Leeson Group into such a precarious position. All projects associated with Leeson Group, whether contracts nearing expiration, those awaiting public announcement, or ventures already secured through connections, had been seized by Tianqin Construction. Many aspects had escalated beyond the influence of Cheng Yuan, the top authority in Xinjiang, indicating that the adversary's network extended far beyond the local realm, with a more formidable force paving their way. The competition in the market was merciless. After all, the share of a given locale was finite. To gain more for oneself meant depriving others of their share. To advance further, one must tread upon the remains of others. Now, it was evident that Sun Xiaolong's Leeson Group was being deliberately employed as a stepping stone. With a swift motion, he cast the report aside, igniting a cigarette as he inquired in a low voice, "What progress has Assistant Lai made on the matter I asked her to investigate?" Lin Dongji responded cautiously. "Assistant Lai sent me a message half an hour ago, stating she is en route and should have some leads. Are you not aware?" Sun Xiaolong shot a sidelong glance at him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Dongji stammered, "Young master son, this matter has been solely managed by assistant Lai." I. And where is she? She should be arriving shortly. Sun Xiaolong rose slowly, exuding an intense aura of pressure as he approached Lin Dongji. He raised both hands, adjusting Lin's collar as he remarked, "Little Lin, while others are on the verge of dismantling the group, how can you continue to speak of should be? Is my monthly remuneration of 200,000 meant for you to utter such platitudes? Or do you wish to hasten your reunion with your late father?" As he spoke, Sun Xiaolong tightened his grip, nearly choking Lin Dongji. "Why, young master? I was wrong. I underestimated Tianqing construction. I did not anticipate their swift actions." Sun Xiaolong released his grip, casting a scornful glance at the crumpled Lin Dongji on the floor. "You did not merely underestimate. You are utterly incompetent. Young master, you are right. I shall be more vigilant in the future." Sun Xiaolong, disinterested in further discourse with such ineptitude, commanded, "Get up and call assistant Lai. Inquire about her whereabouts." No sooner had he spoken than the door to the chairman's office swung open. Dressed in a sleek black leather coat and high-heeled boots, Lai Xianxian entered with a severe expression. "You needn't make the call. I have arrived," she stated. Sun Xiaolong extinguished the cigarette in his hand and settled onto the sofa at his desk, crossing his legs as he spoke. "Since you're here, let us discuss your recent findings." Lai Xianxian took a deep breath, placed her handbag aside, and retrieved a set of materials she had meticulously organized that morning. "Mr. Sun, on the surface, Tianqing Construction appears to be an ordinary private enterprise with a registered capital of 50 million. Its legal representative and general manager, Chun Yi, is also a local of Qingyang. However, the actual controller is a foreign national named Duan Cohen, who has only recently arrived in Daxia after being absent from Qingyang for a considerable time." Sun Xiaolong raised his hand, interrupting assistant Lai. "Can you share something I am not already aware of? If it weren't for the fact that this woman, who is nearly his age, was affiliated with his father." Sun Xiaolong would have slapped her for stating the obvious. After all, what she had shared was merely information he had known for months. Lai Xianxian hesitated before continuing, "Mr. Sun, what I have learned is that this Duan Cohen is not as simple as we initially thought. He is the eldest son of Prince Duan Yi of the Khmer Kingdom, a figure of immense influence within that nation. Cheng Yuan, the leading figure in Qingyang, has a good personal relationship with Prince Duan Yi. During holidays, he often seizes the opportunity to visit him in Siam. I obtained this information from one of Cheng Yuan's drivers, who arranges these trips." She paused momentarily before adding, "Moreover, the sudden assertiveness of Tianqing Construction, which has severed all our subsequent projects, suggests that there may be another individual involved, aside from Cheng Yuan." At this point, Lai Xianxian clearly hesitated, refraining from elaborating further. However, Sun Xiaolong became intrigued, raising an eyebrow. "Have you identified who this person is?" After careful consideration, Lai Xianxian replied, "It is the Li family from Kyoto." Upon hearing the name, Sun Xiaolong sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment. "Are you referring to the Li family of Chief Minister Li Xiang? More specifically, it is the Chief Minister's son, Li Junxin." Upon discovering this information, Lai Xianxian had found it hard to believe herself. "Mr. Sun, I believe it's time to contact your father. We cannot resolve this matter alone. If Minister Sun is willing to intervene, our Li Sheng group will at least not be expelled from the scene." Sun Xiaolong resumed his seat on the sofa, raising a hand to his forehead. The Li family of Kyoto. Having once been among the elite of the capital, Sun Xiaolong understood all too well what the Li family represented. The Li family had ancestral ties to the founding of the dynasty, holding the status of esteemed nobility. Their descendants had remained fiercely loyal to Daxia through the generations, being closely related to the imperial family, thus regarded as one of the most staunch supporters of the Daxia dynasty and one of its most prestigious families. The current head of the family, Li Xiang, ranks just below the emperor, overseeing all cabinet affairs and managing national matters. Li Junxin, the legitimate heir of the Kyoto Li family, is not only the nephew of the current empress, but also one of the 3 young princes of the Eastern Palace. A few years ago, Sun Xiaolong had been compelled to retreat to Qingyang due to an altercation with Li Junxin. It stands to reason that individuals of Li Junxin's stature should be oblivious to the trivialities of this locality. Yet after several years, this name has unexpectedly resurfaced in his consciousness. This revelation left Sun Xiaolong feeling perturbed and utterly perplexed. After a considerable pause, he turned to Lai Xianxian and inquired, "How did you come to learn of Li Junshin's involvement in this matter?" Lai Xianxian handed a document to Sun Xiaolong. "Young Master Sun, I initially intended to investigate the individuals associated with Duan Kun, which led me to acquire his call record from the telecommunications company. Quite by chance, I discovered that just a few days prior, Duan Kun made a call to Li Junshin's private number, lasting 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Following this call, our Li Sen group immediately began to face pressure from various fronts." Sun Xiaolong nodded silently, indicating his comprehension. He glanced at the material in his hand and dismissed Lai Xianxian and Lin Dongji. Once they departed, he took a deep breath, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, Sun Xiaolong spoke in a low voice that the Li Sen group is in trouble. Chapter 90. A selfie while Sun Xiaolong was in turmoil due to Li Junshin's interference. Su Jejia had already arrived at the Intercontinental Hotel that Luo Sheng had meticulously arranged for her. After over 2 decades of living as an ordinary person, today she was experiencing the sensation of being among the elite. As the Cullinan came to a halt, and before she could open the car door, a bodyguard who had disembarked first opened it for her. He stood respectfully to the side, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Su Jejia stepped out of the vehicle, instinctively preparing to retrieve her luggage from the trunk. However, she was taken aback to see a hotel staff member already wheeling her suitcase towards her, exclaiming, "Welcome, Miss Su, to our Intercontinental Hotel." Subsequently, her luggage was transported to her room by a staff member using a specialized luggage cart, while she was escorted to the VIP lounge for check-in. As she passed by the hotel lobby's front desk, Su Jejia noticed several individuals standing there, either inquiring about prices or registering their information. Such experiences were not unfamiliar to her. She had often encountered similar situations. During peak travel times, she had found herself waiting in line, and if someone ahead of her engaged in a dispute with hotel staff over group bookings, she could be left waiting for an extended period. Yet this time, she was ushered into a lavishly decorated room, infused with a subtle fragrance. After the staff member courteously asked her to wait a moment, she settled onto a spacious, comfortable sofa, her gaze instinctively surveying her surroundings. The last time she had interacted with Luo Sheng, intoxicated, she could hardly recall how she had arrived in her room or whether such procedures had been followed. The next day, in haste to return to Lucheng, she had no opportunity to savor the experience. This time, however, she was fully conscious and with ample time at her disposal. She found herself increasingly enamored with the lifestyle of the affluent as she reveled in the esteemed treatment she was receiving. No sooner had she sat for a minute than she noticed 2 attendants approaching her, each carrying exquisite beverages and an assortment of fruits and pastries. After placing the items on the small table before her, the staff members bowed deeply and smiled, saying, "Miss Su, please enjoy." Su Jejia politely acknowledged their gesture. After sipping her drink a couple of times, the male staff member who had initially welcomed her returned, accompanied by a professionally attired woman. They stood before Su Jejia, and the male staff member, adopting a humble demeanor, said, "Hello, Miss Su. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the Deputy General Manager of the Intercontinental Hotel. Mr. Yu, this is Manager Qian, head of the front office, who will assist you with your check-in process." Su Jejia was astonished to learn that the man who had helped her with her luggage was the Deputy General Manager of the hotel. Feeling both honored and surprised, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your personal assistance." The hotel's vice president, wearing a warm smile, addressed Miss Su. "You are too kind, Miss Su. After all, you are Mr. Luo's guest, and to our hotel, you are the most esteemed patron. Whatever your needs may be, it is our duty to fulfill them." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Jejia swiftly completed her check-in process. Luo Sheng had arranged for her a presidential suite spanning nearly 300 square meters, which included a bedroom, a living room, a dining area, a kitchen, and a riverside terrace. Upon entering the suite and gazing at its opulent decor, Su Jejia couldn't help but reminisce about her previous enchanting journey. "Miss Su, Your luggage has been delivered to the bedroom. We shall not disturb your rest. Should you require anything, you may contact your dedicated personal concierge via the landline in the living room or bedroom. The hotel's vice president softly interrupted Su Jiajia's reverie as he stood at the door. All right, she replied. Once the door closed, Su Jiajia plopped down on the living room sofa, stretching out in a relaxed manner. After a moment of repose, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and opened Luo Sheng's contact to send him a message. Jiajia, Master, I have arrived at the hotel. Luo Sheng, take some time to rest. After I finish here, I will take you out for a feast. Jiajia, okay, I will wait for you at the hotel. Su Jiajia was acutely aware of her role. She was merely a pet maintained by Luo Sheng. This realization had dawned on her during their initial encounter at the bar. As a young woman, her golden years were fleeting. If she did not seize the opportunity, believing she could indulge in a relationship while thinking herself as woman, it would ultimately be in vain. Su Jiajia had long since come to terms with this fact. Therefore, the night Luo Sheng had chosen her at the bar, she resolved to be obedient, docile, and devoted, wholly dedicated to serving her master, even if it meant engaging in activities that were exceedingly shy or difficult to articulate. She would embrace them without hesitation. Humming a soft tune, Su Jiajia relished the warm air from the central air conditioning as she shed her outer garments, followed by her trousers. She intended to take a shower before her master arrived, just in case he desired her upon his arrival. With the sound of water cascading in the bathroom, Su Jiajia stood beneath the shower, tilting her head back, allowing the water to flow over her pure visage and delicate form. Suddenly struck by a thought, she dashed out of the bathroom, snatched the phone from the table, and returned to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng remained in the study at Chiyun Villa, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the document recently submitted by Meng Qing. Meng Qing, are you certain about the authenticity of this document? Luo Sheng inquired, lifting his gaze. Standing nearby, Meng Qing nodded coolly, yes, sir. The authenticity of the document has been verified. Luo Sheng scoffed. Though I had long suspected the clandestine dealings of these individuals, I did not anticipate their audacity. Apart from CEO Yu Min and a handful of senior presidents, the remaining individuals have, at the very least, embezzled over 200 million from the group annually. It is surprising to realize that my father has been fully aware of all this from the outset. Meng Qing displayed no signs of astonishment and merely remarked, sir, the head of the family suggests that you may select one or two individuals for the year-end settlement. As for the others, consider it a reward for their years of diligent service to the Luo family enterprise. Luo Sheng smiled knowingly. His father was orchestrating this to bolster my position and assert authority, using these unfortunate souls as pawns. He was about to continue speaking when he suddenly received a message. Upon opening it, he found a full-body selfie of Su Jiajia, playfully posing with peace signs. Chapter 91. Where did you learn that? As Luo Sheng gazed at the selfie displayed on his phone, a subtle smile graced his lips. With no outsiders present, he felt no need for restraint. Promptly opening the image sent by Su Jiajia. Beside him, Meng Qing, who had been diligently reporting earlier, naturally caught sight of the picture that dominated the entire screen. Sir, Miss Su possesses a commendable figure, Meng Qing remarked with an air of indifference. Luo Sheng tucked the photo away, reclining in his seat as he quietly observed the enigmatic beauty before him, who perpetually cast her gaze downward, avoiding direct eye contact. It seemed that the last interaction he had with Meng Qing occurred several months ago, and the memories that lingered in his mind began to blur, leaving only her apathetic tone and the ever-present demeanor of a frosty beauty. She resembled a devout acolyte, steadfastly devoted to Luo Sheng, always placing him at the center of her world, treating him as the embodiment of her faith. Yet by nature, she exuded a certain distance that even Luo Sheng occasionally felt. In his mind, he assessed her as a beautiful housekeeper, devoid of emotional expression, solely devoted to serving her master. Meng Qing, lift your gaze and look at me, Luo Sheng commanded. There was no hint of hesitation in Meng Qing's response to his directive. Slowly, she raised her head, her eyes devoid of emotion meeting his. In mere seconds, a faint blush, reminiscent of delicate frost, appeared on her cheeks. Luo Sheng, intrigued, remarked, "I recall that you are quite remarkable." Meng Qing did not exhibit shyness or retreat. Instead, she responded with respectful deference. "I am honored, sir, that you still remember." "Of course I remember. After all, you are not like the others." Luo Sheng replied, after a moment of recollection. Assuming he was referring to the other maids, Meng Qing interjected, "We each strive to serve you wholeheartedly. There is nothing exceptional about me." Throughout their exchange, Meng Qing's tone and expression remained remarkably steady, an aspect that stirred something within Luo Sheng. After all, who would not desire to conquer the aloof exterior of an ice queen and unveil her hidden depths? As noon approached, Luo Sheng finally departed from Chiyun Villa, sending a message to Su Jejia en route. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel. The assistant general manager stood at the forefront, leading a group of staff who awaited his arrival with anticipation. Had the general manager not been away on business, such an opportunity would surely have eluded him. This was a rare occasion to engage directly with the young master of the Luo family, and he felt immensely privileged. "Mr. Luo, we are honored to welcome you to our hotel. Miss Su has made the arrangements. Here is your room key," he said, bowing as he extended a card with both hands. Shintai stepped forward to accept it. "Thank you for your efforts." After uttering these words, Luo Sheng proceeded directly towards the elevator. Upon reaching the corridor outside the presidential suite, he gestured for Chuntai and the others to wait outside. As the door swung open, Luo Sheng was greeted by the sight of Su Jejia, draped in a disposable hotel bathrobe, kneeling gracefully at the entrance, awaiting his arrival. "Master." Luo Sheng smiled warmly as he closed the door behind him and stepped forward. Su Jejia instinctively prostrated herself on the floor, tenderly slipping a pair of comfortable slippers onto Luo Sheng's feet. Although her movements were somewhat awkward, they were imbued with a gentle delicacy. This scene instantaneously evoked thoughts of Meng Qing in his mind. The two were strikingly similar, albeit one was passive while the other was proactive. In truth, Luo Sheng had a preference for the passive type, akin to unwrapping a blind box, infused with a hint of surprise and serendipity. Conversely, with the proactive type, the other party laid all their cards on the table before one had even made a move, which, while commendable, ultimately lacked a certain thrill. However, having surrendered to Meng Qing's silver-tongued persuasion earlier that morning, Luo Sheng was currently disinclined to stir any further troubles. After sitting in the suite for a while, he inquired about the condition of Su Jejia's father. He learned that Su's father had been matched with a kidney donor the very day after being transferred to the VIP intensive care unit and was now in the recovery phase. Su Jejia was quite intrigued by this, as online discussions often suggested that such matters required extensive waiting, with no guarantee of a suitable match. Yet, in her father's case, it seemed as though everything was prepared in advance, with no delay whatsoever. Luo Sheng merely smiled, encouraging her to let her father focus on recuperating and wishing for his swift recovery. Some things require waiting for ordinary individuals, often resulting in nothing but an empty pursuit. Yet, this was a privilege reserved for the extraordinary. Before departing from the Intercontinental Hotel, Su Jejia presented Luo Sheng with a carefully prepared gift. She had spent considerable time selecting it online. "Master, this is a gift from Jejia for you." As she spoke these words, Luo Sheng could sense her heartfelt sincerity. Truly a prodigious talent. Luo Sheng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Change your clothes, and we shall go for lunch." Su Jejia donned a woolen coat, and before Luo Sheng could utter another word, she leaped to his side, wrapping her arm around his. With her bright, sparkling eyes, she beamed, "Master, I'm ready. Let us go." "Where did you learn this?" Luo Sheng inquired. Su Jejia gazed at him with innocent eyes, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, playfully responding, "Do you like it, master?" Chapter 92. Did we hit someone? Su Jejia's inquiry was undoubtedly superfluous. One must ask, which normal man would not find such a situation appealing? Even though Luo Sheng had encountered a myriad of experiences, who would ever despise the presence of intriguing souls? Upon exiting the Intercontinental Hotel, Su Jejia entered Luo Sheng's vehicle. Suddenly, a message arrived from Su Qian, who was far away in Qingyang. "Su Qian, Luo Sheng. Are you there?" Luo Sheng. "Yes, what is it?" Su Qian, Do you know what means? Girl, do your parents know you speak so boldly? You just blurt out? Luo Sheng, what prompted you to ask this? Su Qian, I did something peculiar last night, and when I searched online, everyone was discussing it. I can't quite comprehend. Luo Sheng, is it just you? Are you certain? Su Qian, yes. Do you think it could be a kind of illness? Luo Sheng, what made you think that? Su Qian, because the final sensation was simply too strange to describe, yet I found it quite enjoyable. Luo Sheng, there's nothing wrong with that. We are all adults, and such behaviors are quite normal. Su Qian, then Luo Sheng, do you also enjoy it? Su Qian, if you do, when you come to Donghai next time, we could. Upon reading this line, Luo Sheng felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Surely, the young lady from the Su family must be jesting. Luo Sheng, no need for that. When you visit Donghai, I will introduce you to even more fascinating experiences. Su Qian, really? Luo Sheng, indeed. However, do you intend to share this with anyone else? Su Qian, I only plan to share it with you, for I fear others may not understand me. Su Qian, in my childhood, I was reprimanded for various odd behaviors by others and my parents. Since then, I have refrained from discussing anything I find strange with others. Luo Sheng, then why share it with me? Su Qian, didn't you say you wanted to know the real me? This reasoning was quite compelling, and Luo Sheng found it difficult to contest. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, and after declining a video call invitation from her, Luo Sheng sent Su Qian a final message, informing her that he had matters to attend to. Beside him, Su Jijia had begun to breathe rapidly, her body tense. Even the grip she had on Luo Sheng's arm tightened unconsciously. A faint smile played at her lips. Luo Sheng patted her back and asked Chun Tai, the driver, how much longer it would be. Sir, it should be about. Just as Chun Tai began to respond, the Rolls-Royce suddenly braked sharply, and a loud bang echoed from outside, accompanied by a girl's startled cry. The inertia caused Luo Sheng and Su Jijia in the back seat to lurch forward involuntarily. Fortunately, the car was not traveling at high speed, thus the impact on the occupants was minimal. Sir, I apologize if the cyclist suddenly darted out, Chun Tai said, his voice filled with regret. Regaining his composure, Luo Sheng chose not to immediately reproach Chun Tai, but instead turned his gaze to Su Jijia in his arms. Are you hurt? Su Jijia propped herself up and shook her head. I'm fine. Did I just bump into someone? Luo Sheng gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, as long as you are all right. Chun Tai, please go and check. Chun Tai nodded, affirming, yes, sir, and promptly unfastened his seatbelt before stepping out of the vehicle to investigate. At that moment, Tong Mingming was filled with anxiety. Having just graduated from university this summer, she had finally received an interview invitation from the headquarters of Tian Luo Group the day before, asking her to come for an interview at 9 o'clock that morning. After 2 hours of waiting and the interview itself, her outstanding appearance and exceptional performance earned her the position of administrative receptionist at the corporate headquarters. Though merely a front desk role, it still required at least a college degree, proficiency in a mainstream foreign language, and a commendable demeanor to qualify for application. However, the high entry requirements came with their advantages. Backed by Tian Luo Group and working at its global headquarters, the salary was naturally the highest in the industry for similar positions, with considerable room for advancement. Initially, Tong Mingming was in high spirits, humming a tune as she rode her little electric scooter back to her rented apartment, eager to share her joy with her twin sister and grandfather. Little did she expect that while she was blissfully riding, contemplating her forthcoming professional life, a 5 or 6-year-old boy suddenly dashed out onto the sidewalk. In a moment of panic, she hastily swerved her scooter, trying to avoid him. Unsurprisingly, in the next instant, she collided with a nearby vehicle that had abruptly braked, causing her to fall to the ground. When she regained her senses and looked for the little boy, she found him happily skipping away, hand in hand with his mother, seemingly unaffected by the incident. What left her utterly bewildered was the fact that she was now surrounded by a group of imposing men in black. And the vehicle she had collided with was no ordinary car, but a Rolls-Royce. Gazing at the alarming scratches on the car door, with even the base coat visible, she felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. Chun Tai pushed through the bodyguards and approached Tong Mingming, who who sat on the ground in disarray. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "Do you not watch the road while riding?" Feeling a sense of injustice, Tong Mingming struggled to rise. Suppressing the excruciating pain in her ankle and bowed apologetically, "I am truly sorry. I was merely trying to avoid a little boy." She continued, "How much will the repairs cost? I will compensate you." As she uttered these words, she began calculating in her mind whom she could borrow money from. She recognized the Rolls-Royce and knew it was not inexpensive. If it required repainting, it would likely cost several thousand yuan at the very least. For a recent graduate who had just secured her first job, this was undoubtedly a hefty sum. Chuntai merely glanced at the car door and uttered a figure that took Tong Mingming completely by surprise. 20,000. 20,000. Tong Mingming was instantly dumbfounded. Could it possibly require such an exorbitant amount? Dear sir, might you consider reducing the sum? I do not possess that much. Just as Chuntai was about to decline, he noticed the rear window of the Rolls-Royce being lowered. Luo Sheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and cast a sweeping gaze at Tong Mingming outside the window. Chapter 93. Twin sisters with slightly disheveled hair and an expression tinged with panic and a hint of grievance. She appeared to be an innocent young girl, untouched by the complexities of the world. Luo Sheng spoke in a calm tone. "Chuntai, if the person is fine, then let it be." He did not wish to waste time or trouble a young girl over such a trivial matter. Tong Mingming turned towards the source of the voice. Before her stood a man who seemed to have stepped out of a romantic drama, exuding an air of aristocracy that instantly captivated her. It was important to note that this was not a world filled with filters and scripted scenarios where everyone was a top-tier handsome man or a domineering CEO. Rather, it was the mundane reality of everyday life. Was he the boss of these individuals? Tong Mingming pondered. Upon hearing Luo Sheng's words, Chuntai promptly replied, "Understood, sir," and casually dismissed the surrounding bodyguards before turning towards the driver's seat. It was only then that Tong Mingming realized what had transpired and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Luo Sheng. "Thank you. Thank you for your help. I apologize for the trouble." Luo Sheng merely glanced at her, thinking to himself that she was a polite young girl. Without uttering another word, he raised the car window. As she watched the convoy gradually depart, Tong Mingming silently picked up her small electric scooter, dusted herself off, and rode away. After about 15 to 20 minutes, Tong Mingming arrived at her rented room, located in an old district, starkly contrasting with the bustling prosperity of Donghai. It felt as though she had stepped into an entirely different world. In every city, there seems to be such a place, a refuge for the impoverished souls who linger in the shadows, seeking shelter from the storm. Inside the dilapidated building with peeling walls, Tong Mingming took out her keys and unlocked the door to her home. The one-bedroom apartment, less than 50 square meters, appeared dim and damp due to the prolonged lack of sunlight. Upon entering the home she had inhabited for over 20 years, a girl strikingly similar to her emerged from the kitchen. "Ajie, you're back," Tong Yi exclaimed upon hearing the door open, immediately deducing that her elder sister had returned. "Xiaomei, where's Grandpa?" Tong Mingming inquired. Holding a spatula, Tong Yi gestured towards the interior of the house. "He's tidying up in the room." "Ajie, how did your interview go today?" Setting her handbag on the small sofa, Tong Mingming sat down. Rubbing her ankle as she replied, "It went quite smoothly. I'll go through the onboarding process the day after tomorrow." "Really? That's wonderful," Tong Yi remarked, noticing her sister's movements. "Ajie, what happened to your ankle?" "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into a car and fell on my way back," Tong Mingming explained. As she spoke, she couldn't help but recall the young man seated in the back of the car. He was so young, yet able to ride in such a fine vehicle. Surrounded by numerous bodyguards, surely he must be a young master from a wealthy family. How she envied those born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Upon hearing that her sister had been in an accident, Tong Yi quickly set down the spatula and rushed to kneel in front of her sister. "Sister, were you in an accident? How serious is it? Are you hurt anywhere?" Observing her sister's concerned expression, Tong Mingming smiled and reassured. "I've already said there's nothing to worry about. I merely twisted my ankle a bit. It will be fine after some rest." "Oh, did you collide with someone? Or was it the other way around?" Tong Yi inquired. "I accidentally bumped into someone, but fortunately, they were not bothered and did not demand any compensation," Tong Mingming replied, gently massaging her ankle. She then recounted the details of the incident to Tong Yi, including how the young man had come to her aid. Sister, he seems quite nice, Tong Yi remarked after hearing the story. Tong Mingming nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is a good person, albeit a bit aloof. Is he handsome? Tong Yi asked eagerly. Her curiosity piqued. He is handsome, but what does that have to do with me? After speaking, Tong Mingming caught a whiff of something. Yi, are you cooking something? This question instantly flustered Tong Yi. Oh no, my braised fish, she exclaimed, leaping up to dash toward the kitchen. Tong Mingming chuckled and shook her head. Just then, an elderly man emerged from a room. Mingming, you're back. Grandpa, she greeted. How did your interview go today? It went quite smoothly, Grandpa. I'll start working at Tianluo Group's global headquarters the day after tomorrow, and I'll be earning over 7,000 a month, Tong Mingming replied with a smile, revealing her small tiger teeth. That's wonderful. If your parents were here, knowing you've secured a position at such a prestigious company, they would surely be pleased. The grandfather said. Grandpa. Tong Mingming's eyes glistened with tears. No more talking. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon, he said in a somber tone before returning to his room to continue tidying up. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng had taken Su Jiejia to an upscale Western restaurant. Upon entering, they were greeted by a commotion. I came here because of your good reviews. I specifically wanted to try it during my business trip to Donghai. Why am I not allowed in? A middle-aged man, clinging to a young and attractive woman, was causing a scene. Clearly, the refusal to allow him to dine was infuriating and embarrassing for him. The restaurant staff responded coolly, I'm sorry, sir, but our restaurant operates on a reservation-only basis. Only guests who have booked at least 3 days in advance may dine here. What nonsense! I see plenty of empty tables inside. Do you even conduct business? The middle-aged man insisted, his voice rising. At that moment, the restaurant manager, who had been observing the situation, spotted Luo Sheng. He hurriedly approached, bowing slightly. Mr. Luo, we are honored by your presence. What brings you to dine with us today? Ignoring the commotion caused by the middle-aged man, Luo Sheng looked down at the bowing manager and stated, Please arrange a table by the window. Certainly, Mr. Luo, please follow me, the manager replied, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Seeing the remarkable young man being ushered in without a reservation infuriated the middle-aged man even more. Did he make a reservation? How was he allowed to enter directly? The restaurant staff cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man before speaking in a respectful tone. That gentleman is our restaurant's most esteemed guest. He requires no reservation whenever he dines with us. Sir, if you have no further business here, I kindly ask you to leave and refrain from disturbing other patrons, or we may have to involve the authorities. The middle-aged man contemplated further confrontation, but to his surprise, he was firmly grasped by the shoulders by 2 ominous-looking men in black, their glares piercing into him. The intensity of their stares sent a shiver down his spine. Chun Taichao waved his hand at the restaurant staff, who promptly retreated to the side. Approaching the middle-aged man, Chun Taichao said, Our esteemed guest prefers not to be disturbed while dining, so I must ask you to vacate the premises immediately. The man wished to retort with a dismissive mind-your-own-business, yet an internal resistance compelled him to merely nod in silence. He vowed that his acquiescence was not due to the pain radiating from his shoulder, nor the intimidating presence of the vigilant bodyguard surrounding him, but rather an abrupt realization that his behavior was indeed inappropriate. Chapter 94. The flustered Su Jiejia as an upscale reservation-only Western restaurant. The ambience naturally exuded sophistication and luxury. Su Jiejia, who had never dined in such an opulent establishment before, couldn't help but glance around in awe. Once seated, Luo Sheng casually ordered a few dishes before turning to Su Jiejia. What would you like to drink? Su Jiejia had just finished making her selections. It had to be said, the items on the menu shattered her expectations. Even a most unassuming dessert cost several hundred yuan. In the past, even if someone had treated her, she would have dared to order anything. Hearing Luo Sheng call her, Su Jiejia handed the menu to the waiter with a gentle smile. I'll leave it to you. Luo Sheng nodded and addressed the restaurant manager, who had personally attended to them. Open a well-aged bottle of Lafite for us. Of course, Mr. Luo. I'll arrange it immediately, the manager replied before bowing and withdrawing with the waiter. Much later, the two returned to their seats. Compared to earlier, Su Jiejia seemed noticeably more at ease. Luo Sheng observed her with satisfaction. How long are you planning to stay in Donghai this time? Su Jiejie took a sip of water before answering. Just 2 days. Any longer, and it'd be hard to explain to the school. Luo Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. What about the driving school I mentioned last time? Any progress? I've already registered. I'll be taking the first exam soon. At the mention of driving school, Su Jiejie couldn't suppress a flutter of anticipation. She wondered what kind of car her master would arrange for her once she got her license. Last time, you left in a hurry because of your father. I didn't have a chance to give you a proper gift. Luo Sheng spoke casually. This afternoon, I'll take you shopping. Consider it a belated present. Pick whatever you like. To make a woman willingly follow, one must either fulfill her emotional needs or indulge her material desires. Luo Sheng had no intention of catering to her emotions, so a modest material reward would suffice for this little wildcat. After lunch, they left the restaurant and boarded the Rolls-Royce, heading toward Wanhui International Plaza in the city center. Like Jingtai Central Plaza, this was a high-end commercial hub, home to numerous international luxury brands and fine dining establishments, a symbol of Donghai's fashion and elite shopping scene. Upon arrival, Su Jiejie's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and nervousness at the dazzling array of luxury goods. During the car ride, Luo Sheng had made it clear. As a reward, she could choose anything she desired. The only condition? She had to satisfy him tonight. Like leading an obedient pet, Luo Sheng guided her into a Bulgari boutique. Su Jiejie's gaze lingered on an exquisite necklace, but upon seeing the 6-digit price tag, she timidly set it back down. Though she knew Luo Sheng wouldn't hesitate to buy it for her, she understood the importance of restraint. Greed was unbecoming. A 6-digit necklace, in her eyes, perhaps does not warrant such a price. Observing this, Luo Sheng merely smiled slightly and instructed the attendant to wrap it up. You only need to consider whether you like it, not the price, he said, seemingly perceiving Su Jiejie's concerns. This casually spoken remark stirred something within Su Jiejie. Even the attendant nearby was captivated, internally exclaiming, "Handsome guy, are you still in search of a girlfriend?" Yet, constrained by professional decorum, she refrained from voicing it aloud. After exiting Bulgari, Su Jiejie ventured into several luxury boutiques, trying on various garments and bags. This time, however, Luo Sheng opted for a more discreet approach, utilizing the VIP room. This allowed Su Jiejie a glimpse into the shopping experience of the affluent. As she observed the sales associates in the luxury store, nearly all were engaged, bustling around her. Seated within the expansive opulence of the VIP room, Su Jiejie felt as though everything was a mere illusion. Having amassed a bounty of purchases while linking her arm with Luo Sheng, she exited an Hermes store, preparing to head towards the Versace across the street when a familiar voice called out from behind. "Jiejie, what are you doing here?" Turning around, Su Jiejie found herself locking eyes with Han Yutong, who stood not far behind. Chapter 95. Who is he? This afternoon, Han Yutong had originally planned to accompany Gu Shanshan on a shopping excursion. They had just arrived at Wanhui International Plaza, and after a brief period of browsing, Han Yutong unexpectedly spotted her close friend Su Jiejie, who emerged from the Hermes store, arm in arm with a man. Logically speaking, Su Jiejie should have been in Lucheng at this hour, with plans to visit Donghai tomorrow. Yet here she was, vividly present before Han Yutong. Filled with curiosity, Han Yutong called out to her. Upon confirming that it was indeed Su Jiejie who turned around, she initially froze. But when she saw Su Jiejie intimately linked with Luo Sheng, it felt as though she had been struck by lightning, leaving her rooted to the spot. This was impossible. How could Luo Sheng be here? And with Jiejie together with Jiejie? Su Jiejie was unaware of the relationship between Han Yutong and Luo Sheng, as she had previously concealed her itinerary, informing Han Yutong that she would arrive in Donghai the following morning to visit her. In truth, she had merely intended to seize the opportunity of visiting Donghai to catch up with her dear friend and to express her gratitude for the assistance she had received previously. However, with her deception now unveiled, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, it was not a grave matter. Thus, Su Jiejie took Luo Sheng's arm and approached Han Yutong, exclaiming, "Yutong, what a coincidence to see you here." Han Yutong's expression remained frosty as she regarded the seemingly carefree Su Jiejie. Was she truly so unbothered after being caught in the act? Her gaze then shifted to Luo Sheng, who stood there with a smile, betraying no hint of panic. Han Yutong fixed her eyes on Luo Sheng and said, "Indeed. What a coincidence." She anticipated that after her statement, Luo Sheng would respond with, "Yutong, allow me to explain," or perhaps he would excuse himself under some pretext, bidding farewell to Su Jiejia before swiftly departing. Yet, Luo Sheng merely stood there with one hand in his pocket, nonchalantly stating, "Yutong, you've arrived." Beside them, Gu Shanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized Su Jiejia, but the scene before her was perplexing. Sensing the tension, the oblivious Su Jiejia inquired, Luo Shao, do you and Yutong know each other?" Before Luo Sheng could respond, Han Yutong cast a frigid glare at Su Jiejia, demanding, "Jiejia, do you not intend to explain? Did you not say you would only arrive in Donghai tomorrow? Why are you with Luo Sheng now?" Upon witnessing Han Yutong's reaction, Su Jiejia quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting from shock to embarrassment. Biting her lip, she fell silent. Although she was indifferent to whether Luo Sheng had other girlfriends or how many he had, the fact remained that the person before her was her dear friend, and she had unknowingly crossed a line. Slowly, she released her grip on Luo Sheng's arm and stood to the side, momentarily at a loss for words. Han Yutong let out a cold laugh. "Su Jiejia, after all these years of friendship, is this how you choose to deceive me?" Su Jiejia stipet gelo. Gently grasping Han Yutong's hand, "Yutong, I truly did not know he was your boyfriend, and this early arrival in Donghai was not intended to hide anything from you." Han Yutong could hardly believe the words of the other party and turned to leave. The reason she refrained from embarrassing Luo Sheng was that she was acutely aware of his identity and who he truly was. She was not naive. She understood that a man of Luo Sheng's stature would never lack for beautiful women by his side, much like the group of maids she had observed previously. Reflecting on that day, Han Yutong realized that if Luo Sheng desired one of them, who could possibly refuse? Thus, she had mentally prepared herself. However, she never anticipated that the first time she would catch him in such a scenario, the leading lady would turn out to be her close friend. Seeing Han Yutong walk away, Gu Shanshan quickly addressed Luo Sheng. "Mr. Luo, aren't you going to chase after her?" Luo Sheng took a deep breath and gazed at Han Yutong's retreating figure, saying, "Let her have some time alone. She will need to confront this eventually." In truth, at the moment he turned to see Han Yutong, his heart remained utterly unperturbed. To most ordinary people, such a reaction would seem heartless and indicative of a scoundrel. Yet to Luo Sheng, it was a trivial matter. At his level, women could no longer be merely described as partners. More often, they served as mere adjuncts to value, spices in the fabric of life. This may come across as overly cold-blooded, yet it is the reality. As one ascends the social ladder, they eventually grasp a fundamental truth. The most significant difference between the poor and the wealthy is not the quantity of riches, but rather that the impoverished dwell on emotions while the affluent contemplate value. The loyalty that women desire is often something only the poor can provide, for it is all they have to offer. To Luo Sheng, Han Yutong was undoubtedly special, but that did not imply he would bestow upon her the so-called loyalty. For now, Luo Sheng, in spirit, memory, and body, was no longer the Luo Sheng of his past life. Even if their intimacy were to diminish, he would regard her as a treasured collectible, preserving her within his own crystalline palace, never to allow another to tarnish her essence. Gu Shanshan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from voicing her reproach. Observing Gu Shanshan leaving as well, Su Jiejia cautiously linked her arm with Luo Sheng's. "Master, is it truly fine to disregard her like this?" Luo Sheng turned and gently caressed Su Jiejia's cheek, asking, "What's wrong? Aren't you angry?" Su Jiejia lowered her head and murmured, I am merely the master's pet." "Ha ha, splendid." Luo Sheng laughed heartily. "I'm quite pleased with your demeanor. Now, continue selecting your gifts." Seeing that Luo Sheng had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Su Jiejia obediently fell silent, accompanying him into Versace. Meanwhile, Gu Shanshan rushed outside and found Han Yutong sitting alone on a bench in the mall's outer square, quietly weeping. She hurried over and sat beside her, offering comfort. Yutong, that Luo Sheng is truly despicable. He flaunts his wealth with such impunity. However, by revealing yourself in such a manner, you are essentially handing Luo Sheng over to that Su Jiejia, are you not? Han Yutong ceased weeping, shaking her head as she spoke. I do not actually blame Luo Sheng. From the moment I discovered his identity, I had mentally prepared myself for this eventuality. I merely believed that such a situation would arise only after our marriage, or that one day he would tell me himself, rather than me finding out in this way. Gu Shanshan tilted her head, pondering whether Yutong had truly been prepared for this. Although if she were in Yutong's position, having such an extraordinarily wealthy boyfriend, she would not mind the presence of a few more sisters. Handing her a tissue, she inquired, Yutong, what do you mean when you say you knew who he was? Who is Luo Sheng? To this day, Gu Shanshan remained unaware of Luo Sheng's true identity, believing him to be merely a wealthy second-generation heir. Han Yutong accepted the tissue, dabbing her eyes as she revealed. Luo Sheng is, in fact, the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family, the future heir of the Tianluo group. Chapter 96. Compromise the eldest son of the Luo family, the future heir of the Tianluo group. This simple statement left Gu Shanshan momentarily stunned. It was no wonder he was so affluent, nor that he was always accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. His youthful demeanor was imbued with the gravitas of someone accustomed to high station. After a prolonged silence, Gu Shanshan snapped back to reality and forcefully patted Han Yutong on the shoulder. Amidst Han Yutong's puzzled gaze, Gu Shanshan exclaimed, Yutong, are you foolish? He is the scion of the Luo family. What is wrong with him having multiple women? You, yourself, surrendered to him when he desired you. Do you think other women would not want to do the same? Why weep over a man whom all the women in Daxiao aspire to, when you could simply embrace the opportunity? Gu Shanshan was almost eager to replace Han Yutong and apologize to Luo Sheng. Were she in the same position, she wouldn't merely avoid confrontation. She would be more than willing to assist him in any endeavor. Any pause on her part would be seen as inconsiderate. With a look of exasperation, Gu Shanshan continued, You must hurry and find Luo Sheng and explain that you were merely upset with Su Jiejia for not informing you earlier. Not that you were angry with him. Han Yutong's eyes widened in astonishment. She hadn't anticipated her friend's refreshing perspective. Shanshan, do you not believe that in a relationship, loyalty should be paramount? She questioned. Gu Shanshan pressed her forehead, replying, What you speak of applies to ordinary individuals, who naturally ought to be loyal to one another. But who is Luo Sheng? To discuss love and fidelity with him seems rather naive, don't you think? To be blunt, only the impoverished would offer you loyalty, while Luo Sheng can provide you with everything in this world beyond mere loyalty. Yutong, as a woman, sometimes one must temper their desires. As she concluded, Gu Shanshan's tone grew earnest. Am I truly too naive, too greedy? Han Yutong remained silent. At that moment, her phone chimed, signaling a message had arrived. Upon checking, she saw it was from Luo Sheng. Gu Shanshan leaned in, urging Yutong quickly open it. Han Yutong shot her a resigned glance before tapping on the screen. Luo Sheng, I'm at Versace. I'll be leaving soon. I've made up my mind. Come find me. Reading the message, Han Yutong mused. He remains as domineering as ever, just like the first time he insisted she stay with him. Offering no room for choice. Yutong, Luo Sheng clearly isn't dwelling on what just transpired. He is extending you an opportunity, Gu Shanshan chimed in. But Han Yutong hesitated. Enough with the buts. If you delay any further and he leaves, you will regret it for a lifetime. Gu Shanshan implored, genuinely concerned for her friend. At this critical juncture, what was there to deliberate? It was imperative to secure him first. Other matters could be addressed later. Thus, Han Yutong was half pushed, half led back into the bustling marketplace by Gu Shanshan. At the Versace boutique, Su Jiejia was selecting her favorite garments while Luo Sheng stood quietly at the entrance, surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black. Consequently, the boutique was devoid of any other customers apart from Su Jiejia. When Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan arrived, Luo Sheng's gaze immediately fell upon them. You are here, he remarked in a tone that was remarkably calm, as if no unpleasantness had transpired moments before. Under Gu Shanshan's encouragement, Han Yutong slowly approached, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she focused solely on Luo Sheng, avoiding Su Jiajia's gaze. Taking a deep breath, she began just now. I wasn't. Yet the words faltered on her lips. Luo Sheng did not press her further. Instead, he enveloped her in an embrace, suggesting, since you are here, let us choose some outfits together with your friend. Nestled in his arms, Han Yutong savored the familiar warmth and scent, alongside the somewhat jarring words that lingered in the air, and she silently nodded in agreement. At that moment, Gu Shanshan scampered over, her face bright with admiration, exclaiming, Young Master Luo, Yutong just shared some things about you with me. I've played a significant role this time, so you mustn't forget me. Luo Sheng was unfazed by Gu Shanshan's awareness of her own status. He released Han Yutong and smiled. Of course, you deserve your share. Go ahead and choose what you like. All right, thank you, young Master Luo, Gu Shanshan replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The trio exited Versace and proceeded to visit other luxury brands such as Prada, Balenciaga, and Chanel. Over an hour later, they concluded their shopping expedition with satisfaction. As they departed the mall, Luo Sheng walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, flanked by Su Jiajia and Han Yutong, who each linked an arm with him. Gu Shanshan trailed closely behind, wishing she could join, but finding no available space. Passers-by cast sidelong glances at the scene, envious of Luo Sheng's ostentatious display of affection, which included two beautiful women and a stunning beauty shadowing them. However, the envy was merely that envy. No one believed that Luo Sheng was merely fortunate. After all, aside from his striking looks, the presence of a dozen bodyguards indicated that he was no ordinary man. Upon reaching the mall's entrance, several bodyguards had already parked the car in anticipation. Gently caressing Han Yutong's cheek, Luo Sheng said, You and Shanshan should head back first. Han Yitong, who had been torn about whether to accompany Luo Sheng and Su Jiajia, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she replied, All right, I'll return to school now. Just as she was about to leave, a thought struck her. Leaning closer to Luo Sheng, her cheeks flushed, she whispered, Darling, do you prefer it when I wear nothing at all? She glanced at Su Jiajia, ensuring her words weren't lost on her. Earlier, while trying on clothes in the fitting room, Han Yutong unexpectedly discovered that beneath Su Jiajia's woolen coat was. Luo Sheng had already anticipated that Han Yutong would make this discovery, yet he chose to remain silent. Would you care to give it a try? Luo Sheng inquired with a beaming smile. How delightful that would be, but I must decline, Han Yutong replied, linking arms with Gu Shanshan as they departed together. Luo Sheng chuckled softly, turning to escort Su Jiajia into the Rolls-Royce. As soon as they settled into the car, he retrieved the earlier gift from his pocket and presented it to Su Jiajia. In a tone that bordered on commanding, he stated, Now is the time. Wear it. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Jiajia accepted the gift and gently lifted the hem of her coat. Chapter 97. A stroll along the Bund after departing from Wanhui International Plaza, the two did not hastily return to their hotel, but rather ventured to the Bund of Donghai. After all, apart from their previous fleeting visit, Su Jiajia had yet to fully appreciate the scenic beauty of Donghai. Standing by the banks of the Huangpu River, she rested her hand on the railing, while Luo Sheng stood beside her, hands clasped behind his back, quietly accompanying her as she admired the distant river view. Regrettably, it was afternoon, and the Bund's true splendor was revealed only at night. Chen Tai, along with numerous bodyguards, stood vigil 3 meters behind them, forbidding anyone from approaching. This created a peculiar scene amid the otherwise somewhat crowded Bund. A vacuum formed around Luo Sheng, with a 3-meter radius devoid of any presence. Passers-by could not help but notice this unusual occurrence, captivated by Luo Sheng's figure. His tall stature and handsome features, complemented by a meticulously tailored gray pinstripe suit in the English style, accentuated his already regal aura. In contrast, although Su Jiajia was undeniably a rare beauty, the disparity between them seemed monumental. Who is that person? He is strikingly handsome. I've never seen anyone accompanied by such a large entourage. Is this some kind of short film shoot? He looks like the protagonist from a novel. My goodness, is this young master from Donghai? Such a grand display when he steps out. That man exudes charisma. If he were willing to marry me, I would gladly forego several thousand in dowry. How can there be such a vast difference among men? Many bold young women contemplated approaching Luo Sheng to request his contact information, but halted at the 3-meter mark, thwarted by the bodyguards. A gentle breeze caressed Su Jiajia's face, causing a few strands of hair to dance in the wind. Sensing something, she turned to Luo Sheng and remarked, "Master, you are always so captivating." Luo Sheng merely smiled faintly, accustomed to the attention. At that moment, a luxurious cruise ship glided slowly across the river, its melodious music wafting through the air. Luo Sheng's heart stirred, and he exchanged a glance with Chen Tai. Instantly, Chen Tai stepped forward, bowing slightly. "What can I do for you, sir?" Luo Sheng whispered a few words, and Chen Tai nodded in understanding before retreating. Su Jiajia remained unaware of their conversation. She was simply enraptured by the scenery before her. This feeling was utterly intoxicating, as if by simply remaining by her master's side, she could escape the pressures of her studies, the trivialities of daily life, and the uncertainties of the future. It was a sense of relaxation and security she had never experienced before. Pointing towards the upscale residential buildings across the river, Su Jiajia called out to Luo Sheng, "Master, is that Huangpu number 1? Luo Sheng followed her gaze and replied, "Yes, indeed. I did not expect you to recognize it. I saw it online. I heard many wealthy individuals from Donghai reside there," Su Jiajia said with a beaming smile. "Perhaps, but those I am familiar with do not live there." Luo Sheng replied in a neutral tone. Su Jiajia asked in confusion why. "Isn't it wonderful here? A river view apartment, after all. How many people toil their entire lives, yet cannot even afford a bathroom? Because it is too noisy here, too close to the mundane world. They prefer the old villas by the East Sea and the standalone houses in the suburbs, where it is much quieter," Luo Sheng replied. Gazing into the distance at Huangpu number 1, as a high-end residence made famous by the internet, it has, while bestowing notoriety, also diminished its prestige. Nowadays, it is more suited for social elites who have risen from the lower strata, essentially the affluent working class, rather than true wealthy aristocrats. For them, the privacy of their residences is of utmost importance, followed by safety and quality. Take Chiyun Villa, for instance, not to mention the only road leading to the estate. Yending Avenue is guarded by private security around the clock. Even within a kilometer of the villa, the airspace is strictly off-limits to private helicopters and drones. The information available online is scant, consisting merely of a few cursory descriptions devoid of even a single photograph. Any specifics regarding layout or parameters are conspicuously omitted, resulting in a situation where even the design of the villa's gate remains largely unknown. Su Jiajia found it difficult to comprehend. In contrast, she yearned to reside in such a place. She imagined standing high above, overlooking the bustling world below, feeling as though she were elevated above the rest. "And you, where do you live? Is it Chiyun Villa? I read online that it belongs to the Luo family." Luo Sheng nodded slightly. "Yes, that's correct. What is Chiyun Villa like? I have never come across any pictures of it online. It is truly strange." "There's nothing strange about it. Curb your curiosity, for it will only lead to trouble," Luo Sheng remarked. "Oh, understood," Su Jiajia responded, tactfully shifting the conversation. They continued to discuss the architecture and scenery along the Huangpu River, and time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, a beautifully adorned and uniquely designed cruise boat approached the shore and docked. With a smile, Luo Sheng took Su Jiajia's hand and walked toward the boat. Su Jiajia was initially taken aback, but upon seeing the cruise boat, her face lit up with a joyful smile. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating whether to experience a boat ride, but she worried that such a mundane form of entertainment might displease Luo Sheng. To her surprise, he had already arranged it. Once aboard the cruise boat, Su Jiajia curiously surveyed her surroundings. To her astonishment, they were the only passengers aboard. Luo Sheng seemed to read her thoughts, gently stroking her back as he said, "There's no need to look around. I do not share my rides with others." As soon as the words left his lips, the boat smoothly set sail. As they distanced themselves from the riverbank, the surrounding clamor gradually faded, replaced by a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Moments later, a uniformed attendant approached them, carrying a bottle of red wine. "Sir, here is your red wine." After speaking, he skillfully uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for both Luo Sheng and Su Jiejia. "Please enjoy," the waiter said with a slight bow before quietly departing. Luo Sheng and Su Jiejia sat side by side at the bow of the boat, basking in the warm, gentle sunlight. The crystal-clear goblets swayed delicately in their hands, the deep red wine within exuding a rich and fragrant aroma. Occasionally, they would take a sip of the wine, savoring the delightful taste on their tongues, while quietly relishing the serene moment that belonged solely to them. Su Jiejia gazed at Luo Sheng, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Master, this feeling is wonderful, as if the whole world consists only of the two of us." Luo Sheng gently grasped her hand, saying, "As long as you behave, we can live this way every day." Su Jiejia nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 98. Good Sisters. The following morning, a gentle drizzle fell outside. In the presidential suite of the Intercontinental Hotel, Luo Sheng gradually awakened from his slumber, lured by a sense of comfort. As he slowly opened his eyes, he noticed that Su Jiejia was no longer beside him. He turned to see Su Jiejia, beaming with joy, gazing at him and greeting, "Good morning, master." With a smile, Luo Sheng playfully patted her on the backside, signaling it was time to rise. As he did so, he picked up his phone and sent a voice message. "Meng Qing, please come in." Barely 10 seconds after the message was dispatched, the bedroom door swung open, startling Su Jiejia, who hastily pulled the covers over her body. Meng Qing entered, accompanied by 6 maids clad in elegant black silk uniforms, standing at the foot of the bed. "Good morning, sir," they chorused. "Su Jiejia," taken aback by the array of beautiful attendants, momentarily lost her composure. Yet, it seemed they were entirely oblivious to her presence, all focused on Luo Sheng, their heads bowed in silent anticipation. Luo Sheng, lounging lazily against the bed, chuckled softly at Su Jiejia's flustered demeanor, teasing, "What's the matter? Is my little wildcat feeling shy?" Su Jiejia pouted, "Master, there are so many people watching." Luo Sheng merely shrugged, "They're all mine, just like you." Her heart fluttered at his words, a mixture of surprise and understanding washing over her. After all, he was the legitimate heir of the Luo family, akin to the aristocrats of ancient times. It was not surprising for him to possess a retinue of stunning maidens to attend to his needs, even in intimate matters. Observing Su Jiejia's expression, Luo Sheng smiled nonchalantly as he rose to head towards the bathroom, one of the maids following closely behind. Su Jiejia, still seated on the bed, felt uncertain as she wrapped herself in the blanket. She was entirely unadorned beneath it. Though the individuals before her were all women, they were still strangers, making it psychologically challenging for her to accept. However, Meng Qing seemed to have anticipated this scenario. She clapped her hands, and a maid promptly stepped forward, holding a complete set of new women's attire. "Miss Su, this outfit should fit your figure perfectly. You may try it on. As for yesterday's clothes, I will take care of them later. Please try on a new outfit here, while I assist in preparing the attire for the sir today." Su Jiejia, momentarily stunned, nodded as she watched Meng Qing exit the bedroom. Though Meng Qing appeared to be only a few years older than herself, she executed her duties with remarkable efficiency and clarity. It was no wonder many men outside would envy Luo Sheng for having such a capable woman at his side. Each of the maids exuded beauty that would turn heads anywhere they went. What Su Jiejia was unaware of was that, far from being just Meng Qing, even she herself was an object of admiration, with countless men wishing to cherish her. Moments later, Luo Sheng emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, his gaze landing on Su Jiejia, who had already changed into a new outfit. He approached her, gently caressing her seemingly innocent face. "Are you planning to see Yutong this morning?" Su Jiejia nodded, confirming her intention to visit her friend despite the events of the previous day. It was essential to clarify matters with her. "Go ahead and have a good chat with her," Luo Sheng said, turning to leave, aware that Meng Qing was surely waiting for him in the living room. Suddenly, he recalled something and returned to say, "Don't rush off just yet. After breakfast, I will arrange for a driver to take you." "All right, master. I will freshen up first," Su Jiejia replied. After she entered the bathroom, Luo Sheng proceeded to the living room, where Meng Qing had neatly laid out his attire for the day. As he dressed, he instructed, "Call the hotel and have them send up breakfast." Meng Qing respectfully responded, "Sir, I contacted the suite manager 10 minutes ago, and she is preparing it. It should arrive shortly." Luo Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Once Su Jejia finished her morning routine and entered the dining area, she found the table adorned with exquisite delicacies. Luo Sheng sat at the head of the table, savoring the breakfast from the Intercontinental Hotel, while Meng Qing stood nearby with several attendants. Noticing Su Jejia's arrival, Luo Sheng gestured to the chair beside him. "Come, sit and eat with me." Su Jejia felt somewhat uncomfortable dining in the presence of so many onlookers. Yet with Luo Sheng's invitation, she took a seat, albeit a bit uneasily. During the meal, Luo Sheng casually inquired, "Little Wildcat, have you thought about what you will do if Yutong does not forgive you?" With unwavering resolve in her eyes, Su Jejia replied, "Then I will not leave my master." Luo Sheng affectionately patted her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Yutong will forgive you. By the way, the money I transferred to you last time should be nearly spent. I will send you another 200,000 later for your pocket money." Su Jejia's eating momentarily faltered before she exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, master." "Do not thank me. Thank yourself for being so obedient," he replied. After breakfast, Su Jejia took the vehicle Luo Sheng arranged for her to Donghai University and sent a message to Han Yutong. However, she received no reply, leaving her to wait in silence. Fortunately, Yutong had mentioned a couple of days earlier that she had classes that morning, so she should be at school and not elsewhere. After about half an hour, Su Jejia finally saw Han Yutong walking slowly out of the school gates. Taking a deep breath, she approached her. Han Yutong's expression was frosty. "How dare you show your face here?" "Yutong, please let me explain," Su Jejia implored, observing the bustling crowd around her. "Let's find a place to sit and talk." Several minutes later, they found themselves in a booth at a CAF near Donghai University. Su Jejia sincerely explained to Han Yutong that the previous day's events were not a deliberate concealment on her part. She had been genuinely unaware. She also recounted how she had secretly sought assistance in Donghai, leading to her meeting Luo Sheng, who had helped her father escape from dire straits. Yutong remained silent for a considerable time before finally sighing. "Well, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I suppose I can relent. Besides, I pondered over this extensively last night. Ultimately, such matters are inescapable. Rather than allowing someone else to seize the opportunity first, it is better to let you take the lead." Su Jejia was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "So we shall remain good sisters from now on. What do you think? Now we truly are the best of friends." Han Yutong replied with